Chapter 1. In the year 1541, during the reign of the Ming Emperor Shizong, the 20th year of the Jiajing era, the island nation of Fusang across the ocean was under the rule of Emperor Nara. In the 10th year of the Tenbun era at this time, Fusang found itself embroiled in one of the most tumultuous periods of its history, the Sengoku era. In terms of its literal meaning, this was an age of incessant warfare. However, the reality of the situation was far more complex than what the term Sengoku could encapsulate in brief. Fusang was simultaneously besieged by an onsen millennium climatic disaster, leading to widespread famine across various regions coupled with droughts, floods, and windstorms, as well as numerous uprisings and conflicts over resources. The lives of the common folk in Fusang were often precarious, hanging by a thread. Following the Onin and Bunmei disturbances, the Muromachi shogunate had lost the capacity to maintain order among the various daimyo, local lords, and samurai in this unique epoch of the Sengoku period. The daimyo emerged from the ranks of the guardians and local lords, asserting their power through sheer strength to survive in this chaotic world. All factions were compelled to rely on military might as their foundation, competing with other forces and ultimately evolving into a highly efficient war machine. At the pinnacle of this machine stood the daimyo of the Sengoku era. The shoguns of the Muromachi shogunate had been relegated to the pitiful role of appeasing the daimyo in a desperate bid for survival. The protagonists on this stage were no longer the emperor, the shogun, or the regents, but a group of belligerent lords known as the daimyo. During their nearly 200-year reign as the central figures, Fusang was devoid of order, plagued only by the chaos of war, which was precisely the era that the samurai found most exhilarating. As Yoshimoto Imagawa wrote in his additional 21st article in the Imagawa family records, currently, it is not the Ashikata shogunate that maintains the order concerning the Imagawa domain, but my own strength. Thus, the previously established prohibitions set forth by the shogunate are no longer valid since the era of the Imagawa, as guardians commenced. All former prohibitions have been abolished. At this point, the Muromachi shogunate was but a flickering candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction. In the midst of this turmoil, a young boy from the future awoke to find himself transformed into Kajitada Hachijo, the head of the Hachijo branch of the Usugi clan. Simultaneously, an array of crises began to loom ever closer around this newly appointed Kajitada Hachijo. Would he be able to navigate these challenges step by step? On the 20th day of the 12th month of the 10th year of Tenbun, the ground still bore the resilient remnants of snow, tightly enclosing the buds, presenting a stark and frigid winter landscape typical of the northern Echigo region. At this moment, Kajitada was clad in a purple-patterned ceremonial robe, seated in the courtyard of the main keep of Bansh Island, reveling in the annual spectacle of the snowfall. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor interrupted Kajitada's reverie. "My lord, this letter has been delivered from Haruhisa Castle by a swift courier from the government, and it demands your immediate attention with that." A letter was handed to Kajitada. "Is Nagao Shigenabu attempting to dethrone me again?" Kajitada exclaimed in shock after a swift glance through the missive. Yasumitsu immediately summoned the esteemed vassal from the households of Omi, Hyuga, Io, Echu, Usami, Hirakawa, Ishizuka, Tamadakuro, and Matsuki to the main hall for an urgent council. "As you command," replied the young man named Yasumitsu, who promptly departed, leaving Kajitada alone to contemplate the snowy scene. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the suddenness of the situation compelled over a dozen esteemed vassals to rush into the main hall. Having acted without hesitation upon receiving the summons, observing their haste, Kajitada instructed a nearby attendant to prepare some hot tea and snacks. "Due to the abrupt nature of this matter, I regret having to convene you all at the end of the month. I only just received this letter from Haruhisa Castle, so please take a look at it." Kajitada gestured for Yasumitsu to pass the letter to the nearest elder, Hachijo Haritaka. "What is this?" Haritaka exclaimed upon swiftly perusing the contents of the letter before passing it to the elder behind him. "Hachijo Nabasa Nagao Shigenabu intends to elevate the Usugi clan's Asahina Yashikata as the new governor of Echigo. It seems that Tokusada is having a difficult time at the government," sighed Nabasada. "Who among the 7 provinces of Echigo would dare to oppose Nagao Shigenabu? The Usami, Ishida, and Igarashi clans have all fallen. their castles besieged and cities razed by the forces of Nagao, leaving only Usami Shinakami as the sole survivor of his clan. Haritaka lamented, being the most reluctant to engage in war with the Nagao family. However, the former governor, Tokisada, and the Kanto regent, Akisada, have both been slain by Nagao Shijinobu, and numerous loyalists among the branches of the Usuji clan have also perished. Does Nagao Shijinobu now intend to commit regicide once more? Nabasada retorted passionately. Calm yourself. Only the essence of this letter suggests that Nagao Shijinobu seeks to consult our opinion rather than declaring this matter irreconcilable. Interjected Hachijo Norifusa, having read the letter with deliberation. This is no simple matter. Asahina Yashikata is a relative of the Nagao family, and Tokisada only later forged a connection with the sister of Nagao Shijinobu. The latter is known for his ruthlessness. Devoid of familial affection following the Battle of Samp Ichi no Jin, he exhibited his cruelty by displaying the heads of his son-in-law Asahina Matsu and grandson Asahina Yag in the town below Haruhisa Castle. Nabasada remained skeptical of Nagao's intentions towards the Usuji clan of Ekigo, recalling past betrayals. If our family has received this letter, then other lords in the 7 provinces of Ekigo must have received it, as well. The Asahina clan's Taki River estate has been under the stewardship of Tokisada and Asahina Matsu's brother, Asahina Onimaru, since the deaths of Matsu and Yag in the Battle of Samp Ichi no Jin. It seems Nagao Shijinobu aims for Asahina Yashikata to inherit the name of the Usuji clan before he assumes the role of governor of Ekigo. Kajitada mused, sensing the gravity of the situation. If this is the case, then our family would be akin to unarmored warriors facing the long spears and swords of Nagao Shijinobu. Nabasada felt an impending crisis drawing near. Indeed, it is likely that Asahina Yashikata will not enter Asahina Castle alone. Nagao Shijinobu will surely dispatch his retainers to accompany him, interjected Hachijo Yashiro, who had remained silent until now. To the west, our family is flanked by the Kakiaki clan, supported by Nagao Shijinobu as the chief of the Kakiaki family, while to the east lie the HJ, Amurai, and Sei clans, longtime allies of the Nagao family. Now, with Asahina Yashikata poised to take residence to the south, our family will be completely surrounded. Kajitada felt increasingly uneasy, realizing that if he did not take action, he might soon find himself driven to the northern seas, consorting with fishes. My lord, our family can no longer afford another defeat since we began following Tokisada. We have only grown poorer, our supplies dwindled, and our young men decimated to the point that very few remain to till the fields. If we suffer another defeat, we will have but 2 choices: to serve in the capital under the imperial court, or to descend south to the Kanto region and serve the Kanto regent. Hachijo Haritaka, a loyal retainer of the Hachijo Usuji family for 3 generations, was acutely aware of their dire situation. He pondered that with their current strength, it was nothing short of a fantasy to defeat the Nagao family. Hyuga has overlooked one more option. Kajitada paused before continuing, to have our heads displayed beneath Haruhisa Castle. My lord, why not seize Asahina Castle before Asahina Yashikata can take control? If we do so, the other lords such as the MRI and HJ families will be unable to fully commit to attacking Banch Island, Kashiwazaki, and other locations, Usami Sadamitsu suggested. Unthinkable. The Asahina family has fought alongside us for too long. It would be best for Echu to negotiate with Asahina Onimaru. Kajitada was primarily concerned with whether they could retain control after taking the castle with their limited forces. Dividing them to garrison Asahina Castle would be a losing proposition. My lord, how shall we respond to the Nagao family? Hachijo Haritaka reminded Kajitada of the pressing matter at hand. This is a matter of great consequence. Our family cannot decide unilaterally. It must be addressed by the head of the Usuji clan. Kajitada immediately thought of the Usuji clan of Yamanouchi at Hirai Castle. The Usuji of Ekigo was originally a branch of the Yamanouchi Usuji, and the Hachijo Usuji did not possess the authority or capability to determine the head of the Ekigo Usuji clan. My lord's wisdom is unmatched. I shall dispatch someone to Haruhisa Castle to respond to Nagao Shijinobu. Hachijo Haritaka acknowledged, realizing that to avoid a complete rupture with the Nagao family, They had no choice but to proceed cautiously, for the sake of avoiding war, if possible nevertheless. Preparations for war cannot be neglected, Kinj. You two are tasked with recruiting some Ronin, preferably those hailing from the Aizu 4 districts or the Shimoetsu region. The military force that can be summoned from our own territory is still insufficient. Let us recruit under the pretext of defending against the Sato pirates. I trust that the Nagao clan within the castle will not suspect our intentions. The rationale behind Kinj's exclusion of Ronin from the Kamikawa, Nakakawa, and Okoshinano regions was quite straightforward. Feared the infiltration of the Xinyuan warriors associated with the Nagao clan. Understood. Usami, Shunshige, and Hiroki, you two are responsible for the renovations of the Kashiwazaki castle, adding 2 curved bastions to prepare for the Kakizaki and Saito clans. Kinj hoped that Kashiwazaki would serve as a sub-castle to Buwako Island, drawing in more enemy forces to alleviate the burden on Buwako Castle. Understood. Kinj felt that the weight on his shoulders was heavier than a mountain. Could it be that the Usuji clan of Hachijo was destined to perish under his watch? On December 25th, 1541, in the late hours of the night, while Kinj was actively preparing for war within his domain, a shocking piece of news swept across the Hokkaido region and the Kanto states. My lord, urgent news. Nagao Nobushige suddenly passed away from a stroke at his castle yesterday. Mitsusuk hurriedly reported outside Kinj's room. What did you say? Repeat that. Kinj, still groggy from sleep, struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nobushige of the Nagao clan suddenly succumbed to a stroke at his castle yesterday. Mitsusuk reiterated. Nobushige was a formidable hero. His death will undoubtedly trigger an upheaval in the 7 districts of Ekigo. Kinj thought, skeptical that the young heir, Nagao heritage, could maintain order over the fractious lands of Ekigo, which had remained as fragmented as a scattered jigsaw puzzle even during Nobushige's relentless campaigns. Sevener, my father at that moment, Ayaheim, who had been peacefully asleep beside Kinj, was awakened by the commotion caused by Mitsusuk. Please accept my condolences. Nobushige passed away at Haruyama Castle yesterday. Before Kinj could finish his sentence, Ayaheim burst into tears, prompting Kinj to embrace her and offer comfort. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, Mitsusuk remarked, preparing to exit upon witnessing Kinj console Ayaheim. Wait. Inform my retainers and the vassals immediately of this matter. Assemble all the clan members at the main hall by dawn tomorrow for a council. Kinj recognized the necessity to prepare for the protection and stability of the realm with Nobushige's demise. The local lords in Ekigo, along with the Ikki factions, would surely rise in rebellion, and the Ashina clan in Aizu might seize the opportunity to advance westward and encroach upon the Pahara district. Understood. After a lifetime of unceasing military campaigns and over 100 battles, Nagao Nobushige's sudden passing at Haruyama Castle left his unfinished ambitions and dreams to be inherited by his young and inexperienced heir, Nagao heritage. In that year, both Nagao heritage and Usuji Kinj were merely 15 years of age, while Nagao Turkyo Nagao Kajitora was even younger at 12. Seizing the moment of Nobushige's recent demise, various factions opposed to the Nagao clan, including the Maruyama, Igarashi, and Ishida clans, swiftly dispatched the lords of Sanj Castle, Nagao Toshikage, and Kuretake Castle, Kuroda Hidetada, to instigate disturbances in the area surrounding Kamikawa. This exacerbated the plight of the Nagao clan, compelling even the young Torikyo, who was still training at Rinzen Temple, to don oversized armor that ill-fitted his frame as he escorted Nobushige's coffin to its final resting place. Meanwhile, Usuji Fusaki lost the opportunity to become the new protector of Ekigo due to Nobushige's sudden demise. Most of the senior retainers of the Nagao clan were reluctant to support Fusaki in replacing Usuji Satizane at this precarious juncture, especially given that Heritage had only recently ascended to leadership and lacked the necessary prestige, leading the matter to fizzle out without resolution. As for the Kurikawa Usuji territory, after deliberation among the prominent retainers of the Nagao clan, including Nagao Fumizumi and Nagao Kajitora, it was ultimately decided that Heritage's brother-in-law, Usuji Kinj, would assume the role of district chief of Kurikawa and castle steward of Usuji Castle. After all, The only lord in the Kamikawa region whom Harakage could trust was Usuji Kinj, who possessed the capability to safeguard the Nagao clan from the incursions of the local lords from Nakakawa and Shimoetsu. Buwako Castle, as the stronghold of the Usuji clan and one of the key fortresses in the upper Ekigo region, was a flatland castle built at the confluence of the Kawai and Yokoyama rivers. Designed in a Vangua style, a layout where the main keep and secondary structures are arranged in parallel, enhancing frontal defenses but leaving the sides and rear relatively vulnerable. Defensive measures could only be taken through the submerged gates, which were noticeably less effective than the more fortified gates, for instance, compared to Morioka Castle or Bichu Matsuyama Castle. The defensive effectiveness was significantly diminished surrounding Buwako Castle were numerous supporting fortifications, such as Shunji, Akasakasen, Dunji, Gokurakuji, Saikji, Kshi, Yokoyama, Yanyamadai, and Benton Island, effectively sealing off the vicinity of Shirakawa. Regardless of whether the local lords from Nakakawa sought to incite rebellion or the Akita faction from Shimoetsu aimed to exploit the chaos and swiftly advance into the Nagao territory, they would first have to breach Shirakawa. Otherwise, they would be compelled to circumvent Buwako Castle and find alternative routes into Kamikawa. This was also one of the reasons why Nobushige arranged for his daughter Ayaheim to marry Kinj and supported him in ascending to the leadership of the Usuji clan. At present, the Longtail family, represented by the esteemed Minister Chy, is in discussions regarding the governance of the Yamauchi territory, highlighting the significant standing of Katsunari. This not only reflects the trust bestowed upon Katsunari by figures such as Chy, but also foreshadows the impending storm. The following day, as dawn broke, the retainers of the Hachijo family once again convened in the city for an evaluation meeting, marking the third such occurrence this month. It is likely that some among them had been forewarned of the purpose behind today's summons. Katsunari spoke directly. "My lord, there must be some intrigue at play. How is it that the long-tail Shinanakami, who intended to support the appointment of Sanj Minakami as the new governor of Ekigo, has suddenly passed away in his residence? It is said that he planned to unite with the Takemura family in the spring to suppress the Ikoiki followers in the region." Hachijo Harafomi suspected that Longtail for Katsunari was feigning death to ascertain whether anyone among the 7 provinces of Ekigo might seize the opportunity to revolt. The demise of Longtail Shinanakami seemed genuine, as the previously confined Katsunari was now engaged in state affairs. Usami Sadamitsu was resolute in his belief that if Longtail for Katsunari were still alive, Usuji Sadamitsu would not have been released from confinement, let alone be managing political matters or even corresponding with the local lords of Ekigo. "Omi no Kami, how many Ronin have you recently recruited?" Katsunari was less concerned with the veracity of Longtail for Katsunari's existence. Rather, he was focused on preserving his own territory. "I have recruited 20 Ronin from the area around Eizu," replied Hachijo Hirofumi, handing a list to Katsunari's aide and Sam, who would relay it to Katsunari. "Ekno Kami, SBU, you two must journey to Jashu and request additional troops from the Kanto Kanrei family and the Nagano family to support our own." After much deliberation, Katsunari concluded that his only option was to borrow soldiers from Ueno, which borders the southern part of Ekigo, as a precautionary measure. "SU command, MY Lord, the actions of the Longtail family's minister, Kuroda Tsunetaka of Kurodakage, and Nagao Nakatsukusa of Sanjay are highly suspect." Notably, Nagao Nakatsukusa did not attend the funeral of Longtail Shinanakami, but returned directly to Sanjay, calling upon men aged 14 to 62 for enlistment and making contact with the Eizu Ashina family and the Shnai Dave G family. Among others, reported Uchiyama Mitsuhiza, brother of Hachijo Harafumi. Nagao Nakatsukusa hails from the main line of the Sanj Longtail family, while the Longtail family, serving as the guardians of Ekigo, descend from a branch of the same lineage, indicating a potential treasonous plot by Nakatsukusa. However, Katsunari remained unperturbed. After all, if Longtail Toshikage were to rebel, his target would undoubtedly be Longtail Chy, who remained in the residence, not Katsunari himself. Given the completion of various fortifications across Shirakawa, it is unlikely that Longtail Toshikage would risk a protracted conflict by assaulting the Hachijo family. Watching the chaos unfold between the Sanj and the residents, the lord could ultimately benefit as an opportunist. As Usami Sadamitsu chuckled at the thought, the family had yet to fully quell the unrest in the previously held Tokugawa territory, where Yusuji Tokumasa still served as the castle steward. The family could only dispatch retainers to assist him. But fortunately, the subordinate castles of Hachijo, such as Kurodakage, Kamichije, Ri-Unji-Jis-ji, and Ikenji, were all under their control. Even if Yusuji Tokumasa were to make a move, his commands would not extend beyond Hachijo. For the time being, Katsunari could only manage to control most of Tokugawa's territory. Thus, Usami Shuniman, you shall serve as the lord of Kamichije, while your son Sadataka shall remain among our retainers. After much contemplation, Katsunari deemed it prudent to send Usami Sadamitsu to Tokugawa to monitor the movements of Yusuji Kageyoshi. Simultaneously, Katsunari believed that with Usami Sadamitsu's capabilities, it would not be a challenge to safeguard the most crucial outpost on the periphery of Tokugawa. I am deeply grateful and shall continue to serve the Hachijo family with unwavering dedication. Usami Sadamitsu finally awaited the moment he would become a lord in his own right. Since the fall of Iwate Castle, he had wandered, albeit gathering a group of former retainers from the Usami clan. However, as Longtail for Katsunari was still living, Usami Sadamitsu had to preserve his strength by serving the Hachijo Yusuji family, who were aligned with the Guardians of Ekigo. Moreover, in pursuit of revenge, he sent his eldest son, Usami Sadataka, to serve as a retainer to Katsunari, and even his daughter, Usami Nami, was appointed as a lady-in-waiting at Katsunari's side. Usami Sadamitsu had effectively bound the Usami clan to the war chariot of the Hachijo Yusuji family. At this moment, surrounding the Longtail residence, to the northeast stood Kuroda Hidetada and Longtail Toshikage, plotting rebellion. To the east, the Eizu Ashina family was encroaching upon Ekigo's Pahara district. To the south, remnants of the Ishida, Igarashi, and Murayama families were causing disturbances in the Jotsu region, supported by Kuroda Hidetada and Longtail Toshikage. And to the west, the Jinbo family, the Hosokawa family of Ek, and the Ikoiki followers were fiercely attacking the Shina family. One could say that the Longtail residence was now besieged from all sides, utterly surrounded and in a state of desperation. Not long ago, the Longtail family had been at the height of its power, commanding 2/3 of Ekigo. Aside from the Yanakabe faction and the lower Ekigo, which maintained a fa ade of loyalty to the Longtail family, the remaining lords had all previously submitted to Longtail for Katsunari. Regrettably, not long after the passing of Longtail for Katsunari, the entire region of Ekigo fell back into turmoil, a turn of events that caught many by surprise. Esayama Castle served as the stronghold of the Longtail family. If one were to liken the elongated land of Ekigo to a giant dragon drinking from the water with its head eastward and tail westward, then Baiwajima Castle would be its throat, and Hariyama Castle would be its eye. However, what Katsunari could not have anticipated was that just as Baiwajima Castle stood strong, Hariyama Castle suddenly fell in the 11th year of Tenmon on the first day of March. One afternoon, a horse-riding samurai galloped towards the Tenmon gate of Baiwajima Castle. This warrior was covered in dust and blood, his Kyobata flag askew behind him, and despair gleamed in his eyes. Hariyama Castle and the residents have fallen 2 nights ago. What did you say? Hurry, report this to the lord. A gatekeeper immediately sent a colleague to inform Katsunari while he gently assisted the weary samurai dismount. Just as Katsunari was practicing archery in the courtyard of Baiwajima Castle's main keep, his aide, Gomi Takamasa, rushed to inform him of the attack on Hariyama Castle and the residents. What did you say? Katsunari, upon hearing the news, was taken aback and let his longbow clatter to the ground. In recent months, there had been no reports of an assault on Hariyama Castle or the residents. How could it have suddenly fallen? Whose forces were responsible? Was it Kuroda Tsunetaka, or perhaps Nagao Nakatsukusa? Or even Kakizaki Izumi no Kami? Among the 7 provinces of Ekigo, the renowned and valiant Kakizaki Kageyoshi was undoubtedly among the top contenders, while the Longtail family's minister with the most territory was Kuroda Tsunetaka, who held a fief of 8,000 koku from Kurodakage, and his brother Kanatsu Yutaka possessed 3,000 koku in the lower Ekigo. If someone were to successfully capture Hariyama Castle and the residents in such a short span, It would have to be one of these three individuals. Of course, it was also possible that they had united forces to achieve this. The captors of Hariyama Castle and the residents were indeed Kuroda Tsunetaka. And Takamasa couldn't help but admire Katsunari's deductions. It could very well be one among Kakizaki Kageyoshi, Kuroda Hidetada, or Longtail Toshikage. Kuroda Tsunetaka was a pillar of the Longtail family, a stalwart, that he would rise in rebellion and invade the residents. Taking Hariyama Castle was beyond Katsunari's comprehension. How could loyalty shift so rapidly? Kuroda Hidetada had long served Longtail for Katsunari and was a favored retainer. Now, he had turned against the Longtail family. Kuroda Tsunetaka had used the pretext of leading an army to quell the Jinbo family. The Hosokawa family and the Ikowiki followers, marching with 4,000 men past the residence, thus raising no suspicions. However, upon reaching the vicinity of Namaritaken, not far from Hariyama Castle, the entire Kuroda army suddenly reversed course and attacked the residents. The Longtail forces, led by the loyal retainers of the Longtail family, were overwhelmed, resulting in the loss of over 200 retainers in places like Fukushima, Takata, Niigata, and the residents. Over 100 loyalists held their ground at Hariyama Castle's third bailey under the leadership of Saba Kagefumi and Shure Kageyasu. Striving to buy time for Lord Katsunari and Lord Sadamitsu to escape, Takamasa struggled to continue his report. Did Lord Sadamitsu and Lord Chy manage to escape? Katsunari, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel handed to him by another aide, composed himself and asked. Both lords are currently regrouping the defeated forces within Chikamine Castle. For the time being, Nakitsukasa and Kuroda Tsunetaka have no intention of attacking Chikamine Castle. Has the residence been completely overrun by the Kuroda army? Katsunari found it hard to believe that the Longtail family, having recently lost Longtail for Katsunari, had become so vulnerable. The strongholds and castles of Jiaoji-wei, Fukushima, Takata, Uma, Nagakima, Okinami, Higashijo, Takitara, Kuroda, and Kawachi have all fallen one after another to the forces of Kuroda. The commanders Nagao Miraku, Nagao Shinshikara, Nagao Saburo, and Nagao Shiro valiantly fought to their demise. Immediate orders were issued to place all territories on high alert. The guardians of Omi and Io were commanded to swiftly summon military forces to join the assembly at Chikamine Castle. Kurozuki was instructed to rigorously inspect vessels traversing the sea, and Kamajo Okabe Masanobu was to lead the Kamajo retainers to camp at Yonyama, watching the movements of the Kakizaki clan, while Yusumai Tsuruga remained as the garrison for Kamajo Castle. QDI could not afford to be careless. His first priority was to ensure the absolute safety of his domain, followed by the protection of Usuji Sadazane and Nagao Heritage, before contemplating a campaign against Kuroda Hidetada. Whether or not he could reclaim the surrounding territories depended on whether the generals of the Jotsu region would support him or Usuji Sadazane and Nagao Heritage. Understood, said Gomi Takashige, promptly departing to carry out his orders. QDI could not help but lament the misfortunes befalling the Nagao clan. With the remnants of the Nagao family still fresh in the grave, the new head, Nagao Heritage, had already lost the Jotsu domain. Ultimately, the current guardian, Nagao Heritage, was simply too frail. It was unrealistic to expect him to lead troops in a battle, let alone to remain in the castle without succumbing to illness every few days, spending over half the year bedridden. Even without the rebellion of Kuroda Hidetada, it was unlikely that Chikasaka Castle could withstand such pressure. It was precisely for this reason that Nagao Heritage, upon assuming the position of head and guardian, immediately lifted the house arrest of Usuji Sadazane, allowing him to resume governance as the protector of Ekigo. After all, Usuji Sadazane's status as guardian was recognized by both the court and the shogunate. QDI was not surprised by Nagao Heritage's loss of territory. What astonished him was the swift fall of Chikasaka Castle. In the meantime, Hachiho Nobushige and Hachiho Kazushige hastily gathered their respective retainers, along with recently recruited ronin and some of the garrison from Baibajima Castle, managing to assemble 500 troops that quickly advanced from Kamiho Castle to the outskirts of Chikamine Castle. Meanwhile, the nearby strongholds of Mushikawa Castle, Takadate Castle, and Inyabu's Castle, all manned by retainers of the Nagao clan, remained inactive upon learning of Kuroda Hideta's conquest of the surrounding area, with some even secretly communicating with him. Although Momoi Yoshitaka, lord of Torizaka Castle, and Okumer Asahide, lord of Makagura Castle, contemplated leading their forces to join the assembly at Chikamine Castle, Kuroda Hidetada continued his incursions into their territories, as their lands were too close to Chikasaka Castle. The southern borders of the Momoi and Okumer territories were adjacent to the Takakashi family of Oka Shinano. If Kuroda Hidetada could not swiftly secure the critical points at Sakegamine and Baniai Mountain along the national borders, the Takakashi clan could easily dispatch troops to assist Usuji Sadazane and Nagao Haruki to that point. The 4,000 Kuroda troops, along with the mercenaries from the Ishida, Igarashi, and Murayama clans, would be incapable of withstanding the combined forces of the generals from Oka Shinano and Usuji Sadazane and Nagao Haruki. What Kuroda Hidetada did not anticipate was that his son-in-law, Kakizaki Keiji, lord of Kakizaki Castle, had remained silent for several days following his conquest of the surrounding territories. Even the envoys he sent were met with closed doors. To prevent the conflict from dragging on, Kuroda Hidetada had no choice but to send emissaries by sea to Kumahara County, requesting that Nagao Toshikage dispatch additional troops to reinforce his position. If he could completely suppress Jotsu, the local lords of the lower regions would inevitably gravitate toward his side, just as Kyudai dispatched his trusted retainers, Hachijo Kazushige and Hachijo Nobushige, with 500 troops to support Usuji Sadazane and Nagao Haruki besieged at Chikamine Castle. An unexpected visitor arrived at Baibajima Castle to M.Y. Lord. A young monk has come to visit Lady Aya, Gomi Takashige whispered to Kyudai, who was still engaged in a military council in the Grand Hall. Understood. After the council concludes, I shall visit Aya. You are to immediately inform Usami Minbu Shofu to maintain strict vigilance both inside and outside Baibajima Castle, Kyudai replied, remaining focused on the developing situation. Without spare thoughts regarding the identity of the visitor for Lady Ayasu command, Gomi Takashige responded, promptly leaving the Grand Hall. My Lord. Reports indicate that Kakizaki Izumi no Kami has been reveling in his castle every night since Kuroda Hitakanakami seized the surrounding territories, suggesting that the Kakizaki clan has no intention of siding with Kuroda Hitakanakami. Hachijo Harakazu expressed, relieved that the Hachijo clan was not currently at odds with the Kakizaki clan. However, he feared that Kakizaki Izumi no Kami might be feigning weakness to lower the guard of their clan. After all, he was the son-in-law of Kuroda Hitakanakami. Kyudai, at this moment, could not fully trust Kakizaki Keiji, especially given that the retainers of the Nagao clan had not actively rushed to Chikamine Castle in service after Nagao Haruki lost the surrounding territories. But my lord, why not send a retainer to Kakizaki Castle to pay a visit to Kakizaki Izumi no Kami? If we could win him over to our side, Kuroda Hitakanakami would surely not be able to maintain his hold over the surrounding territories and would have to retreat to Kumahara County. Hachijo Haruka suggested, still hoping to bring the Kakizaki clan to their side. But who should we send? Should we fail in our persuasion, it could lead to Kakizaki Izumi no Kami entirely siding with Kuroda Hitakanakami. Kyudai shook his head after considering Hachijo Harukazu's proposal. If his stalemate continued, the several hundred troops under Kamiho Okabe Masanobu would need to remain stationed at Yoniyama for an extended period. Hachijo Harukazu had initially hoped that if they could pull the Kakizaki clan to their side, then Kamiho Kageyoshi's forces could withdraw from Yoniyama and be redirected to Chikamine Castle to guard Usuji, Sadazane, and Nagao Haruki. Let Kamiho Okabe Masanobu continue to hold Yoniyama. Hayoshi no Kami, you will take on the role of garrison commander at Baibajima Castle. I shall lead the troops to Chikamine Castle to join forces with the guardians of Omi and Io. Kyudai concluded, having exhausted all other options, ASU command. Hachijo Harukazu acquiesced to Kyudai's insistence. And so, Kyudai swiftly concluded the military council and proceeded to Lady Aya's quarters. Upon entering, he came face to face with the young monk who had come to visit her. More accurately, it was a nun. Aya, who is this? Kyudai inquired, eyeing the nun before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Lady Aya. Your Highness, this is my younger sister, Torikyo, Lady Aya explained with a smile, seeing Kyudai's astonished expression. No wonder you both look as if carved from the same mold. Kyudai chuckled awkwardly. Lord Hachijo should address you as older brother, as I wish to borrow troops from you. Torikyo stated directly, getting straight to the point. Borrow troops. Am I hearing this correctly? QDI could hardly believe his ears, gazing at the petite Torikyo, doubting her capability to lead troops. Martial arts, archery, cavalry tactics, military strategy, and more, all taught to me by the abbot of Linquan Temple. Tenjitsu do you not believe me, older brother? Torikyo explained, observing QDI's astonishment. The abbot of Linquan Temple. Are the monks there all martial monks? QDI continued to be astounded. After all, Linquan Temple was the ancestral temple of the Nagao clan. How could it possibly be associated with military arts? If it were not for the warrior monks of Linquan Temple, I would have likely met the same fate as my 3 elder brothers at the hands of Kuroda Hitakanakami. Torikyo lamented, a hint of sadness in her voice. However, the recent aggression of Kuroda Hitakanakami against the surrounding territories is inherently a matter for the Nagao clan, not for my family to interfere with. I serve Yasuda Satizane of Ekigo, QDI remarked, disinterested in becoming entangled in the affairs of the Nagao clan, relishing the freedom he enjoyed at Baibajima Castle, as long as Yusuji Satizane remained the protector of Ekigo, allowing him to enjoy privileges such as guardian not entering, guardian's deputy not entering, and exemption from labor. What a matter of the Nagao clan, the daughter of Lord Yusuji, Lady Yusuji, and the heir of the Nagao clan, Sarachiyo, were both harmed within the confines of the Nagao residence. Older brother, do you think that if the situation continues to develop, it will remain merely a matter for the Nagao clan? Torikyo questioned loudly, what did you say? Lady Yusuji and the heir Sarachiyo were harmed? When did this happen? I was not aware of such news, QDI exclaimed, taken aback. Recently, he had not heard of Kuroda Hidetada inflicting harm upon Yusuji Satizane and the family of Nagao heritage. He had only heard of the execution of Nagao Kageyasu, Nagao Kajifomi, Nagao Kajisada, and other members of the Nagao clan, their heads displayed beneath Chikasaka Castle. It is because my elder brother refuses to relinquish his guardianship that this tragedy has unfolded. Though I admire Nagao Heritage's spirit, he failed to take his legitimate son and wife with him when fleeing to Chikamine Castle. Leading to this calamity, Torikyo lamented. Lord Satizane has but one daughter. QDI sighed deeply that we should take advantage of Kuroda Hidetada's unstable position in the surrounding territories to launch a counteroffensive. If we delay too long, the Sanj side may further reinforce their troops by sea. Should that time arrive, reclaiming the estate would prove exceedingly difficult. Torikyo possesses a rather astute understanding of the situation. That said, the main family has already dispatched esteemed retainers Omi no Kami and Io no Kami, leading a force of 500 troops to safeguard Lord Yusuji Satizane and Lord Nagao Harisuk at Chikamine Castle. Presently, aside from the garrison station at Myanmar, only 500 soldiers remain available for deployment within the domain. Kajidate shook his head. Furthermore, this contingent of 500 includes the garrison of Biwa Island Castle as well as his own vassals. There is no need for excessive manpower. 300 will suffice. Torikyo, having learned from Ayaheim that the Hachijo clan has limited forces at their disposal, does not intend to request an excessive number of troops from the Hachijo territory. Kuroda Tsunetaka commands at least 4,000 soldiers, along with additional forces from the Jotsu region, totaling no less than 6,000. Kajidate felt that Torikyo was overly confident in the combat prowess of his troops, even if the 300 were seasoned veterans. Defeating an enemy force of at least 6,000 would not be an easy task. The remaining troops will be dispatched by his maternal grandfather, while his elder brother's 300 soldiers would serve as Kajidate's primary contingent. Torikyo had already informed Ayaheim of his intention to borrow troops, prompting her to send Seikine Inari from the court vassals to request assistance from Nagao Kazusada at Yashikatsu Castle. Very well. If I do not keep an eye on you, Ayaheim will not allow me to remain at Biwa Island Castle in peace. I shall assist you in finding a suit of armor. Kajidate felt overwhelmed by the sight of the two sisters before him. I am most grateful, dear brother. Torikyo hastily expressed her thanks. Kajidate was exceedingly reluctant to mobilize forces in the spring. After all, the year's plans are made in spring, and the Hachijo clan had a limited number of young and able-bodied men. Should they squander the prime opportunity for spring planting, there would be little grain stored by winter. as Kajidate continued to pace in the courtyard of the main keep, contemplating how to survive the winter. Ayaheim approached him with Torichiyo, who was now clad in armor. It is better for you to assume the role of the Supreme Commander. After all, I possess no official title, no territory, and no vassals. After much deliberation, he found it inappropriate to take on the role of Commander-in-Chief against Kuroda Tsuntaka. At this moment, Torichiyo decided against becoming the Supreme Commander, concluding that it would be more prudent for Kajidate to take on that responsibility. Indeed, appearances matter. Torichiyo, donned in her armor, truly resembled a commanding general. Kajidate examined Torichiyo, nodding in approval, clad in a long, embroidered coat adorned with cranes and layered in armor of deep and light yellow-green hues. She wore a helmet with a shovel-shaped crest tightly secured, and her katana nearly reached her own height. With black and white feathered arrows slung across her back, she presented the image of a great general. Your Highness, this is Torichiyo's inaugural battle. I hope you will extend your utmost care towards her. Ayaheim earnestly wished for Kajidate to lead Torichiyo in avenging the Long clan, who had fallen victim to Kuroda Hidetada. Understood. Upon hearing that Lord Harasuk fell ill shortly after entering Chikamine Castle, and given Lord Sadazane's advanced age, it was most appropriate to support Torichiyo as the Supreme Commander. Kajidate pondered that the most suitable candidate to serve as the protector of Ekigo was none other than Torichiyo, standing before him. Thank you, dear brother. Torichiyo promptly bid farewell to Ayaheim and departed with Kajidate from Biwa Island Castle's main keep. Kajidate then led Torichiyo and his 300 vassals, of which 100 were newly recruited as Shigeru, most unarmored, to Chikamine Castle to pay their respects to Usugi Sadazane and Nagao Harasuk. Meanwhile, Kuroda Hidetada, stationed in the vicinity of the estate, anxiously awaited the arrival of the reinforcement from Kakizaki Keiji and Nagao Tashikichi. Although he had recruited a contingent of local warriors from Jotsu and gathered a band of Ronin, his total strength appeared to be nearly 6,000. However, he needed to divide his forces to guard the various strategic strongholds within the estate. Particularly wary of the Yamamoto family in the Nishikaku region, as well as the Mitoi and Okumura clans, who still supported the protectorate of Ekigo. Most astonishing to Kuroda Hidetada was that, despite Nagao Harasuk's seemingly timid demeanor, he possessed remarkable fortitude. Even after losing his castle, suffering the loss of a significant portion of his direct territory, and enduring a series of devastating blows, his brothers, wife, and heir all slain, Nagao Harasuk remained unyielding, refusing to relinquish his position as protector of Ekigo. This compelled Kuroda Hidetada to abandon his ambitions for a swift resolution and instead focus his attention on Machida Castle and Shibozen Temple, located in the northwest of Chikamine Castle. Capturing these two strongholds would allow him to launch a pincers attack against Usugi Sadazane and Nagao Harasuk, besieged within Chikamine Castle, while advancing from Machida Castle and Shibozen Temple towards Kikawa. He could seize D, Kinzan, and Oigamine, effectively cutting off support from the central Ekigo region to Chikamine Castle. Meanwhile, from Ma Castle, he could advance along the HS River towards the northern outpost of Chikamine Castle. Mushi River Castle. Should Mushi River Castle fall, the water supply for Chikamine Castle could be severed at any moment. Machida Castle's lord, Machida Kunishige, was acutely aware of the potential repercussions of his actions. Although he was neither a major lord nor a vassal of the Ekigo protectorate by lineage, he was a man of humble origins and not a hereditary retainer of the Long family. However, in order to distinguish himself and gain the favor of the Ekigo protector and his deputy, he must resolutely defend Machida Castle, preventing even a single soldier from the Kuroda army from passing through. This would greatly alleviate the pressure on Usugi Sadazane and Nagao Harasuk, besieged within Chikamine Castle. In contrast, the lord of Shibozen Temple, Izaki Jurazamen, lacked the same resolve as Machida Kunishige. Kuroda Hidetada, eager to ensure the successful execution of his plan to besiege Chikamine Castle from two fronts, offered Izaki Jurazamen the freedom to seize the eastern Naka region in exchange for his cooperation. Furthermore, he dispatched 500 gold coins from the treasury of Kasagama Castle to Shibozen Temple to demonstrate his sincerity. Upon learning that Izaki Jurazamen had been recruited by Kuroda Hidetada, Machida Kunishige swiftly led over 100 soldiers to set an ambush at the Tsukuyama Pass, annihilating the convoy bearing the gold coins and seizing all 500 coins, which he subsequently bestowed upon the garrison within the castle. He understood that this act would irreparably sever ties with Izaki Jirazaemon, inevitably provoking a joint assault from both the Kuroda and Izaki forces. When Izaki Jirazaemon discovered that the 500 gold coins promised by Kuroda Hidetada had been seized by Machida Kunishige, he was consumed by rage. Immediately, he dispatched messengers to Kasagama Castle, requesting assistance from the Kuroda army. In response, Kuroda Hidetada dispatched his brother, Akitada, leading 1,000 troops from Ma Castle to join forces with Izaki Jirazaemon. Kuroda Hidetada's strategy was straightforward. If Machida Castle fell, Akitada and Izaki Jirazaemon would lead their forces eastward to seize D. Kinzen and Oigami, preventing the Hachijo clan, the Koji Nagao clan, the Hojo clan, Kita Hojo, and the Yasuda clan from dispatching troops and supplies to support Yasuji Sadazane and Nagao Harasuk in holding Chikamine Castle. Kuroda Hidetada, having dispatched Akitada and his troops, began gathering forces to assault Mushi River Castle. Once the water supply to Chikamine Castle was severed, Yasuji Sadazane and Nagao Harasuk would be compelled to seek a way out, presenting an opportune moment to capture them. Kuroda Hidetada could conceive such a plan, and so too could Torichiyo. Having traveled through Jotsu before, she was well acquainted with the region's geography and understood that once Mushi River Castle fell, the water supply to Chikamine Castle would be cut off. Thus, she urged Kajidate to hasten their march, traveling through the night with minimal stops. Before long, after a day and night of rapid marching, Kajidate, Torichiyo, and their company arrived at the desolate castle of Mushi River, aptly named, as it had long since fallen into disrepair, with crumbling walls and a watchtower that appeared precarious at best. This castle was unsuitable for a prolonged defense. After a brief inspection, Kajidate abandoned the idea of fortifying it. The Kuroda forces would surely be unaware of their arrival. Even Lord Sadazane and his elder brother might remain oblivious to their presence as they concealed themselves within the castle, preparing to ambush the Kuroda army and cooperate with the garrison at Mushi River Castle and Chikamine Castle to annihilate the Kuroda forces. Toricho conceived a plan. This scheme was quite clever. To deceive the enemy, they must first deceive their own side. Usami Minbu, no sh Suk, you shall lead 100 of the vassals to lie in ambush at the west of the castle, in the vicinity of Sai Temple. That I noticed that the temple appeared to be in a dilapidated state. It is likely that no monks reside within. Kajidate sought to take it a step further, dispatching Usami Sadakatsu to divide his forces and set an ambush at Sai Temple to the west of the desolate castle, thereby cutting off the Kuroda army's route and supply lines. Achieving multiple objectives with a single stroke. Understood. Usami Sadakatsu promptly set off to carry out his orders that on the 20th of March, due to repeated failures in assaults against Torisaka Mountain Castle, Mikawaguchi Castle, and Fud Mountain Castle, Kuroda Hidetada had no choice but to personally oversee matters from the estate's main hall, dispatching his heir, Kuroda Kinatada, as the supreme commander to lead 3,000 troops to merge with their forces from Kawaguchi, Takata, and Fukushima before proceeding to attack Chikamine Castle. To ensure the success of this endeavor, Kuroda Hidetada specifically appointed his valiant generals Akitada and Shichiro, along with his brother Kinizumi Yutaka, as deputy commanders to Kuroda Kinatada. On the eve of their departure, he repeatedly cautioned them to exercise caution. Failure was no longer an option for the Kuroda army. In the 11th year of Tenmon, on the 21st of March, deep in the night, a most unexpected guest suddenly arrived outside the gates of Sakadu Castle, seeking an audience with the head of the Ueda Nageo clan, Nageo Bako. That moment, Nageo Bako had just imbibed a cup of nightcap, preparing to cast aside his troubles and retire for the night, when his son, Nagao Masekage, rushed to the door of his chamber. "Father, splendid news!" he exclaimed, unable to conceal his elation. "An envoy from the court has arrived." The mention of an envoy from the court? Surely, it must be a messenger from the brigands. Just half a month prior, the court in Kasagama Castle had fallen to the rebel Kuroda Hidetaka and his ilk. The three brothers of Lord Saikai and several esteemed retainers of the Nagao clan had perished, and even Lord Saikai and Lord Sadazane were confined within the walls of Chikamine Castle. What good news could possibly arise from such dire circumstances? Nagao Bocho was utterly perplexed by Masekij's words. The envoy from the Kuroda clan intends to support you, father, as the guardian of Ekigo and to maintain the position of governor of Uonyama. Masekij declared, his joy palpable, as if fortune had smiled upon them from the heavens. The Ueda Nagao clan could gain the backing of Kuroda Hidetaka, who occupied the court, as well as Nagao Toshikage in the Nishikamahara district, without shedding a drop of blood. Think carefully, Shingor. What has our clan truly gained? A hollow title of guardian. The Ueda Nagao clan has long held the hereditary position of governor of Uonyama, appointed by the Kanto shogunate, not by a rebel like Kuroda Hidetaka. Nagao Bocho retorted, his anger evident. Father, how can we continue to allow Nagao Zaman to serve as the guardian of Ekigo, when he possesses neither talent nor authority? It is precisely because of Kuroda Hidetaka and Sanj Nakatsukasa that the rebellion has taken root, Masekij said as he pushed aside the paper door. Silence, though I have betrayed the guardianship of Ekigo and the Kanto shogunate. I have never betrayed the Ueda Nagao clan. If I were to seize the title of guardian now, which lord or noble family would ever trust us again? Bocho exclaimed, unwilling to forsake the Ueda Nagao clan. For he had already betrayed Yusuji, Fumiyoshi, and Yusuji Ikeseda. If he were to betray Najeo Sikii, he would lose any credibility he had left. Are you not aware of the current situation in the 7 provinces of Ekigo? The commanders of the Waikabe are merely spectators from across the river, while the middle Ekigo commanders are held in check by Sanj Nakatsukasa. The northern region has already fallen to Kuroda Hidetaka. If you were to raise an army now and march on Chikamine Castle, the majority of the 7 provinces of Ekigo would belong to the Ueda Nagao clan. Masekij's vision was remarkably optimistic. Failing to consider whether the Ueda Nagao clan alone could penetrate the neck of the castle region, Kuroda Hidetaka and Sanj Nakatsukasa had little support left. They were merely attempting to draw our clan into their schemes. Why not seek out Nagao Tomodo, Hachige Nakatsukasa, or Yamamura New York D among the branch families of the Ueda Nagao clan or the Yusuji clan? Their succession to the guardianship of Ekigo would be far more legitimate. Bocho understood well that Kuroda Hidetaka and Nagao Toshikage had turned to the Ueda Nagao clan out of desperation, that if they could secure the support of the local lords aligned with Yusuji, Sadazane, and Nagao Saikai, would they willingly relinquish the guardianship of Ekigo? It would be even more prudent to side with Kuroda Hidetaka and Sanj Nakatsukasa, allowing you, father, to take the lead, ultimately positioning you as the rightful guardian of Ekigo. Masekij continued to press his father, as long as I draw breath, I will never betray the Ueda Nagao clan. Do not indulge in such fanciful dreams, Bocho exclaimed, hurling an incense burner at Masekij. While it did not strike him directly, it scattered incense ash all over Masekij. Father, why are you so obstinate? If we ally with Kuroda Hidetaka and Sanj Nakatsukasa, we need not worry about pacifying the 7 provinces of Ekigo. I have heard that the Eizu Ashina clan is also prepared to support us from Tsugawa Castle, Masekij said, brushing the ash from his clothing. If you continue to speak, I shall consider you no son of mine. Nagao Bocho declared, shutting the door and ignoring Masekij outside. Thus, after failing to persuade his father to join Kuroda Hidetaka and Nagao Toshikage, Masekij left in disgrace. However, he did not abandon his plans entirely. Instead, he departed from the main castle to Hirose Kuruma. Shingor, what did Ekizan no Kami say? Asked Kuroda's envoy, Hirose Haniman, upon seeing Masekij approach with a stern expression. My father does not agree, but in the interest of the Ueda Nagao clan, he has decided to go into seclusion. Masekij clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the main castle. It is commendable that you possess such resolve, Shingor. The Kuroda clan and other commanders wish to support the head of the Ueda Nagao clan as the guardian of Ekigo. Governing the 7 provinces of Ekigo and Nakagawa, Hirose Haniman whispered in Masekij's ear. Please, wait here, Hirose. No, I shall return shortly, Masekij replied before dashing towards the Suemon Kuruma. Merely a quarter of an hour later, Nagao Masekij led over 200 guard from Suemon Kuruma swiftly into the main castle. As he approached, the guard stationed at Sakato Castle allowed him passage without question, recognizing his authority. Yet, little did everyone in the Ueda Nagao clan anticipate that Masekage would suddenly seize the title of Guardian of Ekigo and confine Nagao Bocho. Subsequently, Masekage announced to the public that Nagao Bocho had gone into seclusion, assuming the roles of Lord of Sakado Castle, Ueda District's headman, governor of Uonyama, and head of the Ueda Nagao clan. He also ordered the blockade of Asane Castle, Shimizu Pass, Todozuka Pass, and Mikuni Pass, severing the routes leading to the province of Ueno. Thus, the reinforcements from Hachijo Nobutaka and Uchiyama Mitsuhisa, who were attempting to reach Ekigo, were effectively cut off. They were left stranded in the Ueno Numida domain and informed the then Kanto shogunate, Yusuji Nabimasa, of the situation. Masekage's actions were incited by Kuroda Hidataka and Nagao Toshikage, as the majority of the senior vassals and relatives within the Ueda Nagao clan were reluctant to betray Yusuji Satizane and Nagao Saikai at such a critical juncture. The terms offered by Kuroda Hidataka and Nagao Toshikage were simply that upon the capture of Chikamine Castle, Masekage would be appointed as the next guardian of Ekigo, before the Yamauchi Yusuji clan could investigate the circumstances of this incident. Nagao Bocho was rescued by the seemingly allied figures of Iguchi Kanetaka and Nagao Kajiki, Bocho's younger brother, who fled to the castle of Ueda Nagao's senior retainer, Kurabayashi Yashitada, in Hozoa Castle, seeking assistance from Yusuji Satizane and Nagao Saikai in Chikamine Castle. In a state of helplessness, Masekage was compelled to mobilize his forces to assault Hozoa Castle, while simultaneously dispatching swift riders to Kuroda Hidataka, urging him to advance and join forces to capture Chikamine Castle. That on the 23rd of March in the 11th year of Tenbun, in the afternoon, Kuroda Kuniyashi, Kanizumi Sukataka, Akita Yashichika, Ishida S. Zaman, Igarashi Munikiyo, Murayama Sakan, and others led an army of over 3,500 to Sodaima, where they established their main camp. Sodaima and Jayama were separated by a small river, allowing the Kuroda forces to use archery from the summit of Sodaima to suppress the fortifications atop Jayama Castle. That night, at the hour of the dog, Torikyo summoned Kajiki, inquiring, "The Kuroda forces are merely 2 or 3 ri from here, and closer still to Chikamine Castle. They have gathered many troops atop Sodaima. Should we launch a night raid, or wait until tomorrow to engage in battle? What say you, my brother-in-law? If we delay until tomorrow, the Kuroda forces will undoubtedly reinforce their numbers. Tonight, they number over 3,500. And without counting the garrisons of Chikamine Castle and Mushi River Castle, our forces comprise only 300. Engaging them at night would grant us the advantage of surprise, as they remain unaware of our true strength. I believe that a night raid is the best course of action for swiftly repelling the Kuroda forces," Kajiki responded. "You speak wisely, brother-in-law. Then why not launch an immediate attack?" Torikyo declared, grasping his katana, ready to stride outside. "Our forces are shrouded in darkness. How shall we engage in combat?" Wami Takatomo voiced the difficulties of a night assault. "What if we use large torches?" Torikyo proposed a strategy. "Your plan is indeed brilliant, Torikyo," Kajiki acknowledged. Most of the nearby residents had fled to Chikamine Castle, Mushi River Castle, or other provinces, leaving the surrounding villages deserted. Kajiki could not help but admire Torikyo's ingenuity and promptly prepared to act. Thus, Kajiki ordered the forces stationed at Sh Senji, led by Usami Sadakatsu, to take the initiative by setting fire to the surrounding houses of the Kabuya Plain. Subsequently, Usami Sadakatsu sent out men to kindle fires throughout the mountains and forests. The night quickly transformed into a semblance of day, as the Hachijo army swiftly crossed the Saka River and traversed nearly 3 ri of mountainous terrain. Meanwhile, the Kuroda forces were utterly unprepared for a night raid by the Hachijo army. After establishing their camp on Soda, Koda Kuniyashi instructed his commanders, "We shall engage in battle tomorrow. When the time comes, we must not be caught drowsy. Tonight, let us rest and recuperate here." Thus, aside from a few sentinels keeping watch at the foot of Shio Mountain, the troops of Kuroda were largely languishing in slumber amongst the slopes, some resting their heads upon their helmets, others upon their armored sleeves or quivers, lost in a haze of drowsiness, the stroke of midnight. The 300 cavalry of the Hachijo army launched a sudden assault, their war cries resounding like thunder, echoing even to the nearby cities of Chi and Mushi River, causing the defenders, including Hachijo Bihan and Hachijo Neru, to mistakenly believe that the Kuroda forces were advancing to besiege the city. In an instant, panic seized the Kuroda troops, who scattered in disarray, abandoning their posts. Archers forgot their arrows, and those who sought arrows forgot their bows. Fearing the trampling hoofs of the cavalry, they had no choice but to retreat and allow the Hachijo forces to infiltrate their ranks. The Hachijo army swiftly penetrated the heart of the Kuroda formation. Intent on capturing the commander, Kuroda Kuniyashi, in the blink of an eye, the Kuroda forces suffer a loss of nearly 1,000 men amidst the chaos, with countless others injured. Murayama Soko, who had recently joined Kuroda's ranks, recognized the dire situation and promptly led his retainers to retreat from Shio Mountain, surrendering directly to Usuji Sadazane, who was entrenched in Chi Castle. Meanwhile, those leading the advance for Kuroda, including Ishida Zisaba and Igarashi Keiki, were not as fortunate as Murayama Soko, being captured amidst the tumult. Kuroda Kuniyashi and Kanizumi Sukataka, stationed at the core of their formation, abandoned their armor and banners, fleeing westward and leaving their provisions behind on Shio Mountain. Kuroda's vice commanders, Akata and Shicher, stayed behind to cover the retreat of Kuniyashi and Sukataka, but were overwhelmed by the Hachijo forces, eager to claim victory. Thus, the Battle of Shio Mountain concluded with a resounding victory for the Hachijo army, nearly annihilating the 3,500-strong Kuroda contingent. The heads of Akata and Shicher, along with Ishida Zisaba and Igarashi Keiki, were subsequently delivered to Chi Castle for Usuji Sadazane to inspect. The losses sustained by the Hachijo army were minimal in comparison. Upon hearing of the Hachijo army's triumph over the Kuroda forces, the local lords of the Jotsu region began dispatching envoys to Chi Castle to pay respects to Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage, offering provisions and supplies. Some lords who had covertly allied with Kuroda Hidetada severed their ties, most notably Kakizaki Keiji. Upon learning of the outcome of the Battle of Shio Mountain, Keiji was left speechless. Eventually discussing with his brother Kakizaki Yasui the possibility of launching an offensive against Kuroda Hidetada, who had taken refuge in the castle. Meanwhile, Kajizumi and Torichio, having cleared the battlefield at Shio Mountain, made their way to Chi Castle to meet with Usuji, Sadazane, and Nagao. Haruka's heritage remained in a state of unconsciousness. Sadazane came alone to express his gratitude to Torichio and Kajizumi for their timely rescue. Your loyalty is unparalleled among the 7 counties of Ekigo. I had thought I would meet my ancestors within the halls of Chi Castle, Sadazane remarked upon seeing Torichio and Kajizumi, still disheveled from the battle. You honor us, my lord. This is simply our duty, Kajizumi humbly replied with a smile, reflecting on the narrow escape they had from the Kuroda forces. My lord, how is my elder brother? Torichio asked, his expression grave, void of elation from their victory. Zisaba has always been frail, and after enduring such setbacks, his condition has worsened. The physician summoned nearby has said he may not have much longer. Usuji Sadazane sighed, resigned. It is all the fault of Kuroda Hidechiyo. Torichio clenched his fists upon hearing Sadazane's words. Although you have repelled the Kuroda army, unrest has arisen within the Ueda Nagao family. Nagao Ekizen has escaped from Sakado Castle after being rescued by his retainers, and is now besieged by his son, Shinger, at Hazawa Castle. Usuji Sadazane's spirits dimmed, uncertain when he would return to his domain. How much longer can Nagao Ekizen hold out at Hazawa Castle? Kajizumi did not inquire about the cause of the unrest, but instead asked how long Nagao BCH could withstand the siege, leaving Sadazane momentarily at a loss for an answer. Perhaps a month. Not everyone in Ueda's household is willing to follow Nagao Shin. Furthermore, Shinger's assault on his father was prompted by Nagao Ekizen's refusal to support Kuroda Hidechiyo and Sanji Saba. To everyone's astonishment, Hidechiyo offered Shinger an opportunity to succeed his father's position as the protector of Ekigo. The most baffling aspect is that Shinger has taken it upon himself to seize Sakado Castle, confining his father while assuming the titles of head of the household, estate lord, and county magistrate. Usuji Sadazane was astounded that Nagao Bisich, who had been so astute throughout his life, could fall prey to his own son. If Nagao Ekizen can hold out for a month, we might as well first send aid to Machida Castle. Reports indicate that Machida Castle is currently under siege by over 1,000 Kuroda troops. And the Lord of Senji Castle, Izaki Jurzaemon, has also sided with the Kuroda forces, making that situation even more dire. Kajizumi aimed to stabilize the situation in Jotsu before sending assistance to Nagao Bisage. Your discernment of priorities is commendable. You are indeed a capable general, Yusuji Sadazane remarked, filled with admiration that My Lord. Urgent news. The Lord of Machida Castle, Machida Z. Saba, has successfully defeated Akata and Izaki Jurzaemon. Breaking the siege, at that moment, Shibata Zumi rushed into the main hall, breathless, delivering the good news to Yusuji Sadazane and the others. Not long after Torichiyo and Kajizumi's victory over Kuroda Kuniyashi with their 300 troops at Shio Mountain. This news spread throughout all of Ekigo and beyond. Merely 3 days later, the generals dispatched by Nagao Masekage to besiege Hazawa Castle either surrendered to Nagao BCH or returned to their own strongholds, tipping the scales of victory increasingly in favor of Nagao BCH. Meanwhile, Kuroda Kuniyashi and Kanizumi Sukitaka managed to escape to their castle with only a handful of horsemen. Upon learning of the Kuroda army's disastrous defeat at Shio Mountain, Kuroda Hidetada nearly fainted, utterly astonished that the young Torichiyo and Kajizumi could vanquish his 3,500 troops with a mere 300 of father. I am incompetent. I failed to guard against the night raid by the Hachijo army, resulting in our calamitous defeat. Lord Shichir has also fallen, Kuroda Kuniyashi lamented, being supported by 2 samurai as he entered the Great Hall. Brother, we should abandon the castle and retreat to our domain. The speed of the Hachijo cavalry is simply too swift, leaving us no time to react, as if they descended from the heavens. Kanizumi Sukitaka, limping and with an arrow still lodged in his right leg, approached Kuroda Hidetada. The Hachijo clan is notorious for their equestrian skills. This is common knowledge in the eastern provinces. I dispatched over 3,500 troops, including my own bannermen, valiant warriors, and Lord Shichir. How could you be defeated by a mere 300 Hachijo cavalry? How can I face Ange Z. Saba now? Kuroda Hidetada struggled to accept this bitter reality. Did not Nagao Shinger decide to ally with us and successfully seize Sakado Castle to assume leadership? If he were to launch an attack on Chi Castle now, we might still have a chance. Kuroda Kuniyashi suddenly recalled the recently aligned Nagao Masekage. Do not mention it. His father, Nagao Ekizen, has been rescued by retainers unwilling to follow Shinga, and has fled to Hazawa Castle. If the generals from Iwanima learn of our disastrous defeat at Shio Mountain, it is unlikely Shinger's command will extend beyond Sakado Castle. Kuroda Hidetada had little faith in Masekage's ability to command compared to his father. BCH.My Lord. Grave news. Nagao Ekizen has repelled the forces sent by Nagao Shinger at Hazawa Castle, reclaiming several strongholds including Arado Castle, Asabe Castle, Mikuni Pass, Tsukizuka, Shimizu, and Hitachi, while Hachijo's retainers, Hachijo Ek no Kami and Uchiyama SBU, have arrived in Iwanima from Jashu with reinforcements. The news that Kuroda Hidetada dreaded most had arrived. What? Immediately summoned the commanders besieging Machida Castle to withdraw to the castle. Kuroda Hidetada felt the situation in Jotsu spiraling out of control. Realizing he might no longer hold sway over the vicinity at My Lord, Akata has been captured by Machida Z. Saba at the foot of Machida Castle. Hirose Haney Eamon rushed into the main hall. Panic-stricken, upon hearing this, Kuroda Hidetada was so taken aback that he dropped his folding fan onto the tatami mat. Brother, we should retreat to the lower Ekigo while we still can. If we delay, the Hachijo cavalry will swiftly infiltrate the castle, Kanizumi suggested, though reclaiming Akata's head seemed increasingly impossible given the current circumstances. The only hope for survival lies in the return of our capabilities. At least for now, figures such as Yusuji, Sadazane, and Nagao Heritage lack the capacity to mobilize a substantial army for an assault. With over 1,000 troops, supplemented by the several hundred under the command of Inazaki Jurzaemon, how is it that even the modest Machida Castle remains unconquered? Kuroda Kunitada himself was left perplexed. After Shota, No Kan and Inazuki Jurazamen had encircled Machida Castle with their forces, they established their main camp near Lake Machida to the west of the castle. To their astonishment, Jurazamen, unexpectedly, launched a sudden sortie from within the castle, charging straight towards their encampment by the lake. Caught off guard, both Shota, No Kan, and Inazuki Jurazamen fought valiantly, but ultimately perished. Hirose Hanuman subsequently articulated the situation. Inazuki Jurazamen was originally a vassal of the Kakizaki clan, and it was a stroke of fortune that he stood with us at all. Kakizaki Izumi no Kami has likely already turned traitor. Otherwise, he would have rallied his troops to our side long ago. Kuroda Hidetada felt utterly disillusioned with the Kakizaki clan. Should Kakizaki Izumi no Kami side with the Lord, our withdrawal from the castle will become exceedingly difficult. Kanetsu Yutaka could not help but break into a cold sweat, fearing that the Kakizaki clan might suddenly mobilize their forces to attack the castle. He promptly ordered the remaining defenders from locations such as Kashinotai, Fukushima, Takata, Umma, Nagayama, Okimi, Higashijo, Takadate, Kuroda, and Kawachi to assemble at the palace, while Aizuno Kami was tasked with preparing the vessels for retreat to Kuratakujo. Kuroda Hidetada, under the pressing circumstances, had no time to regroup the defeated troops. Leaving them to fend for themselves to your command, replied Kanetsu Yutaka and the others, who promptly set off to fulfill their orders, leaving Kuroda Hidetada alone in the Grand Hall. Truly, the 7 provinces lay in ruin, and the land was filled with soldiers. As Hidetada gazed upon the courtyard from the corridor of the Grand Hall, he could not help but lament. Thus, within less than a month of seizing the area surrounding the castle, Kuroda Hidetada suffered the loss of over 4,000 troops and was compelled to retreat by sea to Kuratakujo on the 27th of March. Torichiyo and Kagesada gathered the garrison from locations such as Makugawa Castle, Chikamine Castle, and Inyabuse Castle, seizing the momentum from their decisive victory over the Kuroda forces to launch an all-out counterattack. Simultaneously, they commanded their allies stationed at Mikawa Castle, Okumur A-side, and Torasaka Mountain Castle's Momoi Yoshitaka, as well as Yamamoto JCH of Fudd Mountain Castle, to march towards the palace. Soon, Torichiyo and Kagesada discovered that the castles and fortifications previously occupied by the Kuroda forces stood abandoned, allowing them to swiftly reclaim Kashinotai Castle, Fukushima Castle, Takata Castle, Oma Castle, Nagayama Castle, Okimi Castle, Higashijo Fort, Takadate Castle, Kuroda Castle, and Kawachi Fort in succession. Upon their arrival at the palace, they found it utterly deserted. The Kuroda forces had retreated entirely. After inquiring with the townsfolk outside the castle, they learned that the Kuroda forces had departed by ship for Kuratakujo the day prior. The fact that Kuroda Masataka and others had escaped was indeed a setback. Although Torichiyo had successfully reclaimed the area surrounding the palace, he could not bring himself to rejoice that it was imperative to first welcome Lord Sadazane and Lord Herikage back to the palace. Chikamine Castle was not a place for prolonged stays. They needed to send word to the Kanto Shugo in Joshu regarding these developments. Kagesada was initially concerned that if the Kuroda forces remained entrenched in the area surrounding the palace, it would inevitably lead to a bitter struggle. Even if they triumphed, the prosperous surroundings of the palace would undoubtedly be reduced to scorched earth. Your brother speaks wisely, Torichiyo conceded, reluctantly setting aside his thoughts of pursuing the enemy. With Sanbei and Usami, Minbu sh Suk, you are to have each division rest for the time being. Our forces still need to assist Nagao Ekizen no Kami in quelling the rebellion. The commanders in Yuanyama still stand with Kuroda Masataka and Sanj Nakatsusa sh Suk's faction, but if we were to deploy against the enemy occupying Kuratakujo, Sanj Castle, and Shinzen Castle, they might become a future threat to us. For now, we must first pacify Yuanyama before considering any further actions in the lower regions of at this moment. Kagesada had become a mere tool, scarcely pausing for breath to your command. Gomi Takashi and Usami Sadashige understood that reclaiming the empty palace and Kasagama Castle without bloodshed was hardly a feat worthy of acclaim. They hoped to earn recognition by rallying renowned warriors to establish their own legacies. With the reclamation of the area surrounding the palace by the Hachijo forces, Torichiyo and Kagesada promptly welcomed back Yasuji Sadazane and Nagao Herikage. who had previously taken refuge in Chikamine Castle, in the name of Usuji Sadazane. Kage Sada and Torichiyo honored the fallen warriors at the palace and the battlefield of Sleeve Mountain by erecting a memorial stone to commemorate their deeds, while their benevolence also extended to the enemy, ensuring that the deceased from Kuroda Hidetada and Nagao Toshikage's ranks were likewise interred with dignity. That moment, Nagao Herikage, who had been unconscious and brought into the palace, suddenly regained consciousness. Upon learning that Torichiyo and Kage Sada had triumphed over the Kuroda forces with a mere 300 cavalry against over 3,000, he was filled with joy and proposed that Torichiyo be allowed to return to the fold and don the ceremonial garments of adulthood. Usuji Sadazane immediately consented, recognizing that among the 7 provinces of Echigo, there were but a handful of loyal souls willing to serve in the protection of the clan. The events at Chikamine Castle alone illustrated that the majority of the local lords remained passive onlookers to the actions of Kuroda, Hidetada, and Nagao Toshikage. Fortuitously, Torichiyo hailed from the esteemed Nagao family of the palace. It would be prudent to facilitate her inheritance of the family name and the leadership of the Nagao clan in Echigo, ensuring her a peaceful and quiet retirement, free from the turmoil of the region. After years of intellectual and strategic dueling with Nagao Toshikage, he was weary of the conflict and had long discerned that warriors like him would only multiply. However, upon hearing this, Kage Sada promptly suspended his plans to advance into Yuanyama and appointed Hachijo Myunsuk as his representative, commanding over 700 of the Hachijo forces to converge in Yuanyama and unite with Nagao Kazutaka and the other allied commanders. He then made his way directly to the palace to confer with Usuji Sadazane regarding this matter. Why did Lord Sadazane suddenly intend for Torichiyo to inherit the Nagao family name? Even if she were to assume the role of protector of Echigo after Lord Herikage's passing, would the lords of the 7 provinces truly pledge their loyalty to her? Kage Sada doubted that the proud and fierce warriors from across the provinces would readily submit to the command of Torichiyo, who lacked experience to be present. Within the Nagao lineage of the palace, Torichiyo was the sole survivor, while the others had either been adopted elsewhere or fallen in the battle for the palace. The old man and Jurizamen have no other choice, Usuji Sadazane lamented. What if Lord Sadazane were to adopt Torichiyo as a daughter? It is not sustainable for you to remain without heirs. Kage Sada promptly proposed a most reasonable suggestion, it not fitting for Nagao Jurizamen, who also has no children, to adopt her. Yet Usuji Sadazane remained steadfast in his intention for Torichiyo to inherit the family name. No, it cannot be. The Nagao family can still look to branches from elsewhere to carry on the lineage. The protectorate must not be allowed to die out. If the protectorate were to become extinct, what significance would the continued existence of the hold? The protectorate and they are inherently interdependent, both essential to one another. Kage Sada continued to counsel Usuji Sadazane from the perspective of the greater good. While that may be true, as the minister of Nakatsukusa, I can only agree to let Jurizamen adopt Torichiyo as a daughter, after the late Nagao Shinanakami assassinated 2 lords in succession. Maintaining the current relationship between Echigo and the Kanto Shugo has already been a considerable challenge. Usuji Sadazane sighed heavily. Perhaps it would be prudent to appoint the Hirako and Oishi clans, who have ties to the Kanto Shugo, as intermediaries, allowing them to facilitate communication. All that Lord Sadazane and Lord Herikage need to do is offer gold and silver to the influential figures among the Kanto Shugo, such as Nagano Shinanakami and the close advisors of Kensei no Kami, such as Shirakawa Shinani and Kuretake Same. Kage Sada reasoned that since the Kanto Shugo had previously agreed to dispatch reinforcements to Echigo, it was evident they would not abandon the protectorate in its time of need. Understood. But who would be suitable to inherit the? I wonder if the minister of Nakatsukusa has any suitable candidates in mind? Usuji Sadazane nodded, still concerned about the lack of heirs for the Nagao family. Currently, there is no urgency regarding the succession of the. Once Torichiyo has gained the Kanto Shugo's recognition, she can involve herself in the selection of the heir for the. She alone would be most suitable to decide the affairs of the Kage Sada, remained committed to prioritizing Torichiyo's inheritance of the protectorate. Only by securing this position could she wield the legitimate authority to govern the 7 provinces of Echigo. Lest the region descend into further chaos that I shall send word to the Kanto Shugo and appoint Hirako Yumasuk and Oishi New York D as intermediaries. Yusuji Sadazane acquiesced to Kage Sada's insistence. Were it not for the joint efforts of Kage Sada and Torachiyo in defeating the Kuroda forces, he and Nagao Herikage would have met their demise in Chikamine Castle. Furthermore, Kage Sada had yet to request any form of reward. Had such a fine general appeared 20 years earlier, he would not have suffered the indignity of being confined by Nagao Toshikage for so long. Lord Sadazane is wise. Perhaps it would be prudent to send envoys to Kakizaki Castle, forgiving Kakizaki Izumi no Kami for his inaction and urging him to launch an attack against the long-occupied Sakato Castle, reclaiming his honor in the process. Jingding intends to observe how the Kashizaki family responds to this situation. Although Koda Hidetada summoned a considerable military force within his territory before retreating from the castle, ultimately, he did not deploy his troops. After all, Kashizaki Izumi no Kami is the son-in-law of Kuroda Masatake, and it would indeed be feasible to dispatch him to attack Nagao Shingo, who is entrenched in Sakato Castle. However, sending him to assault Kurodaki Castle might result in defection on the battlefield. Yusuji Sadazane harbors some concerns regarding this matter. Kuroda Masatake suffered a loss of 4,000 troops in Jotsu, nearly annihilating his entire army upon returning to Kurodaki Castle, making it impossible for him to pose a threat in the short term. For now, it is sufficient for the generals of Nakakuni to suppress Sanjo Nakatsukasa and stabilize the situation in the rear. Jingding believes that the Kashizaki family is not so foolish as to overlook the current developments, especially those who have successfully aligned themselves with the Murakami and the Shiba clans. The downfall of Kuroda Hidetada and Nagao Toshikage is merely a matter of time. Such is excellent news. Yusuji Sadazane finally feels relieved. The days of constant anxiety have been truly unbearable. Subsequently, Yusuji Sadazane dispatched envoys to Kashizaki Castle, urging the Kashizaki family to send troops to assist Nagao Fuzuka and other generals from the Iwanuma region in attacking Sakato Castle. However, the Kashizaki family did not intend to lead the troops personally, opting instead to send Kashizaki Yasui with 1,000 soldiers, while they continued to observe the movements of various factions from within Kashizaki Castle. Upon learning that the Kashizaki family was willing to mobilize troops, Jingding felt reassured and hastened to join forces with Hachijo Fushige and Hachijo Nori at Hazawa Castle. Meanwhile, Nagao Masakage did not remain idle. He dispatched men to construct outposts in areas such as Misato Island and Atsuki, attempting to delay the advance of the punitive forces that he planned to wait for Kuroda Hidetada to deploy troops from the castle to Iwanuma, at which point he would launch a counterattack. However, Nagao Masakage was unaware that Kuroda Hidetada had already abandoned the castle with his remnants and retreated to Kurodaki Castle. Even Nagao Toshikage, who was causing disturbances in Nakakuni, failed to make significant progress and began to be suppressed by the generals of Nakakuni, including Nagao Fuzuka, Nagao Fujikage, and Honjo Sanai. Jingding realized that Nagao Masakage's actions were merely a stalling tactic. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry to attack Sakato Castle, as it had been under the control of the Ueda Nagao family for over a century, and a forceful assault would result in tremendous casualties. Subsequently, Jingding and Nagao Fuzuka issued proclamations throughout Iwanuma, summoning the local lords to assemble at Hazawa Castle. Every arrival was met with Jingding personally coming out to greet them. Upon learning that the Kashizaki family had also sided with Yusuji Sadazane and Nagao Harisuke, Nagao Masakage was taken aback and hastily summoned his vassals in the eastern Iwanuma region to reinforce Sakato Castle, Keisanzen Castle, and Kinjizan Castle, while also sending envoys to request military assistance from the Yokota Yamauchi family and the Komeo's Kawahara family in Nishi. However, his subordinate, Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Haigor began to harbor thoughts of surrender. Although Nagao Masakage contemplated ordering them to commit seppuku within the castle, he ultimately deemed it inappropriate to incite internal strife so close to a major battle. Yet Nagao Masakage's plans quickly unraveled that on April 5 Fukuji Takashige and Hirako Yoshiro led 1,000 troops to attack Sakaki Castle, only to discover that the castle lord, Hazaki Nagoro, was unwilling to serve Nagao Masakage. Before the forces of Fukuji Takashige and Hirako Yoshiro arrived, he opened the gates and surrendered. Upon learning of this, Jingding promptly issued a letter of safe conduct to Hazaki Nagaharu, allowing him to retain control of Sakaki Castle and join the punitive forces, overlooking past grievances. Consequently, the local lords who had sided with Nagao Masekage in Yuanyama began to defect to the punitive forces like a row of dominoes. The lord of Urasa Castle, Aoki Shikashige, and the lord of Rokumaki Castle, Fukushima Masanari, witnessed their vassals, including Isakari and others, successively surrendering to the punitive forces and joining their ranks. This severed Nagao Masekage connections and roots with the Yokota Yamauchi family and the Komeo's Kawahara family in Nishiju entirely. In this manner, the punitive forces quickly encircled Sakato Castle from the west and north by crossing the Wino River and the Sengoku River. Furthermore, the recently reinforced Keisanzen Castle and Kinjizan Castle also surrendered after the persuasion of Ueda Nagao's elder, Kurabayashi Yashitada. The only castle Nagao Masekage could still control was Sakato Castle. To ensure the successful capture of Sakato Castle, Jingding dispatched two prominent figures from the Ueda Nagao family, Oita Yasuji and Oita Kajikuni, to stealthily enter Sakato Castle via a mountain path under the cover of night, intending to persuade the Oita clan members within, including Oita Masanaka and members of the Ueda Nagao clan, such as Nagao Yoshinori and Nagao Haigor, to open the gates of the main water gate and Hirose Gate, allowing the punitive forces to enter the castle smoothly. Unexpectedly, shortly after Oita Yasuji and Oita Kajikuni entered Sakato Castle, chaos erupted within as flames illuminated the sky and cries of battle resounded. Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Eisho Kami, in a desperate bid for mercy from Jingding and Nagao Fuzuka, led their forces to set fire to various sections of the castle, igniting watchtowers and longhouses, and opened various gates in preparation for the punitive forces' entrance. Nagao Masekage, who had just settled down for the night in the main keep, was abruptly awakened by the sounds of battle and urgently inquired, "Who is causing this turmoil?" "It is Oita Masanaka, Nagao Haigor, and Nagao Eisho Kami," a retainer hastily reported. Had he ordered these wavering individuals to commit seppuku earlier, this situation could have been avoided. "It is all my fault." Though Nagao Masekage felt regret, it was already too late to end the ensuing chaos. The forces under Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Kami not only set fire to the longhouses and watchtowers of the various gates, but also continuously shot fire arrows toward the main keep, causing it to ignite as well. Nagao Masekage could hardly fathom that Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Eisho Kami would crazily launch a fire attack against the main keep. Sakato Castle was not merely a fortress. It was the stronghold of the Ueda Nagao family, and the place from which governance was administered in Yuonuma. An hour later, Jingding dispatched Hachijo Fushige, Hachijo Nuria, and others to support Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Eisho Kami. Soon, Nagao Masekage found himself overwhelmed and fled. During his escape from Sakato Castle through Yakushita, he was struck by an arrow and, realizing he could not evade his fate, committed seppuku in the mountains near Senzenura. His remaining troops, upon learning of his demise, scattered in all directions. Upon seeing the towering flames of Sakato Castle from Hazawa Castle, Nagao Fuzuka felt a pang in his chest and collapsed, knowing that Nagao Masekage's fate was likely grim. The following day, after leading his forces to extinguish the great fire at Sakato Castle, Jingding stood at the site of the former main keep. Sakato, the gateway to the east, he sighed, had it not been for the strategic efforts of Oita Masanaka and Nagao Eisho Kami. "I cannot fathom the cost we would have incurred to capture this castle. Good news, my lord. We have found the head of Nagao Shingo." At that moment, Gomi Takashige hurriedly arrived, presenting the severed head of Nagao Masekage. "Is it true? Have Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Eisho Kami confirmed it?" Jingding worried that Nagao Masekage might have escaped to Nakakoni in the chaos, fearing he might seek refuge at Sanjo Castle or Kurodaki Castle. Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Eisho Kami all confirmed it. Indeed, it was the head of Nagao Shingo, found near Senzenura. Gomi Takashige thought to himself that he had achieved great merit by locating Nagao Masekage's head. After stitching the head to the body and cleaning it, he sent it to Hazawa Castle to be handed over to Nagao Ekiza no Kami, extending his condolences. Jingding, wishing to avoid strife with the Ueda Nagao family, privately decided not to send Nagao Maseki's head to the castle. Understood. Gomi Takashige, upon hearing this, could only leave the site of the main keep in disappointment, and why Lord Sakato Castle has fallen, and the local lords of Yuanyama, upon receiving the letters of safe conduct, have successively retreated to their own territories. Hachijo Fushige remarked thoughtfully behind Jingding. The Kashizaki forces contributed little to this battle. It would have been better if they had not come. Hachijo Nori expressed angrily, stating that the success of this battle was primarily due to the efforts of the 8-Jo army and Oita Masanaka, Nagao Yoshinori, and Nagao Haigor. Had the Kashizaki family not sent troops to assist, would this battle have proceeded so smoothly? Would the castles and fortifications of the Ueda Nagao family have surrendered without a fight? Jingding still believed that the arrival of the Kashizaki forces had some impact. The castle's essential facilities, such as the treasure store and armory, were nearly all destroyed, and longhouses and watchtowers were reduced to ashes. Restoring this castle would likely require a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. After surveying the desolate scene, Hachijo Fushige noted, "Our forces should also retreat to Biwa Island Castle. We have been outside our territory for a month, and we cannot afford to delay agricultural work." Jingding did not wish to find himself without provisions by the end of the year. My Lord speaks wisely. The conflict between the Hachijo and the Hachijo clans has reached an impasse, with both sides acknowledging the continued fighting would ultimately deter anyone from farming. The chief of the Chei clan had initially believed that KT would spare the life of Chei Masekich, merely commanding him to become a monk. However, he was utterly unprepared for the tragic turn of events when Chei Masekich chose to commit seppuku in the vicinity of Qianyuan. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of Chei Masekich laid upon the ground in the courtyard of the main keep in Wazicheng, the heart of the Chei chief felt a profound sense of unease. Although he was reluctant to support figures such as Kuroda Hideyoshi and Chei Tashikage, he also refrained from aiding Yasuji Sadazane and Chei Heritage, not dispatching even a single soldier to Chikamin Castle. Furthermore, the majority of the local lords within the Yuanyama district were ordered to remain within their territories and refrain from unauthorized attacks. Despite this, Chei Masekich, unable to contain his emotions, was swayed by the Kuroda retainer Hirose Han-Iman and resolved to join Kuroda, Hideyoshi, and Chei Tashikage faction. At present, Chei's chief, advanced in age, finds himself without a suitable heir to inherit the name of the Ueda Chei clan. His second son, Ida Kajikuni, has long been adopted into the Ida family, and his daughter is married to the lord of Yasuda Castle, Yasuda Nagahide. His two younger brothers, Chei Kajizane and Chei Kajiki, lack the capabilities necessary for leadership and are entirely unsuitable to inherit the family legacy of the Ueda Chei clan, particularly following the recent internal strife within the Ueda Chei family, which has left them severely weakened. They are utterly incapable of pacifying the local lords of Yuonuma, in a state of despair. Chei's chief took vows at Regen Temple, adopting the monastic name Getsush Ikai. Concurrently, several high-ranking officials of the Ueda Chei clan, including Kurabayashi Yorichika and Gawa's confidants, followed suit and also embraced the monastic life. On the 19th of April in the 11th year of the Tenbun era, Yasuji Sadazane and Chei Heritage held a grand coming-of-age ceremony for Torichiyo at the Yuchi government office. The esteemed Yasuji Noriyuki, a senior retainer of the Yamanouchi Yasuji clan, placed a black cap upon Torichiyo's head. The cap is reserved for individuals of the 3rd rank or higher, or those of the 4th or 5th rank who have received special permission to enter the Siri-den. The young master of the Chei clan, Chei Kajinobu, styled Torichiyo's hair, while Yasuji Sadazane himself officiated the ceremony. Notable lords from the 7 districts of Ekigo, including Hachige Kajitada, Yamamoto Sadanari, Momoi Yoshitaka, Yamamura New York D, Chei Kazukage, Chei New York D Getsush, the chief of Chei Fujikage, Chei Korkage, Nakage Fujisuk, Kuma Asahide, Kakazaki Keiji, H.J. Takahiro, Nao Mitsukane, and Sate Sadatomo, all gathered as guests to witness the ceremony. Even Guy Heritage, despite his illness, forced himself to attend, supported by nearby aides. It can be said that important branches of the Chei family, including those from Gokurakud, Ueda, Shimoda, and Kurosawa, all seized upon this opportunity to expand their influence. That on this day, the once empty hall of the Yuchi government office was filled with prominent lords from the 7 districts of Ekigo. Usuji Satizane approached Torichiyo and recited the ceremonial words. On this auspicious day, we commence the coming-of-age ceremony. Abandon your youthful aspirations and embrace the path of virtue. May you enjoy longevity and prosperity. And may you receive blessings in abundance. As the month and year align, we bestow upon you the ceremonial attire. Respect the dignity of your station and cultivate your virtues. May your life be blessed for 1,000 years. And may you forever receive the favor of the heavens. With the precision of the year and the auspiciousness of the month, we adorn you in the ceremonial attire, with your brothers present. May you fulfill your virtues. May your blessings be boundless, and may you receive the grace of heaven. Subsequently, Chei Kajinobu skillfully arranged Torichiyo's hair, having practiced extensively under the guidance of Chei Kazukichi to ensure that there would be no embarrassment in front of the audience. For it would not merely reflect poorly on him, but would disgrace the Chei clan. Usuji Noriyuki then gently placed the black cap upon Torichiyo's head and secured it. Following this, Usuji Satizane concluded the ceremony with a series of blessings. Torichiyo, familiar with the proceedings, respectfully greeted the guests in order of their rank, then declared her unwavering commitment to uphold the principles of the warrior class and her determination to rally forces to vanquish the petty tyrants of neighboring lands, vowing to restore the glory of the Usuji clan. After Torichiyo completed her vows, Usuji Satizane presented a pre-prepared document, announcing to all present, the name of Chei Hizo shall be altered to Tora with the permission of the Kanto governor, Lord Usuji Norikata. From this day forth, I shall adopt him as my son and bestow upon him the name Usuji Hizo Masatura. The assembly was well aware that Torichiyo was the daughter of Chei Kazukichi. However, they were also cognizant of her reputation for bravery and prowess, having defeated Kuroda forces numbering over 3,000 with a mere 300 of her OWIT was an achievement that others could hardly fathom. Thus, they acquiesced to Usuji Satizane's designation without raising any objections. Hizo, filled with gratitude, pledged his unwavering loyalty to the Usuji clan. Torichiyo was overjoyed to hear her new name, unaware that this entire arrangement had been orchestrated by Satizane in her favor. Little did she know that the name Usuji Masatura would resonate across the 60 provinces in the future. Rumors had circulated that Hizo was set to inherit the name of the Yuchi Chei clan. So the sudden adoption by Satizane surprised many. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Nakage Fujisuke soon realized that this day marked not only Torichiyo's coming-of-age ceremony, but also Usuji Satizane's official adoption of her. Previously, he had fervently advocated for Usuji Satizane to adopt the second son of Date Masamune, Date Tadamune, and this unexpected twist left him exceedingly displeased. Perhaps it is best for Nakage to step aside. Torichiyo's position as the guardian of the Usuji clan is indeed more fitting than that of the outsider. Tadamune, Satizane's legitimate wife, was the late sister of Chei Shinano no Kami, and her brother, the late Kamijarima no Kami, was also the son-in-law of Chei Shinano no Kami. Even Chei Heritage's legitimate wife is the daughter of Satizane. Given these connections, Torichiyo is certainly more closely related to Satizane than the foreign Tadamune. It is clear that Satizane holds Torichiyo in high regard. She commanded the forces at the Battle of Tsuyama, and even I could only follow in her wake. Noticing Fujisuke's displeasure as he whispered with others, Kajizane pulled him aside to offer counsel. Lord Nakage, how can Satizane suddenly renege on his earlier promise? Nakage Fujisuke's frustration only intensified as he pondered the matter. Calm yourself, for Heritage currently has no sons or daughters. Look, Kajizane whispered softly into Fujisuke's ear. This sudden demotion in status may not bode well. Fujisuke remarked, though his expression softened slightly to "It is acceptable. She can first be adopted by Heritage, and later, we can discuss possibilities. For example, Yamamura Niordi from the Yanuchi Usuji clan also has no children. Kajizane further tempted Fujisuke. Indeed, considering the status of the Date clan, it is clear that any warrior family from the 7 districts of Echigo could inherit. Fujisuke nodded in agreement. Moreover, the Usuji clan cannot afford to become extinct, so I shall rely on you, Lord Nakage, to assist in this matter. Kajizane said with a smile, I shall certainly do my utmost to alleviate the burdens of the Guardian clan and the Usuji clan, striving to facilitate this arrangement. With that, Fujisuke's frown finally lifted. Congratulations to Satizane for securing a successor, Kajizane remarked as he approached Usuji Satizane to offer his congratulations. Without Lord Norikata's permission, how could I adopt a son so casually? Usuji Satizane was fully aware of why Usuji Norikata had sanctioned Toracho's adoption. The Yamanuchi Usuji clan still harbored aspirations for Echigo and sought to seize this opportunity to expand their influence, thereby gaining further control over the region and drawing the Echigo warriors back into the conflicts of Kanto. Currently, Lord Norikata is also worried about the potential extinction of the Usuji clan, so Satizane should not dwell on such matters. Kajizane subtly gestured to Usuji Satizane, considering that Usuji Noriyuki, dispatched by the Yamanuchi Usuji clan, had yet to depart. It would be prudent to avoid any remarks that might evoke unwanted sentiments. Enough at last. I have secured a successor and can rest easy without concerning myself with political affairs. Usuji Satizane finally revealed his ultimate intention. So, Lord Satizane has long harbored thoughts of retirement. Kajizane couldn't help but chuckle. Were it not for you in Torachijo, I might have met my end at Chikamine Castle long ago. The Guardian clan has long since lost its power, and with no rewards to offer, I can only bestow upon Torachijo the name of the Usuji clan. Usuji Satizane lamented. Indeed, continuously issuing proclamations of gratitude is not a sustainable strategy. Kajizane agreed with a nod. Lord Nakage, you must dedicate yourself to supporting Torachijo. Even if the name of the Uchi clan fades into oblivion, as long as the Usuji clan endures, the name of the Uchi clan will inevitably be restored. At that moment, the frail Sentai Heritage approached, supported by attendants that I shall comply. After all, Torachijo is my sworn sister. If I do not support her well, Eling will surely not allow me to enter her chamber. Kajizane replied with a smile. You must also treat Eling well, for our late father held a deep affection for her and her sister until his last breath. Heritage felt as though she had been adopted. Frail and sickly, yet never had Sentai Kazekage shown such concern for her. Understood, Kage nodded. Thus, the coming-of-age ceremony for Toracho concluded after the name was bestowed. Most guests exchanged a few congratulatory words before beginning to depart. Kajizane approached Masatora and softly remarked, Soon, you shall inherit the name of the Usuji clan, as both Lord Satizane and Lord Heritage desire. Regardless, both I and Ailing shall extend our unwavering support to you. The Hachijo clan has always been the loyal vassals of the Guardian family. Henceforth, consider the Hachijo clan as your own retainers to command. Thank you, dear brother. After hearing this, Masatika felt a surge of confidence. As long as Keiki was present, all the generals of Kamiyoshi would adhere to their duties as vassals. It would merely be a matter of time before the factions led by Kuroda Hideyasu and Nagao Toshikage in the western part of Echigo would be subdued. Following his coming-of-age ceremony, Masatika, with the approval of Usuji Sanahiza and Nagao Heritage, relocated to the main keep of Kasagayama Castle and dispatched Oishi Nudo to the imperial court, offering 100 ryo for repairs to the imperial palace and requesting the appointment of the official title of junior 5th rank minor controller, while also applying for a decree of restoration of order in times of war from the court. However, upon Masatika's coming of age and assumption of authority over Kasagayama Castle, it was Kuroda, Hideyasu, and Nagao Toshikage who first expressed dissent and initiated hostilities. They clearly had forgotten the pain of their previous defeats, particularly Kuroda Hideyasu, whose treacherous ambitions persisted even after failing to secure the castle. Both Kuroda and Nagao once again summoned troops within their domains, conscripting all males aged 14 to 60 for military service. Originally, Keiki had suggested to Usuji Sanahiza and Nagao Heritage to pardon Kuroda, Hideyasu, and Nagao Toshikage for their treasonous acts, hoping they would repent and return to serve the Usuji family of Echigo. However, they remained quiet for less than a month before rising in rebellion again. Showing utter disregard for the guardian family and its representatives, in utter exasperation, Keiki had no choice but to request Kuroda Hideyasu's son-in-law, Kakizaki Keiji, to persuade the long-serving vassal of the Nagao family, Kuroda Hideyasu, to return to the right path. Yet, Kuroda Hideyasu dismissed this entirely and, along with Nagao Toshikage, supported the claim of the Canberra branch of the Usugi family. Usugi Yoshiaki, as the guardian of Ekigo, they undertook renovations at Kunisaki Temple in the southern part of Kurodaki Castle, establishing it as Usugi Yoshiaki's residence. Usugi Yoshiaki had long perceived Nagao Herikage's incompetence in governing the 7 provinces of Ekigo, believing that even with Usugi Sanahisa's assistance, it would be futile. Therefore, he agreed to the invitation of Kuroda Hideyasu and Nagao Toshikage, claiming the position of guardian of Ekigo for himself, appointing Nagao Toshikage as his deputy, and Kuroda Hideyasu as the chief executive of the 7 provinces of Ekigo. Nevertheless, Usugi Yoshiaki, Kuroda Hideyasu, and Nagao Toshikage collectively underestimated Masataka's strength and determination. Before his coming of age, Masataka had boldly ventured alone from the territory controlled by the Kuroda army to seek Keiki's support at Lake Biwa Castle. He later devised a strategy at Arashiro, successfully ambushing and defeating an enemy force 10 times his number with just 300 troops, thereby rescuing the beleaguered Chikamine Castle. Kuroda Hideyasu and Nagao Toshikage merely relied on their geographical advantage to maintain control over Kurodaki Castle and Sanjo Castle. Given the severity of the situation, Usugi Sanahisa and Nagao Herikage swiftly convened and appointed Masataka as the Lord of Tachi Castle, overseeing the remaining military forces of the deputy guardian family, the Tachi clan. Subsequently, Masataka would join forces with Nagao Herikage, Nagao Fumitsugu, and others to quell Kuroda Hideyasu and Nagao Toshikage. However, what Kuroda Hideyasu did not anticipate was that, despite successfully conscripting over 700 troops, the newly recruited ronin, conscripts, and farmers were vehemently opposed to Kuroda Hideyasu's renewed rebellion. Among the 4,000 troops that had previously stormed the castle, very few returned to Kurodaki Castle, with most having perished in battle or fallen victim to banditry on their way back. Their families still mourned deeply, weeping night after night, and even the cries could be heard within Kurodaki Castle. The newly conscripted farmers and miscellaneous soldiers, upon learning of Kuroda Hideyasu's support for Usugi Yoshiaki and his rebellion, elected the discontented Kuroda clan's lower-ranking samurai, Morikawa Jisaburo, as their leader. He was tasked with contacting the castle deputies of Tachi Castle, Honjo Saniyasu, the Lord of Tensun Mountain Castle, and the Lord of Tokuoka Castle. Murayama Yoshinobu. On April 30th, Masataka entered Tachi Castle as its lord, escorted by 500 cavalry from the Hachijo army under Keiki's command, and promptly summoned the lords of surrounding castles to the castle for a military council. Kuroda Hideyasu, eager to seize the initiative, intended to join forces with Nagao Toshikage to assault Tachi Castle, hoping to intimidate the generals of Nakayama and Shimo Ekigo. Yet before Masataka could convene the military council, Honjo Saniyasu rushed into Masataka's residence within Tachi Castle, where Keiki was preparing tea for Masataka. "What urgent matter brings you here, Honjo?" Masataka inquired, curiously observing the tightly clenched document in Saniyasu's hand. "This is a letter sent by Morikawa Jisaburo, a retainer of the Kuroda clan, intending to surrender to the Usugi family," Saniyasu replied, handing the document to Masataka. "Is there truly someone in the Kuroda family who still cares for the Usugi clan?" "Remarkable indeed," Masataka mused, remembering how the families of Sanahisa and Herikage had been decimated by the Kuroda army. It was a precarious time, and one could not afford to be too trusting. Let us verify its authenticity during the military council, and make a decision then. Honjo, immediately contact my uncle at Kazo Castle and my maternal grandfather at Seiki Castle, urging them to dispatch troops for assistance," Masataka instructed, sensing that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared. "Understood. I shall attend to it at once," Saniyasu replied before taking his leave. It is no easy task for Honjo to have long guarded Tachi Castle. Despite entering middle age, his hair has already turned gray. Keiki remarked, handing over tea to Masataka. The Tachi clan has indeed exerted great effort in protecting the Nakayama family. Masataka acknowledged that I, too, share in the toil. When I mentioned on the day of your coming of age that the Hachijo family could be utilized as vassals. Did you truly take it to heart? Keiki felt overwhelmed, realizing that Masataka had genuinely interpreted his politeness as a privilege, disrupting his previously tranquil life. Dear brother, as a scion of a noble warrior family, one must not forget the ways of battle. Your sister would not wish for her husband to be an unremarkable man. Strive to achieve great military accomplishments. After Masataka's words, he continued, Nagao heritage, since the seppuku of Nagao Shingor, has repeatedly expressed his unwillingness to continue serving as the governor of Iwanyama, hoping that the guardian family and its representatives could appoint a suitable candidate to take over Iwanyama. Masataka, showing no regard for Keiki's feelings, revealed a significant piece of information that Keiki had never heard before. Nagao Yutaka is unwilling to serve as the governor of Iwanyama. The governorship of Iwanyama has been hereditary in the Ueda Nagao family, formerly vassals of the Kanto shogunate, and this relationship is one of subordination. Is this truly wise? Keiki feared that the retainers of the Ueda Nagao family, the local lords of Iwanyama, and the then Kanto shogun Yasuji Norimasa would object. My adoptive father and elder brother discussed this with me before I took to the field. We all unanimously agree that you should assume the governorship of Iwanyama, Masataka stated without hesitation. Betraying Keiki what? Then what shall become of my Shirakawa and Tokigawa estates? Besides, I'm already serving as the governor of Kabu. If I were to take on the governorship of Iwanyama as well, it would be challenging to maintain authority. Keiki felt that this was a malicious decision made by Yasuji Seinhaisa and Nagao Harukage, who had not even bothered to ask for his consent. Nagao heritage intends to formally renounce worldly affairs and retreat into a monastic life. He believes you are the most suitable candidate among the 7 provinces of Ekigo for the governorship of Iwanyama. He is even prepared to cede the Ueda Nagao family's stronghold, Sakato Castle, to you, and I doubt his retainers would oppose it. After all, you have achieved considerable military merit. If you are not rewarded appropriately, who among the 7 provinces of Ekigo would be motivated to serve diligently? Masataka slowly concluded, finishing his this equivalent to an increase in territory. Why does Sakato Castle feel so much like a double-edged sword? Tasteless yet too valuable to discard, Keiki pondered, recalling Sakato Castle's previous state and feeling a sudden inclination to withdraw, believing it unnecessary to personally venture for a mere outpost. However, considering Sakato Castle's geographical significance, he realized it could not be easily forsaken, as it lay on the essential route from Ekigo to Ueno, serving as both a stronghold and a point of attack. The following morning, Nagao Kajinobu and Nagao Fumitsu each led 500 troops to Tachi Castle, while Nagao Fujikage, the lord of Takajo Castle, declined to assist under the pretense of guarding against the Eizu Ashina clan. Masataka could only acquiesce. During this period, the Eizu Ashina clan had consistently been a source of trouble in the Kumahara region. As soon as Nagao Kagenobu and Nagao Fumitsugu arrived, they were ushered into the main hall of the keep to participate in the military council. Present at the gathering were also Honjo Sanai and Uno Samakichi, 2 loyal vassals of the Fuchu Nagao clan, alongside the esteemed members of the Baibashima, including Kajitada, Hachijo House Shichifusa, Hachijo House Norishige, Gomitaka Shige, and Yusumita Sudakatsu. Shortly after Mazatiger convened the military council, his shadow warrior and confidant, Arthwa Nagazane, swiftly approached Mazatiger, whispered a few words, and then departed from the Grand Hall. Kuroda Hitachikuni had already met his demise within the confines of Kuretake Castle, slain by his retainer, Morikawa Jisaburo, and his entire clan. Numbering over 300, faced annihilation without exception. The false guardian of Kunjoji, the Sanjo clan, had similarly suffered, with only his son, Sanjo Hyobu, managing to escape to Tsukiyoshi Castle. Mazatiger clenched his fists in frustration as he relayed this distressing news to the attendees of the council. Was it true or false? How could this individual have accomplished such a feat amidst a garrison of at least 1,000 soldiers in Kuretake Castle? Honjo Sanai could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Discontent towards Kura Hitachikuni was rampant within his forces, with hardly any of his subjects supporting his treachery. Hitachikuni had brought this upon himself, having lost key retainers like Akita Shojin and Shichiro, along with 4,000 troops, yet he continued to engage in reckless militarism, attempting to overthrow both the Guardian clan and its one of the Tokyo forces. Uno Samakage felt no sympathy for the plight of Kuroda Hidetada. It was too early to rejoice. The situation with Nagao Toshikage and Sanjo Castle had yet to stabilize. They could only seize Kuretake Castle for the time being. The fall of Kuretake Castle would effectively sever a powerful arm of Sanjo Chumon. It would be prudent to request that the Yabukito forces, led by Nakaho Ekizan, engage in battle to distract Sanjo Chumon's troops, allowing them to seize the opportunity to march directly on Sanjo Castle. Kajitada's plan was to entice some of Nagao Toshikage's forces to divert their attention, facilitating their advance to the gates of Sanjo Castle. This strategy held merit, yet the vicinity of Sanjo Castle had been fortified with numerous supporting strongholds by Sanjo Chumon, making a swift breakthrough challenging. Hanjo Sanai nodded, sensing the inherent difficulties in execution. Next, the talented individuals discovered by Sabu assistants in Joshu would make their appearance. Kajitada left the assembly in suspense. Talented individuals? Could this person enable their forces to effortlessly navigate through the multitude of supporting strongholds? Mazatiger found it hard to believe. Please await further good news, Kajitada remarked with a smile. The Maryuta clan, under Sanjo Chumon, was known for their martial prowess and currently occupied significant locations such as Omote Castle and Mi-Attached Castle. Should they remain steadfast or disrupt their supply lines, the conflict would inevitably prolong. Longtail Kajinobu was not particularly in favor of Kajitada's audacious scheme. They would wait and observe Sanjo Chumon's response upon learning of his brother-in-law's clan's demise. The Yabukito forces would not fully commit to the defense of the Guardian clans. Their intent was to create chaos in the upper and middle regions while securing peace in the lower territories. Longtail Kajinobu preferred a cautious approach, considering the Kuroda clan's obliteration. Nagao Toshikage was akin to a grasshopper in the autumn, with limited time left to leap. The reason Kuroda Hidetada was unexpectedly slain by his retainer Morikawa Jisaburo stemmed from his belief that since his family had sent his son-in-law, Kakizaki Keiji, to persuade him to submit, the power of the court must be lacking. Moreover, given Kuritaki's strategic significance, Kuroda Hidetada assumed that as long as the soldiers were sufficient, he could hold the castle. After all, the Yabukito leaders were merely spectators, unwilling to launch an offensive against him, and with the nearby Sanjo Castle still under his brother, Nagao Toshikage's control, support was always at hand. Thus, Kuroda Hidetada lowered his guard towards his retainers, indulging in revelry within the main keep. Ultimately, the disgruntled common soldiers and farmers united and elected Morikawa Jisaburo as their leader, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate Kuretake Castle in the dead of night. Catching the unsuspecting Kuroda Hidetada off guard and slaying him, along with his entire clan residing within the castle. Kuroda Hidetada had never anticipated being slain by one of his subordinate retainers. Morikawa Jisaburo understood that he could not solely rely on himself to control the vast Kuroda estate. After swiftly securing Kuretake Castle, he falsely transmitted orders in Kuroda Hitada's name, summoning the surrounding garrison commanders to convene a military council within Kuretake Castle. He then laid a trap within the Grand Hall, assassinating each individual as they entered. He effortlessly eliminated key commanders under Kuroda Hidetada, including Kanizumi Yutaka, Hirose Heiman, Shinizuka Iga no Kami, Yamashita Yosuke, Shinizuka Sozuman, Mori Bison no Kami, and Saratamon, without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, Morikawa Jisaburo had not forgotten the pseudo-Ekigo guardian, Sanjo Fumiyasu, residing in Kunjoji. Should this individual escape to Sanjo Castle, Nagao Toshikage would undoubtedly continue to support him as the guardian of Ekigo and dispatch troops to attack Kuretake Castle. At that point, how could Morikawa Jisaburo's ill-equipped rabble withstand the formidable forces led by Nagao Toshikage? Morikawa Jisaburo promptly dispatched his clan's Morikawa Gorozaman to impose a lockdown at Higashikawa Temple on the eastern bank of the Shinano River. preventing Nagao Toshikige's retainers from aiding Sanjo Fumiyasu, while he personally led 200 troops to assault Kunjoji. Sanjo Fumiyasu, like Kuroda Hidetada, believed himself to be entirely secure within Kunjoji, shielded by the Kuroda family, and bore no concerns regarding an attack from the Usugi forces. However, Sanjo Fumiyasu was oblivious to the fact that the enemy would not approach from the south, but rather from the north. Emerging from Kuretake Castle, the guard station outside Kunjoji had yet to react when Morikawa Jisuburo's trusted aides swiftly dispatched them. He then rushed into Kunjoji, fearing he might let Sanjo Fumiyasu escape. Yet, Morikawa Jisuburo overlooked the fact that Sanjo Fumiyasu had not only brought his family, but also a contingent of mounted retainers with him. Under the command of his retainer, Nagao Yasukage, Sanjo Fumiyasu's mounted retainers mounted a fierce defense, forcing Morikawa Jisuburo to order an arson attack and summon Morikawa Gorozaman stationed at Higashikawa Temple for support. Thus, a breach appeared in the encirclement set by Morikawa Gorozaman. Through the valiant struggles of Nagao Yasukage, Sanjo Fumiyasu's son, Sanjo Urafusa, managed to escape, fleeing along the Shinano River to Tsukiyoshi Castle, the stronghold of the Nagao clan, where he surrendered to Nagao Fumiyasu. With the arrival of reinforcements from Morikawa Gorozaman, Morikawa Jisuburo launched a general assault. Sanjo Fumiyasu, Nagao Yasukage, and others were systematically eliminated. All of Sanjo Fumiyasu's family, except for Sanjo Urafusa, who fled to Tsukiyoshi Castle, were slaughtered by Morikawa Jisuburo, marking the decline of the Kabuha Sanjo clan branch. Simultaneously, Nagao Toshikage of Sanjo Castle faced his own tribulations. Although he did not lead his forces to boldly assault the upper Ekigo court like Kuroda Hidetada, he had made no significant progress in the middle and lower regions during this period. He was unable to take the Takajo stronghold of the Najeo clan to the east, penetrate the territory of the Kogashi Najeo clan to the south, defeat the Niigata clan to seize the seaport to the north, or conquer the Jizaka clan to the west. One could say that Nagao Toshikage had failed in all four directions. Moreover, the realm under his control continued to dwindle. The commanders in the middle and lower regions observed that Nagao Toshikage was merely a loud thunder with little rain, descending from the Usugi's permission to freely seize the Sanjo territory and then hastily attempting to reap the rewards. The defender of Muramatsu Castle, Yamamoto Taizen, was defeated by Anzei Nagahide, leading to the fall of Muramatsu Castle to Anzei's forces. The commander of Ida Castle, Matsuo Hachirobe, was vanquished by Nagao Kajinobu, resulting in the capture of Ida Castle by the Kagoshi Nagao forces. The guards of Gozen Castle and Taniyama, Kazutani Toshikage, were defeated by the Niigata clan, leading to the fall of both Gozen Castle and Taniyama. The commander of Baba Castle, Kubo Kawachi, recognizing the fall of nearby Gozen, Taniyama, and Muramatsu, understood his inability to hold out and led his troops in retreat. The lords of Omote Castle, Tsukazuki Yuki Suk, and Suda Castle, Nagao Kaga no Kami, witnessing the situation, sought to preserve their territories and family names by swiftly contacting Mazatiger and Kajitada at Tozawa Castle to request surrender. With the successive losses of key strongholds like Muramatsu Castle, Gozen Castle, Taniyama, and Baba Castle in the lower regions, Nagao Toshikage was on the verge of losing control of Sanjo Castle. The only remaining territories under his control were the northwest Yamagata and the northeast Kamo strongholds. While even the temples of Honjoji to the south and RHG to the southeast, as well as Hakioji to the west, had been hastily repurposed as supporting strongholds for Sanjo Castle, in hopes of withstanding the onslaught from the Kagoshi Nagao clan. Should Kuretake Castle and Sanjo Castle fall between Yoshida Castle and Yamagata, Nagao Toshikage would be severed from Kuroda Hidetada, but of course. The Kagoshi Nagao, Niigata, and Anzei clans' assaults on the strongholds and fortifications belonging to Nagao Toshikage were not entirely driven by loyalty, but rather a desire to expand their territories. Zheng Hu and Jing Ding could only turn a blind eye to the situation, tacitly allowing Usugi Satizane to issue a decree of pacification, seizing the opportunity to incite more of the local lords from the middle and lower Yu provinces to launch an assault on the territory of Nagao Toshikage. Meanwhile, the ever-cautious Nagao Fujikage, upon learning that the lords of the Gojima Nagao clan, the lower Yu Akiyama clan, and the Shinetsu HJ clan had successively captured multiple strongholds belonging to Nagao Toshikage, could no longer remain idle. Should he continue to watch in silence as others attacked the rebellious Nagao Toshikage, he risked being suspected of collusion with the traitors by Usuji, Sadazane, and Nagao Heritage. On May 10th, Nagao Fujikage left his brother, Nagao Kajo, to defend Takajo, while he personally led a force of 650 soldiers from Takajo, with their sights set directly on the crucial Kamo Castle. Should he succeed in capturing the stronghold, he would effectively besiege the three castles, which were devoid of supplies and reinforcements. Initially, Nagao Fujikage's campaign progressed smoothly, as he successfully seized several outposts around Kamo Castle, including Kin no Mine, Ch Fuku Temple, Onri Temple, and JK Temple. However, he ultimately encountered resistance at the foot of Kamo Mountain, unable to breach its formidable defenses. The castle's lord, Aramori Shimp, was well prepared, thwarting Nagao Fujikage's efforts to capture Kamo Castle. On another front, Murayama Nayoshi, Oguni Yoshihisa, and Yamagishi Hidenabu had taken complete control of the areas surrounding Kuretake Castle from Morikawa Jizumen, with Yamagishi Hidenabu's forces remaining stationed at Kuretake Castle. Murayama Nayoshi and Oguni Yoshihisa pressed their attack towards Yoshida and Tsubame, successfully capturing both locations, thus severing any possibility for Nagao Toshikage to dispatch reinforcements from Yoshida or Tsubame to reclaim Kuretake Castle and other territories. The former lords under Nagao Toshikage, Maryuta Aizen no Kami and Maryuta Yuki no Sukun, sought to redeem themselves by leading their troops north from Daimen Castle and Maitsuki Castle, capturing the poorly defended Hanch Temple, which lay just across the Shinano River from Sanj Castle. Upon learning of Nagao Fujikage's prolonged siege of Kamo Castle without success, Zheng Hu felt a mix of anger and amusement. She had long dispatched envoys urging Nagao Fujikage to join the battle, yet he had refused, citing the need to guard against the Ashina and Odajirai clans. Only after the forces from the northern Yang began their advance southward, seizing several strongholds under Nagao Toshikage's command, did Nagao Fujikage hastily mobilize to confront him. A report reached the esteemed Lord Tange Sh Bai and the esteemed Lord Hachige Nakatsukasa, indicating that the Lord of Haneda Castle, Haneda Su no Kami, had suddenly launched an offensive against Nagao Toemitsu's rear, leading to a crushing defeat for Nagao Toemitsu, who retreated to Takajo at this juncture. Zheng Hu had just captured the Dizisu Temple outpost to the east of Sanj Castle and the Ruha Temple outpost to the southeast when Hanjei Shinei, Hanjei Yoshihide's son, Hanjei Kiyoshir, rushed to report to Zheng Hu and Jingding, who were convening for a military council. What did you say? The Haneda clan has actually turned against us at this critical moment. Uno Samakage could no longer contain his composure. The Haneda clan's castle was located not far north of Kamo Castle. Should the garrisons of the two castles merge and launch a surprise attack on the main forces of the Usuji, the consequences would be dire. Haneda Su no Kami had indeed chosen an opportune moment, aligning with Sanj Nakatsukasa just as our forces were poised to encircle Sanj Castle. Jingding sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Urgent news! Master Zank has confirmed that the Lord of Haneda Castle, Haneda Su no Kami, was assassinated by his retainer, Kurashima Haibi, who has since kept the death a secret and taken control of Haneda Castle. Sanj Nakatsukasa, seeking allies after the fall of the Kuroda clan, has issued a decree of pacification recognizing Kurashima Haibi's authority over Haneda Castle. After a moment, as the group continued to deliberate on how to counter the enemy's rear assault, Hachige Shige entered briskly and whispered to Jingding, Kurashima Haibi currently does not dare to leave Haneda Castle. After all, he has only recently seized control of the Haneda clan, and with the surrounding outposts already captured by Nagao Toemitsu, any attempt to fortify would require significant resources, which the current lord, Aramori Shimp, clearly lacks, as does even Sanj Nakatsukasa at present. Both of them are content to defend their castles and would hesitate to engage in open battle. Jingding realized that the perceived threat from the east was not as formidable as it seemed. With Nagao Toemitsu's retreat, should the Ashina and Odajirai clans learn of this, what would happen if they decided to invade the Pahara region? At this moment, Han Shinai feared that the Ashina and Odajirai clans might indeed storm into Pahara, with many local lords either preoccupied with seizing villages belonging to the generals under Nagao Toshikage or rallying troops to encircle Sanj Castle, leaving their defenses woefully inadequate. The Odajirai clan, originally a minor house in Echigo, had allied with the Ashina clan of Eizu, and during this time, they had secretly supplied Sanj Nakatsukasa and Kuroda Tsunetaka with considerable provisions and weapons. It seemed these two were conspiring with the Odajirai clan to stage a rebellion. While Han Shinai felt a surge of anger, he was helpless to act. After all, the long-standing conflict in Echigo had left little room to manage the Odajirai clan, which bordered the Eizu Ashina clan. A minor lord like the Odajirai clan lacked the capacity to support Sanj Nakatsukasa and Kuroda Tsunetaka with provisions and weapons. It was likely that the Eizu Ashina clan was directing them to do so. Nagao Kageyoshi did not believe that the Odajirai clan had the means to be so generous. The Eizu Ashina clan was not only encroaching upon the lands of Pahara, but was also beginning to incite the local lords of Echigo, a situation that was intolerable. Zheng, who was instantly enraged and resolved to leverage her army of several thousand troops to drive the Eizu Ashina clan back to Eizu, reclaiming the territories they had seized in Pohara. Lord Tanjus H. Bai, please temper your anger. The situation with Sanj Nakatsukasa remains unresolved. We cannot afford to ignite another conflict just why it would be wiser to first quell Sanj Nakatsukasa and then seek mediation through Lord Date Tatamian. Jing Ding immediately recalled that the sister of Nakaj T-suk was the favored concubine of Date Tatamian, and her son, Tokimaru, was soon to be adopted by Nagao heritage. Seeking Date Tatamian's intervention seemed prudent. Then it shall be so. Zheng Hu calmed slightly and nodded, recognizing that the current situation in SH was under the sway of the Date clan. The Date clan had formed numerous alliances with local lords and daimyo in SH through marriage or adoptions, making it unwise to attack the Eizu Ashina clan, which had ties to the Date clan. Urgent news! Sanj Nakatsukasa is sounding the conch within Sanj Castle, preparing to sortie. At this moment, Hanj Kaiashir dashed to the entrance of the Grand Hall to report to the assembly. Prepare for battle. My uncle Tsuyoshi shall lead the first wave. The Biwa Island forces shall follow as the second. I will command the third, and Hanj Masakazu will lead the rear guard with the Takuo forces. Inform Aryuta, Aizu no Kami, and others to remain vigilant against any enemy breakout. Zheng, who declared, drawing her sword, Ozuka Mitsurugi, and swiftly making her way outside. Due to repeated assaults on various locations by the loyal lords of the Guardian and Guardian proxy houses in Echigo, Nagao Toshikage was left with a pitifully small force. After exhausting his resources, he could muster only 800 infantry and 150 cavalry, totaling less than 1,000 men, far from a match for Zheng Hu and her allies. Thus, Nagao Toshikage led his meager force of 950 toward the Usuji main camp at Sanj Castle, intending to break through and flee towards Eizu. Nagao Toshikage's retainer, Yudo Inaba no Kami, advised him to launch a night raid on the Usuji main camp, catching them off guard, which might yield a slim chance of victory. However, the cautious Nagao Toshikage dismissed the notion. The defensive network surrounding Sanj Castle, while still under his control, had seen all its surrounding outposts fall to the Usuji, with the garrison nearly annihilated, leaving him with no capacity to endure further conflict. Zheng, who understood that Nagao Toshikage was intent on making a desperate attempt to break free. Although Sanj Castle was fortified by the Shinano River, it was ultimately a flat castle, surrounded by plains with no hills for strategic advantage. Thus, Zheng Hu dispatched her uncle Nagao, Kageyoshi, to block Nagao Toshikage's escape to the east, while the other three sides were be held firmly to ensure that not a single soldier from Nagao Toshikage's ranks could escape Sanj Castle. At this juncture, Nagao Toshikage found himself with no avenue for retreat. Should he suffer another defeat, he would be joining the likes of Kuroda Hidetada and others. Upon learning that Zheng Hu had set her forces in position to the east of Sanj Castle, he did not choose to withdraw. Instead, he resolved to fight to the death. The Usuji forces had barely completed their formation when Nagao Toshikage, disregarding life and death, led a desperate charge against them. Drawing his great sword, he personally felled 18-foot soldiers of the Gojima Nagao clan, invigorating the morale of the Sanj Longtail forces. With a fierce combat led by Nagao Toshikage, Nagao Nagakage, Yudo, Inaba, no Kami. And their retainers, these desperate warriors proved to be devastatingly effective in battle. As the vanguard of the Usuji army, Nagao Kajinobu ultimately succumbed to the relentless assault of Nagao Toshikage, seizing the advantage. Nagao Toshikage surged towards the Paipa Island contingent stationed in the second line of the Usuji forces. From his position behind the Paipa Island troops, Masahage realized the cacophony of battle cries ahead signaled a dire situation, prompting him to order Honjo Sananari to lead the Tachiyo forces in a surprise attack against the flank of the Sanjo Nagao army. Unprepared for such an onslaught from the Usuji forces, the Sanjo Nagao troops found themselves caught in a pincer movement, leading to their complete rout, leaving Nagao Toshikage unable to effectively command his forces. Enraged, Nagao Toshikage charged alone towards the standard of Hachijo Kajido, seizing a spear along the way and slaying several foot soldiers of the Hachijo clan. In a moment of quick thinking, Usami Sadakatsu, a retainer of the Hachijo clan, instructed his vassal Tsukadayuman to discard their bamboo-patterned banner and disguise themselves as fleeing Sanjo Nagao soldiers, trailing closely behind Nagao Toshikage. Oblivious to the warrior pursuing him with a spear, Nagao Toshikage remained focused on defeating the Usuji army's second-in-command, Hachijo Kajido, believing that such an act would compel the Usuji forces to retreat, thus granting him a sliver of hope for survival. However, the speed at which Nagao Toshikage advanced was too swift, causing the cavalry accompanying him to struggle to keep pace. After regrouping the routed troops, Nagao Kajinobu returned to the fray, rejoining the chaotic battle. Despite their valiant efforts, Kajinobu, Nagao Kajisada, and Tia Inabanakami were overpowered and fell to the blades of Honjo Sananari and Nagao Kajinobu, seizing the opportunity while Nagao Toshikage was distracted. Tsukadayuman thrust his spear into the unarmored area beneath Toshikage's arm, unseating him. He then drew his dagger and severed Toshikage's head, proclaiming to the remaining Sanjo Nagao troops that Nagao Toshikage has been claimed by Tsukadayuman of the Hachijo clan. With the fall of Nagao Toshikage, the morale of the Sanjo Nagao troops plummeted, leading to a complete disintegration under the combined assault of Nagao Kajinobu, Honjo Sananari, and Hachijo Kajido, resulting in the swift capture of Sanjo Castle by the Usuji army. Kajido later lamented the incredible potential humans can exhibit when faced with dire circumstances, never anticipating that Nagao Toshikage would manage to defeat the formidable Koji Nagao army in such a desperate situation. Had it not been for Masahage's urgent command for Honjo Sananari to launch a surprise attack on Toshikage's flank, even his own Paipa Island troops might have faced annihilation on the following day. The steadfast defenders of Kumo Castle, Heiabu Shinpo, and Kurashima Heibei at Haneda Castle sought to surrender to the Usuji forces. However, upon learning of their actions, the resentful Nagao Fugikage led an immediate assault on both locations, executing Heiabu Shinpo and Kurashima Heibei, and venting his fury upon Kumo Castle and Haneda Castle through acts of pillage. Thus, the 2-month-long turmoil instigated by Kuroda Hidetada and Nagao Toshikage was quelled, restoring tranquility to Echigo. On May 25, with the assistance of Masahage, the officials of Kambara District, led by Yamaki Yoshiyuki, began inventorying the repositories of the rebellious castles, including Kuretake Castle, Niyama Castle, formerly under Kannatsu Sukataka, and Sanjo Castle, seizing a significant amount of gold, silver, war horses, and provisions to transport to Kasagayama Castle. Subsequently, the various commanders of the Usuji army who had participated in the campaign against Nagao Toshikage returned to their respective strongholds. Upon arriving back at Paipa Island Castle, Kajido promptly sought to freshen himself. After all, he had to remain vigilant during this period, fearing a sudden attack from the enemy forces against the Hachijo army. While Kajido was still soaking in the wooden tub, Gomi Takashige approached the bathroom door. Why Lord Muyama Soko, who previously served under Kuroda Tsunetaka, requests an audience outside the castle. Gomi Takashige, being rather impetuous, interrupted Kajido's bath, disregarding the latter's need for comfort. Murayama Soko, did he not surrender to Lord Sadatomo at the Battle of Suwa Mountain? Why has he suddenly come to Paipa Island Castle? Kajido questioned, puzzled. Murayama Soko had not taken service in the governor's mansion, nor had he served at Kajigayama Castle. Gomi Takashige conveyed the details of the situation. Could he be a Ronin? Kajito pondered, recalling that former retainers such as Maruta Aizen no Kami, Maruta Yuki no Suk, and Nagao Kage no Kami had received lenient treatment and were now settled. Logically, Murayama Soko, who had surrendered to their forces, should not face much difficulty. Kajito remained uncertain about the purpose of Murayama Soko's visit. Indeed, he was a Ronin. His clan had been wandering the regions of Echigo and Oku Shinano ever since Inubu's castle was seized by the Nagao clan, and he had recently been recruited by Kuroda Sunetaka. Very well, let us hear what he has to say. Please assist me in drying off, Kajito instructed. After hearing this, he lost the desire to continue soaking, as allowing a multitude of Ronin to roam about in Upper Echigo was far from prudent. A SU command. Gomi Takashige promptly opened the bathroom door and took a dry towel from the basket to help Kajito dry off. Once Kajito donned his purple brocade robe and adjusted his folding black hat, he formally summoned Murayama Soko to the audience hall of Paipa Island Castle. After all, the Murayama clan was a long-standing retainer of the Hachijo clan, and the previous head, Murayama Nido no Butsun, had even perished in service to Yusuji Munenori. That it was only fitting that he should not be treated like an ordinary warrior or a local lord in the Grand Hall. Murayama Soko, what brings you to seek an audience with the clan? Kajito inquired, sitting upright as he regarded Murayama Soko, who appeared to be of a similar age. That I wish to serve the Hachijo clan. Murayama Soko stated directly, laying bare his intentions. Oh, you wish to serve the clan? May I inquire why you seek to join us? Is it not preferable to serve within the protective family? Kajito inquired, noting that the Murayama clan had long been retainers of the Hachijo clan. Furthermore, the Hachijo clan had not been serving the protective family for an extended period. They had initially served the Kyoto shogunate before descending to govern Echigo's Shirakawa manor. Kajito posed a series of probing questions. While the Hachijo clan has enjoyed consecutive victories, their ranks are not particularly robust. Prolonged warfare inevitably hampers agricultural pursuits, and the Murayama clan still possesses over 300 members. With more than 50 young warriors, that I humbly request that Hachijo Nakatsuka Sadesuki grant the Murayama clan a parcel of land for our sustenance. Murayama Soko articulated the true situation of the Hachijo clan. You seem quite well informed about our circumstances. That it appears I have no immediate reason to decline your request. Your clan may be settled in Shirakawa Manor and Taki River Manor in Karawa District. However, the warriors of the Murayama clan will temporarily lack a fief and a residence. For now, they can only be designated as rice storekeepers, receiving rice as a salary until they achieve merit in battle to claim lands of their own. Kajito proposed a compromise, recognizing that he could not simply grant land to Murayama Soko without any contributions to the Hachijo clan. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to appease those retainers who had earned their rewards through their exploits in battle. On June 20th of the 11th year of Tenbun, under the influence of Chujo Fujisuke's marriage alliance with the Date clan, Date Tadamune agreed to allow his son, Date Tadamune Maru, to become the adopted son of Nagao heritage, the then governor of Echigo. After all, it was common knowledge that Nagao heritage was frail and sickly, and that the Nagao clan had long been in control of the politics of the 7 provinces of Echigo. It was anticipated that Heritage would soon relinquish his position in favor of Tadamune Maru, retreating to live in seclusion for health reasons, to demonstrate the sincerity of the Date clan's intentions. Date Tadamune even meticulously selected 100 retainers to serve as guards for Tadamune Maru on his journey to the Ichigo governor's residence. Simultaneously, Chujo Fujisuke collaborated with the Date clan to defeat Honjo Seinari, one of the northern factions in Echigo who opposed the adoption of Tadamune Maru by Heritage, forcing him to abandon his castle and flee to the Date-ji family in Yua province. Seizing the opportunity, Honjo Seinari's brother, Ogawa Nagakazu, took control of the Honjo clan's actual power. However, no one anticipated that Date Haramune would oppose sending Tadamune Maru into Echigo, but he believed that the Date clan's strategy of domination through adoptions or marriage alliances was not a long-term solution, and that only through military conquest could a more stable and enduring rule be established. Consequently, Date Haramune, in alliance with his retainers, including the Kano Munetaka, initiated a rebellion, directly imprisoning Date Tadamune. Nevertheless, Koinagawa Chiku's stealthily rescued Date Tadamune, who subsequently announced a military campaign against his rebellious son, Date Haremian. This turn of events led to an all-out confrontation between Date Haremian and Date Tatamian, affecting the majority of the Ashu and O regions. The lords of Nihonmatsu Castle, Matsukawa Yashimian, Kogata Castle, Soma Akihiro, Sugakawa Castle, Nikaido Toyuki, Yamagata Castle, Mogami Yashimori, Maharu Castle, Tamura Takakiyo, Kirikawa Castle, Ashina Moriyasu, Ishikawa Castle, Ishikawa Haramitsu, Surazaki Castle, Kirikawa Kagyuki, and Kakadata Castle. Kakadata Tashimian, among other daimyos and local lords who had long-standing ties with Date Tatamian, deemed Haremian's act of imprisoning his father to be utterly unjust. They resolved to rise in arms against the rebellious son, with various other daimyos and local lords throughout Ashu choosing their own sides and joining the ensuing chaos. Among those who stood with Date Tadafusa were the Mogami clan, the Ishikawa clan, the Kirikawa clan, the Tamura clan, the Nikaido clan, the Kakadata clan, the Soma clan, and the Ashina clan, while on the side of Date Haremian were his wife's family, the Iwaki clan, his younger brother Risa Kagemian, and the reluctant Date Tokimian Maru, later known as Date Sadafusa, who was to be adopted by Nagao heritage, among a handful of other lords. Date Tadafusa had served as the clan head for many years, and his charisma was unmatched by Date Haremian. The faction loyal to Date Tadafusa swiftly gained the upper hand in the chaos of battle, decisively defeating Haremian's side and reclaiming the Date family's stronghold at Nishiyama Castle. By the time the situation in Ashu had devolved into turmoil, the news had only just reached the territories of Ekigo. However, the Usuji clan in Ekigo was preoccupied with rewarding their own loyal subjects and had no time to meddle in the conflicts of Ashu. Given that Nakaho Fudosuk was the prominent figure among the Yongbei faction and had persuaded Date Tadafusa to allow his son Tokumiya Maru to be adopted by Nagao heritage, Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage, after discussion, chose not to pursue Nakaho Fudosuk's unauthorized attack on the Honjo clan, due to Kagemian's extreme reluctance to take on the role of governor of Iwanima County and manage the land around Zakato Castle. Masadaiger was forced to appoint Honjo Shijinorai, the head of the Takiai faction, to serve as the deputy governor of Iwanima County and the castle steward of Sakadu Castle, entrusting him with the management of Iwanima County and the large-scale mining operations at Oeda Silver Mine, while also allowing him to act as an intermediary with the Namuda clan of Ueno. Meanwhile, Uno Samakage, also from the Tokiai faction, took over as castle steward of Tokiai Castle, replacing Honjo Shigenori to guard this vital stronghold between Nakano and Ueno. Blackwater Castle was granted to Yamajawa Hidenabu, while Sanjo Castle was bestowed upon Yamayoshi Yukimori, the governor of Kambara County, as the new administrative center for Kambara County. Nagao Fujikage faced no punishment or reward due to his prior refusal to deploy troops and his subsequent execution of the surrendered generals. Kurashima Heibei and Hayabusa Shinpa as for Kagemian's rewards. Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage found themselves unable to easily decide. After all, the Hachijo clan had contributed significantly to the suppression of the rebellion led by Kuroda and Sanjo, earning the most merit and cannot be treated lightly like an ordinary provincial lord with simple monetary rewards. Hachijo Sadamian, who rose from the ranks of the shogunate retainers, had moved from Kyoto to Ekigo during the Bunmei era and had served the Usuji clan of Ekigo, governing the Shirakawa district of Karahama County. He later died in battle during the conflict between Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage in the 10th year of the Eisho era, while his brother Hachijo Masamasa ventured south to Suruga to serve the Imagawa clan. Following Hachijo Sadamian, the head of the Hachijo Usuji clan, Hachijo Narasada, also perished in the conflict against Nagao heritage. Even the adopted son of Usuji Yoshinobu, Hachijo Vyamitsu, son of Hachijo Yoshitaka, along with prominent warriors of the Hachijo Usuji clan, such as Hachijo Yoshitaka and Hachijo Seiman, also met their demise. Thus, Kagemian found himself with the opportunity to inherit the leadership of the Hachijo Usuji clan. Ultimately, Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage relegated the difficult decision regarding rewards to Mazatiger. Mazatiger, feeling powerless in this situation, recognized that he could not yet inherit the position of protector of Ekigo and the overall leadership of the Usuji clan. So he first arranged for Kagemian to have a luxurious residence spanning 7,000 tsubo, with one tsubo equivalent to over 3 square meters, built in the plains of the territory. inviting him and his family to reside there for discussions on governance. At this moment, news arrived from Ashu that infuriated everyone in the Usuji clan of Ekigo. The Eizu Ashina clan had aligned themselves with Date Tadafusa. However, Date Tadafusa was unwilling to intervene in the territorial disputes between the Usuji clan of Ekigo and the Ashina clan at this time, preferring to focus on swiftly defeating his rebellious son, Date Haramyun, and consolidating his retainers to stabilize the Date family's rule in Ashu, in a desperate attempt to eliminate the threat from the south and gain the support of the Usuji clan. The repeatedly defeated Date Haramyun dispatched his trusted minister, Saito Kagechika, on an urgent mission to Ekigo, seeking to forge a defensive alliance with the Usuji clan. He was prepared to acknowledge the Usuji clan's complete sovereignty over Ekigo and grant them the freedom to freely annex the 4 counties of Eizu. However, Saito Kagechika, being an ordinary retainer within the Date clan and merely a trusted vassal of Date Haramyun, was received by Mazatiger as a representative of Usuji Satizane and Nagao heritage in the Grand Hall of the castle. The external minister, Saito Haramori, presented himself before Usuji Banjo Sh Bai and Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke. Previously, Saito Kagechika had inquired whether it was Mazatiger and Kagemian who would be meeting him, and he felt greatly honored. As their reputations had long since reached Ashu, it was unclear whether Saito Haramori had come as an envoy of the Date clan or seeking aid for his father, Date Mutsu no Kami, who was under house arrest. Mazatiger, adhering to principles, was left furious upon learning of Date Haramyun's confinement of his biological father. Had it not been for the absence of orders from the shogunate and the court, he would have already sought to punish Date Haramyun for his unfilial actions. The external minister came as an envoy for the next governor of Ashu, Date Mutsu no Kami, who was deeply discontented with the Eizu Ashina clan's long-standing occupation of the territory around Ogawa in Kambara County. He viewed this with disdain, noting that the 7 counties of Ekigo had historically belonged to the Usuji clan, while the Eizu Ashina clan was merely a local power in southern Ashu. He expressed that if it were not for the ongoing conflict, he would personally lead an army to suppress them. Saito Kagechika, however, indicated that Date Haramyun expressed great sympathy for the plight of the Usuji clan and acknowledged that Ogawa in Kambara County was indeed their territory, merely temporarily occupied by the Eizu Ashina clan. Unexpectedly, Saito Haramori's eloquence was remarkable. With such a retainer, how could Date Mutsu no Kami fail to dominate Oshu? Kagemiu nodded in approval after listening to Saito Kagechika's lengthy discourse. If Date Mutsu no Kami intended to suppress the Eizu Ashina clan, why send an envoy to his own clan? His clan had only recently quelled the Kuroda and Sanjo rebellion and needed time to recuperate, restore agriculture, and repair roads, leaving no surplus to launch an expedition against the Eizu Ashina clan. Mazatiger, however, was disinterested. He did not wish to become embroiled in the chaos of Ashu present. Date Mutsu no Kami faced enemies on all sides. The Mogami clan to the north, Date Sakio no Daibu to the east, and the Eizu Ashina clan to the south. He hoped the Usuji clan of Ekigo could extend a helping hand, as he recognized their right to freely annex the 4 counties of Eizu and the 7 counties of Sendai. At this point, Saito Kagechika finally revealed his true intention, to cede land in exchange for military aid, not even land belonging to the Date clan. Date Mutsu no Kami was indeed generous, offering 11 counties in southern Oshu as a reward for assistance. Mazatiger was taken aback at first, but then smiled as he spoke. The 7 counties of Sendai and the 4 counties of Aizu had long resisted central authority. The Date clan was merely nominally the overlord of Ashu, unable to levy taxes or labor in these regions, as local lords possessed the right to refuse entry to the protector or the protector's representative. Date Mutsu no Kami had no choice but to resort to this strategy, and he hoped that Usuji Banjo Sh Bai and Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke would understand. Saito Kagechika expressed some reluctance, stating that he would first rest at the Castle Inn, as this matter was of great importance and required deliberation with Satizane and heritage before a decision could be made. After observing Mazatiger's furrowed brow, Kagemiu dismissed Saito Kagechika. The external minister would await good news. Saito Kagechika understood that this matter could not be rushed, thus he took his leave. after meeting with Saito Kagechika, the trusted retainer of date Harumyun. Mazateger and Kagemyun hurried to the tea room of Yusuji Sadazen. Kochio, Hacho Nakamura Daisuke, I am too old to continue participating in governance that I am aware of how much longer my body can support me. It would be wise to relinquish the position of protector to secure the peace of the 7 counties of Echigo. Thus, a few days prior, he had sent Oishi Nudo to Kyoto to request permission from the shogunate for Kochio to use the red-handled umbrella. The white umbrella bag. Protectors could use the white umbrella bag, while the representatives of protectors could only use the Tang umbrella bag, the yaki, which would later be referred to as yakidano, and the blanket saddle cover, a saddle covered with cloth and animal fur, among 4 privileges. Once the shogunate's edicts were delivered to the castle, Kochio would be able to inherit the family name of the protector. Yusuji Sadazen was approaching 70 and had little energy left to manage the affairs of the 7 counties of Echigo. Therefore, he did not inform Mazateger and Kagemyun in advance of his covert dispatch of the protector's genealogical retainer, Oishi Nudo, with gold and silver to meet the samurai pillar Ashikaga Yasharu in Kyoto. Sadazen, observing the aging Yusuji Sadazen, found himself at a loss for words, and why late father only received permission for the white umbrella bag and the blanket saddle cover. Was it inappropriate for my adoptive father to request all 4 privileges from the shogunate? Mazateger felt this action was somewhat presumptuous. After all, ordinary protectors could only use 2 privileges, much like Nagao Heritage. A lowly upstart who had only been granted the white umbrella bag and the blanket saddle cover, becoming the de facto ruler of Echigo. Remember, Kochio, you cannot be the eternal ruler of Echigo. You must soar like a dragon in the sky and not settle for the status quo like your brother. Not forget the oath you took at your coming-of-age ceremony. Do not disappoint me or Seimin. After Yusuji Sadazen finished speaking, he slowly walked to Torikyo's side and gently tapped her shoulder with a folding fan in his hand. His adoptive father, Mazateger, had initially hoped to persuade Yusuji Sadazen to continue serving as the Lord of Echigo, while he would assist from the sidelines. However, Yusuji Sadazen had no intention of continuing as the protector of Ishihigo. It is settled then. The appointment of Hachijo no Kamen as your chief steward after the public transition is indeed quite fitting. Together, you two shall undoubtedly surpass the late Nagao Nabasada in leading the 7 provinces of Echigo. I hope, Torikyo, you can surpass Kyokuta and bring peace not only to Hokuriku, but to the entire realm of the 5 capitals and the 60 provinces. Yusuji Sadazen had discerned that Mazateger was not a mere pond fish. It would be better to relinquish power early so that Mazateger could achieve great things and make a name for himself. At this moment, Kajitaka, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, eager to know if Nagao Heritage harbored any objections. Zoemin had long since agreed. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted the task of sending retainers to Kyoto to the old man. Ever since you quelled the rebellion of Kuroda and Sanjo, Zoemin's health had deteriorated, which explained why he had been avoiding everyone during this time. After Yusuji Sadazen finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. His elder brother had been holding on since the area around the mansion was seized by Kuroda Tokataka. He was in dire need of rest. Mazateger understood how great the blow to Nagao Heritage had been after the fall of the mansion. Heritage's eldest son, Sarakayo, and his main wife, along with many retainers, had been killed by Kuroda Hitada. One half-brother and 2 younger brothers had also perished in battle, fighting against overwhelming odds to help him and Yusuji Sadazen escape. You both know what you need to, so just discuss these matters amongst yourselves. The old man and Zoemin can no longer intervene. Your martial renown has spread throughout Hokuriku, Keishin, the 8 provinces of Kanto, and the 2 provinces of Yud. The feudal lords of the 7 provinces of Echigo will willingly obey your commands. I am weary and shall take my leave. Upon returning to the mansion, Yusuji Sadazen developed a habit of taking afternoon naps. After the battle with Nagao Heritage left both sides severely weakened, he came to understand the situation clearly. Even if one Nagao Heritage was eliminated, another would surely arise. It would be wiser to transfer power to Mazateger sooner rather than later. Farewell, Sadazen. Kajitaka, seeing Mazateger contemplating saying something after watching Yusuji Sadazen's retreating figure, pulled her sleeve, signaling her not to disturb him. Hachijo no Kamen, what did you mean by that earlier? After all, Your adoptive father is still the protector of Echigo. Only he can decide whether to assist Matsu no Kami and whether to wage war against the Ashina clan. Why the obstruction? After Yasuji Sadazane departed, Mazatiger seized Kajitaka's collar, pressing for an answer. Torikiyo, can you not allow Sadazane to live a peaceful life? How many years has he battled against your father? His remaining brothers are reduced to but one. And after finally gaining freedom from confinement, must he still be burdened with governance? Since you are soon to inherit the name of the protector of Echigo, you must share in Sadazane's burdens. Kajitaka could no longer bear it. There were matters she could handle herself, yet she was compelled to seek Yasuji Sadazane's counsel repeatedly. Then tell me, should we assist Matsu no Kami? Should we deploy troops to attack the Ashina clan's Tsugawa Castle and reclaim Ogawa Manor? After taking a moment to calm down, Mazatiger released his grip on Kajitaka's collar, walked to the tea room entrance, and gazed at the garden not far away. Since Matsu no Kami has acknowledged the Yasuji family's claim over Ogawa Manor, it can freely take from the 4 provinces of Aizu and the 7 provinces of Sendai. Why not seize it? If Sakio no Daibu is unwilling to intervene, there is no need to consult him further. As long as Matsu no Kami remains intact, the Yasuji family has grounds to involve itself in the conflicts of you. The 7 provinces of Echigo have suffered years of warfare, rendering many villages and estates impoverished, and they cannot recover to their pre-war state in the short term. For now, we must sustain ourselves through war, seizing the 4 provinces of Aizu and the 7 provinces of Sendai before devising further plans. The territory of Kirawa, which Kajitaka governed, had experienced similar devastation, with years of conflict resulting in significant losses of able-bodied men, and even the subjects fleeing to foreign lands. Fortunately, their greatest gain this time was Ueda Silver Mountain. As long as they continued mining, the family could procure a substantial number of war horses, armor, and swords. However, what would happen if the war dragged on after invading the Ashina territories? Mazatiger was most concerned about a protracted conflict, as the Yasuji family had only just quelled the Kuroda and Sanjo rebellion, exhausting a considerable amount of provisions and supplies. Invading enemy territory was fundamentally different from fighting on home soil. In a home front conflict, they could utilize stored rice from various locations, but if they breached enemy lands, they might face scorched earth tactics, leaving the Yasuji army with not even a grain of rice. The Ashina clan was not as formidable as it seemed. They struggled to pacify the western lords, such as Yakutaima's Yamauchi family, Kamiyoshi's Kurata family, and Nagao's Kayama family. If they could persuade these lords to join their cause, how could the Ashina clan possibly survive? Kajitaka was unconcerned. After all, Haramian was positioned in the southern region of Yuban, capable of restraining a portion of the Ashina forces. If they could capture the gateway of Tsugawa Castle in the 4 provinces of Aizu, the Yasuji army could press forward directly to the foot of Kirikawa Castle. I will arrange for Fukuwa Jiji's Haibushi SH Suk and others to contact the local lords of the 4 provinces of Aizu. You shall be the supreme commander for the expedition against the Ashina clan. My brother, at this point, Mazatiger suddenly spoke with a smile, that I am far too inexperienced to take on such a crucial role. I must insist that Torikiyo select someone else. Kajitaka sensed something was amiss. Mazatiger had clearly learned the art of cunning from Yasuji Sadazane. Given your esteemed accomplishments, my brother, how about we designate the 4 provinces of Aizu and the 7 provinces of Sendai as your fief? Mazatiger had already devised a plan. Once Kajitaka captured the 4 provinces of Aizu and the 7 provinces of Sendai, he would transfer the fief to her, while Kirawa's Shirakawa Manor and Taki River Manor could be directly claimed by the Yasuji family. Especially since the Hachijo family controlled the prosperous port of Kashiwazaki, its revenue surpassed that of Niigata and the mansion. Torikiyo, you wouldn't be coveting my Shirakawa Manor and Taki River Manor, would you? Kajitaka felt as if Mazatiger was targeting her, though it seemed unlikely. He must be scheming something. How could that be? To ensure my brother successfully captures Ogawa Manor, the 4 provinces of Aizu, and the 7 provinces of Sendai, I will command Uno Samakage and my grandfather to lead the cavalry of Taki and Kiji in support of you. If the forces are insufficient, the Nakage, Takazaki, and Shin family from the Waikita faction will soon mobilize their troops to join the campaign in Aizu. Mazatiger had already calculated who would accompany Kajitaka into battle. It seems I truly have no room to decline. Kajitaka could not help but reply that of course not. I have already sent someone to fetch my sister to stay at Kasayama Castle. You need not worry, my brother. Mazatiger assured her fervently. If only Torikyo had been born 20 years earlier, Sadazane would surely have been driven to his wits' end. Kajitaka shook her head in disbelief. On June 25th of the 11th year of Tenmon, while Kawaii Kajitaka had yet to relax properly in the Ekigo domain, Ashikaga Yashiru issued a permit allowing Yusuji Mazatiger to utilize the imperial decree of the 4 exemptions, which was delivered to the mansion by Hosokawa Yukitaka. For Ashikaga Yashiru, who would succeed the role of protector of Ekigo, was no longer of any concern to the Ashikaga shogunate. To him, the successor merely sought to borrow the authority of the court to stabilize military affairs. Moreover, the Yusuji family had presented a significant tribute of 300 ryo of gold, 1,000 ryo of silver, 500 candles, and 300 bundles of cotton, which was a timely boon for the financially strapped Ashikaga shogunate. Thus, without a second thought, Ashikaga Yoshiharu consented to Yusuji Masatiger as Yusuji Sadazan's successor, permitting him to inherit the role of protector of Ekigo and utilize the 4 exemptions. Upon the arrival of the imperial decree personally sealed by Ashikaga Yashiharu at the Ekigo mansion, Yusuji Sadazane officially resigned from the position of protector of Ekigo and retreated into seclusion, transferring all responsibilities of the protectorate and the leadership of the Yusuji family to Mazatiger. The first order of business for Mazatiger after assuming the role of protector of Ekigo was to summon the envoy from Date Haramian, Kawaii Kajitaka, to inform him that the Yusuji family would stand with Date Haramian. However, it was also necessary to adopt Date Tokumian Maru as the adopted son of Nagao heritage. Otherwise, the Yusuji family would not agree to send troops to attack the Ashina clan to relieve pressure on Date Haramian. Kawaii Kajitaka had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. After all, Date Haramian was currently facing the entire Yu region's daimyo and local lords, desperately in need of support from powerful neighboring daimyos. Subsequently, Kawaii Kajitaka hurried back to Yonezawa Castle with Mazatiger's demands to report the situation to Date Haramian. At the same time, Mazatiger did not intend to wait for Date Haramian's reply. He directly ordered Nakage Fujisuke, Yasuda Nagahide, and Shin Tesada, among other local lords from the Waikita faction, to gather their forces and attack Akadani Castle, which was held by the Otakiri family. Meanwhile, Nagao Fujikage, Nigata Masasada, and Yamagishi Hidenabu, along with other local lords for Nakakawa, would assemble their forces to assault Tsugawa Castle, which belonged to the Kanakami family. Mazatiger aimed for a swift resolution, striving to reclaim Ogawa Manor before winter's arrival. Upon returning to Biwa Island Castle, Kajitaka felt both elated and troubled. Shirakawa Manor and Taki River Manor, along with Kashiwazaki, could reliably yield no less than 7,000 kin in annual revenue for the Hachijo family. If they were to deploy troops to seize the 4 provinces of Aizu and the 7 provinces of Sendai, it would superficially appear that their territory had multiplied several-fold. However, they have lost the most crucial maritime outlets and the revenues from shipping and port taxes. The Aizu 4 districts and the Sendai 7 districts are areas densely populated by the natives, where even the formidable Date clan, which dominated Ashu for decades, could not fully exert control. Date Tadamian could only rely on strategic marriages and the adoption of heirs to tenuously maintain the allegiance of these daimyos and local lords to the Date family. Should the Hachijo clan venture into southern Mutsu, it would inevitably incite discontent among the local lords, potentially plunging the region into a protracted conflict. Currently, the Ashina clan stands with Date Tadamian, deploying forces to march northward against Date Haramian in southern Dua. The Yusuji army is indeed capable of successfully reclaiming territories such as Ogawa village in Ekigo province, which have been occupied by the Ashina clan. However, it is uncertain whether they could press their advantage to penetrate the heartland of the Aizu Ashina clan. Just as Kajifumi was contemplating his next course of action in his study, Gomi Takashige approached from outside, saying, "My lord, the chief retainers of the Hinata, Io, and Echu clans, led by the elder Hinata Maritami, are gathered in the main hall seeking an audience with you." Why have they come to the castle at this time? Kajifumi had hoped for a moment of solitude. They have learned that the newly appointed lord intends to order the Hachijo clan to attack the Eizu Ashina clan and subsequently reclaim the Hachijo clan's holdings of Shirakawa and Tokigawa. Hence, they have come to the castle without prior permission. Gomi Takashige felt a headache coming on. These individuals are all key retainers of the Hachijo clan, many of whom are related and are not easily managed. I will come shortly. Kajifumi had no choice but to brace himself for the meeting with these retainers. Before long, he hastily entered the main hall, where he encountered a group led by Hachijo Harukizumi, Hachijo Yashifusa, and Hachijo Norishige. Greetings, my lord. The retainers bowed deeply upon seeing Kajifumi enter the hall. Please rise. Understanding their purpose for gathering, Kajifumi chose to listen first before speaking. My lord, the actions of a new lord are exceedingly disrespectful. The Hachijo clan has followed her into battle, subduing the rebellions of the likes of Kuroda, Tsunetaka, and Sanjo Nakatsukasa, and yet you have supported her as the new governor of Ekigo. Not only do you not expand the Hachijo clan's territories in Ekigo, but you also plan to reclaim Shirakawa and Tokigawa, which currently belong to us. If our forces fail in the campaign against the Ashina clan, will we not lose the very lands we rely on for survival? Hachijo Harukizumi expressed his profound dissatisfaction. Indeed, the young men of the Hachijo clan have risked their lives in the service of the new lord. Yet they have received little in terms of rewards, only to be met with such treatment. Without land, how shall we continue to exist? Hachijo Norishige echoed his sentiments. Do you all share the same view as Hinata Maridami and Io Maridami? Kajifumi inquired after Norishige finished speaking. Although Hachijo Yashifusa and Uchiyama Michihiza, who had accompanied them, did not openly express their discontent with Masatora's actions, they nodded in agreement. Shirakawa and Tokigawa in Karawa district have repeatedly suffered raids from the forces of the Guardian family, leading to a diminishing amount of arable land and harvestable fields, while the amount of barren land has increased. Coupled with the losses sustained by the Hachijo clan over successive generations in their service to the Guardian family, the land's young men have been decimated, leaving scarcely enough provisions. If not for the recent assistance from the government, the clan would struggle to survive the winter. In contrast, the agricultural lands in Eizu are several times more fruitful. Should we transfer our fief there, we need not worry about poor harvests or insufficient grain storage. After much contemplation, Kajifumi concluded that he must obey Masatora's orders and lead a campaign against the Eizu Ashina clan. That said, the sudden demand for us to abandon the lands we have long inhabited and to seize new territories is simply unacceptable to us. Hachijo Norishige remained dissatisfied that it is not as if the clan is to attack the Eizu 4 district alone. Moreover, we must await the success of the Northern Coalition's commanders, such as Nakaho Ekizen no Kami, in capturing the castles in Ekigo occupied by the Ashina clan before we can join forces with them to enter the Eizu 4 districts. During this interim, Shirakawa and Tokigawa will still be under the Hachijo clan's domain. Until we have fully captured the Eizu 4 districts, Shirakawa and Tokigawa will remain our territories. Kajifumi understood that Masatora would not act too harshly. He would likely wait until the Eizu 4 districts were securely under their control before reclaiming Shirakawa and Tokigawa. If we are not to act independently, then I have no objections. Hachijo Harukizumi conceded after hearing Kajifumi's words. Hinata Maridami, you are responsible for recruiting our clan's standing forces. The stipends will be in the form of stored rice, preferably recruiting second and third sons from the samurai families in the 7 districts of Ekigo who cannot inherit their family estates. Our clan must expand its ranks of vassals. Kajifumi suddenly realized that the number of vassals in his clan was still insufficient. During the previous attack on Sanjo Castle, if not for Honjo Masanori's flank assault against the forces of Nagao Toshikage, the Hachijo army would have nearly been overwhelmed by the latter. The hastily conscripted peasant soldiers had too low morale and fighting capability, easily collapsing under pressure. Understood. Hachijo Harukizumi was quite willing to take on this responsibility, as it spared him from allocating territory for the vassals. My lord, do you intend for the newly recruited vassals to receive only stored rice, similar to Maruyama Sakan? What if the samurai from the 7 districts of Ekigo refuse to enlist? Hachijo Yashifusa voiced his concerns about Kajafumi's plan, fearing a lack of volunteers. Then we shall recruit able-bodied men from various regions. There will always be some willing to join. Those who achieve military merit and defeat notable enemies will be granted land, while all others will receive a fixed amount of stored rice. I have no fear of a lack of volunteers. As long as rice is offered, young and strong peasants will flock to enlist. Kajafumi was confident that as long as there was rice to be had, the eager young men would be lining up to join. With this, the samurai from the 7 districts of Echigo will surely compete to join our ranks. My lord is indeed wise, Hachijo Yashifusa praised. Before the Hachijo clan's retainers could attack the Aizu 4 districts, they must practice horsemanship, swordsmanship, and archery daily. As a prestigious samurai clan, you must not bring shame upon the Hachijo name in front of the Northern Coalition's commanders and the Mid-Echigo commanders. Kajafumi planned to utilize this time for training and recruiting new troops. Understood. The retainers responded in unison that in the 11th year of Tenbun, on the 10th day of July, as the season turned to mid-autumn, both the middle and lower Echigo had been pacified. The northern lords of Sato Island were largely compliant with the governance of Echigo. To the south, the Takanishi, Iwai, and Inoue clans serve as a buffer along the Shinetsu border for the Usuji clan of Echigo. To the west, the Niigata district had momentarily stabilized under the mediation of Masatora and the Takamura Hama clan, thereby solidifying Masatora's position as the new guardian of Echigo. Thus, Masatora, filled with ambition, prepared to resolve the presence of the Kenesaka and Odakiri clans, who occupied Ogawa village in Echigo province. After thoughtful consideration, Masatora decided to send Nakaho Fujikazu to lead the Northern Coalition's commanders in the assault on Akadate Castle, while his own kin, Nagao Fujikich, would serve as the commander of the mid-Echigo forces, joining forces with the castle lord of Kurataki, Yamaguchi Hidenabu, and the lord of Sakaki, Nao Masakazu, to advance towards Tsugawa Castle at the same time, taking advantage of the absence of Tsugawa Castle's lord, Kenesaka Morishita, who had gone to Aizu to join the campaign against Date Haramyun. Nakaho Fujikazu received orders from Masatora to lead an attack against the Kenesaka and Odakiri clans occupying Ogawa village in Karawa district. He quickly allied with the lords of Watani, Takeda Moditsu, Mizuhara Masekage, Kaji Hidetaka, and Niigata's Shinban Takasada, amassing a force of 5,000, which they boasted to be 10,000, marching along the Kaji River towards Akadate Castle. Upon learning of the Usuji army's large-scale invasion, the lord of Akadate Castle, Odakiri Yasuji, was nearly paralyzed by fear and hastily dispatched his retainer, Odakiri Kojuro, to Tsugawa Castle for assistance. However, within Tsugawa Castle, only Kenesaka Morishita's son, Kenesaka Marinabu, and a few retainers remained, and no one anticipated that the Usuji clan would seize the opportunity to launch an attack on Ogawa village, while the Ashina clan was engaged in a significant northern campaign against Date Haramyun. Upon hearing of the impending Usuji assault on Ogawa village, Kenesaka Marinabu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The current Usuji clan was more formidable than any adversary the Kenesaka clan had faced before, and the newly appointed guardian of Echigo, Usuji Masatora, possessed the 4 privileges bestowed by the Ashikaga shogunate, granting him the moral authority to govern the 7 districts of Ishihigo. At that moment, Kenesaka Marinabu's heart was filled with panic. Although Tsugawa Castle boasted strong fortifications and ample provisions, and many local warriors surrounding Ogawa village were in the service of the Kenesaka clan, such as Yoshimi Hiroshi, the lord of Kurataki, and Odakiri Yasuji, the lord of Akadate, as well as other retainers. These conditions were insufficient for the Kenesaka clan to withstand the might of the Usuji clan. One could merely establish a temporary stronghold in the remote corners of Puyuen County, biding one's time to seek opportunities for the expansion of the Kaneshima clan's territory. What Kaneshima Marinabu never anticipated was that mere days into his tenure as the acting commander, the clarion call of the Usuji army would already echo through the halls of Ogawa Manor. While Marinabu was still deep in thought, pondering emergency strategies, his vassal, Adachi Aikajiro, stumbled into the grand hall of Tsugawa Castle. Disheveled and bloodied, eyes glazed over with despair, and breathless. Upon seeing Marinabu, he weakly implored, "I beseech you, Lord Kaneshima, to swiftly dispatch troops to Akadani Castle. My lord, Mikawa no Kami, is besieged with merely 800 defenders, utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming assault of the Usuji forces numbering in the tens of thousands. ISN Tishintani Castle, located in the northern territories of the Odachi clan. Has Mikawa no Kami sought assistance from Daini Hyman Budaibu? While Marinabu had already surmised much of the situation, he was still reluctant to believe that the vassal lords under the Kaneshima banner were so easily vanquished. After raising his gaze to Marinabu, Odachi Ujiro despondently shook his head and murmured, Daini Hyman Budaibu commands merely a handful of defenders in less than half a day. Shintani Castle fell to the Usuji forces. Daini Hyman Budaibu, along with all defenders and their families, fought valiantly but perished. Marinabu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he sank onto the tatami in his desire to elevate the Kaneshima clan, a branch of the Ashina family, to the pinnacle of prominence among the Ashina. Kaneshima Moritada had diverted a significant portion of his forces southward into Utsu County to assist the Ashina in their campaign against Date Haramian, leaving the defenses of Ogawa Manor woefully undermanned. Only the Odachi clan, a close kin of the Kaneshima, retained a considerable portion of their military strength, while the remaining lords under the Kaneshima banner were left with only a few dozen or a mere 100 troops to defend their strongholds. Yet not all the vassal lords under the Kaneshima banner were steadfast in their loyalty, refusing to serve two lords. Yamauchi Hikishichi, the lord of Gojima Castle, was the first to surrender to the Usuji clan through Takebayashi Takanari, the lord of Awaya Castle, offering to serve as a guide for the Usuji forces. Gojima Castle lies just south of Awaya Castle, separated only by the Aganagawa River. Hikishichi's capitulation signaled the complete opening of the western gate of the Kaneshima clan. With his assistance, the western regions of Ogawa Manor, including Tenazawa, Kuroiwa, Yakiyama, and Kyos, swiftly fell before the Usuji's formidable onslaught, and a multitude of fortifications within Ogawa Manor became the possession of the Usuji clan. Even the so-called impregnable Tsugawa Castle could not hold out for long. To safeguard his family estate from the clutches of the Usuji, Marinabu was compelled to evacuate all civilians into Tsugawa Castle for joint defense while dispatching his retainer, Seraida Gozeman, at once to Eizu Kirikawa Castle to seek aid from Ashina Mori-shun and Kaneshima Moritada. However, calamity befell them as misfortune compounded upon misfortune at this critical juncture for the survival of the Kaneshima clan. The local lords of Nishi-Eizu County rejoiced upon learning of the Usuji forces' substantial incursion into Ogawa Manor. They had long suffered under the oppression and baseless attacks from the Ashina clan, and their tolerance had reached its limit. The lords of Yokota Nakamaru Castle, Yamauchi Shunt, Nishi Castle S. Yamauchi Shitoku, Noziri Ushikabi Castle S. Yamauchi Toshiyuki, Kawaguchi Tamako Castle S. Yamauchi Toshiru, Namaza Miyama Castle S. Yamauchi Masaki, Takatani Iwaya Castle S. Yamauchi Toshimasa, Kohari Castle S. Kohomoriyoshi, and Akiyama Castle S. Naganuma Yoshimasa, among the local lords of Nishi-Eizu County, promptly raised their banners in response to the Usuji clan, launching spontaneous assaults against the territories governed by the Ashina in Numa County, Iwase County, and Higashi-Eizu County. With the situation in Eizu's 4 counties precarious, the rule of the Ashina clan was jeopardized, compelling Ashina Mori-shun to suspend his offensive against Utsu County and leave behind only the warriors of the Anazawa clan, such as Anazawa Tashihiza and Anazawa Ekizan no Kami, to guard Hibara Castle. He himself personally led 5,000 troops from Hibara Castle to confront the rebellious Yamauchi clan and Kohore and Naganuma clans, the local lords of Nishi-Eizu, on the 15th of July. The vassals who had initially invaded Numa County, Higashi-Eizu County, and Iwase County, including Yamauchi Shunt, Yamauchi Toshiyuki, Yamauchi Toshiharu, Yamauchi Masaki, Yamauchi Toshimasa, and Kohomoriyoshi, upon learning of Ashina Mori-shun's personal deployment, dared not engage him directly in battle, instead retreating to their strongholds to fortify their defenses. Over the following days, Ashina Mori-shun relentlessly seized several fortifications under the Yamauchi clan, including Kobayashi, Katabita, Shimoyama, Toyama, Buzawa, and Onojima, and subsequently surrounded Yamauchi Shunt's residence. Yokota Nakamura Castle. This move instilled terror among the lords of Nishi-Eizu, prompting Kohomoriyoshi, Naganuma Yoshimasa, and others to dispatch envoys to Ashina Mori-shun's camp, seeking to re-enter the service of the Ashina clan. Concurrently, Kawai Keijek, upon returning to Yonezawa Castle and conveying the terms from the Usuji clan, found the increasingly desperate Date Haremian fully acquiescing. Moreover, Kawai Keijek dispatched troops to escort Date Tadamian to the northern reaches of Ekigo. Originally, Tadamian had aligned himself with Date Haremian to avoid becoming the adopted son of Nagao Herikage in Ekigo, yet he could not have anticipated that Haremian, in a bid for self-preservation, would send him to Ekigo. Although Masatoku successfully inherited the position of guardian of Ekigo and the head of the Usuji clan, permitted by the Ashika shogunate to utilize the red-handled umbrella, white umbrella cover, house seal, and felt saddle, thus becoming the true lord of Ekigo, he found no peace. The Jim clan of Ekigo, the Sate clan, the Ishiguro clan, the Kaga Ikoiki, and the Kaneshima clan of Ogawa Manor and Ekigo all eyed the Usuji clan with hostility. Although the local lords from Sato as 3 counties, such as Hamamoto Hanma, Satai Hanma, and Kuchikami Hanma, had successively pledged allegiance to the Usuji clan, these declarations were merely verbal affirmations of their nominal lordship. While they continued to command their own troops and collect taxes independently, remaining unresponsive to the Usuji clan's mobilizations, only counting as vassals in name. The true territories of the Usuji clan in Ekigo encompassed merely half of Naka County, half of Samishima County, 1/3 of Iwanyama County, 1/4 of Koji County, and 1/10 of Kamahara County. When combined with the lands of the Eizu Ashina clan and their vassal lords, they were not far off from the Usuji clan's holdings in Ekigo. As the newly appointed guardian of Ekigo, Masatoku not only failed to match the former guardians, such as Usuji Asakata and Usuji Fumimasa, in their splendor across the 7 counties of Ekigo, but even fell short of his immediate predecessors, Nagao Herikage and Nagao Herikage. Moreover, during the rebellion led by Kuroda Hidetada and Nagao Toshikage, Kaneshima Moritada audaciously dispatched troops to raid various locales in Kamahara County, capturing locations such as Tobiyama, Keidu, and Nanataki, displaying unbridled arrogance. Thus, upon assuming the guardianship of Ekigo, Masatoku resolved to address the latent threat posed by the Kaneshima clan entrenched in Ogawa Manor, ordering the resentful generals of the northern Ekigo to dispatch 5,000 troops to besiege Akadani Castle. Once Akadani Castle fell, the northern gate of Tsugawa Castle, the Kaneshima stronghold, would stand wide open, completely exposed to the Usuji forces. Masatoku understood that he must first eradicate the Kaneshima clan, which had long held sway over Ogawa Manor in Kamahara County, to secure his position as the guardian of Ekigo. While the Ikoiki of Ekigo, the Kaga Ikoiki, the Jim clan of Ekigo, and the Hatama clan of Noto wielded greater territories and forces than the Kaneshima clan, Masatoku dismissed them as threats. The true peril posed by the Kaneshima clan lay right beneath the elbow of the Usuji clan. Should he turn a blind eye to this, he would inevitably find himself in dire straits in the future. To eliminate the Kaneshima clan was essential for the stability of Ekigo. The rugged mountains and fortifications of the 7 counties of Ekigo had once enabled Kiso Yashinaka to seize control and achieve the expulsion of the Terra from the capital. Thus, Masatoku resolved to remain in Ekigo, commanding Hanjo Sananari to oversee Sakato Castle in Iwanyama County, while directing Uno Samakage and the 2,000 troops from the Ekiwa faction to traverse the mountainous borders into the territory of the Yamauchi clan in Nishi-Eizu, delivering supplies and arms to the beleaguered Yamauchi vassals, thereby stalling Ashina Mori-shun's advancing army and affording the Usuji forces ample time to conquer Akadani Castle and Tsugawa Castle. Simultaneously, Masatoku entrusted Kadasita with the authority to command the various lords of Kurikawa County, instructing him to advance eastward and merge forces with the generals of the northern Ekigo and siege Ekigo, planning to launch a coordinated assault on the 4 counties of Eizu once Ogawa Manor was fully reclaimed. Securing Eizu's 4 counties would solidify the foundation of the Usuji clan in Ekigo, after which they could march southward to assist the Kanto governors in quelling the rebellious lords of the 8 provinces of Kanto. thus bringing the entire eastern realm into submission in the current climate. With the Ashikaga clan losing its grip, the various lords were vying for power. If action were not taken promptly, someone would undoubtedly seize the initiative. On August 29th of the 11th year of Tenbun, the Ashina forces had been embroiled in fierce combat beneath Nakamaru Castle for a month, making almost no progress. Throughout this protracted month, the Ashina forces employed a cumbersome strategy of attrition against the castle, exhausting considerable supplies and lives. Yet Ashina Morishun obtained nothing he desired. During this time, Morishun had also dispatched the recently loyal vassals of the southern Eizu, Kawahara Moriyoshi and Naganuma Yoshimasa, to persuade Yamauchi Shunt to surrender and open the gates. However, bolstered by the supplies and arms provided by the Equa faction, Shunt resolutely refused, fully aware that surrendering would lead to the reduction of his fief and the handing over of a family member as a hostage, with the very real possibility of being compelled to become a monk, leading to further exploitation of the Yamauchi clan by the Ashina. Moreover, Yamauchi Shuntu has learned that the forces led by Uno Samiki and the Tabiai clan have covertly marched to Shirozawa, poised to offer their support at any moment. Thus, he has no compelling reason to surrender the city. Furthermore, the garrison within the city possesses ample provisions, water sources, and a sufficient supply of troops to endure a siege for several more months without issue. The state of the siege has evidently surpassed the expectations of Ashina Moritoku. It is not that the combat effectiveness of the Ashina army has diminished, but rather that the Nakamaru Castle at Yokota is exceedingly difficult to capture. With the onset of colder weather, the Ashina forces have suffered numerous injuries and casualties, leading even their commander, Ashina Moritoku, to waver in confidence. The mountainous terrain of West Eizu, coupled with treacherous roads, has rendered it impossible to transport siege equipment to Nakamaru Castle, thereby thwarting Moritoku's plans to capture Nakamaru Castle swiftly and subsequently dispatch reinforcements to Ogawa Village in Kumahara County. At this juncture, the reactions of the commanders in West Eizu have begun to crystallize. Initially, fearing the overwhelming presence of Moritoku's forces, senior retainers of the Yamauchi clan, including Yamauchi Toshimasa, Yamauchi Tashifusa, Yamauchi Tashifuan, Yamauchi Munenori, Yamauchi Tashiyasu, and Yamauchi Motonari, hesitated to lend aid to their besieged lord. Only after witnessing Nakamaru Castle effectively thwart the Ashina army's advance did they mobilize their retainers and leave their strongholds to gather forces in the vicinity of Chikazumiyama, south of Nakamaru Castle, eager to launch a counteroffensive. Simultaneously, the main force of the Usuji army has become notably dispersed. Nakaiju Fujisuke, Niigata, Gunsei, Takagami Motonari, and Yasuda Nagahide have successfully besieged the Otakigawa clan at Akigawa Castle, eliminating over 800 defenders. Meanwhile, Nagao, Fujisuke, Naoi Masasada, and Yamagishi Hidenori, under the guidance of Yamauchi Hikishichi, have surrounded Tsugawa Castle. Consequently, the Ashina clan's only remaining stronghold in Kumahara County, Ogawa Village, is Tsugawa Castle, yet to fall. Although the reinforcements sent by the 7 riders of Yamauchi are few, numbering just over 1,000, it is nonetheless sufficient. The Ashina army's psychological resilience has been thoroughly shattered by the combined forces of the Yamauchi 7 riders and Uno Samiki's troops, compelling Ashina Moritoku to order a complete retreat to avoid being attacked from both sides and having their supply line severed. This battle marks the first siege failure for Ashina Moritoku since he inherited the leadership of the Ashina clan, and the arduous nature of the conflict has left an indelible impression on the entire Ashina army, especially given their numerical superiority, in a desperate bid to prevent Tsugawa Castle from falling. Moritoku has dispatched Kanakami Moritada to lead a contingent of 1,500 troops, alongside Kayamori Shinsaburo, the lord of Kayamori Castle, and Shinomiya Moritane, to rescue Ogawa Village from the Usuji siege. However, just as Moritoku withdrew from West Eizu, the previously surrendered Kawahara Moriyoshi and Naganuma Yoshimasa reverted to the service of the Nakamaru clan and the Usuji, launching fresh assaults across East Eizu, further exhausting the Ashina forces. Nakaiju Fujisuke and his allied commanders penetrate Ogawa Village in Kumahara County. Kageyuki concurrently recruits and trains his own new troops in Karahama County. Since the battle outside Sanji Castle, Kageyuki has gained significant insights. following Nagao Toshikage's desperate charge that decimated the Usuji's vanguard. Even his own Hachijo troops nearly faced annihilation. Had it not been for the quick thinking of Usami Sadakatsu, who disguised his retainer Tsukada Kimen as a defeated soldier of the Sanju Nagao army to assassinate Nagao Toshikage, Kagyuki might have suffered the same fate as Nagao Kagyuki, retreating from the battlefield under the protection of his retainers. After all, Kagyuki has a family to protect and has sworn allegiance to Usuji Sadazane and Nagao heritage. In order to survive in this tumultuous era of Fusa and seek a way back to his own time, he cannot afford to lose his head easily. Fortunately, prominent figures such as Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Matsudara Motoyasu have yet to come of age, providing Kagyuki with ample time and opportunity to carve out a domain in Hokuriku and Oyuyu. Should he manage to conquer the 4 counties of Aizu before winter arrives and establish a foothold, he could use them as a buffer for Echigo, allowing him to advance into the 7 counties of Sendai and retreat to secure the 4 counties of Aizu while awaiting reinforcements from Echigo. Although the Hachijo clan currently controls the estates of Shirakawa and Taki, as well as the port of Kashiwazaki, they are bordered by the Maeda clan of Yasuda, the Hoju clan, the Kakizaki clan, and the direct territory of the Usuji clan, originally the direct territory of the Nagao clan. Leaving little room for expansion to further enlarge the Hachijo domain, they must venture north across the sea to seize the 3 counties of Sado. However, the situation in the 3 counties of Sado resembles that of the 7 counties of Echigo, both rife with local lords, albeit the lords of Sado predominantly belong to the diverse branches of the Hama clan. In contrast, the 7 counties of Echigo do not have as many branches of the Usuji clan. Thus, after exhausting his finances and even utilizing Ayaheim's dowry, Kagyuki managed to recruit over 2,000 able-bodied men from the 7 counties of Echigo. His first decisive action was to dismiss the elderly and weak among the Hachijo clan's retainers, the troops of Shirakawa and Taki, as well as those in the recruitment pool. Although the cavalry under the Hachijo clan may be slightly superior to the majority of local lords in the 7 counties of Echigo, they still have their fair share of elderly and feeble foot soldiers and light infantry. After a few weeks of purging and reorganizing, the Hachijo clan was left with only about 1,500 capable soldiers. However, Kagyuki did not simply dismiss the elderly and weak who had been cut from the ranks. After all, with the impending war, the Hachijo clan is currently facing a shortage of manpower, and allowing these individuals to join any opposing faction would bolster their strength. Moreover, many of these individuals have served the Hachijo clan for years. To abandon them would be both ungrateful and illogical. Consequently, Kagyuki organized all these dismissed elderly and weak individuals into the Kogata unit, led by the clan elder Hachiyo Harakazu, dedicated solely to the crafting and repair of weapons and the transportation of provisions and supplies. The remaining 1,500 capable soldiers were integrated with over 300 Hachijo retainers, forming the Kintaka army, serving as the direct standing army under the Hachijo clan leader. Kagyuki appointed Usami Sadakatsu, skilled in cavalry tactics, and Hachijo Hashifiru, known for his adaptability, to command the Kintaka army, each leading over 900 elite troops. Simultaneously, Kagyuki initiated reforms regarding the military structure and rewards of the Hachijo clan. All individuals could be promoted based on merit, with the highest rank being that of steward of the estate, each receiving 4 koku of rice annually, compared to the standard 2 koku for regular retainers. Furthermore, those selected for the Kintaka army would be exempt from labor duties and taxes. With the formation of the new standing army of the Hachijo clan, the Kintaka army, Kagyuki personally oversaw their rigorous training every night, while during the day, Usami Sadakatsu and Hachiyo Hashifu supervised the drills. At the same time, new weaponry crafted by Hachiyo Harakazu and warhorses collected by Uchinaka Mitsuhiza continued to flow into the army. Each of the 1,800 Kintaka soldiers was uniformly equipped with 5 items provided by the Hachijo clan: black lacquered Demaru armor, a side sword, a katana, a hand shield, a portable wooden shield, and a standardized black lacquered kabuto, a flat shield shape that can be removed and used as a hand shield. Each of the 300 cavalry soldiers also received a Kiso horse, a Mongolian horse relative, followed by Hokuriku horses, Mutsu horses, and Kanto horses. Such provisions were unparalleled among the lords of the 7 counties of Echigo. Within 2 months, the elderly and weak among the former retainers and troops were systematically removed, while the brave and valiant emerged without hindrance. Consequently, the combat strength of the Hachijo army surged, leading to widespread acclaim for the Kintaka army's martial prowess, unmatched in modern times, in light of the formidable advance of the Usugi forces. Eisho and Kyotoku could only initially deploy Kanakami Moritada, Kayamori Shinsaburo, and Shinomiya Moritane as the vanguard to ascertain whether this contingent of 1,500 troops, along with several hundred defenders from Tsugawa Castle, could withstand the Usugi onslaught before determining the next course of action. Meanwhile, Nakaiju Fujisuke, Yasuda Nagahide, Niigata, Gunsei, and Takagami Motonari swiftly descended south after capturing Akigawa Castle, successfully merging with the forces of Nagao Fujisuke, Noe Masasada, and Yamagishi Hidenori, amassing over 8,000 men. Boasting a claim of 30,000 troops, the army established their encampment along the shore, with supply boats traversing the Aganagawa River, advancing on both land and water, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, Yamauchi Shunto, bolstered by the support of Uno Samiki and the Tabiai clan, has begun to reclaim lost territories, including Kobayashi, Katakita, Shimoyama, Buzawa, and Kono Island. Subsequently, the Yamauchi forces alongside the Tabiai clan advanced on land while the supply boats navigated the river, creating a magnificent display, poised to penetrate deep into the heart of the Ashina clan's territory. The Shirakawa clan in southern Sendai had previously been attacked by the Ashina clan in alliance with the Nakaedo clan. Seizing the opportunity while the Ashina clan was preoccupied, Shirakawa Akirayoshi launched an offensive against the Nakaedo clan's Sugakawa Castle, Okubo Castle, and Takami Castle. The Nakaedo clan could not withstand the assault. They were compelled to repeatedly send envoys to Ashina Moritoku at Kurikawa Castle, urgently requesting assistance. Moritoku, now beleaguered, is not only struggling to regain control over the previously captured territories of Kobayashi, Katakita, Shimoyama, Buzawa, and Kono Island, but even his own kin, the Kanakami clan, is on the verge of losing Ogawa village in Kumahara County to the Usugi forces. In dire circumstances, Ashina Moritake, beset on all sides by foes, had no choice but to send envoys beseeching the intervention of Date Tatamian from Ashu, in hopes that he might persuade the Usugi clan of Echigo to cease their assault on the Ashina house. Meanwhile, in southern Dua and southern Mutsu, the triumphant Date Tatamian, basking in the glory of his recent victories, felt confident that he could soon subdue his rebellious son, Date Haramian, and thus resolved to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before resorting to arms. He dispatched his son-in-law, Satada Tashimian, as an envoy to the Usugi clan, accompanied by a letter addressed to Mazatiger, demanding the immediate withdrawal of Usugi forces to Echigo and the restoration of all territories seized from the Ashina clan, including Ogawa in the Kamahara district, asserting that such measures would preserve the amicable relations between the Usugi and Date families. Implicit in this demand was the threat of armed conflict should they refuse. Upon receiving Tatamian's missive, Mazatiger refrained from an immediate reply and instead summoned Kajitaka, who was preparing his troops for deployment to the 4 districts of Aizu, to deliberate on the matter. What urgent matter could warrant such a summons just before battle? Kajitaka entered the main hall of Kasagama Castle, the highest-ranking chamber of the Usugi clan, permitted only to select loyal retainers and family members. Behold, this is the letter from Date Sikino Daibu, delivered by his son-in-law. Sutada Haibumi, Mazatiger, suppressing his fury, handed Tatamian's letter to Kajitaka. Is this not akin to a declaration of war? Kajitaka's countenance paled as he swiftly perused the contents of the letter. Regaining Ogawa and Kamahara was the long-held aspiration of both his late father and his father-in-law. They could not falter now. After voicing this, Mazatiger drew his sword, Koan Nagamitsu, and cleave a nearby support post and toot, "What shall we do with Satada Haibumi, who remains at the estate?" Kajitaka glanced at the severed support post, and although he surmised the fate that awaited the envoy sent to the Usugi clan, he felt compelled to feign ignorance. Arrest him and deliver him to Yonezawa Castle for punishment by Date Matsuno Kami. Mazatiger, sheathing Koan Nagamitsu, replied slowly, Having vented his frustration by destroying the post, Mazatiger's mood improved considerably. Thus, a confrontation between the Usuji and the Date clan became unavoidable. Should they seek intervention from the Kayagaku or the Kanto Kanrei? Kajitaka, however, was reluctant to engage in open warfare with Tadamian just yet. After all, the Usuji clan had recently unified the majority of Ekigo's 7 districts, excluding Kamahara, and waging war against the formidable Date clan was hardly a prudent course of action. No need for that. If necessary, our family shall personally lead a great army into the 4 districts of Eizu. After all, the Yoko family of Nishi Eizu and other retainers have been loyal since the era of my father. We cannot abandon them in their time of need. Mazatiger was unwilling to forsake such valuable allies. I've heard that the Lord has already dispatched Uno Samakado and other retainers from the Taki clan to aid the Yoko family in Nishi-Eizu. The Ashina clan has long entrenched itself in the 4 districts of Eizu. I wonder if the Taki forces will suffice. Kajitaka felt that the Taki forces were woefully inadequate for the task at hand. That is sufficient, my brother. You need only join forces with Nakaho Ekiza no Kami, Nagao Echi no Kami, and others. I grant you authority over the commanders. As soon as Mazatiger finished speaking, he handed Kajitaka a neatly folded banner. Upon unfolding it, Kajitaka discovered it bore the cursive character for dragon. This is my latest banner, the Rando banner. To see this emblem is to behold me. Mazatiger took great pride in his calligraphy, hence its use as a standard. I am profoundly grateful. I shall exert every effort to seize the 4 districts of Eizu for the Usuji clan. After folding the Rando banner carefully, Kajitaka prepared to depart the hall. However, he was suddenly called back by Mazatiger. Brother, do not be so hasty to leave. I just remembered that my sister specifically asked me to inquire why the dowry she brought to Biwa Island Castle has been entirely appropriated by some order. Do you know anything about this? A smile that had been on Mazatiger's lips morphed into a peculiar grin. I have only just learned of this matter. I must return to our residence and have it thoroughly investigated. Kajitaka sensed a wave of hostility and sought an excuse to retreat to Biwa Island Castle. I heard from Shinyuan clan that it was you who personally ordered this. There seems to be a discrepancy here. Mazatiger continued to wear his strange smile as he gazed at Kajitaka. I had no knowledge of who was responsible. As Akira's husband, how could I take it upon myself to use my wife's dowry? Kajitaka felt a chill run down his spine under Mazatiger's scrutinizing gaze, but he maintained his innocence, claiming complete ignorance of who had appropriated Akiheim's dowry. Hachio Nakatsukusa, I heard you have been actively recruiting troops and acquiring horses and weapons within your domain. Are you not attempting to follow in the footsteps of Kuroda Hitachi no Kami and Sanjo Nakatsukusa? At this moment, Mazatiger addressed Kajitaka with a newfound formality, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. Absolutely not. I am devoted to protecting our house and loyal to the lord of the house. The heavens can bear witness. The Hachijo clan is merely conducting routine drills and reorganizations, weeding out the old and weak. If I truly wished to emulate Kuroda Hitachi no Kami and Sanjo Nakatsukusa, I would first repair and expand our residence and construct new outposts. You worry too much, my lord. Kajitaka forced a smile, feeling quite uncomfortable. Oh, weeding out the old and weak, routine drills and reorganizations. Then why is it that you have newly established the Koku army? You have also mixed in the original retainers of the Hachijo clan, totaling over 1,800 men, all uniformly outfitted with Dumaru, Tachi, hand shields, Kasa, Wakazashi, and even over 300 Kiso horses have been procured. When did the Hachijo clan become so rich as to rival a nation? Mazatiger continued to wear his peculiar grin, peering intently at Kajitaka. The war horses have been exhausted during the conflicts in Tsuyama and Sanjo, in order to successfully penetrate the 4 districts of Eizu and maintain our fighting strength. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Kajitaka was drenched in cold sweat, completely at a loss as to how Mazatiger could obtain such detailed information about the Hachijo domain without leaving Kasagama Castle, even knowing the exact number of soldiers in the newly established Koku army. What then is this newly established Koku army? As the protector of Ekigo, why have I not heard Hachio Nakatsukusa mention it? Mazateger spoke as he placed Koan Nagamitsu at his left. That is because there are too many old and weak retainers in the house. Moreover, this campaign to Aizu requires a large standing force. I was left with no choice but to urgently recruit a batch of soldiers AS for the name of the Koko army. It was derived from the Tang dynasty. I hope they can serve as a deterrent against petty criminals domestically and crush invading enemies abroad. Kajitaka glanced at Mazateger, who was gripping Kon Nagamitsu tightly, and hurriedly explained, "It seems Hachijo Nakatsukasa no longer needs to explain. Such expenditures from the Hachijo clan have indeed reached the point of having to tap into my sister's dowry. So, how shall Hachijo Nakatsukasa compensate my sister for her losses?" After hearing Kajitaka's explanation, Mazateger relaxed his grip on Koan Nagamitsu. "Naturally, once we capture the Ashina clan stronghold at Kirikawa Castle, we will empty their treasury and storehouses as compensation for Akiheim." Kajitaka let out a sigh of relief. "So, brother, you do admit to having utilized my sister's dowry." Mazateger clapped his hands, and soon after, Akiheim, dressed in Tang attire, gracefully entered the hall. Kajitaka felt an overwhelming sense of dread, unsure of how to explain the situation regarding Akiheim's dowry in person. "Husband, it is no matter if you utilize my dowry to prepare for the impending conflict. After all, it is only fitting to repair our armaments in light of the great battle ahead. Even if the Hachijo clan is in a dire situation, you have not asked for a single coin from the household reserves, yet this cannot continue as a long-term solution." Akiheim understood Kajitaka's predicament and did not hold it against him. "Sister, what if Hachijo Nakatsukasa becomes even more audacious? If he can appropriate your dowry without a word now, what will happen if he were to cast you aside in the future?" Mazateger was deeply concerned that Akiheim might be discarded by Kajitaka once her usefulness had waned. Torachiyo, a warrior's wife, must selflessly support her husband, just as the young general's elder sister did, offering her entire dowry to Sanjo Harriman Okami as military funds. Although both Sanjo Harriman Okami and his son, Yagur, met their demise in the Battle of Samb, she ultimately became a nun to pray for their souls. While Akiheim's example may not have been entirely fitting, it at least bore relevance to the household of the Nagao clan. Such a sacrifice is not commendable. Had the husband and son continued to serve my father, they would not have been defeated. They could have enjoyed familial bliss upon hearing the tale of the young general's sister. Mazateger felt a pang of sadness. Sanjo Harriman Okami had steadfastly upheld the values of the warrior class, and the Usuji clan of the 7 districts of Ekigo could only issue commands through their appointed protector. When the protector was absent, the duty fell to the family line. Yet your father gradually undermined the authority of the then protector, Tokizumi, even going so far as to confine him as the brother of Tokizumi. Sanjo Harriman Okami could not tolerate such tyranny, which led to his rebellion. Kajitaka held a deep admiration for Sanjo Tokinori, knowing full well the insufficiency of his forces, yet he could not bear to endure the dominance of the Nagao clan over the family. Yearning to restore the old order of the protector commanding the 7 districts of Ekigo, despite the failure of Usuji Noritsune, his remarkable deeds remained forever etched in the hearts of the living Usuji clan. That said, even now, the younger sister, SHSH, is reluctant to move into the estate. Masatora can only shake his head in resignation. Since she took on the position of the Ekigo guardian, he has repeatedly sent envoys inviting his elder sister, SHSH, to come to the estate, yet she has consistently declined his invitations. Fortunately, the Takigawa estate has enjoyed relative peace in recent years, allowing him to oversee matters to some extent. T present, Keikei can only ensure the personal safety of SHSH. After all, since the formation of the new army, the Keikaku army has left the Hachige clan with scant resources, rendering it impossible to provide for SHSH's needs. Yet, she remains steadfast in her refusal to remarry and return to a secular life. She is still young and cannot possibly resign herself to a life of solitary despair. Masatora finds this perplexing. Not press the issue. Tiger Chio, Ayaheim interjected with a smile. "I find myself much relieved without a dowry, and I can accompany the lord during meals in Harakiyama, alleviating the tedium." "Sister, the invitation for you to temporarily reside in Harakiyama is not for the purpose of leisure and enjoyment," Masatora replied. The uprisings in Ek have repeatedly led to attacks from the Jinbo clan against Naikawa, and the Shina family is now unable to withstand the onslaught. If this continues, we may be compelled to deploy troops from Ek to support the Shina family. Masatora is troubled by this situation. Had the Ikki not stirred up trouble, he would have long since led the forces of Ekigo into Aizu to eradicate the long-standing threat posed by the Ashina clan. Are you suggesting that I send you in my stead to lead the army into Ek? Ayaheim's smile faded instantly upon hearing Masatora's words. No, I merely wish for you to serve as my shadow warrior. Overseeing the Ekigo estate, I have discreetly summoned Honjo Yashimian to assist in maintaining order, ensuring absolute safety, ensure stability in Jetsu and Yuanyama. I plan to mobilize the Kakizaki family and the Ueda clan to join the campaign in Ek. Masatora believes that as long as these destabilizing factors are eliminated, there should be no significant issues. The Lord is indeed wise. However, prolonged multi-front warfare poses a considerable threat to the Usuji clan, necessitating a clear distinction between priorities. Keikei opined, present. Masatora feels that multi-front operations are evidently disadvantageous to the Usuji clan, as the situation in southern Mutsu remains dominated by Date Tatamian's faction, and they cannot afford to be complacent regarding the Date clan. However, Masatora is puzzled by why his brother-in-law has chosen to exclude the elderly and frail from the newly formed Keikaku army. Surely, those remaining in the Keikaku army still have some utility. Quality is paramount in warfare, rather than mere numbers. This is why, during the Battle of Tsuyama, our forces were able to achieve victory against the larger Kuroda army. Masatora explained that in the battle outside Sandcastle, Sanjnakatsukasa Sage Fu nearly routed my forces after defeating the Gaojur. Having superior numbers does not guarantee invincibility. During the Genpei War, the Terra clan, despite their claims of being the official army and vastly outnumbering the Minamoto clan, faced repeated defeats following the demise of Kayamori. Eventually, they were driven to despair. Masatora vividly recalls the campaign against Kuroda, Hidetada, and Negao Toshikage, even citing the Genpei War as evidence. The Terra clan's downfall stemmed from their transgressions, inciting the wrath of heaven and man alike. Kuroda Tsunetaka's attack on the estate led to indiscriminate slaughter in Jetsu, resulting in the severing of ties between my elder brother and adoptive father. Fortunately, Sanjnakatsusa Sage Fu, in a moment of desperation, took the initiative to engage our forces outside the castle. Otherwise, given the fortifications of Sanj Castle, any attempt to mount an assault would have inevitably drained our resources. Masatora believes that timing and harmony among men are crucial. Merely holding advantageous terrain cannot ensure longevity. Simultaneously, she feels fortunate that Negao Toshikage, who occupied Sanj Castle, acted recklessly, as siege warfare is not her forte. After all, Sanj Castle had long been the stronghold of the Negao family before they ceded it to Negao Toshikage, who was of humble origins. Previously, Usuji Noritsun had garnered the support of numerous regional lords from the 7 provinces of Ekigo, including the Aizu Ashina clan and the Daibji clan from Yu, allowing him to advance to the foot of Harakiyama. Yet, ultimately, it was betrayal from Kakizaki, Izumi, no Kami, and others that led to their defeat. The crux of the matter lay in the Usuji army's insufficient manpower, compounded by the lackluster strength of the direct retainers, who were merely relying on the participation of the lords. Had all the retainers under Usuji Noritsun been steadfast and willing to sacrifice themselves, Harakiyama would have fallen to the Usuji forces long ago. Masatora is somewhat aware of the events surrounding the Battle of Sanbichihara, given that the Hachijo clan was among many regional lords who followed Usuji Noritsun. Usuji Noritsun was indeed a formidable general, having achieved numerous victories alongside his late father against Takeda Nobuyoshi and Shigeru, ultimately supporting his adopted father as the guardian of Ishihigo. It is regrettable that he was in the prime of his life. Had he still been alive, Kuroda Tsunetaka would not have been able to so swiftly seize the estate and the castle of Harakiyama. As Masatora gazes out the window at the town beneath Harakiyama, she reflects on the necessity for reform among the retainers under the family head. Pray tell, how many troops can the Usuji clan muster in such a short time? Which lords constitute the retainers? Masatora contemplates a plan, suggesting that Keikei reform his own retainers. According to prior military accounts, it is feasible to summon 8,000 troops from J-Etsu and Ch-Etsu in a brief span, predominantly composed of the retainers belonging to the guardian families and their genealogical counterparts. Why, then, does my brother-in-law suddenly inquire about this? Could it be that he seeks to assess the family's strengths? Intent on launching a surprise attack akin to Kuroda Tsunetaka's? Masatora immediately suspects Keikiai's motives are insincere. No, you misunderstand. Tiger Chiyo. I am merely a retainer of the guardian family. How could I possibly commit such an act of treachery? Keikiai promptly shook his head. Tiger Chiyo, why do you harbor such distrust towards your brother-in-law? The Hachijo clan, after all, descends from the esteemed court, and their standing is not inferior to that of the guardian family. He is far more reliable than Tsunetaka, who hails from another province, Masatora argued. Both my father and brother placed immense trust in him, even allowing him to inherit the position of a retainer of the guardian family, receiving a stipend of 8,000 koku. Yet, tragically, during the mourning period for my father, he conspired with Sanj Nakatsusa, Sage Fu, and others to incite rebellion, even briefly seizing the estate of J-Etsu. At this moment, Ayaheim began to speak in defense of Keikiai. You must understand, blood ties are an inherent resource. Relatives are natural allies. People tend to feel closer to those with whom they share blood, as it is human nature. Especially in tumultuous times, relatives are often more loyal than ministers. When they stand with you, they are noble kin. Once they rebel, who would still dare to trust them? Who would believe that someone unwilling to secure the loyalty of their own kin would be faithful to them? Ministers, on the other hand, merely switch allegiances, bearing little more than a modicum of moral pressure. Among the 7 provinces of Echigo, only my brother-in-law is actively recruiting troops. Must I, as the guardian of Echigo, continue to feign ignorance? Masatora sighed. Casting a glance at it was evident that since her marriage to Keikiai, she had wholly aligned herself with him, disregarding her own feelings. If Shichir truly coveted the position of the Echigo guardian, why would he go out of his way to persuade Sadazane to allow you to inherit the name of the guardian family? With Shichir's standing and lineage, would he not be more fitting? Ever since you sought his aid in raising troops against the rebellion at Biwa Island, has there been a single occasion where he has refused to provide assistance? Look at the retainers of the guardian and their genealogical counterparts. Who among them has mounted a rescue expedition upon hearing that the guardian family fled to Chikamine Castle? They all remained inactive. Though the Hachijo clan's resources may not be abundant, their willingness to act swiftly in aid of others sets them apart as the first to mobilize in Echigo. Before you even arrived to seek assistance, Shichir had already dispatched hundreds of reinforcements to Chikamine Castle. He even contemplated that Ueda Manor, situated on the border of Echigo and Joshu, ought to fall under the direct jurisdiction of the guardian family. This is why he declined the offer of additional territories and the governorship of Uonuma. Is there any other lord in the 7 provinces of Echigo who possesses such magnanimity? I dare say even the retainers of the guardian family and the genealogical retainers would not refuse further grants of land and titles. Ayaheim took a seat beside Keikiai, advocating for him. Sister, the Amauchi clan in Kanto remains embroiled in perpetual conflict with the Ujisaka clan. Such familial ties cannot be disregarded. Masatora fumed, taking a seat by the window. Enough. Ayaheim. It is the duty of the warrior class to serve their lord during times of peril without a hint of complaint. The Hachijo clan, as retainers of the court, relies on the guardian family of Echigo to acquire dominion over the Shirakawa region. Subsequently, I gained favor from Keikiai, receiving the former Usuji domains of Tokigawa and the governorship of Kurikawa, which, for a family not of native descent, is a tremendous blessing. Keikiai does not harbor such insatiable greed. He finds contentment in what he possesses. The more territories one holds, the greater the need for retainers, and the more administrative affairs one must manage. Why brother-in-law even refuses the residence I prepared for him at the foot of the castle, which complicates matters further. High merit is often met with scant reward. At last, Masatora voiced what had long been on her mind, although she would rather express that Jingding has already gained too much merit and thus threatens the ruler. Huchinjai suggested that this difficult problem be entrusted to the Kanto forces or the Usuji clan to resolve. After all, The Hachijo family is of public origin from the Kanto forces, which still enjoys their support at this moment. Ayaheim suddenly conceived a plan to pass the dilemma to Ashikaga Yashihiro and Yusuji Norimasa for resolution. Your sister makes a valid point. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Masatoru couldn't help but admire Ayaheim's wisdom. However, he wondered why there were so few close aides and minor retainers around the Lord. Jingding only now realized that in this spacious chamber, there were only the three of them, with no one else present, and no need to mention it. My elder brother has been utterly disillusioned with his close aides and retainers since returning to the mansion, when Kuroda Haritaka invaded the estate. All the close aides and retainers abandoned him, fleeing in different directions. Ultimately, it was only Jingshi, Jingkong, and a few other elder brothers, along with some loyal family warriors, who sacrificed their lives to escort him and his adoptive father out of danger. As Masatoru spoke, he clenched his fists. Indeed, it is true that when calamity strikes, the birds of the same forest scatter. Jingding couldn't help but sigh in response. All right, it is getting late. Shikaru should return to Biwa Island Castle and prepare the troops for battle. Ayaheim glanced at the sky and urged Jingding to depart from Haruwama Castle. Then I shall take my leave, but given the precedent of Kuroda Haritaka's invasion, it is wise for the Lord to swiftly eliminate the weak and elderly, and to establish a new retinue to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Jingding still felt uneasy about the Kakizaki clan. Their territory was alarmingly close to the mansion, and additionally, the chief consort of the Kakizaki clan was Kuroda Hidetada's daughter, a figure known for her frequent betrayals between the Guardian family and the Guardian family, which was profoundly unsettling. Please do not worry about me, my esteemed brother. When I moved to Haruwama Castle, I already organized part of the Tokii and Sakiyoshi clans into my retinue. They are more than capable of safeguarding the area around the mansion. Masatoru was unperturbed by the possibility of someone emulating Kuroda Hidetada's surprise attack on the Uetsu estate. Upon her succession to the role of Uetsu Guardian, she arranged for the Tokii and Sakiyoshi clans to be stationed in key locations throughout Uetsu. Masatoru even designated the Xianyuan clan as the official ninja force for the Usuji family in Uetsu, establishing an extensive intelligence network across the 7 provinces of Uetsu to gather information and monitor the local lords. The Sakiyoshi clan? Did Nagao Toyofumi truly offer one of his retainers as part of the lord's retinue? Jingding could hardly believe his ears. That's so surprising. My grandfather already declared that Sakiyoshi Castle is my domain, and the Sakiyoshi clan are my vassals, to be utilized at my discretion, Masatoru replied nonchalantly. With the vigorous support of the ancient Nagao clan, the mansion shall undoubtedly stand firm, allowing me to confidently march into Eizu. With that, Jingding departed from the chamber, bearing the chaotic dragon banner. After leaving Haruwama Castle and passing through the mansion, Jingding initially intended to pay a visit to the retired Usuji, Satizane, and the indifferent Nagao heritage. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. After all, he had the significant task of marching into Eizu ahead of him, and failing to eliminate the Aonuma family, the current greatest external threat to the Usuji family, would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. Why does the Lord pass by the mansion without entering? Gomi Tekataka, who rode behind Jingding, felt somewhat puzzled. No, it is already late. We should return to Biwa Island Castle to prepare for the Eizu campaign. After we have subdued the Aonuma family, we can revisit the mansion. The retired lord and lord heritage need their peace. We should not disturb them unnecessarily. With that, Jingding spurred his horse away from the vicinity of the mansion, unaware that this would be their final farewell. The journey from the mansion to Biwa Island Castle took merely half a day. That evening, Jingding returned to his residence and began arranging matters for his retinue's deployment. He appointed Hinata Moritomo to remain behind as the caretaker, while instructing the remaining retainers to bring their troops to join the campaign. The newly formed left and right Tsuruhashi Corps would also participate in full force. Sitting in his study, Jingding contemplated a cautious approach, deciding to mobilize all available forces. For one, he could not ensure that the Tsuruhashi Corps would perform at their peak when assaulting Eizu. Secondly, he aimed to consolidate some local lords from the Karawa district, bringing them under his influence and furthering their official integration. It wise for the Lord to mobilize such a great force. Shouldn't we leave some troops behind in case of unforeseen circumstances? Masatoru remarked. The Lord has shown too much leniency towards the remnants of Kuroda Harataka and Sanjo Nabifusa. Those who surrender voluntarily are granted peace. Even someone like Morikawa Jazaemon, who has killed 2 lords in succession, has been allowed to become the lord of a city. Usami Sadamitsu, who sat to Jingding's right, stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Ayaheim has already returned to Haruizuima Castle for the time being, and Hinata Moritomo, as a long-serving elder retainer, is someone I can still trust. The Lord's decision to swiftly quell the remnants of Kuroda Harataka and Sanjo Nabifusa is a necessary measure to prevent the citizens of the 7 provinces of Uetsu from suffering undue losses. Jingding was not overly concerned about disturbances within his territory. His primary focus was on the surrounding daimyo of Uetsu. Since the Lord has spoken thus, I shall no longer voice any objections. Usami Sadamitsu nodded in agreement. Has anything significant occurred recently in the Tsurukuwa manor? At this moment, Jingding's expression suddenly shifted as he inquired. No major events have transpired in Tsurukuwa manor lately, but Sanjo Waki has expressed a desire to retire. Hoping the Lord can accommodate him, Usami Sadamitsu replied, producing a letter from his attire to present to Jingding. Why would Sanjo Waki seek to retire just as we prepare for battle? Why not directly approach the main family? Jingding sighed. Very well. Let your son take over as the steward of Sanjo Castle. Sanjo Waki is only a few years younger than the retired lord and would be well suited to serve the retired lord's needs at the mansion. During the recent battle outside Sanjo Castle, your son's performance was commendable, showcasing adaptability rarely seen among our ranks. It would be fitting for him to serve as steward of Sanjo Castle for further experience. After glancing at Usami Sadamitsu, Jingding felt it best to appoint his son, Usami Sadamitsu, as steward of Sanjo Castle, allowing Usami Sadamitsu to accompany the campaign and provide counsel. I thank the Lord on behalf of my son. Usami Sadamitsu beamed with joy upon hearing this. Sanjo Castle was a critical stronghold for the Hachijo family and the original base of the Sanjo Yasuji family. Its significance was self-evident that Jingding's decision to entrust this important role to the newly appointed retainer Usami Sadamitsu was a tremendous vote of confidence. The responsibility of safeguarding the territory is paramount. Only trustworthy retainers should assume such roles. While I also wish for your son to accompany the campaign to Aizu, Sanjo Waki's reluctance to continue as steward leaves us no choice but to appoint your son. Consequently, your son's current role as commander of the Right Tsuruhashi Corps must be temporarily relinquished. Although Jingding desired for Usami Sadamitsu to join the campaign to Aizu, the original Sanjo territory could not remain unguarded. Leading him to this difficult decision that my lord, my son is certainly aware of the implications. The Tsuruhashi Corps was originally formed from the expanded ranks of the Hachijo family. The Usami clan, not being an immediate branch of the Hachijo family, takes great pride in temporarily holding the commander position of the Right Tsuruhashi Corps. Usami Sadamitsu was hesitant to allow Usami Sadamitsu to continue serving beside Jingding, as accompanying the lord was akin to being with a tiger. Despite Jingding's youth, he was someone Usami Sadamitsu found difficult to comprehend fully. If I were to falter in any way, the Usami clan would truly face extinction, as long as Usami Jun understands. I will assign Moritomo as the commander of the Right Tsuruhashi Corps and temporarily oversee the Left Tsuruhashi Corps myself. Jingding was quite pleased with Usami Sadamitsu's understanding. This way, he could smoothly reclaim half of the Tsuruhashi Corps military authority, allowing him to secure his position as head of the household. It is getting late. I shall return to Tsurukuwa Manor to prepare for the campaign. Usami Sadamitsu glanced outside and prepared to take his leave. Yes, please escort Usami Jun out of the castle with Sam. Night is falling, and I feel somewhat uneasy. Jingding instructed Gomi Tekataka, who awaited outside. Understood. Gomi Tekataka promptly rose to guide Usami Sadamitsu with a candle. I take my leave. My lord should rest early. After bowing, Usami Sadamitsu hurriedly departed, as he couldn't help but begin to worry for himself and the Usami clan. Jingding's swift consent to Sanjo Kageyoshi's retirement suggested a desire to swiftly diminish the Aonuma family's influence in Tsurukuwa Manor. At the tender age of not yet 20, Jingding displays such audacity that he must not be underestimated in the future. However, as Jingding led his troops past Yue City and requisitioned the stored rice within the city for his army sustenance. A dire piece of news arrived. The lord of Gaolu City, Sun Gang Shi's Wei Min, had been slain by his own kin, Sun Gang Wulang's Wei Min, who subsequently assumed the title of Lord of Gaolu City and the governor of Puyuan County. He launched a surprise attack, seizing the nearby Yu mountain castle from the territory of the Nagata Longtail family, even bringing his forces to the very gates of the Longtail family stronghold at Gao Castle. Meanwhile, with the Ashina family embroiled in conflict against surrounding powers, such as the Yamauchi Seven Knights, the Usuji clan of Ekigo, Date Haremian, and the Shirakawa family, Ashina Shingshun felt the strain of their precarious situation. He resorted to employing the old tactic of enticing the lords of Ekigo to his side to stall the Usuji army's advance. Concurrently, he sent envoys pleading with Date Tatamian to mediate between the Ashina family and the Shirakawa family, the Yamauchi Seven Knights, and the Usuji clan. Compounding their woes, the Ashina family had previously instigated rebellions led by figures such as Kuroda Hidetada and Nagata Tashikage. In a shocking turn, they managed to incite Sun Gang Wulang Wei Min, who had played a pivotal role in subduing Kuroda Hidetada, to slay the appointed lord of Gaolu City, Sun Gang Shi's Wei Min. Consequently, Zheng, who believed the Ashina family to be untrustworthy and outright rejected Tatamian's mediation, capturing Tatamian's son-in-law, Tsunade Tashimian, who had previously been dispatched to Ekigo, and sending him to Date Haremian for resolution. Haremian, long irked by his brother-in-law's actions, who had consistently opposed him, ordered Tashimian's execution as soon as he reached the outskirts of Yonezawa Castle, subsequently sending the severed head to Tsunade Castle. Following the death of their head, the Tsunade family officially split, with vassals aligning themselves either with Tatamian or Haremian, leading to violent confrontations near Tsunade Castle. Faced with this internal strife, Tatamian, for his own safety, was compelled to retreat to Ishimoto Castle, held by his vassal, Koinagawa Muniki, to continue his battles against Haremian's faction. A.S. Sun Gang Wulang Wei Min instigated a coup against the lord of Gaolu City. Bolstered by the support of the Ashina family, he took up the mantle of lord of Gaolu City and governor of Puyuan County, mutually supporting the forces of Otojirai Dan Masanobu, who occupied the Kobe Castle in Sujinami. Wulang Wei Min even dispatched his son, Sun Gang Jiang, to lead troops in capturing Yu Mountain Castle from the Nagata Longtail family. Pressing on to besiege Gao Castle, the Longtail family stronghold, this forced Nagata Fujikage, who was engaged in a siege against Sugawa Castle in Ogawa Village, to hastily withdraw his main forces back to the territory of the Longtail family. Upon hearing of these developments, Zheng, who could only hastily mobilize the garrison of Lei Castle, led by Hayashida Hidetaka, Maruta Takatoshi, and the lord of Omote Castle, Maruta Izumo, along with the lord of Miya Castle, Maruta Yukiojo, to sever the passage between Kobe Castle and Aizu to prevent Ashina Shingshun from delivering reinforcements and supplies to Kobe Castle. Simultaneously, he dispatched his confidant, Hanjo Kyoshikuro, to catch up with the Hachijo army, instructing Jingding to first subdue the Ashina family's factions in Kobe Castle and Gaolu City before merging with Nakaho Fujikazu's forces besieging Tsugawa Castle. Just as Ashina Shingshun believed he could shift his attention to lead a large army to rescue the besieged Tsugawa Castle after Wulang's Wei Min had diverted a portion of the Usuji forces. The harsh reality shattered his optimistic plans. The lord of Inawashiro Castle, Inawashiro Morikyo, in alliance with one of the Ashina family's 4 generals, Tomita Yashizane, proclaimed Ashina Shingshun's illegitimate son, Ashina Yusuk, as the head of the Ashina family and protector of the 4 counties of Aizu. In this moment of dire internal and external crisis for the Ashina family, Shingshun could scarcely fathom that his own uncle, Inawashiro Morikyo, would betray the family by supporting his illegitimate son against him. Ultimately, after weighing the situation, Shingshun dispatched his second son, Ashina Morinari, with 1,000 troops to confront the Inawashiro clan while he led 3,000 troops to relieve Tsugawa Castle, should Tsugawa Castle fall. The defensive stronghold of the 4 counties of Aizu under the Ashina family's nominal rule would be breached, particularly jeopardizing the vulnerable plains of Konima County, Yama County, and Higashi Aizu County at this juncture. Ashina Shinshin was utterly unable to predict whether the Usuji clan would seize the territories of Ogawa Village and Sujinami, launching an incursion into the 4 counties of Aizu. Thus, he had no choice but to personally lead 3,000 troops to rescue Tsugawa Castle after Tadamian's mediation had faltered. However, before Shinshin could fully mobilize his forces for the rescue of Ogawa Village, a messenger, clad in tattered armor and bearing broken insignia, arrived at the Ashina family stronghold of Kurikawa Castle, bearing news of the complete annihilation of the 1,500 troops sent to aid Tsugawa Castle, including prominent figures such as Kanjo Morisada, Kido Shinzaman, and Shinamiya Moritane. Upon learning of the devastating loss of his reinforcements, Ashina Shinshin became utterly fatigued, even developing a festering sore upon his head. Initially dismissive of this ailment, his condition deteriorated rapidly after enduring betrayals from his own sons, kin, and the lords of West Aizu. Now the sore had swollen to the size of a fist, oozing pus and blood, its foulness overwhelming him. The physicians of the Ashina family were unable to cure this affliction, and Shinshin subsequently fell into a high fever, slipping into unconsciousness. Seeing this, the elder statesmen of the Ashina family, Naruma Moriyuki and Hirata Swanori, had no choice but to urgently summon the young Lord Ashina Morinari, who was still engaged in the campaign against the Inawashiro clan, back to Kurikawa Castle to prepare for the inevitable aftermath. In a desperate bid to prevent his castle from falling to the Usuji forces, Kanjo Morisada took a mountainous route to reach Tsugawa Castle. However, as they traversed the areas of Machikura Mountain and Funakobo Mountain, they fell into an ambush set by the numerically superior Usuji forces, who launched a series of wave attacks, relentlessly assaulting the Ashina troops, demoralized from their futile assault on the Yokota Yamauchi clan. The Ashina forces were swiftly routed under the dual onslaught of the Usuji army. Prominent Ashina figures and renowned warriors, including Kanjo Morisada, Kido Shinzaman, Shinamiya Moritane, Matsui Motohiza, Yanagita Hikachiro, Kamamori Shinzo, and Saito Yugo, were captured one by the Usuji forces. On the 15th day of the 9th month in the 11th year of Tenbun, Nakaho Fujikazu, Yasuda Nagahide, Nigata Tadafusa, and Takara Motetsu gathered near the Shiboji Temple southwest of Tsugawa Castle to conduct a head inspection. Arranging the severed heads of the Ashina vassals they had captured side by side upon a long table, at this moment, the castle lord Kanjo Morishin ascended the castle walls, his heart filled with an ominous premonition. Indeed, the foot soldiers of the Usuji had displayed the heads of the Ashina vassals who had attempted to rescue Tsugawa Castle, with the most prominent among them being the former lord of Tsugawa Castle, Kanjo Morisada. Upon seeing his father's severed head, Kanjo Morishin first laughed maniacally before suddenly breaking down in tears, his comrades around him echoing his lamentations. Tsugawa Castle had endured a siege for over half a month, with its hundreds of defenders and 300 soldiers holding out against an invading force of over 10,000 Usuji troops. Devoid of supplies and reinforcement, Morishin found that even if he wished to lead the remnants to break through to the 4 counties of Aizu, few would be inclined to follow him. Truly, it was a situation of desiring life yet unable to attain it, while also unwilling to embrace death. The over 1,000 severed heads displayed outside Shiboji had utterly shattered the resolve of everyone within Tsugawa Castle to continue their defense. The reinforcements had been defeated by the Usuji army, with over 1,000 men lost. Following the inspection of the heads, Nakaho Fujikazu intentionally refrained from launching an immediate assault on Tsugawa Castle, choosing instead to maintain the siege for 3 additional days that he understood well that Ashina Shinshin would no longer send reinforcements to Tsugawa Castle. The relentless disturbances from the Yamauchi 7 Knights, the Kawarada clan, and the Naganuma clan had rendered the Ashina family unable to ignore them, let alone manage the isolated Ogawa village amidst such internal strife that on the 18th day of the 9th month, with no capacity to continue holding out, Kanjo Morishin was compelled to open the gates of Tsugawa Castle and surrender to the Usuji forces. Thus, the Ashina family's stronghold of Tsugawa Castle fell, leading to the loss of the defenseless Kanuma County, Yama County, and Higashi Aizu County. The territories of Ogawa Village, formerly occupied by the Ashina family in Echigo's Puyuan County, were restored to the Usuji clan, with only portions of Sujinami still under Ashina control. due to Morishin's steadfast defense and his vassals' and local lords' resolute resistance. The Usugi army could not swiftly reclaim Ogawa village and penetrate the 4 counties of Aizu. Ultimately, Morishin and the Kanjo clan were ordered by Nakaho Fujikazu to commit seppuku, while the remaining 300 soldiers and citizens within Tsugawa Castle were dispersed. Meanwhile, Jingding, aiming to swiftly unite with Nakaho Fujikazu, Yasuda Nagahide, Niigata Tadafusa, and other northern forces adopted a strategy of having the entire army carry only 2 days' worth of provisions, marching day and night directly from Liaowei Castle to the foot of Gaolu City. For as soon as Gaolu City was captured, the forces of Sun Gang Jiang occupying Yu Mountain Castle and Odajirai Dam Masanobu, holding Kobe Castle, would be effectively isolated and surrounded, severing their potential for mutual support. Furthermore, the Ashina family would find themselves devoid of the time and resources to dispatch aid to them in the immediate future that on the 18th day of the 9th month in the 11th year of Tenbon. The 8th Division, led by JT, carried only 2 days' worth of provisions and publicly declared their intent to seize Gaoyang City. Consequently, upon receiving the news, Goro Zawaman of the Senga clan urgently summoned his son, Senga Sh Kan, stationed at Mount Yu Castle, along with the valiant Odajirai Tadaic from Kobe Castle, to reinforce Gaoyang City. However, after Senga Sh Kan and Odajirai Tadaic, commanding a force of 400, arrived to assist in the defense of Gaoyang City, they found themselves waiting for 2 consecutive days and nights without sight of the 8th Division. Just as they prepared to return to their garrison, several samurai from the Senga and Odajirai clans approached them outside Gaoyang City. Their armor battered and riddled with arrows, and their standards lost along the way. "My lord, grave news," one of the exhausted samurai gasped. "What is it?" Goro Zawaman inquired with fury, observing the disheveled state of the warriors before him. "The 8th Division has descended upon us, as if from the heavens, suddenly appearing before Mount Yu Castle. We are outnumbered and had no time to usher the civilians within the castle." The warrior fell silent, his head bowed in despair. What? How could JT have amassed nearly 2,000 troops from T-Moto Castle to Mount Yu in just 2 days? How could they have breached Mount Yu Castle? It has been fortified and renovated multiple times by the Sat and Nagao clans. The IT should not have been so easily overcome. Wasn't there still a force of 200 remaining within the castle? Senga Sh Kan roared, his frustration palpable. He had brought 200 men to support Gaoyang City, leaving another 200 behind. Logically, that should have sufficed to hold Mount Yu for several days, especially with ample supplies and weaponry stored by the Sat and Nagao clans. Indeed, it is true. The standard of the Sat clan was the bamboo sparrow and the chaotic dragon. The samurai of the Senga clan dared not meet the eyes of Goro Zawaman and his son. Senga Sh Kan. The 8th Division was indeed formidable. During the battle at Siyama, the Kuroda clan's 4,000 troops had been annihilated in a single night by just 300 cavalry of the 8th Division. The fierce generals of the Kuroda clan, such as Akita and Shicher, had been vanquished, and I was present at that encounter. Had I not been serving as the vassal of Kinj Aizen no Kami, I too would have met my demise by the blades of the 8th Division. Goro Zawaman reflected, a shiver of fear coursing through him at the memory. But father, what shall we do now? Senga Sh Kan was as restless as a fly in a hot pea, and we have any word of reinforcements from the Ashina clan? Goro Zawaman asked, suddenly composed, turning to the silent Odajirai Tadaic. Once my lord, Ashina Mitsu, secures Tsugawa Castle, he will march south to our AID. Do not worry. Sengadano, Odajirai Tadaic replied confidently, believing the Ashina clan would not abandon the lords stationed outside Aizu's 4 districts. After all, the coastal salt and seafood essential for the 4 districts were procured from Ekigo. Should these strongholds fall, the Ashina clan would have to purchase them at exorbitant prices from the SH Daime S like the Esma clan, significantly increasing transportation costs. My lord. Urgent news. Kobe Castle has fallen to the 8th Division. A messenger rushed into the Grand Hall of Gaoyang City, delivering the news to Goro Zawaman, Senga Sh Kan, and Odajirai Tadaic. What? Odajirai Tadaic exclaimed in shock. He had never imagined that his Kobe Castle, being much farther than Gaoyang City, would fall so swiftly. Traveling from Gaoyang would take nearly a day. all cavalry warriors of the 8th Division have been mobilized. Led by J-Timi no Kami, alongside over 500 cavalrymen, uniting with the defenders of Reich Castle, Hashidasumi no Kami, and Maryuta Su no Kami, they besieged Kobe Castle and conquered it in less than a day. Before the messenger could finish, Oda Jiraidake seized him by the collar in fury. Impossible! There were still 300 defenders within Kobe Castle. Kobe Mountain is more than twice as high as Reich Mountain, making it easier to defend than to attack. How could it have fallen in a single day? You must be lying, Oda Jiraidake declared incredulously. Enough, Oda Jiraidake. Tell me when the reinforcements from the Ashina clan will arrive. If this continues, we shall face total annihilation. Goro Zawamen's ire towards Oda Jiraidake intensified. He had initially been content serving as a magistrate in the town beneath Gaoyang Castle, but this man had tempted him with the titles of Gaoyang's lord and the appointed governor of Kambara, along with 100 ryo of gold. If it were merely usurping power by killing his cousin, Senga J. Zaman, it would be one thing, but demanding he attack the castles and fortifications under the Usuji clan was courting disaster. As former retainers of the Kuroda clan, they understood better than anyone the military prowess of the 8th Division. First, they had shattered the main force of the Kuroda army at Siyama, and then they had defeated and captured Nagao Tashikage just outside Sanj Castle. Currently, in the 7 provinces of Echigo, none dared to challenge the might of the 8th Division lightly. My lord is still en route to support Tsukuwa Castle, as long as we can hold out until his arrival. We shall surely repel the 8th Division. Oda Jiraidake remained hopeful that Ashina Moritane would come to their rescue. My lord. Grave news. The Ashina clan has been defeated, just as Oda Jiraidake finished speaking. Another messenger rushed into the grand hall, panting heavily. The Ashina clan has been defeated? How did this happen? Where were they defeated? Goro Zawamen's heart sank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it appeared that the Ashina clan's reinforcements could not be relied upon. Kinjo Minbu and other key officials of the Ashina clan were ambushed while en route to support Tsukuwa Castle, losing over 1,000 men, including more than 10 notable samurai. The messenger reported slowly. A few days later, the remaining forces at Tsukuwa Castle, led by Kinjo, surrendered, and Ogawa village has now been entirely seized by the Usuji army. It seemed that not only could the Ashina clan not rescue them, but they could not even protect Ogawa village. Goro Zawamen couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. How could this happen? Oda Jiraidake was utterly unable to fathom this grim reality. Perhaps you should return to the Longhouse and rest for a while. Oda Jardino, it is likely that the 8th Division will besiege Gaoyang Castle within the next few days, Goro Zawamen said, regaining his composure and speaking curtly to Oda Jiraidake. Thank you for your consideration, Singadano, Oda Jiraidake replied, turning away and exiting the grand hall without a backward glance. As night falls, take a dozen strong warriors and bring me the head of this man. Goro Zawamen clenched his fists, his decision made. Father, is Oda Jiraidake not our ally? Why would we act against him in the face of such a dire threat? Senga Sage can question, confused. We shall present this man's head to J.T. Nakanobu. Perhaps in doing so, we may yet retain our lives. If we continue to hold out in the castle, we may not even have anyone left to collect our remains, Goro Zawamen, faced with desperation, resolved to sacrifice Oda Jiraidake for the sake of his own life and that of his clan. The son understood. Senga Sage Kan, too, felt uncertain about confronting the 8th Division. The rapid fall of Mount Yu and Kobe Castle had instilled a deep fear of their military capabilities. That night, while Oda Jiraidake slept soundly in the second citadel of Gaoyang Castle, Senga Sage can let a carefully chosen group of warriors to break in and swiftly execute Tadake, within the span of a single incense stick. Senga Sage can deliver the severed head of Oda Jiraidake to the camp of the 8th Division on the southern bank of the Gaoyang River. Oda Jiraidake's head? It seems that Goro Zawamen is indeed sincere. However, whether he will receive the forgiveness of the SH Gon remains uncertain. J.T. Keege remarked, pressed for time and lacking the luxury to manage post-battle affairs, I am deeply grateful. I shall remember the great kindness of J.T. Nakanobu. Senga S.H. can reflected, feeling a sense of admiration for the man who stood before him, of similar age. Gaoyang Castle would be taken over by Maryuta Yuki, Maryuta Aizen no Kami, and others with the Senga clan's forces disbanded. If they continued to stubbornly resist, it was certain that the SH gun would not show them mercy. Senga SH can then rose to depart, preparing to head to Tsukuwa Castle to join forces with Nakage Fujisuke and other commanders from the Northern Alliance. Having wasted several days resolving the conflict between Goro Zawaman and Oda Jiraiya, nonetheless, this campaign had provided a clear assessment of the true military strength of the Keikaku army. Undoubtedly, under the promise of substantial rewards, valor would be found among the ranks, as their pay was doubled compared to ordinary foot soldiers, resulting in markedly improved marching speed and fervor in sieging fortifications. In the 11th year of Tenmon. Early October, after several days of waiting, Nakaho Fujimitsu could no longer contain himself and, without awaiting the arrival of the 8 battalions led by Kajitaka, recklessly led the warriors of the Northern Alliance and the warriors from the Central Vietnam region to invade the Numa district. The local magistrate of the Numa district, appointed by the Ashina clan, along with the thieves and their followers, witnessing the overwhelming approach of the Usuji forces, abandoned their fortifications and fled to Kirikawa Castle without engaging in direct combat. Once the warriors of the Ashina clan retreated, the morale of the defending soldiers crumbled instantaneously, leaving them disheartened in the face of the advancing Usuji army. Subsequently, within a mere 2 days, Nakaho Fujimitsu and the warriors from the Northern Alliance and Central Vietnam effortlessly captured several fortresses within the Numa district, including Hanma, Nishitani, Mizuki, Sakashita, Agriama, Ryu, and Sakura, marking an astonishingly swift advance. The fate of the Numa district was of paramount importance to the Ashina clan. Should it fall completely, the western gate to their stronghold in Higashiezu would be thrown wide open. The precarious situation in the Numa district posed a direct threat to the Ashina clan's rule. Upon receiving urgent missives that poured into Kirikawa Castle like snowflakes, Ashina Moritomo, upon regaining a semblance of consciousness, learned of the Usuji army's incursion into the Numa district and, in a fit of despair, spat out a mouthful of blood, thereafter only able to exhale. Within a short time, Ashina Moritomo slowly closed his eyes, exhaling his last breath as his face tilted to one side. The weary and aged visage of Ashina Moritomo revealed his unwillingness to accept this fate. He wished to cry out loud, but could only stifle his emotions in the face of the looming threat. If the invading Usuji army were to learn of Ashina Moritomo's demise, they would undoubtedly take further liberties and reinforce their troops in the 4 districts of Aizu. Consequently, Ashina Moritomo, in such dire circumstances, chose to conceal his death, merging his forces with those of the 2 senior retainers, Najihara Moriyuki and Hirata Sukafumi, and marched with 3,000 soldiers towards Miyagawa. Should the Usuji forces breach this location, they would be able to advance directly to the gates of Kirikawa Castle. Ashina Moritomo was acutely aware that the Usuji clan from Ekigo would undoubtedly exploit the Ashina clan's precarious position to launch their assault. Therefore, the rapid capture of numerous fortresses within the Numa district was facilitated by the inherently suspicious nature of their commander, Nakaho Fujimitsu. If he were to see a multitude of Ashina banners raised and an organized military presence, he would certainly suspect that the Ashina army was mobilizing and would only need to wait for them to withdraw voluntarily. After all, the disparity in troop strength between the Usuji and Ashina forces was stark, and a proactive assault would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Should the conflict prolong, the Usuji forces would inevitably uncover the true state of the Ashina army. If the Usuji army were to launch a fierce attack, the Ashina forces would surely face annihilation, placing the preservation of their clan's name in jeopardy. Upon reaching the eastern bank of Miyagawa, Ashina Moritomo promptly established a camp along the riverside, unfurling banners around the vicinity of Takamori on the eastern bank of Miyagawa, setting up deceptive troops and dispatching Najihara Morikatsu, the son of Najihara Moriyuki, and Hirata Kazumasa, a member of the Hirata clan, to lead a small contingent to disrupt the Usuji army supply lines, preventing them from launching a full-scale assault on the heartland of the Ashina clan. A.S. Nakaho Fujimitsu scouts reported that the Ashina forces had indeed reached Miyagawa, with reinforcements steadily arriving and banners stretching over 10 miles. This intelligence was promptly conveyed to Nakaho Fujimitsu, who was stationed on the western bank of the Takadani River. Upon receiving this news, Nakaho Fujimitsu realized he had fallen into a trap and immediately halted his advance. Retreating to the borders of Echigo and convening a military council at the castle of Yamamori, the Ashina clan had already mobilized a large army to counter our forces. If we were to continue our solitary advance, we would likely find ourselves in a precarious position. Nakaho Fujimitsu began to reconsider his course of action. The words of Nakaho Ekizen no Kami were indeed prudent, should the conflict drag on into winter. When heavy snows would seal the mountains, our army would be unable to retreat back to Echigo. If the Ashina clan continued their resolute defense, we would find ourselves unable to secure provisions. Upon hearing Nakaho Fujimitsu's concerns, Naoshi Tera nodded in agreement, acknowledging that, regardless of whether their isolated force had support, it would be exceedingly difficult to continue the campaign without supplies should the Usuji army be caught in a heavy snowfall. They would be impeded for at least 2 months, and possibly 3 to 4 months until the snow melted. During this interval, unless the Usuji army was confident in their ability to eliminate the Ashina clan and their vassal lords, they would find themselves in a dire predicament, devoid of reinforcements and provisions, a scenario no one wished to face. Indeed, the Yonakatsukasa had been hindered by the rebellion of Morikawa Gorozaman and was unable to rendezvous with our forces in a timely manner. Should Date Sakio no Kami dispatch troops to support the Ashina clan, our forces would no longer hold the advantage that it would be prudent for us to withdraw while we still could. As our chief concern was the Kinjo clan, which had taken refuge in Ogawa Manor. With the Kinjo clan now defeated, our territories would no longer suffer from their raids, and we might even request the shogunate to impose a salt embargo on the 4 districts of Eizu. Nakaho Fujimitsu's companion, Naida Tsunemasa, readily concurred, even devising a nefarious scheme. What a splendid plan! A salt embargo! This way, the Ashina clan will lose access to essential supplies. Not even a fish or shrimp shall flow into their domain. Upon hearing Naida Tsunemasa's proposal, Nakaho Fujimitsu expressed his agreement, noting that this strategy could lead to the surrender of the Ashina forces without a battle. Inevitably, the Ashina clan would yield over time, perhaps even ceding land in pursuit of peace. Many of the neighboring lords and local chieftains harbored enmity towards the Ashina clan and would likely rally to support such a measure. At that point, even if the Ashina clan offered a high price, acquiring salt would be uncertain. Nakaho Fujimitsu felt this plan was indeed the most favorable. Thus, we must act swiftly and return to Echigo. We must ensure that the Ashina clan does not reclaim Ogawa Manor. Naida Tsunemasa was now solely focused on returning to Echigo, eager to receive his reward. After all, the only territories adjoining Ogawa Manor were those of the Naida, Kirikawa, and Takuma clans. Since the Kirikawa clan was preoccupied with guarding the Northern Alliance, they had no military achievements to boast of, leaving only the Naida and Takuma clans to contribute in the assault on Ogawa Manor. I shall dispatch a messenger to the Lord to communicate this matter. Everyone should prepare to gather all the provisions and weapons obtained from our campaign in the Numa district. We cannot leave a single grain of rice for the Ashina clan. After departing this place, we must also dismantle this castle, for fear that the Ashina clan may fortify and repair it later. Nakaho Fujimitsu had no desire to face the hindrance of a stronghold should they return to the Numa district in the future. After all, they had already spent considerable time besieging Tsugawa Castle with their numerical advantage. Understood, the commanders subsequently departed from the Great Hall of Yamamori Castle in succession. Thus, the Usuji army returned from the Numa district, having plundered the local stores and fortresses, laden with spoils, and did not forget to dismantle Yamamori Castle upon their departure. Meanwhile, upon learning that Nakaho Fujimitsu had retreated back to Echigo, Ashina Moritomo decided to seize the opportunity and publicly declared the reclamation of the lost territories in the Numa district while repelling the Usuji forces. Ashina Moritomo did not dare to pursue the Usuji army into Echigo, even though he understood that the Usuji forces were returning with a considerable amount of plunder from the Numa district. Marching at a pace that would not be overly swift, he was acutely aware that the Ashina clan no longer possessed the strength to reclaim Ogawa Manor or Sagana Manor. and retaining control over the majority of their territories in the 4 districts of Aizu was already a considerable achievement. On the 10th of October, when Kajitaka arrived at the outskirts of Tsugawa Castle, he fortuitously encountered Nakaho Fujimitsu and the other commanders of the Northern Alliance, who were withdrawing back to Ekigo. Subsequently, Nakaho Fujimitsu, citing the impending winter and the necessity to retreat to Ekigo before the heavy snows sealed the mountains, refused to join Kajitaka in the assault on the 4 districts of Aizu. Kajitaka, in turn, found himself at a loss for words, as they had already annihilated the Ashina clan's reinforcements and reclaimed Ogawa Manor, while he himself had recaptured Sagana Manor. This demonstrated that the Ashina clan lacked the capacity to rescue their territories isolated beyond the 4 districts of Aizu. Moreover, with the local lords of Nishizu, led by the Minuchi Seven, having allied with the Yusuji clan from Ekigo, they could easily execute a 2-pronged attack to swiftly eradicate the Ashina clan. Even Nakaho Fujimitsu and his companions could invade the Numa district and return to Ekigo with impunity after plundering the local stores, indicating that the Ashina clan did not even dare to pursue them. However, despite this, Nakaho Fujimitsu and the other commanders of the Northern Alliance resolutely chose to abandon this advantageous position, insisting on a retreat to Ekigo before winter set in. Kajitaka, witnessing this, felt powerless to prevent their return to their respective territories. After all, the Northern Alliance had grown accustomed to their privileges, such as guardianship without intrusion and district magistrates not entering, and merely penetrating the 4 districts of Aizu was already a remarkable feat. He too was a local lord, with little more than the title of Kurikawa district magistrate. Thus, Kajitaka had no choice but to withdraw his forces back to Kurikawa, believing that advancing with just over 2,000 troops into the 4 districts of Aizu was far too perilous. A misstep could result in their lines of retreat and supply being cut off, necessitating a wait for a more opportune moment to invade the 4 districts of Aizu. Meanwhile, Morikawa Gorozaman and his son, Morikawa Shikazaemon, who had accompanied Maruta Yukio and were at the governor's residence, did not receive forgiveness from Matsumoto. Upon learning of their respective betrayals against Kuroda Hidetada and Morikawa Shikazaemon, they were ordered to commit seppuku on the battlefield in Fukushima. Just as Nakaho Fujimitsu, Nida, Tsunemasa, and Yasuda Nagahide, among the commanders of the Northern Alliance, returned to their territories filled with satisfaction, the anticipated documents for territorial expansion had yet to arrive, regarding their unilateral withdrawal of troops without prior consultation and the solitary advance into Onuma County. While Mazatiger did not directly reprimand them, he nonetheless issued a commendation for the recovery of Agawas and awarded them some gold, silver, and items such as swords, even in the absence of newly acquired territories. The commanders of the Northern Alliance, including Nakaho Fujiwara, Nabata Kazunari, Yasuda Nagahide, and Takebayashi Motonari, did not express significant discontent. This was largely due to their substantial gains from plundering the treasury of the Ashina clan. Even if their fiefs did not increase, they still retained privileges such as protection from intrusion and exemption from local governance, and they even received the commendation and sword from their lord. Notably, the local lords of the Ashina clan, such as the Kinoshita and Odajirai families, who had previously harassed their domains, were annihilated, alleviating any fears of future raids on their territories. Upon returning to Karawa County, the first action of Kajitaka was to promptly head to Kasagayama Castle. This was imperative as Mazatiger's banner, the Ryuri flag, was still in his possession and could not be claimed as his own. However, just as Kajitaka was changing out of his heavy armor, Gomi Takashige hurriedly approached him from the corridor. His face a mask of panic. "My lord, dire news," he exclaimed. "Lord Sadatomo is... Speak quickly. What has happened to Lord Sadatomo?" Kajitaka urgently inquired as he stepped outside. Lord Sadatomo passed away in the dead of night. Gomi Takashige's words were followed by his anguish, as he had once been among the retainers of Yusuji Sadatomo. Since Yusuji Sadatomo had been confined by Nagao, Kajinobu, he had served the Hachijo clan. What? The news struck Kajitaka like a bolt from the blue that moment. Mazatiger had only recently assumed the position of the guardian of Ekigo, and his foundation was still precarious, requiring time to consolidate the 7 counties of Ekigo. It was unfathomable that Yasuji Sadatomo would pass away just before Kajitaka's return to Karawa County. Should the local lords, discontented with Mazatiger, rise up like Kuroda Hideta and Negao Toshiaki, the territories of Sagana and Agawas, which had only just been reclaimed from the Ashina clan, could easily be lost again, something Kajitaka was unwilling to witness. After Lord Sadatomo's passing, Lord Herikage fell gravely ill, sinking into a deep coma. With no remedies proving effective, Gomi Takashige then delivered further grim tidings. Kajitaka found himself in a precarious position. First, the former guardian of Ekigo, Yasuji Sadatomo, had died, and now the current guardian, Negao Herikage, was on the brink of death. How could Mazatiger's position as guardian remain secure? If the Kanto lords to the south were to seize the opportunity and invade Ekigo once more, it would be difficult to guarantee the continued loyalty of the local lords of the 7 counties. Mazatiger had temporarily moved from Kasagema Castle to the governor's residence, as it seemed Lord Herikage did not have much time left. The branches of the Negao clan in Ekigo, such as Kei-Zondi, Koji, and Shimoda, sent representatives to inquire after Lord Herikage's condition. Gomi Takashige continued, they are likely coveting the position of guardian of Ekigo and the overall leadership of the Negao clan. How many among them harbor good intentions? When Lord Sadatomo and Lord Herikage were in peril, who among them took the initiative to send troops for rescue? Even in the campaign against Kuroda Takai and Sanj Nakatsuki, they did not exert their full strength. Kajitaka was not inclined to believe that their intentions were purely to inquire about Lord Herikage's health and why Lord, should we inform the senior retainers at home to ascend the castle? Gomi Takashige sensed the situation was becoming increasingly dire. No, I shall first visit the governor's residence. It is said that Kuroda Takai and Sanj Nakatsuki were incited to arms by the Ashina clan, who also took the opportunity to seize places like the sacred city of Sagana. We must remain vigilant against the Ashina clan. Kajitaka's primary concern was indeed the Ashina clan. Having failed to decisively defeat them in a single campaign, he feared that should the Ashina clan recover and redirect their efforts against the Yasuji, it would spell disaster. I shall accompany you, Gomi Takashige volunteered. Very well. Inform Hinata Mamoru to assume the role of guardian in my absence. Instruct me, Mamoru, to prepare the right controlled crane army for immediate deployment. 150 mounted warriors from the left controlled crane army shall accompany me to the governor's residence. Kajitaka was determined to prevent a surprise attack on the upper Ekigo region and thus decided to make preparations in advance. Understood. Gomi Takashige promptly departed to notify Hachijo Haritaka on the 20th day of the 10th month in the 11th year of Tenbon, as Kajitaka rushed with his close aide Gomi Takashige and 150 mounted warriors of the controlled crane army to the governor's residence. The previously comatose Lord Herikage suddenly regained consciousness. He gazed at Mazatiger and Kajitaka, his lips trembling as if he was about to speak. Mazatiger leaned closer to listen, and heard Lord Herikage weakly utter, "Forgive me, it seemed that during the Ashina clan surprise attack on the residence, Lord Herikage had been unable to care for the young Mazatiger, leaving him and his family behind at Kasagema Castle, a fact for which he now expressed remorse. His frail cheeks glimmering with tears. Mazatiger was overwhelmed with emotion, tightly grasping Lord Herikage's hands. Yet, at that moment, Lord Herikage lacked the strength to return the gesture. He merely forced a smile, but before fully forming it, his eyes closed once more, slipping back into unconsciousness. However, his lips continued to move as if he had more to say. When Mazatiger leaned in again, he heard, "Why did you abandon me? Minamoto, Saba, Iga no Kami." Before finishing, Lord Herikage drew his last breath. His final words left Kajitaka and Mazatiger in profound shock, as they realized that even in his last moments, Lord Herikage had not forgotten the young retainers and aides who had abandoned him during the battle at the residence. Although Kajitaka had long been aware of his brother's affections for men, the fact that he still thought of those who had forsaken him in his time of need ignited Mazatiger's fury. Mazatiger stared at the cold lips of Lord Herikage, whose hands were becoming increasingly frigid. Anger surged within him, and tears began to fall from his eyes. 2 days later, Lord Herikage's remains were sent by Mazatiger to the family temple of the Negao clan, Rinsenji, for burial, where he was given the posthumous name Sengunin Hgakukry. Meanwhile, the body of Yasuji Sadatomo was taken to the territory of the original Kamage family in Karawa County for interment at Puk Inn, bearing the posthumous name Ito-kun, having concluded the funeral arrangements for Yasuji Sadatomo and Lord Heritage. Mazatiger immediately ordered the arrest of the 16 aides and retainers of Lord Heritage who were still in the upper Ekigo region, condemning them for abandoning their lords in times of crisis and fleeing the battlefield. Such disloyal and treacherous individuals cannot be allowed to remain in this world. He commanded that Shigazumi, Minamoto Saba, and the other 16 commit seppuku within Rinsenji and their estates and properties be confiscated. Furthermore, the families and descendants of these 16 were to be exiled from Ekigo, with no permission to set foot in the region again. Kajitaka was astounded that, while the remains of Yasuji, Sadatomo, and Lord Heritage were still warm, Mazatiger had swiftly ordered the execution of the 16 retainers who had abandoned them during the Battle of the Residence under the pretext of disloyalty and treachery. The news spread throughout the 7 counties of Ekigo, instilling fear in all. In an effort to curb Nakaho Fujiwara's influence, Mazatiger did not allow Shizumaru to inherit the position of guardian of Ekigo. Instead, he permitted him to succeed as the head of the Nagao clan and the overall leadership of the Ekigo Nagao family. When Shizumaru came of age, Mazatiger granted him the character Sadatomo from Yasuji Sadatomo's name, renaming him Nagao Sadatomo, and bestowed upon him the renowned sword Isumi Sadamitsu, which had belonged to Yasuji Sadatomo. Is this truly appropriate? Kajitaka inquired as he hurried into Kasagama Castle, getting straight to the point. What is inappropriate? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Mazatiger was unfazed, her intent clear, to prevent Nakaho Fujiwara from feeling satisfied. I had previously promised Nakaho Yutaka that his nephew would inherit the position of guardian of Ekigo. Would that not render me untrustworthy? Kajitaka's greatest concern was that the Nakaho clan might turn to the Ashina clan, posing a significant threat to the Yasuji family of Ekigo, then bestow upon him the white umbrella bag, a symbol of the guardian's authority. You, Hachijo Nakatsuki, are the most suitable to assume the role of guardian. After careful consideration, Mazatiger concluded that Kajitaka was the best fit for the position. I fear this may not be wise. Kajitaka still sought to decline the appointment, as the Nagao clan had historically served the Yasuji clan as their steward. If a relative were to take the position of guardian, it would completely breach that tradition, potentially drawing the Yamauchi Yasuji clan into the matter. Lord Yamauchi has already consented to this. Here is the document he sent. Mazatiger handed a letter to Honjo Kiyashikir, who was seated nearby, to pass on to Kajitaka. Since it is Lord Yamauchi's command, I shall have no choice but to accept. Jingding finds himself in a predicament. Left with no choice but to grasp this hot potato, his sworn brother is tasked with pacifying Morikawa Gorzaemon and reclaiming Sugaminaka, alongside addressing the prior defeat at the hands of Kuroda and dealing with Sanj. Given these accomplishments, he ought to be granted an increase in territory and authority that I believe that the area of Ogawa would be quite suitable for my sworn brother. However, Masahiro, after much contemplation, has decided to assign the strategically important Ogawa to Jingding for governance. Ogawa, such a contested military stronghold, will be better served by the vassals under the Lord's banner. It seems inappropriate for a mere subject like myself to take charge. Jingding is concerned that this move could provoke dissatisfaction among the generals from the northern faction, particularly since he did not partake in this conflict. In no matter, I shall grant you control over all 7 provinces of Ekigo, without opposition. The Hachijo clan possesses the most formidable military might, surpassing even the newly formed Keikaku army under my command. Masahiro, however, harbors no fears of dissent, for who among the 7 provinces of Ekigo possesses the strength and resources to swiftly assemble a standing army of nearly 2,000? Even my own forces do not amount to such numbers, and the combined military strength registered in the Lord's military accounts barely reaches 8,000, that the Lord's assertion is one I cannot contest. Jingding can only manage an awkward smile in response. Subsequently, the clan must initiate a salt embargo against the 4 provinces of Aizu. The clan will collaborate with the people of West Aizu and date Mutsu no Kami to impose this embargo on the Ashina clan. With winter approaching in Ekigo, Masahiro understands the impossibility of launching an offensive into the four provinces of Aizu. Thus, he can only heed the requests of the northern generals to sever the salt supply to the Ashina clan, compelling them to alter their strategy and abandon their military pursuits against Ekigo and southern Dua, as well as their assaults on the lords of West Aizu. Consequently, trade routes with the Ashina clan must also be disrupted. Fortunately, the Usuji clan does not rely on import from the four provinces of Aizu. Although Jingding disapproves of this course, he refrains from opposing it. After all, given the current inability to take military action against the Ashina clan, the only recourse is to cut off their salt and commerce, forcing them to relinquish control of Ogawa and Sugaminaka, which had been previously reclaimed by the Usuji clan. Indeed, I will issue a strict order to the local lords in West Aizu, such as the Yamauchi 7 Cavalry, the Kawaratta clan, and the Nagatsuna clan, to cease supplying salt to the Ashina clan, executing anyone who dares to transport salt into their territory as a public example. While Masahiro does not wish to prolong the conflict, he feels compelled to do so in order to solidify the fruits of victory that a simple letter will suffice for date Matsu no Kami. He will undoubtedly be eager to cooperate. Jingding believes that Date Haramian will surely endorse this plan, as it presents a low-cost opportunity to weaken the Ashina clan. Furthermore, Date Haramian could seize this chance to advance eastward and launch a large-scale counteroffensive against the faction of Date Tatamian. I will dispatch Honjo Maedakari to Yonezawa Castle to vigorously promote this initiative. To ensure the success of this plan, Masahiro has no choice but to send his most capable retainer, Honjo Sanahira, to Yonezawa Castle. With Honjo Maesakari as the envoy, I am confident of the mission's success. However, should the Ashina clan, after enduring such a blow, send envoys seeking peace, how shall the Lord respond? Jingding is aware that the Ashina clan is currently in dire need of recuperation. Although their main forces have not suffered catastrophic losses, they face severe internal strife, with prominent ministers and relatives rising in rebellion. Under these circumstances, the Ashina clan is unlikely to engage in a full-scale or protracted war with the Usuji clan of Ekigo. If the Ashina clan seeks peace, should we accept their pledge of allegiance? Masahiro finds himself somewhat at a loss, as he has never contemplated how to respond should the opponent request peace. My suggestion is to demand the cession of major territories such as Numa and Kawanuma, while allowing the Ashina clan to retain the remaining areas of Yamagata and East Aizu. Jingding does not wish to make excessive demands. His requests are modest, merely the relinquishment of those two provinces. The Numa province has previously suffered from the plundering by the northern generals, leaving the Ashina clan unable to restore it to its pre-war state in the short term, rendering it a rather inconsequential territory. Two provinces? Would the Ashina clan ever acquiesce to such terms? Should they cede Numa and Kawanuma, they would lose their stronghold at Kirikawa Castle. Masahiro does not believe the Ashina clan would agree to such conditions. Given that Ogawa and Sugaminaka have already been reclaimed, it suffices to conduct frequent incursions into Ashina territory before winter's onset. Surely, under the strain of salt deprivation and external threats, the Ashina clan will acquiesce. Jingding remains somewhat optimistic about achieving territorial gains without conflict. Let us commence with the salt embargo and observe the Ashina clan's reaction. Masahiro harbors little expectation, for the Usuji clan of Ekigo also requires time for recuperation. After all, the devastation wrought by Kuroda Hidetada's incursion into the upper Ekigo territory necessitates urgent restoration of production and repairs to fortifications. Upon receiving the letter of arrangement, I shall promptly assign capable retainers to oversee Tsugawa Castle and scrutinize the movements of travelers. Jingding's foremost desire is to return to Biwa Island Castle, to refresh himself and rest for a few days. If he must attend to every matter, he will surely become exhausted. Coincidentally, his sister has not been feeling comfortable at Kasakabe Castle recently. Why not have his sworn brother escort her back to Biwa Island Castle? Just as Jingding prepares to rise and depart, Masahiro suddenly proposes to arrange for Iain to return to Biwa Island Castle alongside Jingding. Could it be that Iain has displeased the Lord recently? Jingding's first instinct is that the sisters must have encountered some unpleasantness. Otherwise, it would not be so sudden for her to request to return with him. No, it is simply that the road from Kasakabe Castle is too arduous. Over time, my sister has found it less comfortable than residing at Biwa Island Castle. Masahiro has spent his youth training in the Linquan Temple and is quite accustomed to mountain paths. However, Ayane is different. Having been raised in comfort, she would surely struggle with the arduous mountain trails of Kasukade Castle, where every passage between the turrets is a winding mountain path. Very well, I shall take her back to Biwa Island Castle. Jingding replies somewhat helplessly. After Ayane returns to Biwa Island Castle, the household's daily expenses will undoubtedly increase significantly. Fortunately, with the addition of Ogawa, a manor worth at least several thousand koku, sustaining the newly formed standing Keikaku army should not pose a great challenge. On the 25th of November in the 11th year of Tenbun, Jingding, after much deliberation, decides to relocate his base to Tsugawa Castle in Ogawa and renames it Kirinzen Castle to signify this change. As for the Hachijo clan's former territory in Kawanuma, Masahiro does not intend to reclaim it as direct territory. To ensure the Hachijo clan possesses a stable rear, the estates of Shirakawa and Tadagawa will remain under their jurisdiction. Even the former lord of Baraki Castle, Barakagiyoshi, has through Masahiro's mediation rejoined the Hachijo clan as a member of the family. Moreover, Masahiro even transfers Yoshi Masanobu, the son of Yoshi Kajizumi, the lord of Yoshi Castle in Nishikawaguchi, a branch of the Usuji clan, to serve as Jingding's aide. The Yoshi family of Kawaguchi has a very close relationship with the Hachijo clan. Currently, the head of the Nishikawaguchi Yoshi family, Yoshi Kajizumi, is married to the daughter of Hachijo Harukazu, making Masahiro's arrangement quite meaningful. Subsequently, Jingding appoints Hachijo Harukazu, the chief retainer of his household, to serve as the governor of Konuma, the deputy of Biwa Island Castle, and the steward of Shirakawa, while Hachijo Norifumi takes over as the lord of Bara Castle and steward of Tadagawa. Hiroshi today is appointed as the magistrate of Biwa Island Castle town. Most of the remaining retainers, along with their families, moved to settle in Kirinzen Castle in Ogawa alongside Jingding. Meanwhile, Ashina Moritomo seizes the opportunity to summon most of the retainers of the Ashina clan. With the exception of the Anazawa clan stationed at Hibara Castle and those steadfastly defending Inawashiro Castle, to gather at Kirika Castle's Great Hall, demanding they compose oaths of loyalty to the Ashina clan, while simultaneously announcing the passing of Ashina Morishun. Upon learning of the death of their lord, Ashina clan retainers are struck with profound shock, deeply concerned about how to respond should the Usuji clan of Ekigo or Date Haremian and other hostile daimyo seize this opportunity to invade. However, Ashina Moritomo is not particularly worried about an incursion from the Usuji clan or Date Haremian that on one hand, the heavy winter snow serves as an ally. Once the snow seals the mountains, the Usuji clan will be unable to supply troops and provisions to the discontented lords within the 4 provinces of Aizu that on the other hand, as long as Hibara Castle remains in the hands of the Anazawa clan, Date Haremian cannot step foot into the heart of the Ashina territory. Thus, Ashina Moritomo initially plans to defeat the Inawashiro clan. Afterward, once he has cleared the way, he will turn his attention to the treacherous lords of West Aizu. Following his successful campaign against the tens of thousands of Usuji forces that invaded Numa, Ashina Moritomo's prestige within the Ashina clan reaches its zenith, further bolstered by the support of the elder statesmen Nagakatsu Moriyuki and Hirata Tsukanade, as he smoothly inherits the leadership of the Ashina clan and the guardianship of the 4 provinces of Aizu. From this point forward, the head of the Ashina clan is no longer the listless, unambitious figure of yore. Rather, he is a valiant patriarch, a fierce adversary, and a resourceful strategist. Upon learning of the succession of the Ashina family by Ashina Moritomo, the Usuji clan of Ekigo, Date Haremian, and the lords of Western Aizu, such as the 7 Knights of Yamauchi, could hardly refrain from responding. However, the lords of Western Aizu, including the 7 Knights of Yamauchi, had only just reclaimed territories seized by the Ashina family and lacked the sufficient strength to invade Ashina lands at this moment. Meanwhile, Date Haremian's strategy for advancing east was reaching a critical juncture. Coupled with the Usuji clan's concerns regarding the impending winter snowstorms, they could only observe the unfolding situation. Shirakawa Akiori, acting on behalf of Shirakawa Yoshinori, advocated for continued assaults on the Owace County held by the Nikadu family. hoping that the Shirakawa clan could seize this opportunity for revenge against the Nikaido family and reclaim their lost territories. After all, the alliance of the Date, Ashina, Nikaido, and Ishikawa families had launched a significant offensive against the Shirakawa clan during the second year of Tenbon, exploiting internal discord within the Shirakawa family, which nearly rendered them incapable of recovery. Thus, the Shirakawa clan found themselves allied with Date Haremian. Consequently, for the time being, the major powers surrounding the Ashina family were unable to undertake any aggressive military actions against them, resorting instead to cutting off the supply of salt to compel the beleaguered Ashina family. Beset on all sides to yield and seek peace, that on November 30, Mazatiger issued a decree to the generals of the Yongbei faction, demanding an immediate cessation of salt supplies to the Ashina territory, instructing Kajitaka and the Yongbei generals to close all salt checkpoints leading from Pahara County to Onuma and Kawashima counties. Simultaneously, Date Haremian also sent a missive to his vassals, ordering them to sever all trade routes supplying salt from southern Ubu to the 4 counties of Aizu, declaring that anyone attempting to transport salt to Aizu would face execution as a public example. Even Shirakawa Yoshinori, the head of the Shirakawa clan in the southern part of the 7 counties of Sendai, responded to the Usuji clan of Ekigo, the 7 knights of Yamauchi, and Date Haremian by cutting off the salt supply routes from Kanto and southern Sendai to the 4 counties of Aizu. If the Shirakawa clan could weaken the Ashina family, which had previously invaded their lands and dominated the 4 counties of Aizu, it would be a move with nothing but benefits, while also enhancing relations with the Usuji clan and potentially reclaiming lost territories from the Nikaido family at a time when the Ashina family was preoccupied. In a short span, the Ashina family could only procure salt through the mediation of Date Tatamian from the Soma clan, which controlled the northern Sendai region. However, Soma Akitane, the head of the Soma clan, under the mediation of Date Tatamian, had no intention of allowing the Ashina family to easily acquire this essential commodity. He tripled the usual salt price before agreeing to sell to the Ashina clan, who could only purchase it at designated locations such as Nakamura Castle and Kodaka Castle in the Soma territory. The Ashina family had previously disregarded the Soma clan, only to realize their importance at this critical juncture. Consequently, Ashina Moritomo, having just ascended to the position of patriarch of the Ashina family, was left with no choice but to endure the unreasonable demands of the Soma clan. The Ashina family lacked the technique to produce lake salt, rendering them incapable of utilizing the nearby Inawashiro Lake for salt production. Furthermore, prolonged abstinence from salt could lead to a series of adverse effects, including limb weakness, systemic edema, dizziness, and excessive drowsiness. Not long after moving to Korinzen Castle, Kajitaka received counsel from his mentor, Hachijo Harasada, who sent a messenger with the admonition: "The Akawa region has only recently been pacified. The hearts of the people have yet to be won, and they remain displaced, having had no opportunity to recuperate. The surrounding areas along the Uetsu frontier are rife with banditry, and even within Usuji territory, theft is rampant. Moreover, some lords among the Yongbei faction are conspiring with the Ashina family to instigate internal strife, which poses a significant threat if the issues with the Yongbei generals are not resolved, and if one were to rashly mobilize troops eastward, it would leave us vulnerable to treachery. The immediate priority for the Hachijo clan should be to cease military operations and focus on agriculture. Once all 7 counties of Ekigo are stabilized and the soldiers are well fed and clothed, then a discussion regarding an eastward expedition against the Ashina family could be undertaken, allowing for a decisive victory over the 4 counties of Aizu and subsequently the 7 counties of Sendai. After reviewing the counsel sent by Hachijo Harasada, Kajitaka ultimately adopted his advice that, in truth, even if Hachijo Harasada had not interceded, Kajitaka had no intention of launching a military campaign against the Ashina family in the near future. The opportune moment to decisively defeat them had already passed. Should he venture into the 4 counties of Aizu again, the Ashina family would undoubtedly be prepared. Additionally, the Akawa region had only recently been reclaimed from the Usuji clan, and there were no reliable vassals stationed in key locations throughout the territory. Even the latest military account within his household had yet to be compiled. Not long after settling in Korinzen Castle, Yamauchi Hikishichi, the lord of Isojama Castle under the former Kanakami clan, hastily came to pay his respects to Kajitaka, presenting the Hachijo clan with 50 ryo of gold. Given the current financial constraints of his household, Kajitaka had no reason to refuse the generous gift, accepting it with gratitude. However, Yamauchi Hikishichi's visit was not merely to offer assistance due to Kajitaka's financial difficulties. He sought privileges such as no entry for the county magistrate. Kajitaka was acutely aware of the implications of the no-entry privilege and would not grant it lightly. There were far too many lords of the Yongbei faction enjoying the no-entry privilege within the 7 counties of Echigo, hindering the Usuji clan from conducting land surveys and population counts. Consequently, the maximum number of troops available for mobilization in Mazatiger's military accounts was limited to a mere 8,000. That not only did Kajitaka refuse to grant Yamauchi Hikishichi the no-entry privilege, but he also intended to conduct a land survey throughout the entire Akawa region and even consider redistributing land holdings. Fortunately, the previous efforts by Nakaho Fujiwaki and other generals of the Yongbei faction to eliminate the local warriors in the Akawa region had been relatively thorough, along with the returning Kanakami clan under Kanakami Moritomo, which minimized Kajitaka's obstacles in surveying the Akawa region. Particularly, local lords like Yamauchi Hikishichi, who had long occupied the Akawa region, would undoubtedly face reassignment after the land survey, as their territories bordered the Takuma clan, making them strategically significant. Of course, before that could happen, Kajitaka needed to arrange for his trusted officials to be stationed in key strongholds throughout the Akawa region to prevent hostile forces from taking advantage of any openings. Since the previous castle steward of Kamiho Castle, Usami Sadataka, had been replaced by Hachiho Norifusa, Usami Sadataka was restored to his original position as the right-hand commander of the Tsurukawa army, accompanying the Hachijo clan's forces to the Akawa region. Given Usami Sadataka's diligent service to the Hachijo clan, Kajitaka could not neglect him. Previously, Usami Sadataka had accompanied Kajitaka on numerous campaigns, participating in the defeat of Kuroda Kunichika, the reclamation of the provincial capital, and the subjugation of Nagao Toshikage, though this was carried out by his vassal, Tsukada Kikimen. Even during the campaign against the uprising of Morikawa Gorozaman, he had been stationed at Kamiho Castle, ensuring that Kajitaka did not need to divert his attention from the stability of the former Kamiho territory. His contributions were no less significant than those of Hachiho Harasada, who had long served as the steward. Therefore, Kajitaka decided to appoint Usami Sadataka to the regions of Kodoyama and Hatoya, bordering the southern part of Akawa, granting him a fief of 1,000 koku and charging him with the construction of mountain fortifications in both locations to defend against the Ashina family's incursions into the Yama County. Simultaneously, Usami Satori was transferred from the castle in Akikawa to the castle of Tsubakigawa in the Akawa region, receiving a fief of 1,500 koku, and the Tsubakigawa castle was renamed Getsuzan Castle. Kajitaka's arrangements reflected his anticipation of a potential counteroffensive from the Ashina family following the thawing of winter. Thus, he positioned Usami Sadatori to guard the midstream of Chikukawa and Usami Sadataka to secure the upstream. As father and son defended the southern regions of Akawa along the Chikukawa, they need not worry about being cut off from their water supply, the AS for the former territory of the Otakiri clan. Kajitaka appointed Hachiho Nabukata to this location, granting him a fief of 2,000 koku. This area served as a crucial shield for Kirinzen Castle in the northwest, necessitating the presence of a trusted member of the family. Regarding the northernmost Akadani Castle in the Akawa region, Kajitaka assigned Nomoriseki, one of the retainers of Lady Ayaheim, to take residence there, bestowing upon him a fief of 2,000 koku. Subsequently, Naomoriseki would undertake significant responsibilities in dealings with the Yongbei faction. After allocating new territories to his vassals, Kajitaka could not help but reflect. Akawa is larger than the combined territories of Shirakawa and Akikawa, although it lacks a port for maritime trade. The acquisition of this land holds immense significance for the Hachijo clan. Once secured, it will yield abundant harvests, provide opportunities to observe and exploit weaknesses, enabling us to strike at our enemies, reward loyal subjects. It will allow us to gradually encroach upon the 4 counties of Aizu and the 7 counties of Sendai, thereby expanding our dominion, and it will fortify key positions for long-term strategy. This opportunity must not be missed. Just as Kajitaka was preparing to take a few days of rest after orchestrating the personnel changes within his household, Usami Sedatori once again ascended the castle to pay his respects. Kajitaka knew that Usami Sedatori would not arrive without purpose, and with a sense of resignation, he arranged for a meeting in the Grand Hall. My lord, we cannot afford to overlook the retainers of the former Kanakami clan in the Akawa region. Should they choose to serve the Ashina family in the 4 counties of Aizu, they would inevitably become vanguards for the Ashina army's invasion of Akawa. Conversely, if they do not serve the Ashina family, they risk becoming masterless ronin, potentially causing turmoil in the region. That I urge you to make a decision promptly. Upon encountering Kajifumi, Usami Sedamitsu wasted no time in offering counsel. It was indeed Usami Shunkawa. With his meticulous nature, who recognized that the retainers of the former Kanakami clan still lay in ambush at Ogawa Manor, a fact that had escaped the notice of the main house. They had assumed, much like the Otakiri clan, that the retainers had perished under the onslaught of the various commanders from Nakaho and Ekizen, due to the recent ease with which Kajifumi had conducted land surveys in Ogawa Manor. He seemed to have forgotten that remnants of the Kanakami clan still existed within its confines. Yamauchi Hikoichi of Gojaima Castle had once been one of the territorial lords under the Kanakami clan, and it was likely that some of the former retainers had sought refuge with him. Usami Sadamitsu was now concerned whether Yamauchi Hikoichi would continue to conspire with the Ashina clan. The main house had already appointed Master Tanko as the abbot of Shibozen Temple to keep a watchful eye on Yamauchi Hikoichi's every move, alleviating any worries for Usami Shunkawa. Kajifumi had specifically dispatched emissaries from Ueno to recruit the monk Tanko. Skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence, the Lord's wisdom was evident as he contemplated the fate of the remaining retainers of the former Kanakami clan, pondering whether they should return to their homeland to cultivate the land, or if Usami Sadamitsu underestimated Yamauchi Hikoichi. A mere regional lord with a meager income, believing he could rally a significant number of former Kanakami retainers to his cause, that it was resolved to select the most capable among them, integrating them into the Left Crane Army, and subsequently transferring 100 men from the Left Crane Army to the Right Crane Army under the command of the Lord's son. The Yema district of the Ashina domain had remained unscathed from the invasions led by Nakaho and his fellow commanders, with the local lords and officials maintaining their military readiness. Thus, the focus of the main house lay in fortifying defenses in Yema district rather than in Onuma district. The salaries of you and your father are nearly equivalent. Hence, vigilance is imperative, and complacency must be avoided. Kajifumi did not believe that these individuals would return to their homeland and settle down peacefully as farmers. In this era, who does not aspire to rise above their station and become the lord of the city or a domain? The vassal obeyed, expressing gratitude to the lord for promoting his son, allowing both father and son to emerge as lords of a city despite their humble origins. Usami Sadamitsu had never anticipated that Kajifumi would place such importance on his eldest son, Usami Sadamitsu, not only granting him command over a critical border stronghold, but also entrusting him with half of the standing army of the Hachijo clan, a privilege not even enjoyed by the long-standing vassals of the Hachijo clan. Indeed, the main house has always prioritized meritocracy. Those with specialized skills are sure to find opportunities to demonstrate their capabilities. Both you and your father hail from the lineage of loyal vassals sworn to protect the clan, and the fidelity of the Usami clan has always been acknowledged. From now on, you both need only to leverage your strengths and serve the Hachijo clan with loyalty. The main house will undoubtedly reward you accordingly. Kajifumi would not rely solely on kinship, as he also sought to empower some newly appointed vassals to balance the influence of his own family, making them aware of the competition that exists. The vassal believed that as long as the lord valued them, both he and his father would dedicate themselves wholeheartedly until their last breath. Usami Sadamitsu's gratitude was palpable after hearing these words. Following the land surveys in Ogawa Manor, Kajifumi found that he could barely maintain a standing army of 2,000, yet the aspiration for a prosperous nation with a formidable military still eluded him. Meanwhile, Ashina Moritomo, who had recently inherited the leadership of the Ashina clan, initially showed little concern upon learning that the Hachijo clan had been granted the position of land steward in Ogawa Manor by the Usuji clan of Ekigo. However, upon discovering that Kajifumi had ordered his retainer, Usami Sadamitsu, to construct a new castle in the southern regions of Ogawa Manor, namely at Kodoima, and Tim Mountain, he began to feel increasingly uneasy. Although Ashina Moritomo managed to reclaim lost territory in Onuma District after successfully repelling the forces of Nakaho Fujikazu, Nabata Gunsei, and Yasuda Nagahide, the castle at Yamamori had already been completely dismantled by the Usuji forces before their withdrawal. Reconstructing this castle would require a substantial investment of labor and resources. Furthermore, prior to their retreat from Onuma District, the Usuji forces forcibly relocated a significant portion of its populace to Kamahara District, leaving the treasury of Onuma District thoroughly plundered, rendering the Ashina clan powerless in their efforts to restore the border defenses of Onuma District, with Usami Sadamitsu leading 1,000 crane troops to safeguard the laborers constructing the castle. The Ashina clan could only watch helplessly as the Hachijo clan erected new fortifications at Kodoima and Tim Mountain. Once the Hachijo clan completed the construction of the two new castles, they would serve as mutual supports for attack and defense, allowing them to surveil the Ashina-held Yema and Onuma districts, while also acting as a defensive outpost against the Hachijo clan stronghold at Kirin Mountain Castle in the southeast, thereby possessing significant strategic importance. However, due to the harsh winter weather, the laborers were poorly clad, their hands and feet frozen, severely hindering progress. Consequently, only the main citadel was constructed at Kodoima and Tim Mountain, prompting Usami Sadamitsu to hastily conclude the castle's construction and subsequently station 1,000 men from the Right Crane Army at both castles. Usami Sadamitsu then established Kodoima Castle as his residence, while Tim Mountain Castle was entrusted to his retainer, Tsukatada Keimin, to command. Meanwhile, in the Grand Hall of the central citadel of Kirikawa Castle, the Ashina clan's retainers engaged in heated debates over whether to launch a counterattack to reclaim Ogawa Manor. My lord, I believe that Nagao Masatake will be unable to dispatch troops to support Ogawa Manor in the near term, that we should seize this opportunity to gather our forces and invade Ogawa Manor, reclaiming it for ourselves. If we allow Hachijo Kajifomi to occupy Ogawa Manor for too long, it will only disadvantage the Ashina clan. At this juncture, Su Shiguji, one of the Ashina clan's elder retainers, fervently urged Ashina Moritomo to rally the troops for a counteroffensive, even disparagingly referring to the newly adopted Yasuji Masatake as Nagao Masatake. His counsel garnered considerable support from the pro-war faction within the Ashina clan, as their strategic direction aimed at expanding their influence by encroaching upon the territory of Kamahara District and inciting the regional lords within the 7 districts of Ekigo to rise against the current Yasuji protector, thereby allowing the Ashina clan to exploit the chaos that Why Lord must not heed the words of Su Tamashige. It is now winter, and launching an offensive during this season will pose tremendous challenges for our troops. By the time we reach Ogawa Manor, the Hachijo clan will likely have fortified their defenses, and with Yamauchi Hikoichi, the lord of Gojima Castle, being unpredictable, we cannot ascertain whether he would be willing to cooperate with our forces to invade Ogawa Manor. Countered Hirata Tsukinori, one of the Ashina clan's elder retainers. Hirata's assertion rang true. Yamauchi Hikoichi had surrendered to the Usuji forces when they invaded Ogawa Manor and had even served as their guide, which explained how the Usuji forces managed to conquer most of Ogawa Manor in such a brief period, subsequently annihilating both the Odakiri and Kanakami clans. This man should not be taken at face value. Should the main house find itself in dire straits, he would undoubtedly switch allegiances once more. Although Ashina Moritomo did not oppose the idea of a counteroffensive against Ogawa Manor, he refrained from making a definitive decision. Concerned about whether they could successfully sway Yamauchi Hikoichi, located in the western part of Ogawa Manor, to their side. If the Ashina clan could successfully win over Yamauchi Hikoichi, they could sever the connection between the Hachijo clan and one of the Yongbei factions. Take Mata, leaving them vulnerable on both fronts. But my lord, Ogawa Manor is the lifeblood of the Ashina clan. Without it, there can be no Aizu district. This is an existential crisis for our house. How can we hesitate to deploy troops? Insisted Su Shiguji, adamant about launching an offensive to reclaim Ogawa Manor, aware that the stakes of its loss directly affected the Ashina clan's survival, recalling the ease with which the Usuji forces had previously invaded Onuma District after taking Ogawa Manor. Su Tamashige, The Lord has only recently led the army to quell the Inawashiro rebellion, that if we were to march again now, our soldiers would be utterly fatigued. How can we ensure victory in such a battle? Retorted Hirata Tsukanori. Currently, the powerful lords and regional retainers surrounding the Ashina clan, including Date Haramian, the Shirakawa clan, the Yamauchi Seven Riders, the Kohara clan, and the Naganuma clan, are all poised to strike, and even our own military forces in the region are somewhat stretched. How can we contemplate an invasion of Ogawa Manor? Hirata Tsukanori vehemently scolded Su Shiguji. Precisely for this reason, we must launch a counteroffensive against Ogawa Manor, if we are aware of the multitude of enemies surrounding us. Then surely Hachijo Kajafomi, that young lad, is also cognizant of the precarious situation, and he would never anticipate that the Ashina clan would dare to launch an offensive amidst such overwhelming adversaries. He would be caught completely off guard, ensuring our victory. Su Shiguji's proposal was indeed astute, as he believed that the Hachijo clan would not be on high alert against the Ashina clan and that they could exploit the situation for an unexpected assault. It seems Su Tamashige has forgotten the retainers under Kajafumi's command, interjected Nariha Moriyuki, one of the elder retainers of the Ashina clan, who had remained silent until now. What does Lord Nariha mean? Are the Lord's retainers mere paper tigers? Su Shiguji felt an immediate irritation at this insinuation. Was Nariha Moriyuki, a member of the Ashina clan's elder retainers, attempting to belittle the strength of their own retainers? I have no such intention, yet Kajafomi has demonstrated his ability to swiftly conquer Yamakita Castle, Kobe Castle, and even force a surrender at Takanagi Castle, with Sugimiyama also falling to the Usuji clan. He adeptly employs his retainers as the vanguard, having once led 300 retainers to decisively defeat a force of 4,000 led by Kuroda Tsunetaka at Tsuyama, allowing the Usuji clan to reclaim the Echigo province in one fell swoop. We must be vigilant. Kajafomi is not as easily deceived as Nakaho and his ilk. Nariha Moriyuki shook his head slowly, reiterating the need for caution. The rapid loss of Kanamezawa was indeed unforeseen by the entire Ashina clan. No one could have anticipated that Hachijo Kajitaka would successfully seize Mount Yama Castle and Kobe Castle in such a brief span of time, compelling Morikawa Gorzaemon to surrender. This was primarily due to Kuroda Tsunetaka not leading his forces personally, but instead delegating command to his son, Kuroda Nak, who suffered a crushing defeat at Chi Castle. Had the Kuroda forces captured Chi Castle, a significant portion of Kubota County would have already belonged to the Ashina clan. Shigahara Shigazumi certainly did not believe that Hachijo Kajitaka could defeat the 4,000 men led by Kuroda Hidetada with a mere 300 soldiers, the main reason being Kuroda Kuniyashi's foolishness. What difference would it make if Kuroda Tsunetaka had taken the field himself? Look at the outcomes when Kuroda Tsunetaka and Nagao Nakatsukusa raised their armies. They both faced defeat and their clans were annihilated. Even the valiant Nagao Nakatsukusa fell to an unnamed foot soldier of the Hachijo army, while the cunning Kuroda Tsunetaka was slain by his own vassals. This illustrates that both were merely men of hollow renown, and the former clan head, Morishun, squandered vast resources in support of them, only for it all to ultimately benefit the Usuji clan. Shigahara SHK was careful to tread lightly. Further discussion would only tarnish the reputation of the Ashina clan. Enough. Date Haramian's forces are currently at their peak, and his adoptive father is engaged in a standoff with them. The Nikkei clan can still withstand the incursions of the Shirakawa clan, while the local lords of Nishiezu, such as the Yamanaka Seven Riders, Kawara clan, and Naganuma clan, dare not hastily invade the Ashina territory without support from the Usuji of Echigo. Now is indeed the opportune moment to strike at Agawas while Hachijo Kajitaka is unprepared. Shigahara Tamamori, you are well versed in the geography surrounding Agawas. You shall take command of 2,000 troops and lead the charge there. After much deliberation, Ashina Moritomo ultimately decided to launch a counteroffensive against Agawas. Your wisdom is commendable. I shall certainly reclaim our lost lands for the Ashina clan. Shigahara Shigazumi was elated after receiving the approval from Ashina Moritomo to mobilize for battle, casting a fierce glance at Shigahara SHK and Hirata Tsukafumi. However, Takemin had already prepared to dispatch his trusted minister, Kuyanagi Nakatsukusa, to mediate the conflict between the Ashina clan and the Usuji of Echigo, as well as to restore trade routes and supply the 4 counties of Aizu with salt and seafood. Should hostilities erupt, all these efforts will be rendered futile. Hirata Sukifumi was adamant about avoiding conflict at this critical juncture. Currently, salt prices within the 4 counties of Aizu have skyrocketed, leaving common folk and lower-ranking samurai unable to afford it. With winter approaching, salt procured from the Soma domain has yet to arrive in Aizu, resulting in instability within the region. Engage in warfare against the Usugi clan under such dire circumstances would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. A failed campaign could very well lead to the obliteration of the Ashina name. In no matter. Once Shigahara Tamamori regains Agawas, we can then send emissaries to Ekigo. The clan must also dispatch forces to punish the Kawara and Naganuma clans, who have repeatedly sided with the Usugi of Ekigo, as well as other lords of Nishi Aizu. Ashina Moritomo, however, was deaf to all counsel, singularly focused on expanding the Ashina influence to divert internal strife. After exchanging glances and shaking their heads, Hirata, Sukifumi, and Shigahara Sage Kei chose to remain silent. Ashina Moritomo was resolute in his militaristic ambitions. Following the council's conclusion, both withdrew to their respective strongholds and resigned from all positions within the Ashina clan. Henceforth abstaining from political affairs, Shigahara Shigazumi, having achieved his desire, led 2,000 troops into the snowstorm toward Agawas, while Ashina Moritomo also mobilized 2,000 troops to Nishi Aizu, preparing to assault the Kawara and Naganuma clans, who had frequently allied with the Usugi in hopes of acquiring salt and seafood from their territories. On the 2nd day of the 12th month, in the 11th year of Tenmon, in the morning. My lord, grave news. Urgent report. Just as Kajitaka had risen and was sharing breakfast with Ayaheim, Gomi Takashige rushed in, shouting frantically outside Kajitaka's quarters. What could possibly warrant such haste? What a disgraceful display. Kajitaka nearly choked on his miso soup. This is the latest intelligence from the Temple of Zenk, my lord. Please read. Gomi Takashige promptly handed a letter to Kajitaka. What? Sound the conch immediately. Prepare all forces for battle. Summon all high-ranking ministers except for Usami Shunk and Usami Minbu Sh Suk to the military council. And you, Sam, make haste to MT Suki and Kadyama Castle to ensure Usami Shunk and Usami Minbu Sh Suk are ready for a siege. After a swift glance at the letter, Kajitaka was taken aback. Could the Ashina clan truly dare to launch a winter counteroffensive against Agawas? Shitcher, you have yet to finish your breakfast. Ayaheim remarked as Kajitaka dashed outside, having barely touched his meal. The situation is urgent. I have no time to eat. You may take your time, Aki, but I must convene the military council now. Without looking back, Kajitaka strode toward the main hall of the castle. Due to the winter weather and snow, the retainers of the Hachijo clan stationed at Agawas only began to filter into the main hall of Kirinzen Castle after midday, excluding the sentinels. Usami Samitsu and Usami Sadato. Kajitaka found himself nibbling on persimmons, a specialty of the 4 counties of Aizu, while conducting the military discussions. My lord, the Ashina clan has chosen to launch an assault on Agawas in such harsh weather. They must have prepared thoroughly before taking the field, that we must not underestimate them. One of the elder counselors, Hachiho Noriaki, felt that the Ashina forces should not be taken lightly. It is quite possible that the Ashina clan intends to test the strength of the Hachijo clan. To construct a new castle, many of the military duties of the villages in Nishi-Agawas have been waived. If we were to engage the Ashina clan in battle, we would have to rely on our loyal vassals and the Keikaku army under your command. Although Hachio Nobushige is seasoned in battle, he could not discern what the Ashina clan aimed to achieve by launching an offensive under such severe conditions. Could it be that the salt embargo imposed by Oyakata has driven the Ashina clan to desperation? Kajitaka himself was uncertain of the embargo's true impact on the Ashina clan, but if it were not severe, they would not need to launch an assault on Agawas amid such tumultuous weather. It may only be a part of the issue. The Ashina clan likely needs to ensure that their vassals, samurai, and some foot soldiers are allocated enough salt to maintain the necessary combat readiness for external warfare. Hachiho Noriaki hesitated to mention the Ashina's subjects in other words, the Ashina clan's incursion into Agawas has ulterior motives. Kajitaka suddenly sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared at My Lord. If we follow the logic, the Ashina clan ought to target weaker daimyo and local lords to expand their territory and accumulate strength. It is entirely unexpected that they would take the initiative to attack Agawas. Hachijo Nobushige initially assumed the Ashina clan would assault the local lords of Nishiezu, only to be surprised by their advance on Agawas. After inheriting his position, Ashina Toyomori's first act was a fierce assault on Inawashiro Castle, forcing its lord, Inawashiro Tadafumi, to surrender for the sake of preserving his family's name, subsequently executing his half-brother, the lord of Ashinayama. This man, Ashina Tomori, showed no regard for familial bonds, let alone for his vassals or subjects. Hachijo Noriaki believed that Ashina Moritomo was akin to a tyrant. Ashina Toyomori managed to quell the Inawashiro and Tomita rebellion shortly after assuming leadership, a feat even his clan did not foresee. The commander of the Ashina forces attacking Agawas is none other than the veteran Shigehara Tamamori. If Agawas holds such significance for the Ashina clan, why has Ashina Toyomori not taken the field himself, instead appointing an elder vassal to lead the troops? Kajitaka found himself perplexed by Ashina Moritomo's intentions. Could it be? Hachijo Nobushige suddenly had a realization, swiftly unfurling a map of Ekigo and Ashu on the floor. His gaze settled on Nishi-Eizu County. What insights do you have, Mino Kami? Hachijo Nobushige, standing beside him, inquired with curiosity. My Lord, it must be Nishi-Eizu County. Agawas is not the primary target of the Ashina clan. They are attempting to divert our attention and that of the local lords of Nishi-Eizu by sending thousands of troops to linger on the borders. While they may be capable of infiltrating Agawas, their forces are insufficient to reclaim the entire territory. Conversely, Ashina Toyomori is likely to lead a contingent against Nishi-Eizu. Should he succeed in subjugating the local lords there, the strength of the Ashina clan would undoubtedly increase significantly. After studying the map for some time, Hachijo Nobushige finally arrived at this conclusion. Indeed, Ashina Toyomori is willing to sacrifice 2,000 troops. To expedite the conquest of Nishi-Eizu County at the cost of 2,000 soldiers is quite a bold maneuver. Kajitaka, while expressing admiration, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. Should the Ashina clan truly annihilate or subjugate the local lords of Nishi-Eizu, it would not only bolster their morale, but also significantly enhance their overall strength. Moreover, it could trigger a series of chain reactions against the Usuji clan of Ekigo, facilitating the Ashina clan's further expansion of their victories. Currently, the local lords in Nishikawachi district, such as the Yamauchi 7 Cavalry, the Kawarada clan, and the Naganuma clan, are entirely aware that their fates are intertwined with those of the Hachijo and the Usuji clans. Should they be annihilated or submit to the Ashina clan, they would no longer be able to launch a pincer attack against the Ashina. Hachijo Yasushige genuinely does not wish for the Ashina clan to completely dominate the entire Kawachi district. If the 2,000 enemy troops are not obliterated, his own clan may be unable to support the local lords of Nishikawachi. Kajitaka is particularly apprehensive about winter warfare, as it could lead to unnecessary non-combat casualties. Thus, the battle would primarily be led by Usami Shimbasu and his son, while the lord would station the main army at Korinzen Castle on standby. Should Usami Shimbasu and Usami Minbu Sh Fu encounter difficulties in combat, the lord could personally lead troops to their aid. This approach would minimize the risk of frostbite among our forces. After much contemplation, Hachijo Yasushige felt compelled to send Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadatake, stationed in the southern part of Ogawa Manor, to gauge whether the Ashina army genuinely intended to counterattack Ogawa Manor or if it was merely a show of force. For now, this was the only course of action available. The 1,000 troops of the Left Control Crane Army would be entirely redeployed to Korinzen Castle on standby, while the Omi and Io lords would each lead their retainers to Moon Mountain Castle for joint defense. After listening to Hachijo Yasushig's suggestion, Kajitaka nodded that he could not conceive of a superior plan to restrain the Ashina clan and could only strive to annihilate the invading Ashina forces as much as possible. Meanwhile, Suwa Shiguji has already led his troops through the Yama district, reaching the nearby Kiriko Mountain close to the border of Ishihigo to avoid early detection by the Usuji army. Suwa Shiguji ordered his entire army, to camp in the wilderness. Night had fallen, and the cold wind howled as heavy snow fell. Despite the Ashina army donning thick garments to endure the harsh weather, they still trembled from the cold, in such dire conditions. Both samurai and a Shiguru huddled together to maintain their body heat, even resorting to burning their bows and arrows to keep warm, highlighting their predicament. As the commander of this Ashina army, Suwa Shiguji was determined to accomplish his mission of reclaiming Ogawa Manor, the gateway to the 4 districts of Kawachi from the Usuji clan of Ekigo. However, he did not anticipate that his deputy, Tomita Shigesada, would oppose him at this critical moment, directly leading his main force of 500 men back to the Horikoshi mansion in the Yama district, thus sealing the gates and refusing to engage. Seizing this fortuitous moment of favorable timing and human cooperation, Usami Sadamitsu, upon learning that a portion of the invading Ashina army had deviated from Suwa Shiguji's command and retreated to the Yama district, was determined not to let this excellent opportunity to repel the Ashina army slip away. Usami Sadamitsu quickly allied with Usami Sadatake, Hachiho Yasashige, Hachiho Norishige, and other retainers of the Hachiho clan, mobilizing over 1,500 troops to march swiftly through the mountain paths, braving the wind and snow toward the Ashina army's main camp at Kirikawa Mountain. The first to engage in battle with the Hachiho forces was the Ashina army Shin Kuni Hiranari, stationed at the foot of Kirikawa Mountain on the eastern bank of the Koide River. Shin Kuni Hiranari was one of the favored courtiers of Ashina Morinori, often enjoying the lord's company, akin to the intimate relationship between Emperor Ai of Han and Dongxian. However, due to the suddenness of the attack, Shin Kuni Hiranari, who was usually at ease in the lord's presence, lost his composure and was utterly unable to organize an effective defense amidst the panic. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Shin Kuni Hiranari's forces were thoroughly routed, with only his own escape. After defeating Shin Kuni Hiranari's contingent, Usami Sadamitsu and his allies pressed on to launch a surprise attack on the Ashina army's commander, Suwa Shiguji, at Kirikawa Mountain. As the cold wind howled and heavy snow fell, the Ashina army was exhausted and chilled to the bone, completely lacking the strength to resist the sudden assault of the Hachiho forces. Suwa Shiguji was thrown into a state of panic, utterly unprepared for the Hachiho clan's unexpected decision to venture out of the fortress and attack the Ashina army instead of remaining within its walls. During the battle, the Hachiho forces charged valiantly, overwhelming the enemy as if they were in a realm devoid of opposition, while the Ashina army descended into chaos, trampling one another in disarray. By dawn, Suwa Shiguji's 1,500 Ashina troops had completely collapsed, with over 1,000 men slain, their bodies piling up for miles. The provisions and supplies carried by the Ashina army were abandoned around Kirikawa Mountain, and even Suwa Shiguji himself fell into the hands of Usami Sadatake amidst the turmoil. Furthermore, several of Ashina's senior retainers, including Nishi Umi Junakami, Shiota Fusho, Mutu Yoshimoto, and Morita Noriaki, were also captured by the Hachiho forces during the melee. Subsequently, the Hachiho army pursued the fleeing Ashina troops all the way to the foot of the Horikoshi mansion in the Yama district. This battle greatly diminished the morale of the Ashina army, marking the beginning of the Ashina clan's decline from a position of strength. Upon learning of the Hachiho army's annihilation of Suwa Shiguji's 1,500 troops, Tomita Shigesada, who had retreated to Horikoshi mansion, was filled with dread and lost all desire to continue serving Ashina Morinori. Before the Hachiho forces could reach the gates, Tomita Shigesada swiftly led his 500 troops and several dozen garrison soldiers within the castle to retreat without putting up any resistance, surrendering the castle to the Hachiho forces. After Usami Sadamitsu, Hachiho Yasashige, Hachiho Norishige, and Usami Sadatake occupied Horikoshi mansion without bloodshed, they halted further pursuit of the retreating Ashina army. Father, why not seize this opportunity to launch an all-out attack into the heart of the Ashina territory? This could decisively settle the fate of the 4 districts of Kawachi, Usami Sadatake asked, standing atop the arrow tower of Horikoshi mansion, gazing at the jubilant Hachiho warriors celebrating their victory within. To know when to cease is paramount. We must not overreach, Usami Sadamitsu replied. Our forces are currently isolated, and any misstep could lead to a perilous situation of being cut off from support. The credit for pacifying the 4 districts of Kawachi should not rest on us, outsiders. It should be attributed to the Hachijo clan's own kin or the Lord himself. After returning, we will commend the achievements to Hachijo Omi, no Kami, and others. Without their support, you and I would have been trapped within our castle, unable to strike back. Usami Sadamitsu shook his head slowly, unwilling to let ambition overshadow loyalty. The Usami clan's immediate priority was to ensure the survival of their family name, rather than to pursue frequent military exploits. He understood the wisdom behind the adage that a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. If they let the Ashina clan go, they would persistently launch attacks against the Hachijo lands without respite. Usami Sadate did not wish for the Hachijo clan to become ensnared in a protracted struggle with the Ashina clan. It must be remembered that the Lord's command was for us to defend the southern region of the Hachijo territory, not to seize the Ashina's castles and fortifications. Other matters should not be considered by us, the outsiders. Even this castle would soon be relinquished. Maintaining it would require a continuous supply of provisions from Ogawa Manor, which would be a futile endeavor. Usami Sadamitsu did not regard Horikoshi Mansion as a suitable stronghold. Its value paled in comparison to the fortified structures of Kodashiyama Castle and Hutoyama Castle in the southern part of Ogawa Manor. If we were to invade the Yama district, would that yield us nothing? Usami Sadate expressed his discontent that we merely need to emulate Nakaho Ekizan no Kami's earlier incursion into the Numa district, destroy this castle, and then retreat back to Ogawa Manor. Usami Sadamitsu was determined not to allow the Ashina clan to regain control of this castle, for that would render the Hachijo clan utterly fruitless. It seemed that any further incursions into the Ashina territory would have to wait until the spring thaw. Usami Sadate expressed his frustration, having originally hoped to achieve a decisive victory and penetrate the heart of the Ashina clan to secure lasting glory for the Hachijo clan. However, he was thwarted both by the weather and by his father's restraint. Do not be disheartened, Yashir. The Hachijo clan has only just established itself in Ogawa Manor, with limited troops and resources in the face of the Ashina clan, which occupies the most prosperous regions of the 4 Kawachi districts. Our clan must prioritize gaining time and territory to build our strength. Merely securing a few victories in open battle will not significantly benefit the Hachijo clan as a whole. Once Kodashiyama Castle and Hutoyama Castle are fully constructed, they will provide robust defenses for Ogawa Manor. Even if the Hachijo clan suffers setbacks on the front lines, the Ashina clan will not be able to threaten our foundation. Usami Sadamitsu had long understood why Kajitaka chose to construct new fortifications at Kodashiyama and Hutoyama. Their purpose was not merely to serve as granaries for provisions, but to act as a sharp dagger thrust into the heart of the Ashina territory. In this manner, the Hachijo clan would be able to attack when advantageous and retreat when necessary, leaving the Ashina clan unable to consume or digest the threat while risking significant losses to mount an assault on these strongholds. Upon returning to Kurikawa Castle, Tomita Shigesada planned to report to Ashina Morinori regarding the reasons for their defeat and to exonerate himself for blame. However, he did not anticipate that Ashina Morinushi was not currently within Kurikawa Castle, having been informed by one of the acting retainers, Sisi Samasa, that Ashina Morinushi had deployed to the southern Aizu region. In his helplessness, Tomita Shigemi had no choice but to return to his own castle to devise a new plan that on the 10th day of the 12th month in the 11th year of Tenbun, the Nagano army engaged the invading Ashina forces at Okii. However, prior to the engagement, Ashina Morinushi had lavishly bribed key ministers of the Nagano clan, such as Mutsu Soko and Hoshi Tamakatsu, persuading them to turn against Nagano Yoshimasa at a critical moment. In a bid for a swift victory, Ashina Morinushi launched a fierce assault on the main camp of Nagano Yoshimasa, while Mutsu Soko and Hoshi Tamakatsu, stationed at the rear of Yoshimasa's camp, seized the opportunity to lead their troops in a surprise attack from behind, forcing Nagano Yoshimasa to divide his forces in a desperate attempt to defend against the onslaught. As the situation grew increasingly dire for the Nagano forces, Nagano Yoshimasa ultimately faced a rout and fled back to his castle, Taijima Castle, Shigeyama Castle, Nanuma Castle. Following the battle at Okii and Nagano, the defeat of the Nagano clan compelled the fortresses of Minami Aizu, including Zisivara, Saito Mountain, Mizanashi, Danto, Takano, Ikusei, and Nagata to submit to the Ashina clan, further jeopardizing the Nagano family's position in the end, after barely 3 days of holding out in Taijima Castle, Nagano Yoshimasa, in a bid to preserve the lives of his clan, was compelled to open the gates and surrender, sending his grandson, Nagano Tadamasa, to the nearby Daikuji temple to become a monk. Even so, Ashina Morinushi remained distrustful of the repeatedly wavering Nagano clan, and the following morning ordered Nagano Yoshimasa, along with his eldest son Nagano Masayoshi and several of the clan's prominent warriors, to commit seppuku by the banks of the Igagawa River. Thus, the once illustrious Nagano clan, which held numerous titles such as the Land Steward of Shimizu Province, the Land Steward of the Southern Yamuki region in Mutsu Province, and the Land Steward of Inzaki County in the same province, was utterly annihilated by the Ashina clan. Yet, Ashina Morinushi had no intention of halting his campaign. After resting for a few days in the southern mountain region, he prepared to attack the Kawara clan, a branch of the Nagano family. Just as Ashina Morinushi's forces entered Taijima Castle, urgent reports arrived from Kirikawa Castle. What? The entire army of Sukawak Tamakatsu has been nearly annihilated. Sukawak Tamakatsu, Nishikai Shun, Shiota, Hyobu, Mutu, Nakatsu, Morita Hikobi, and many other senior retainers have been defeated by the Hachijo army. Over 1,000 soldiers, including samurai, a Shigeru, and miscellaneous troops have been lost. After reading the urgent report from Kirikawa Castle, Ashina Morinushi nearly fainted from shock. He never imagined that Sukawak Shiguji would act so hastily, forcing his army through the wind and snow to the Black Forest Mountain of Ogawa, only to be easily defeated by the Hachijo army, which lay in wait at My Lord. The Hachijo troops are all light and careless. We can see this from the battle at Tsuyama. Hachijo Kajita defeated the 4,000 troops under Kuroda Tsunetaka with just 300 flag bearers. The Hachijo army must not be underestimated. If we do not promptly provide assistance to Kirikawa Castle, the Hachijo army will likely take advantage of their significant victory to invade our territory. The elder Ashina retainer, Kitaku Morikatsu, who had accompanied Ashina Morinushi to the southern mountain region, immediately advised him to withdraw and return to Kirikawa Castle to prevent the Hachijo army from breaching Ashina territory. For now, the Karada clan would have to be spared. Had Sukawak Tamakatsu not faced defeat, the main clan could have unified the 4 counties of Aizu. Although Ashina Morinushi was reluctant, he recognized that for the safety of Kirikawa Castle, he had no choice but to relinquish this splendid opportunity to unite the 4 counties of Aizu. My Lord. Unifying the 4 counties of Aizu requires careful consideration. Date Haramian still casts a covetous gaze upon the Ashina clan. And although the Shirakawa clan to the south has temporarily retreated, there are no signs of a ceasefire. Kitaka Morikatsu did not believe that even if Sukawak Shiguji successfully held back Hachijo Kajita, the Ashina clan could smoothly unify the 4 counties of Aizu. After all, the Ashina clan is surrounded by enemies, all of whom would be unwilling to see the Ashina clan rapidly grow stronger. Fortunately, the territory of the Nagano clan is stockpiled with sufficient grain and supplies, as well as some salt, enough for the Ashina clan to survive through this winter. Ashina Morinushi sighed and spoke. Who do you intend to assign to defend the southern mountain region next? After the destruction of the Nagano clan, the Ashina clan now borders the Kawara clan, and it is imperative to appoint a capable retainer to guard this area to secure southern Aizu. Kitaka Morikatsu did not believe that the Kawara clan would be easier to deal with than the Nagano clan, as their territory was situated in a deep mountain region, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Akin to the situation with the Yokota clan. The brothers Kamio Wakasa, no Kami, and Kamio Tamba, no Kami, should remain in the southern mountain region. They are both seasoned retainers who have served the Ashina clan for 2 generations and are trustworthy. After much contemplation, Ashina Morinushi could only leave a few of his remaining elder retainers to guard the southern mountain region, as Sukawak Shiguji's defeat at Black Forest Mountain had resulted in the Ashina clan suffering significant losses among their senior retainers, leaving Ashina Morinushi with few suitable candidates for the post. The brothers Kamio Wakasa, no Kami, and Kamio Tamba, no Kami, are both individuals of wisdom and valor. It would be most prudent to have them remain in the southern mountain to keep the local lords of western Aizu in check. Kitaku Morikatsu nodded in agreement. For now, we have no other choice. Ashina Morinushi, somewhat resigned, walked towards the outer hall. My lord, would it not be wise to negotiate peace with the Usuji clan of Ekigo? The years of warfare have left the Ashina territory utterly exhausted, and this is one reason why the local lords of western Aizu and many of our senior retainers have repeatedly raised the banner of rebellion against the Ashina clan. Kita Komorikatsu gritted his teeth, but felt compelled to counsel Ashina Morinushi, as he did not wish to see the Ashina clan spiral into ruin due to relentless warfare. Does the main clan not realize? If we do not subjugate the rebellious lords of the 4 counties of Aizu, how can the Ashina clan continue to collect taxes and provisions? Ashina Morinushi was well aware that the Ashina clan was merely a fa ade of strength. They could only suppress some minor daimyos and local lords, that if they were to engage in full-scale war with a formidable clan like the Usuji of Ekigo, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Ashina clan. Following the battles at Tsugawa and Black Forest Mountain, many Aizu soldiers perished, and the locals have long harbored grievances. Should this continue, it would not be long before conspirators within the Ashina clan would arise, colluding with the Usuji clan of Ekigo. Kitaka Morikatsu clearly understood this, especially now that the Usuji clan was severing salt supplies and cutting off trade routes to the Ashina territory. In time, the Ashina clan would surely find itself in an extremely precarious position. The main clan has already annihilated one of the local lords under the Usuji clan, the Nagano clan. Would Nagao Masaru agree to negotiate peace with the main clan? Ashina Morinushi doubted that the Usuji clan would simply relent. Moreover, he held a disdainful view of the newly appointed Usuji lord, who hailed from a family of guardians, that we must solicit the intervention of the Ashu diplomat Date Tatamian. Only he possesses the capability to mediate this matter. Kitaka Morikatsu, too, could not think of anyone else from the Ashu and Aizu regions who could step in as a mediator. Previously, a letter from the father of the military minister to the Usuji domain had been delivered, only to be redirected by Nagao Masaru to Date Haramian, resulting in the execution of the formidable general. The military minister, Ashina Morinushi, feared that the Usuji clan might repeat their previous actions and send Date Tatamian's emissary to Yonezawa Castle. Not necessarily. The Kanto Shiken family is embroiled in warfare within Kanto and is in urgent need of support from Ekigo. It is rumored that the letter from Tatamian contained many disrespectful remarks, leading the Usuji clan to ally with Date Haramian. Kitaka Morikatsu believed that as long as Date Tatamian could adopt a more respectful attitude and choose his words carefully, Masaru would not directly side with Date Haramian, that if a truce could truly be negotiated between the main clan and the Usuji clan, then the Usuji clan would no longer supply Date Haramian with provisions and weaponry. Suddenly, Ashina Morinushi had an epiphany. My lord is wise. However, this time we must send a capable retainer to accompany the emissary of Tatamian to the Usuji domain. If we can negotiate successfully, trade routes and salt supplies will be restored, and we will no longer need to purchase at exorbitant prices from the Soma clan. Kitaka Morikatsu could not help but admire Ashina Morinushi's thought process, recognizing that he possessed greater aptitude for leadership than his father. However, the main clan would have to completely relinquish Suganuma and Ogawa for at least several years. Ashina Morinushi contemplated the cost of mediation. To be isolated from the 4 counties of Aizu is tasteless, yet difficult to abandon. However, now that the main clan has annihilated the Nagano clan of southern Aizu, their territory is comparable to Ogawa and Suganuma, and could even serve as a foothold to invade the southern part Sendai at an opportune moment. Kitaka Morikatsu felt that once the Usuji clan seized Ogawa and Suganuma, the Ashina clan could alleviate some pressure, as they would no longer need to frequently transport grain and supplies to these 2 estates. Very well, let us first see if Nagao Masaru is willing to negotiate a truce with the main clan. Let Kanuma Hyobu accompany the emissary of my father to the Usuji domain. Ashina Morinushi could only take one step at a time. Upon learning of the destruction of the Nagano clan, Kawada Moriyoshi was filled with trepidation, fully aware that if he did not submit to the Ashina clan's forces at present, he would inevitably face their wrath. Particularly during the winter season, both the Usuji clan of Ekigo and the Shirakawa clan, along with other prominent daimyos, such as the 7 Knights of Yamanouchi, found it exceedingly difficult to mobilize troops swiftly to aid the Kawahara family. After much contemplation, Kawahara Moriori resolved to dispatch his younger brother, Naganuma Tanichi, to the Taijima Castle, where the Ashina clan resided. Presenting a ceremonial sword, a pledge of loyalty, and ample provisions, thereby temporarily submitting to the Ashina family. Even among the 7 knights of Yamanouchi, figures such as Yamauchi Tashiki of Iwatani Castle, Yamauchi Tashitomo of Hiranahara Murayama Castle, Yamauchi Masasuke of Numaza Murayama Castle, Yamauchi Tashimitsu of Kawaguchi Tamakawa Castle, Yamauchi Naritaka of Nijiri Ushikubi Castle, and Yamauchi Shigekatsu of Nishikata Island Castle, all yielded to the military might of the Ashina clan, subsequently offering tributes and swearing fealty. Due to the repeated deflections of the local lords of Nishi-Eizu towards the Usuji clan of Ekigo, the Ashina clan harbored suspicions towards their flowery words. To guard against any further treachery, the Ashina clan demanded hostages from these lords, thereby securing their unwavering commitment to the Ashina cause. At this juncture, the Ashina clan could be said to have broadly established control over the 4 regions of Eizu, with only the Yokanouchi clan persistently troubling the Ashina domain, remaining the most obstinate nail in the entire Eizu region. Having achieved their objective of suppressing the 4 regions of Eizu, the Ashina clan prepared to leave a portion of their forces to garrison Minamiyama, while the majority of their troops would return to Kirikawa Castle. However, figures such as Kawahara Moriori, Yamauchi Tashiki, Yamauchi Tashitomo, Yamauchi Masasuke, Yamauchi Tashimitsu, Yamauchi Naritaka, and Yamauchi Shigekatsu, though currently submitting to the Ashina clan for the preservation of their family names, maintained a relationship of tenuous proximity with the Ashina clan. Nonetheless, at that moment, no local lord or daimyos in the 4 regions of Eizu dared to openly raise a banner of rebellion against the Ashina clan, mindful of the cautionary example set by the Nagasawa family. Should they face defeat, the annihilation of their entire clan would be at stake, and even their loyal retainers would find themselves on the list of post-war reckoning. From the perspective of the Usuji clan of Ekigo, Nishi-Eizu had nearly all but surrendered to the Ashina clan, save for the Yamanouchi clan. Even the neighboring Shirakawa clan had to temporarily halt hostilities with the Ashina-affiliated Nikaido clan, opting instead to observe the evolving situation in the 4 regions of Eizu. Among the 7 knights of Yamanouchi, 6 had submitted to the Ashina clan, which dealt a significant blow to the Usuji clan. They severed the connection between the Usuji clan and the Yamanouchi clan, rendering the latter incapable of receiving support from the Usuji clan on the 15th day of the 12th month in the 11th year of the Tenbun era. While only the Yamanouchi clan remained steadfastly aligned with the Usuji clan, news of the surrender of the other local lords to the Ashina clan reached Karinzen Castle. Kajifumi contemplated an immediate military incursion into the regions of Onuma or Yama, aiming to persuade these lords to reconsider and return to the Usuji clan. However, under the counsel of Takanaka F. Zai and Usami Sadamitsu, he abandoned this notion that my lord, the lords of Nishi-Eizu are all in fear of the Ashina clan's military prowess. The esteemed Nagasawa clan perished in a single battle, extinguishing their family name. They are compelled to submit to the Ashina clan for their own preservation, cautioned Usami Sadamitsu, aware of the local lord's mindset, which revolve around aligning with the prevailing power to safeguard their family legacies. That it was rumored that the Ashina clan intended to leverage the prestige of date Sakyo no Dafu to mediate once more between the Usuji and Ashina clans, seeking a cessation of hostilities. Takanaka F. Zai had learned through his intelligence network of the Ashina clan's preparations for peace negotiations. If Ashina Moriori truly wished to cease hostilities with the Usuji clan, he would not simultaneously employ force against Ogawa and Nagasawa. Moriori merely sought to obfuscate the Usuji clan during the peace negotiations, harboring ulterior motives. Kajifumi was skeptical that Ashina Moriori had suddenly gained clarity. There must be undisclosed intentions at play. Currently, in the 4 regions of Eizu, apart from Yamauchi Kinbu Daisuke, who remained steadfast at Nakamaru Castle, all others had successively surrendered to the Ashina clan, severing Kinbu Daisuke's ties with Ekigo. Should the Ashina clan besiege Nakamaru Castle now, neither the lord in Ekigo nor the one at Ogawa could offer aid. Usami Sedamitsu believed that if Ashina Moriori truly aspired to unify the four regions of Eizu, the present time was undoubtedly opportune, in the short term. Neither Mazatiger nor Kajifumi could provide assistance to Yamauchi Shunt, and even among Shunt's local lords and loyal retainers, many had already defected to the Ashina clan. Thus, the downfall of the Yokomanuchi clan was merely a matter of time. If Ashina Moriori intended to negotiate peace with the Usuji clan, it remained to be seen what sincerity they could present. Kajifumi planned to create difficulties for the Ashina envoy to M.Y. Lord. Do you intend for Ashina Moriori to abdicate in favor of retirement, or perhaps restore the Nagasawa family name? Usami Sadamitsu was completely at a loss regarding Kajifumi's thoughts. No. I simply wish for Ashina Moriori to cede territory in pursuit of peace. If the Ashina clan desires to negotiate a cessation of hostilities with the Usuji clan, they must demonstrate some sincerity. Should they refuse, I shall advise the Lord to continue hostilities against the Ashina clan while simultaneously increasing support to date Mutsu no Kami, offering bows and swords at reduced prices, Kajifumi articulated. Fully aware that the Ashina clan had not yet reached a point of desperation, they were merely compelled by circumstances and pressure. Once he proposed this, the Ashina envoy would undoubtedly reject it outright, allowing the Usuji clan to resume conflict with the Ashina clan. Concurrently, Date Harazumi, having acquired bows and swords at discounted prices, would surely launch a fierce assault against the faction of Date Tatamian. Over time, the Ashina clan would find themselves isolated and unsupported in the southern Mutsu region. It was likely that the Ashina clan would not easily agree to cede territory, as even Sugima and Ogawa were territories seized through the direct efforts of our lord and the various generals of Waikita. Ashina Moriori would undoubtedly resist such a proposition. Usami Sadamitsu shook his head and remarked, if the Ashina clan intends to continue their militaristic pursuits, then we shall accompany them to the bitter end. Usami Suga no Kami, you shall immediately assist my son in the constructions at Kadzan Castle and Toya Mountain Castle. Once these two fortifications are fully erected, we can confidently advance into the four regions of Eizu. Kajifumi resolved, planning to first fortify Kadzan and Toya Mountain before launching an offensive against the Ashina domain. As you command. Usami Sadamitsu promptly acknowledged and departed. Zamb, what do the Ashina clan senior officials think of this peace negotiation? After watching Usami Sadamitsu leave the grand hall of Kirinzen Castle, Kajifumi inquired of the meditative Zamb Fzi seated nearby. Currently, most of the Ashina clan's main retainers, including the majority stationed in the area of Kuromori, have been defeated by our forces. Among the four elder families of the Ashina clan, the Naranuma, Hirata, and Tomita families have all explicitly opposed prolonging the conflict. Meanwhile, the Seizi family among the four elders has not clearly stated their stance on war or peace. Zamb Fzi replied slowly, opening his eyes. 3 out of the four elders oppose Ashina Moriori's continued military action. It appears that the Ashina clan has suffered significant losses in retainers and troops during the numerous battles. Were it not for Ashina Moriori's recent conquest of the Nagasawa clan, the Ashina clan might soon find themselves in need of a new head, Kajifumi mused, doubting Ashina Moriori's ability to maintain his position as clan leader. After all, the influence and power of the Ashina clan senior retainers were considerable, and like most daimyos, the Ashina clan operated on a council of senior retainers. If they could not ensure the interests of their retainers, dissatisfaction could arise at any moment, potentially leading to rebellion against the clan head. Additionally, the authority of the clan head was fragmented, with many local lords and powerful retainers opposing external expansion and military action unless they could guarantee equitable distribution of post-war benefits. However, Ashina Moriori and the previous two clan heads had suffered excessive losses among their retainers and soldiers due to frequent military campaigns. Even the Ashina clan's collateral branch, the Kanakami family, had been eradicated by the Usuji clan, and the territories of Ogawa and Sugima, which had been seized during the years of turmoil, were subsequently reclaimed by the Usuji clan. In this recent battle at Kuromori, most of the Ashina clan's main retainers advocating for war had been defeated by the Hachijo army, and the pro-peace faction would undoubtedly gain dominance in the clan's decision-making moving forward. The Ashina clan's treatment of the Nagasawa family was excessively harsh, They had ordered the clan head and heir to commit seppuku. And even the main retainers advocating for war from the Nagasawa family were not spared. Territories acquired through such ruthless and unjust means could not be held for long, Zambef Zai concluded after considering the relevant intelligence. Logically, since the Nagasawa family had already surrendered, the Ashina clan should not have executed them to the last. Allowing a member of their clan to succeed the Nagasawa family would have permitted their elevation to become a branch of the Ashina clan, thus enabling the Ashina clan to exert control over the Nagasawa territory. Jingding felt that the actions of the Aruname clan were rather hasty and could possibly be a desperate measure by the Aruname family to prevent the Nagano clan from threatening their territory once more. The former retainers of the Nagano clan were amassing strength, biding their time, the moment when the Aru Far East Guard led by Kamio Wakasa and Kamio Tamba returned to Kirikawa Castle. They were plundering the former Nagano territory with increasing ferocity, causing the former subjects of the Nagano clan to suffer greatly, leaving them without peace, should the lord of the shogunate show no intention of halting the war for peace. When a lord advances into the heartland of the Aru clan, the former retainers of the Nagano clan would undoubtedly rally to the banner of the Hachijo clan. Zhangguang Fengshe did not believe that the Aru clan could retain control over the former Nagano territory for long. When spring arrives next year, as the ice and snow melt, it will be the moment our forces invade the 4 provinces of Aizu. Jingding resolved to prepare for the complete annihilation of the Aru clan, a significant threat to the Usuji clan of Ekigo. The Aru clan already bore 5 charges. The lord need only issue proclamations across the 2 provinces of Ashu and many of the regional lords under the Aru clan, including the esteemed Date Sakio, would be forced to watch as the lord invaded the heart of the Aru clan. After Zhangguang Fengshe finished speaking, he handed the already prepared proclamation to Jingding. The Aru Far East Guard, lacking in situational awareness, had plundered the 4 provinces of Aizu, their martial might unrelenting, yet repeatedly sending forth nameless armies that exhausted the populace and drained resources. The first charge, after the Nagano clan voluntarily opened their gates to surrender. Their head, Nagano Buzan no Kami, along with the young Lord Nagano Haiko and many retainers, were sentenced to death by the Aru Far East Guard, akin to the shameful act of slaughtering caged birds. The second charge, plundering the 4 provinces of Aizu of the wealth and resources of regional lords unwilling to submit to the Aru clan. The third charge, as a younger son, killing his brother to usurp the position, a grave act of filial piety. The fourth charge, repeatedly invading the neighboring Ekigo, claiming the villages of Sagana and Ogawa as their own, and frequently raiding various regions of Ekigo's Kamahara district. The fifth charge, instigating key retainers of the Ekigo guardians, such as Kuroda no Suk and Sanjo Nakatsukasa, to raise a rebellion against Lord Satizane and Lord Herikage, resulting in the demise of their entire households. I cannot stand idly by and therefore condemn your crimes. Should you continue in your unrepentant ways, I shall lead an army to Kirikawa Castle to eradicate the wicked and restore peace to southern Ashu, bringing tranquility to the realm. Proclamations shall be sent throughout the provinces of Ashu for all to know. After Jingding read the proclamation penned by Zhangguang Fengshe, he nodded in satisfaction. Thus, even if the Hachijo clan were to penetrate the heart of the Aru clan, it would likely encounter little resistance. Just as Jingding prepared to depart for the Ekigo domain, an unexpected visitor arrived, bearing a letter from Nagano Yoshimasa, a high minister of the Yamauchi Usuji clan, requesting entry into Kirin Mountain Castle from the Kamahara district of Ekigo. Given the improving relations between the Usuji clan of Ekigo and the Yamauchi Usuji clan, Jingding felt compelled to honor Nagano Yoshimasa and arrange for this individual to meet in the Grand Hall of Kirin Mountain Castle. I am Sanada Tadanobu, honored to be summoned by the esteemed Hachijo Nakatsukasa. With that, the middle-aged man, whose weathered face bore a network of fine wrinkles, slowly raised his head. Sanada? Is not the Sanada clan descended from the Usuji of Shinshu? The Winokai family? Why would they come to Jashu? And why do they possess a letter from Nagano, Shinana no Kami? Jingding found himself perplexed. Has not the esteemed Hachijo Nakatsukasa kept abreast of the movements of neighboring clans in recent years? Sanada Tadanobu had already heard of Hachijo Jingding's renown while wandering in Wino. Now, Upon meeting this promising young lord serving as the guardian of Echigo, he realized that this man was entirely unaware of the movements of the neighboring clans. Ever since I followed the esteemed Shogun Masatake, I have defeated Kuroda, restored the domain, punished Sanjo, subdued Takeyabu, and reclaimed Sagana, hardly pausing for breath at the tea present. The Hachijo clan must contend with the conflict against the Aru clan. Does Sanada Tadanobu believe I have time to investigate the movements of neighboring clans? Jingding, too, wished for some time to survey the situation of the surrounding territories. However, since the conflict began between the Usuji clan of Echigo and the Aru clan, he had found no spare moment, and even the luxury of enjoying tea peacefully within his castle was a distant dream, let alone hosting poetry gatherings or banquets. The dedication of the Hachijo Nakatsukusa has long been renowned throughout Jashu. Were all individuals as devoted as the Hachijo Nakatsukusa, the Winnokai clan would not have been partitioned by the Murakami, Suwa, and Takeda clans, Sanada Tadanobu thought, recalling the downfall of his own clan, the Winnokai. What purpose could Sanada Tadanobu possibly have in coming to Kirin Mountain Castle? Jingding suddenly remembered that Sanada Tadanobu had yet to clarify the purpose of his visit. It was my oversight. This is a letter from Nagano Shinano no Kami addressed to the Hachijo Nakatsukusa. Sanada Tadanobu then produced a letter from his garments and handed it to Gomi Tekataka, who subsequently passed it to Jingding. Nagano Shinano no Kami had previously been active before Masatake inherited the guardianship of Echigo. Since he recommended Sanada Tadanobu to serve the Hachijo clan, the clan had no valid reason to refuse. Yet, why would Sanada Tadanobu not serve the Yamauchi Usuji clan? The Yamauchi Usuji clan is at least a hereditary Kanto regent, while the Hachijo clan merely serves as public servants from the Kyo clan, aiding the Usuji clan in governing the 7 provinces of Echigo. After swiftly scanning the contents of the letter and confirming Nagano Yoshimasa's seal was indeed genuine, Jingding found himself puzzled as to why Sanada Tadanobu did not directly serve the Yamauchi Usuji clan, but traveled such a distance to request service with the Hachijo clan. The samurai of Jashu all knew that the Kanto regent Usuji Norimasa favored treacherous ministers, embracing sycophants while shunning wise advisors. Should one serve such a lord, it is uncertain whether I might in my lifetime regain the former lands of Shinshu. I fear serving Usuji Norimasa could lead to a fate of being buried without a grave. Sanada Tadanobu held great disappointment towards Usuji Norimasa. Rather than serve the Yamauchi Usuji clan, it would be preferable to serve the rising Usuji clan of Echigo or the current guardian of Echigo, Hachijo Jingding. The family was only aware that Usuji Norimasa had allied with Usuji Shunri, the lord of the Ajigyatsu Usuji clan, to confront the nefarious Isc clan of another country, with the shogunate even providing provisions and supplies for the Yamauchi Usuji clan. The two Usuji clans maneuvered back and forth in Musashi, unable to expel the Isc clan from the region. Jingding could not concern himself too much with such matters, as it was Usuji Masatake who governed the 7 provinces of Echigo, not him, Hachijo Jingding. Thus, he was unwilling to delve too deeply into many affairs. Currently, the nefarious Isc clan occupied the provinces of Doshu and Sagami, and even extended into southern Musashi. It was merely a matter of time before the Ajigyatsu Usuji clan would be devoured by them. Sanada Tadanobu remarked with a bitter smile. Like my own clan, we too are public servants from the Kyo clan, yet they have taken to adopting surnames akin to the Kamakura shogunate's Hojo clan, even claiming to be governors of Sagami and asserting themselves as descendants of the Hojo clan. Revealing their ambition, Jingding felt that Isc clan's ambitions had grown too inflated. Were it not for the long-standing decline of the shogunate, individuals with such aspirations as Isc clans would not dare to usurp the Hojo name. The Ashikaga shogunate only began to rise after defeating the Kamakura shogunate's Hojo clan. Isc clan's actions were overtly positioned against the Ashikaga, the wolf-like ambition of the Isc clan. Had they been as loyal as Hachijo Nakatsukusa in serving the Ashikaga or the Imagawa clan, they could have achieved great things. Alas, Sanada Tadanobu felt that, in comparison, the atmosphere of the Hachijo clan was far superior to that of the major lords in Kanto. Setting aside other matters, if Sanada Tadanobu were to serve the Hachijo clan, his territory would be temporarily unattainable, and he could only rely on concealed provisions for sustenance. Jingding suddenly realized he had important matters to address. He could not waste time idling in Kirin Mountain Castle with Sanada Tadanobu. Did all the warriors serving the Hachijo clan begin by hoarding provisions? Sanada Tadanobu had never heard of such treatment of newly appointed vassals. Indeed, the earlier vassal, Murayama Seiko, had come with a retinue to serve the clan, ultimately being incorporated into the Tsuru army. Murayama Seiko had similarly followed suit. Without establishing military merit, how could one attain a fief? How could the clan's own relatives and established vassals be convinced of such? In truth, the more pressing reason was that Jingding, in order to sustain the 2,000 Tsuru troops, had no choice but to resort to such measures if he did not possess a substantial direct fief. Even selling everything he owned would not suffice to maintain 2,000 standing troops and procure the necessary armor and weaponry. Very well, I am willing to serve the Hachijo clan. Sanada Tadanobu did not refuse. He did not wish to meet the same fate as Winnokai Munezane, who had succumbed to hardship in Hirai Castle. Serving the Hachijo clan was far preferable to living as a ronin or a retainer, languishing in obscurity. Furthermore, the Yamauchi Usuji clan's earlier promise to restore the Winnokai clan's former territories was rendered void upon the death of Winnokai Munezane, since Sanada Tadanobu had received a strong recommendation for Nagano, Shinano no Kami. He would temporarily serve as an aide to the clan, and, after meeting with Sam, he would inform him of the daily tasks expected of him, preparing to accompany the clan to the Ekigo domain. Jingding, having concluded his conversation, departed from the grand hall. Clutching the letter penned by Nagano Yasunobu, he extended his heartfelt congratulations to Sanada Tanamasa. Previously, Murayama Seiko from the Hachijo clan had mobilized, but had yet to achieve any notable military feats. Remaining to this day merely a collector of rice, the fact that Sanada Tanamasa had garnered a recommendation from a prominent minister of the Usuji family certainly set him apart. Even the Lord himself had to deliberate extensively before appointing Tanamasa as a close aide, so as not to offend the dignity of Lord Nagano, Shinanakami. After Jingding's departure, Gomi Takashige could not help but express his admiration for Sanada Yukitsuna. I have merely been fortunate to receive the esteem of Lord Nagano, Shinanakami, he remarked, recalling that the latter had once advised him, if you wish to achieve great things, seek to serve the Hachijo clan. Particularly, the troops of the Hachijo clan were renowned as the finest in all of Ekigo. Even among the 8 provinces of Kanto, with commanders from Jashu acknowledging their prowess as sharp and ready for use. To acquire them is to gain the 8 provinces of Banto, should he follow Lord Hachijo Nakatsukusa. He mused, it might be possible to reclaim his former domain within his lifetime. Sanada Yukitsuna smiled and responded, let's not dwell on this matter. We must hasten to prepare our lord's travel provisions. For envoys from the Ashina clan and Lord Date Sakio are soon to arrive in Ishigo, as the guardian of Ekigo. Our lord must convene with the Oyakata. Gomi Takashige promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Could it be that the Ashina clan is preparing to negotiate a ceasefire with the Usuji of Ekigo? Yukitsuna pondered aloud, since Jingding had been granted the fief of Ogawa by Masatoku. He had been exceedingly busy each day. Subsequently, he established 2 objectives for himself, intending to concentrate all the strength and wisdom of the Hachijo clan into action. The first was to utilize the authority of the guardian of Ekigo and, in the name of the Ashikaga shogunate, to win over the lords of the northern regions. The northern lords, also known as the Agakido, resided north of the Agano River in the districts of Kambara and Iwafian, enjoying considerable autonomy for a lengthy period. Because the Agano River is also referred to as the Yagakawa, the Agakido may alternately be called the Yoko North Lords. Among them, the Iwafian district is home to the Honjo and Cebu families. Kambara boasts the Nakaho, Kirika, Kudi, Shinfuketa, Yasuda, Mizuhara, Inagawa, Takamatsu, Ikokinoya, Yamamura, a branch of the Usuji family of Ekigo, Shimoto, Okawa, and Terumi families, among others. The Yoko North Lords established their dominion in the lower Ekigo region quite early, having settled in the Iwafian and Kambara districts over a century and 30 years before the Usuji and Nagao families entered Ekigo. Thus, they did not inherently submit to the later rulers of the Usuji and Nagao families. In truth, the Yoko North Lords were diverse. Within their ranks existed both ambitious lords seeking to carve out their own territories and loyal vassals devoted to their guardian or guardian. Even those lords who appear to be at odds with the guardian or guardian would occasionally oppose, yet also unite with them, defying simple categorization. Unlike other ambitious lords or daimyo who harbored aspirations for dominion, they merely sought hereditary rule and the privilege of non-interference from the guardian, desiring to become vassals under the guardian or guardian. Faced with the secessionist Yoko North lords, the successive guardians of Echigo clearly sought to thwart their ambitions. From Usuji Fuzunori and Nagao Usuji Kagekiyo onward, numerous efforts were made to assert control over the Iwafian and Kambara districts. This included the ill-fated campaigns of Usuji Fuzunori against the disloyal factions among the Yoko North lords. The intentions of Nagao Usuji Kagekiyo to supplant the guardianship, and the tribulations of Nagao Usuji Harasuke, ultimately resulting in Usuji Masatoko having to acquiesce to the Yoko North lords maintaining their significant autonomy after succeeding the guardianship of Echigo. Although nominally subordinate to the Usuji family of Echigo, they operated independently. If the Yoko North lords could be successfully aligned with the Hachijo clan, it would provide substantial support during their incursions into southern Mutsu. The second objective was to continue preparations for war, awaiting the opportunity to advance into southern Mutsu once more. Currently, various factions were entrenched. The Usuji of Echigo held Echigo. The Ashina clan claimed Aizu's 4 districts. And Date Haramian controlled the southern regions of Yugo and part of Date, creating a triad of power. Since the Usuji of Echigo commenced their campaign against the Ashina clan, they had fought from autumn into winter. The territory of the Usuji family had expanded day by day, while the Ashina clan's holdings had dwindled, leading to the inevitable conclusion that the Ashina could not endure indefinitely, should the Ashina clan be vanquished by the Usuji. Even if Date Haramian triumphed and successfully succeeded in leadership of the Date household and other positions in Ashu, it would not suffice for survival. If the Usuji could vanquish the Ashina and acquire Aizu's 4 districts, it might present an opportunity to strike when the Date were fatigued, potentially seizing over 30 districts of Ashu. Upon his service to the Hachijo clan, Sanada Yukitaka relinquished the Taka character inherited from Ueno Tokiaki and adopted the name Sanada Yukitaka. Thanks to the vigorous endorsement of Nagano Yasunobu, a minister of the Yamanouchi Usuji family, the senior officials of the Hachijo clan held no doubts regarding Yukitaka's abilities and intentions. After all, the territory of the Hachijo clan had expanded significantly, necessitating the augmentation of their retinue to solidify their rule over Ogawa. In truth, not all members of the Ueno clan sought refuge in eastern Ueno, as Yukitaka and Ueno Tokiaki had. Some remained in their ancestral lands in northern Shinano, such as Yukitaka's brother, Yuzua Uritsuna, who, after appealing to the Takeda, Murakami, and Suwa families, was permitted to return to his old domain. Additionally, Yatsumotonari, one of the 3 Ueno families, was also allowed to return to his old territory through the mediation of Suwa Yorishige. The former lands of the Ueno clan and those of the Yatsu family fell under the dominion of Suwa Yorishige, with the daughter of Yatsumotonari ultimately becoming a concubine of Takeda Harunobu on the same day that Sanada Yukitaka entered the service of the Hachijo clan. He, alongside Jingding's close aides, Hachiho Hiroshi, Gomi Takashige, Yoshi Minabu, and the head priest of Shiboji, Tenko, accompanied Jingding to the Echigo court to prepare for an audience with the envoy from Date Tatamian, Koyanagawa Onbwa no Kami Munshige, the son of Koyanagawa Monesa, a branch of the Date family, and the envoy from the Ashina clan, Hanura Minbu no Daisuke Moriyuki, one of the 4 senior retainers of the Ashina clan, that on December 23rd of the 11th year of Tenbon, Jingding and his entourage traversed the thick layer of snow, arriving at the Echigo court without pause. Their first order of business upon arriving at the court was to head to the Hachijo Hall, constructed by Masatoku for Jingding, intending to rest for a day before ascending Kasagama Castle. Shortly thereafter, Koyanagawa Munshige and Hanura Moriyuki also arrived at the Echigo court, where the snow was far deeper than they had anticipated. Although both Echigo and Mutsu were part of the northern regions, the winter here was markedly harsher than in Mutsu. Koyanagawa Munshige and Hanura Moriyuki bore considerable burdens. Thus, before they could rest, they proactively approached the base of Kasagama Castle. requesting permission to ascend. Upon learning this, Masatoku summoned Jingding, along with Koinagawa Munshige and Hanura Moriyuki, to ascend the castle and convene in the Grand Hall of Kasagayama Castle. Honored to be summoned by Usuji Tanamasa, Koinagawa Munshige and Hanura Moriyuki spoke in unison. Might I inquire why Lord Date Sakio and Ashina no Ekigo have sent you here as envoys to Ekigo during this frigid winter? Although Masatoku was already aware that these two had come to negotiate a ceasefire between the Usuji family of Ekigo and the Ashina clan, he feigned ignorance and inquired deliberately that my lord. Date Sakio intends to mediate the conflict between the Usuji family of Ekigo and the Ashina clan, seeking to end hostilities and restore peace. Koinagawa Munshige replied straightforwardly that, "Oh, may I ask your envoy, what is the extent of the Ashina clan's sincerity in this matter?" Before Masatoku could speak, Jingding, sitting beside him, interjected, "If the Usuji family of Ekigo is willing to cease hostilities with the Ashina clan, they are prepared to offer 100 ryo of gold, 100 ryo of silver, 2 falcons, and 20 fine horses. Would these terms be satisfactory to Usuji Tanamasa?" Hanura Moriyuki inquired after reading the list of gifts. It appears that the Ashina no Ekigo's sincerity falls short. Repeated incursions into the Iwafian and Kambara districts, even enduring long-term occupation of Sagana and Ogawa, were instigated by the Ashina clan, with recent reports of Ashina no Ekigo dispatching 2,000 troops against Ogawa. The Ashina no Ekigo had even personally led forces to annihilate the daimyo of the Usuji family, the Nagano clan. The gifts presented by the Ashina clan would be better suited for the imperial court or the shogunate, as they are in greater need of such offerings. Jingding shook his head in response to Moriyuki's recitation of the gift list that, in that case, I kindly request that Lord Hachijo Nakatsukusa provide guidance. Although it is winter, beads of cold sweat began to form on Moriyuki's brow, fearing that Jingding might make exorbitant demands. The Ashina clan's ability to offer these items was already a considerable effort. There is no need for the Ashina no Ekigo to send gifts. If the Ashina clan cedes the territories of Onuma and Koonuma, a peace agreement could be achieved, and the Usuji family of Ekigo would no longer engage in hostilities with the Ashina clan. Jingding no longer beat around the bush and directly expressed his desires. What? To cede the territories of Dazhao and Hajao would equate to the Lu Ming family losing nearly half of their domain. And my lord, Lu Ming Yuanjiang, would undoubtedly never consent to such a matter. After hearing Jingding's words, Zhansheng Shengxing's eyes widened considerably. If the Lu Ming family were willing to cede land for peace, they would not have braved the snowstorm to annihilate the Nagao family and subjugate the local lords of West Azu. How does Zhao Liangwen and Fangshu view this? The demands of the Usuji family from Ekigo do not seem excessively high. Upon hearing Zhansheng Shengxing's response, Jingding finally felt relieved. He could launch an assault into the Lu Ming territory at the onset of spring. Lord Date Sakio, is well aware that the actions of the Lu Ming family in recent years have been quite improper, hindered as they are by the disobedience of their son, Date Haramian. Therefore, they cannot justly advocate for the Usuji family of Ekigo. However, the demands of the Usuji family are somewhat excessive. It would be better to reduce them. How about the Lu Ming family ceding the territory of Hejao and providing compensation in gold and silver? Zhao Liangwen Zongxiu felt no regret, as none of it belonged to the Date family. His aim was merely to facilitate a peace agreement between the Usuji and Lu Ming families. He did not wish to end up like the previous envoy, Swanada Tashimian, who was sent to Yonezawa Castle by the Usuji family. Thus he was particularly cautious with his words. The territory of Hejao, Zhao Liangwen and Fangshu, is truly suited for commerce, adept at bargaining. Jingding smiled and replied, the sentiment also shared by Usuji, Danjo Shibitsu? Zhansheng Shengxing suddenly inquired, sensing that the previously silent Mazateager must have had no such intention, hoping to find a breakthrough. The matter of peace negotiations with the Lu Ming family has been entirely entrusted to Hachijo Nakatsukusa, who, as the deputy protector of Ekigo, is fully responsible for mediating and concluding agreements with the various lords of Oshu. Mazateager could hardly be bothered to engage with the emissaries of the Lu Ming family, given the numerous misdeeds they had committed, conspiring with the Nagao family as high-ranking ministers, seizing lands in Ekigo, and launching raids across Kamahara, plundering goods and provisions. Hence, she resolved to side with Date Haramian and wage war against the Lu Ming family. "Thank you for your lord's trust." Jingding felt immensely pleased after hearing Mazatiger's words. "How about exchanging the territory of Hezhou for that of Dezhou?" Aolianquan Zongxiu continued to bargain. He recognized that the Lu Ming family was extremely reluctant to cede two territories. Since Hachijo Jingding refused to relinquish the smaller territory of Hezhou, it must be replaced with the larger Dezhou. 2 territories. Not even a single village can be spared. Otherwise, the Usuji family of Ekigo will continue to confront the Lu Ming family with arms. Zhen Sheng Minbu Daifu could return to Kurikawa Castle to inquire if Lu Ming Yuanjiang would be willing. Jingding was too weary to engage in further discussions with Zhen Shengxing. His long journey to the castle was not intended for bargaining, that if the Lu Ming family lacked sincerity, then they would simply have to continue fighting. After all, the proclamation for the campaign against the Lu Ming family had already been prepared. The external minister could return to Kurikawa Castle to discuss this matter with my lord, Lu Ming Yuanjiang, and hope that the Usuji family of Ekigo could refrain from launching an invasion against the Lu Ming family for the time being. Zhen Shengxing feared that upon returning to Kurikawa Castle, the Usuji family would suddenly attack the Lu Ming family. If by the end of next February the Lu Ming family could not provide a response, then they could not blame us for advancing our troops into Lu Ming territory. Jingding did not intend to give the Lu Ming family too much time. Certainly, the external minister will provide a response as soon as possible. Zhen Shengxing then left Kasagama Castle with Aolianquan Zongxiu, without lingering, and immediately set off for Mutsu. "Elder brother, if the war drags on for too long, won't the spring plowing within your domain be delayed?" After confirming that Aolianquan Zongxiu and Zhen Shengxing had departed, Mazatiger could no longer restrain himself from asking, "Why Lord need not concern himself with this matter? This is precisely why I insisted on training a new army. Only by separating soldiers from farmers can we focus on warfare. The new army under my command consists of individuals from the 7 provinces of Ekigo and 4 provinces of Aizu, while some young and strong individuals remain in the territory, ensuring that spring plowing and labor can proceed." Jingding was prepared to continue exhausting resources against the Lu Ming family at great cost. Once spring arrived and the ice and snow melted, he would lead his forces into Lu Ming territory, compelling the Lu Ming family to summon a large military force to respond, thereby ensuring that the Lu Ming family would be unable to conduct spring plowing. That's good. However, the Jinbo family in Wechu has repeatedly attacked the vassal lord, the Shina family, under our command that if this continues, we cannot stand idly by that. If the Jinbo family were to annihilate the Shina family and seize the entire territory of Naikawa, it would directly border Ekigo. Mazatiger had been closely monitoring the situation in Wechu, as the Shina family is a crucial vassal lord guarding the western gate of Ekigo. If the Shina family were to be destroyed, then the loss of lips would mean the loss of teeth. No one could guarantee that the Jinbo family would cease their advancements into Ekigo. Perhaps the Takemura family of Kanazawa could mediate. If mediation fails, we will have no choice but to send troops to assist the Shina family. In truth, Jingding did not wish to directly intervene in the conflicts of Wechu. After all, the Ikki in Wechu had considerable influence. A slight misstep could lead to a conflict with the Ikki, dragging the Usuji family of Ekigo into a quagmire. I've already dispatched Motomi Aizuno Kami to Kanazawa. If the Takemura family's mediation proves ineffective, we will have to prepare to deploy troops to Wechu. Mazatiger, too, did not wish to ignite further conflict while the war with the Lu Ming family was still unresolved. Engaging on multiple fronts would impose a heavy burden on the logistics of the Usuji family. The Jinbo family and the Nagao family have a deep-seated enmity, should the Ikki in Wechu incite matters. It is highly probable that after annihilating the Shina family, they would invade Ekigo. Jingding harbored fears that the Jinbo family's assault on the Shina family might have the covert participation of the Ikki in Wechu. The territory of the Shina family was dwindling, with the influence of the Jinbo family already encroaching upon the 4 provinces of Wechu, acting in the name of the Deputy Protector of Wechu. The position of Deputy Protector of Wechu that our family once held has become merely a fa ade. Mazatiger felt utterly helpless. On one hand, he needed to support Date Haramian, while on the other, he had to assist Usuji Norimasa. If he halted support for both families and deployed troops to Wechu, he feared that Date Haramian might be annihilated by the faction of Date Tatamian, and Usuji Norimasa would become ensnared in the struggles against the HJ family. Both families serve as vital bulwarks for the Usuji family of Ekigo and are indispensable that I can only expedite the resolution of the conflict with the Lu Ming family, thus allowing my lord to free up resources to address the situation in Wechu. Jing Ding had no choice but to think of ways to conclude matters swiftly. If the HJ family were to invade Weno, the Usuji family of Ekigo could not remain passive. Well, feel free to take the 4 provinces of Aizu as you wish, elder brother. Mazatiger nodded in agreement. If Jing Ding could resolve the conflict with the Lu Ming family swiftly, it would be most welcome. Thus, she prepared to grant Jing Ding the liberty to take the 4 provinces of Aizu, entrusting him with the governance of these newly acquired territories, in the blink of an eye. It was already the first month of the 12th year of Tianmin, in the Battle of Kuroboko Mountain. Aside from the commander of the Lu Ming army, Su Shiguji, many notable vassals of the Lu Ming family, such as Nishi Weberu no Kami, Shioda Swanaga, Muta Yoshimoto, Morita Noriaki, and Mita Tadatsu, perished in battle. The Lu Ming family suffered a tremendous blow from this engagement. After the return of the Nagao family, which had repeatedly sided with the Usuji family of Ekigo, to Kurikawa Castle, Lu Ming Seishi had been closely monitoring the movements of the Usuji family of Ekigo and the various lords of South Mutsu from within Kurikawa Castle. He was in urgent need of reorganizing the territories that had been led by his fallen retainers, while also identifying successors, busy with post-war arrangements. However, due to the numerous deceased vassals and the overabundance of established retainers, there arose a predicament wherein there was a lack of suitable candidates to assume the positions of castle and province overseers, and successors could not be determined in the short term. Just as Lu Ming Seishi was entangled in the dilemma of who to appoint as the overseer of Hezhou and Dezhou, which bordered Ekigo, Zhun Sheng Shengxing, who was dispatched to the Ekigo domain, arrived at the gates of Kurikawa Castle, requesting entry. My lord, the old minister is incompetent. I have failed to conclude a peace agreement with the Usuji family of Ekigo, and I hope my lord will punish me. Upon entering the grand hall of Kurikawa Castle, Zhun Sheng Shengxing immediately knelt on the ground. Zhun Sheng Minbu Daifu, please rise and speak in detail. Seeing this, Lu Ming Seishi could only step down to assist Zhun Sheng Shengxing. Usuji Danjo Shibitsu has fully entrusted the peace negotiations with the Lu Ming family to Hachijo Nakatsukasa. Yet Hachijo Nakatsukasa has been exceedingly unreasonable, demanding the Lu Ming family cede both Dazhou and Hezhou. If not, they will continue their assaults on the Lu Ming family. Subsequently, Zhun Sheng Shengxing recounted the details of the mission to Lu Ming Seishi. If we were to cede Dazhou and Hezhou, then Kurikawa Castle would be left utterly defenseless. His forces could arrive at the gates of Kurikawa Castle within half a day. Lu Ming Seishi was utterly astonished upon hearing this. Hachijo Nakatsukasa stated that if the Lu Ming family failed to provide a response or were unwilling to cede land before February, he would invade Lu Ming territory when spring arrived and the snow melted. Zhun Sheng Shengxing sighed deeply and said, "Does Hachijo Jing Ding's subjects not require spring plowing?" Lu Naming Shengshi could hardly believe his ears. Hachijo Nakatsukasa had long since recruited a substantial standing army, which had now swelled to over 2,000 men. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Lu Naming Shengshi's face, Jin Sheng Shengxing chose to refrain from further comment. How could Hachijo Kajitada, with such limited knowledge and experience, manage to enlist over 2,000 troops? Lu Naming Shengshi found it utterly incredulous. Although the combined resources of Shirakawa, Taki, and Ogawa districts under Hachijo Nakatsukasa amounted to less than 20,000 koku, they were covertly bolstered by the support of Usuji Dange Shitsu, who was rumored to have been enabled to inherit the position of Usuji Protector of Ekigo through the efforts of Hachijo Nakatsukasa. Jin Sheng Shengxing even divulged a secret to Lu Naming Shengshi. Was Hachijo's intention to usurp power? It was perplexing that a mere vassal of the Ashikaga shogunate would prop up Nagao Masekage, a scion of the Ekigo Protectorate, to assume the role of protector of Ekigo. Lunaming Shungshur could not fathom Hachijo Kajitada's true motives. However, my lord, what course of action should we take now? Should the Lunaming clan seek a truce by ceding territory, or should we resist until the end? Jinshang Xingxing was eager to discern Lunaming Shungshur's thoughts on the matter. Immediately, he dispatched Shibuya Sakiyo, Takasaka Kimen, Nagano Sh Ri, and Sasaki Yamato no Kami, along with other foot soldier generals, to fortify key strongholds in Onuma and Koonuma districts, instructing them not to respond to Hachijo Kajitada, as he was but a mere child. Let me demonstrate how to capture him in battle. Lunaming Shungshur firmly believed that Hachijo Kajitada was not invincible. Previous setbacks were merely due to the underestimation by his own retainers. By personally leading the charge, he was certain he could defeat Hachijo Kajitada and reclaim Ogawa and Sagana districts, which had been seized by the Usugi of Ichigo. Understood. As Jinshang Xingxing observed Lunaming Shungshur's resolve to continue the conflict. He could not oppose it and was left to witness the unfolding situation. After all, the four elder statesmen of the Lunaming clan, along with many senior retainers, were against further military action. Should Lunaming Shungshur personally lead the charge and still face defeat, he would have no choice but to unite with all the anti-war elder statesmen and senior retainers for a military admonition. Upon returning to Kirin Mountain Castle, Kajitada learned of Lunaming Shungshur's unwillingness to seek a truce by ceding territory. Consequently, he convened a military council to deliberate on the matter of engaging the Lunaming clan come spring. My lord, the warriors of the Lunaming clan are but a shadow of their former selves. After our sudden assault, they fell apart. Even if Lunaming Ty himself were to lead his troops, I am confident we could capture him in battle. Hachijo could not hold the warriors of Aizu's four districts in high regard, especially after the Battle of Kurobana Mountain. Nonetheless, we must not underestimate them. Lunaming Ty's decision to send his retainers to invade Ogawa district stemmed from his own campaign against the Nagao clan. After vanquishing the Nagao, Lunaming Ty compelled the various lords of Nishikawatsu to surrender and submit to the Lunaming clan, isolating the Yokoku Yamauchi family. After being promoted to elder statesman, Usami Sedamitsu entrusted the defense of his domain to his second son, Usami Katayuki, while he himself came to Kirin Mountain Castle to participate in the military council. Usami Shuniman's words were wise. The Lunaming clan had been entrenched in the Aizu region for generations and should not be taken lightly. Should our forces rashly invade Lunaming territory without reliable scouts, many local lords who had only recently submitted to the Lunaming clan would not quickly switch allegiances again. Hachijo Fumiharu feared that an incursion into Lunaming lands could lead to their supply lines and retreat routes being severed. The Shina clan of Uechu could not sustain the conflict for long. The Hachijo clan must conclude hostilities with the Lunaming clan before the year's end. Kajitada was also reluctant to prolong the conflict, and while he could afford the time, the Shina clan could not. Should the Shina clan be vanquished by the Jinbo clan, the Usugi of Ekigo would lose their western bulwark. If the Jinbo clan were to ally with the Uechu Ikki to invade Ekigo, the consequences would be dire. My lord, why not consider negotiating with the Lunaming clan's key retainers? Usami Sadamitsu proposed a feasible strategy, negotiating with the Lunaming clan's key retainers. Those retainers had long been beneficiaries of the house's favor, and should they be exploited, the consequences for the main family would be severe. After hearing Usami Sadamitsu's scheme, Kajitada shook his head. My lord need not worry. The key retainers who favored war within the Lunaming clan have already been dealt with by our forces. Presently, the majority of the Lunaming household consists of peace-seeking retainers. They merely require assurances of their own positions, after which they would not remain unwaveringly loyal to Lunaming Ty. Usami Sadamitsu did not believe that the current retainers of the Lunaming clan were all truly devoted to their lord. Thus, we shall proceed with a trial approach. It was reported that Jinshang Minbu Daisuke had previously withdrawn from political affairs, but was compelled to engage due to the disastrous defeat of Suga Tamamitsu, making him a suitable candidate to reach out to first. Kajitada had no solid plans and could only adopt an experimental attitude. My lord, even if we aim to negotiate with the Lunaming clan's key retainers, we must still deploy our forces into Lunaming territory. Without defeating Lunaming Ty's main army, the local lords of Aizu's 4 districts will not readily align with us. Hachijo Fumahara believed that an incursion into Lunaming territory was necessary. As long as the Lunaming clan's main force remained intact, the Aizu lords would have to consider their own survival, especially in light of the cautionary tale presented by the Nagao clan. Let negotiation be our primary focus, with military action as a secondary measure. Usami Shuniman, Yu, and Tanaka SHG will be responsible for negotiating with the Lunaming clan's key retainers, should Yamana Hikashichi, the lord of Isoshima Castle, show any signs of treachery. He is to be executed without hesitation. Umi no Kami, Io no Kami, you two are tasked with leading the left-wing troops and your personal retainers to advance into Onuma district. Remember, do not advance too far alone. Wait for me to lead the main force into Konuma district before we collectively assault Kirikawa Castle. Only by capturing the Lunaming stronghold of Kirikawa Castle can we instill fear in the local lords of the Aizu region. Furthermore, Matsuki Takomi will serve as the logistical officer, responsible for overseeing the supply and transport of provisions for the entire army. This battle marks an unprecedented conflict for the Hachijo clan since their descent from Kyoto into Ekigo. Fundamentally a matter of survival. All commanders are seasoned veterans of countless battles. It is imperative that we unite and vanquish the Lunaming clan to achieve victory. Kajitada planned to launch a pincer attack upon Kirikawa Castle, simultaneously negotiating with the Lunaming clan's key retainers while besieging their stronghold. Understood. The vassals of the Hachijo clan responded in unison that Kajitada's intention to pursue both negotiation and military action was born of the reality that the Lunaming clan had dominated the Aizu region for over 3 centuries. Though they had achieved victories against the Lunaming clan in the past, outright annexation would not be easily accomplished. Moreover, the situation in Wechu to the west was far from stable. Jinbo Nagamori had been elevated by the old retainers of the Jinbo clan to become the head of the Jinbo clan and protector of Wechu, initiating efforts to restore the Jinbo clan's influence, with the goal of unifying the 4 districts of Uichu. It was now the 3rd year of Ish era and the head of the Jinbo clan. Jinbo Yashimian had fled to Ekigo in the wake of an assault by the Kaga Ikki, seeking military aid from Nagao Norizumi, the then protector of Ishihigo. In August of that year, Nagao Norizumi personally led an army to assist Jinbo Yashimian in returning to Wechu, engaging the Ikki at Rendaiji Temple and achieving victory. In September, Nagao Norizumi, Jinbo Yashimian, and the Ikki clashed in Tsubaime district at Renuma Castle. However, Jinbo Yashimian failed to contribute to the battle and ultimately fled the field, resulting in Nagao Norizumi's isolation and eventual defeat. The performance of Jinbo Yashimian during the Battle of Renuma Castle left much to be desired, prompting Nagao Norizumi's son, Nagao Yasuyuki, to adopt a hostile stance against Jinbo Yashimian. Friends of yesterday became enemies of today. The dynamics of the Sengoku period shifted rapidly. Subsequently, in order to avoid being attacked from both sides, Jinbo Yashimian allied with his former enemies, the Ikki, against the Nagao family. As a result, Nagao Yahuki formed alliances with Wechu protector Hatakeyama Masakatsu, Noto protector Hatakeyama Yashitomo, and Kanrei Hosokawa Takakoni as his reinforcements, encircling the Jinbo clan and leaving them isolated. After suffering repeated defeats at the hands of Nagao Yahuki, Jinbo Yashimian ultimately took his own life, leading to the decline of the Jinbo clan. However, Jinbo Yashimian had a son, Jinbo Nagamori, who, under the protection of the Jinbo loyalists at Takayama Castle, remained in hiding, awaiting the opportunity to restore the Jinbo clan. During the Tenmon period, after the death of Nagao Yasuyuki, the senior retainers of the Nagao family, including Kuroda Hidetada and Nagao Toshikage, rose in rebellion, plunging the Nagao family, which had been the Shina clan's greatest ally, into severe internal strife. At long last, Jinbo Nagamori saw his chance to revive the Jinbo clan. Although Jinbo Nagamori's forces had begun to encroach upon the Shina clan, which was under the auspices of the Usugi of Ekigo, the two sides initially reached a peaceful accord with the mediation of the Usugi clan. However, the Jinbo clan soon found this peace intolerable, tearing up the agreement and launching another offensive against Shina Yasutaka. Weakened, Shinya Asataka had no means to resist the Jinbo clan's onslaught and was compelled to request reinforcements from the new head of the Usuji clan. Usuji Masekage.at that moment, the Usuji clan was preoccupied with supporting Date Haramyun and Usuji Norimasa. So Usuji Masekage could only send retainers to Nodo's Nanao castle to seek the intervention of the Hatakeyama clan. But this was merely a stopgap measure. Faced with the imminent threat of annihilation from the Jinbo clan, Kajitada found it untenable to maintain a stalemate with the Lunaming clan. He had to devise a swift strategy to eliminate the Lunaming clan's hold over the 4 districts of Aizu, thus allowing Masekage to address the Jinbo clan. But on the dawn 2 days hence, Ogawa district remained shrouded in darkness, with the winds howling ominously that a troop of soldiers silently departed from their respective encampments, swiftly dispersing into the dark, deep mountains, advancing rapidly in various directions. On the 20th day of the first lunar month in the 12th year of the astronomical era, the Lord Jingding refrained from conducting a large-scale conscription of military forces or labor from the village of Xiaochuan, primarily relying on a contingent of 2,000 Kon troops, supplemented by the retainers under his command, totaling over 3,000 men, who divided into 2 routes to assault the regions of Uzuma and Kazuma. Concurrently, he appointed Isami Sadamitsu, Zhang Guangfengsh, and Sanada Yukitaka as garrison commanders to secure Kirin Mountain Castle, in anticipation of a possible uprising by the rebel Yamauchi Hikishichi in response to the Liu family. Additionally, in his capacity as the protector of Ekigo, Jingding summoned the various generals of the Yongbei region to join the fray. As spring approached, the generals of Yongbei were preoccupied with agricultural affairs, with only the Taikemata, Shinbatake, and Ando clans dispatching over 600 troops to assist Jingding in invading the 4 counties of Aizawa Komatsu. Although the distance from Xiaochuan to Uzuma and Kazuma was less than 100 miles, short for the Hachijo army, Jingding nonetheless made meticulous preparations. Soldiers were given rations. War horses were muzzled and their hooves wrapped, and weapons, bows, arrows, and other equipment were all securely fastened. Thus, the Hachijo army swiftly infiltrated Uzuma County without arousing suspicion and commenced a surprise attack on the territory of Yamauchi's 7 riders, particularly on the domain of Yamauchi Banshin, Yamauchi Neizane, and Yushima Michihisa, who aimed to prevent the Liu family from discovering that the Hachijo army consisted of only about 1,300 men. Consequently, fires were set in the villages and towns across Uzuma County, and chaos ensued, looting, further amplifying their apparent strength. While they proclaimed themselves a force of 5,000, subsequently, Yamauchi Banshin led Yamauchi Neizane and Yushima Michihisa to swiftly cross the Shikigawa River, preparing to assault Miyazaki Castle, the stronghold of Yamauchi Tokufusa, son-in-law of Yamauchi Hikishichi. Faced with the aggressive advance of the Hachijo army, Yamauchi Yukon could not simply remain within the castle and watch as the Hachijo troops set fire to the villages in his domain and wreaked havoc. He dispatched soldiers to confront the enemy outside the castle, only to be met with a crushing blow from the Hachijo forces at Sakashitahara. Outnumbered, the Yamauchi troops suffered over 50 casualties and quickly retreated, with Yamauchi Yukon himself sustaining 3 arrows and fleeing back to Miyazaki Castle, sealing its gates thereafter. Meanwhile, Yamauchi Banshin and his comrades sent the severed heads of the fallen back to Kirin Mountain Castle, where Isami Sadamitsu and others recorded the accomplishments of the generals. Following the battle at Sakashitahara, Yamauchi Yukon, recognizing his inferiority to the Hachijo army, sought to preserve the lives of his remaining soldiers and surrendered to them the following morning. Thereafter, Yamauchi Banshin and others, with Yamauchi Yukon as their guide, hastened towards the castle of his father-in-law, Yamauchi Tokufusa, at Tomashiro Castle. Upon learning of Yamauchi Yukon's defeat and surrender to the Hachijo army, Yamauchi Tokufusa, realizing his own inability to withstand the onslaught, abandoned Tomashiro Castle and fled towards Uyama Castle, which also remained under the Liu family's banner. Thus, the Hachijo army captured the territory of the Yamauchi family in a bloodless manner. Upon hearing of Yamauchi Tokufusa's retreat, the lord of the subordinate castle, Motonaka, surrendered to the Hachijo army, offering provisions and supplies from within. In the following days, Yamauchi Banshin and others, in alliance with Yamauchi Shuntoku and various local lords of Uzuma County and Nishiizu County, successfully besieged over a dozen strongholds held by the local lords aligned with the Liu family, significantly diminishing the Liu family's influence in the four counties of Aizu. The rapid victories achieved by Yamauchi Banshin and others across Uzuma County and Nishiizu County instilled deep fear among the local lords, prompting the lords of Kawaharada Castle, Murayama Castle, and Nishikata Castle to send envoys to Yamauchi Banshin, seeking reconciliation and pledging to maintain neutrality, allowing the Hachijo army to pass unharmed. Simultaneously, the former retainers of the Nagano clan, upon learning of the Hachijo army's incursions into Nishiizu and Uzuma counties, rallied the long-dormant retainers such as Watanabe Takumi and Dantu Yamanaka, inciting uprisings in the old Nagano territories. The previous oppressive actions of the Kamio brothers, Kamio Uraharu and Kamio Urakata, had already instilled fear among the former retainers of the Nagano clan. Hence, upon receiving news of the Hachijo army's advance, Watanabe Takumi and Dantu Yamanaka swiftly led their retainers in a surprise attack on Taijima Castle, slaying the Kamio brothers. Their bodies were subsequently displayed publicly outside the castle. The deaths of the Kamio brothers signified the complete loss of the Liu family's control over the southern regions of the old Nagano territory. Following this, Watanabe Takumi and Dantu Yamanaka offered the southern regions to the Hachijo family. Yamauchi Banshin, taking unilateral action, appointed Watanabe Takumi as the deputy lord of Taijima Castle and Dantu Yamanaka as the deputy lord of Roichi Castle. Upon learning of the Hachijo family's aggressive incursions into Uzuma County and the fall of the southern regions, Liu Morishige felt immense trepidation and urgently ordered Shibuya Sakyo and Takasaka Kimon, stationed at Kubota Castle near the border of Higashizu and Uzuma counties, to devise a strategy to repel the Hachijo army's advance. Aware of the Hachijo army's current strength, Shibuya Sakyo and Takasaka Kinmon knew they could not launch a counteroffensive, but felt compelled to obey their lord's orders, reluctantly leading 500 troops to attack the Hiba Yamauchi clan, one of the 7 riders, in a bid to force the Hachijo army, which was besieging the southern Aizu region, to return for assistance. However, the Liu army had faced repeated defeats in recent years, and morale was at an all-time low, with many unwilling to abandon spring farming for continued conflict. Shibuya Sakyo and Takasaka Kinmon's forces reached the Takigawa River. They were unexpectedly ambushed by the Ashihata faction, which attacked the center of their army. Caught off guard, both Shibuya Sakyo and Takasaka Kinmon fell to Ashihata, who was subsequently elected as their leader and led his troops in surrendering to the Hachijo army. Thus, Uzuma County and Nishiizu County were completely subdued by Yamauchi Banshin, Yamauchi Neizane, Yushima Michihisa, and their comrades. Uzuma County served as a crucial bastion for the Liu family stronghold at Kurikawa Castle, forming the foundation of their defense along the Ekigo border. The loss of Uzuma County jeopardized the very existence of Kurikawa Castle. Consequently, the flank of the Liu family was encircled by the Hachijo army, posing a direct threat to their central domain, leading to the decline of Liu Morishige's ambitions. While Yamauchi Banshin, Yamauchi Neizane, and Yushima Michihisa celebrated their victories throughout Uzuma County and Nishiizu County, Jingding simultaneously led his vassals, including Yusuji Kageyoshi, Usami, Sadamitsu, and Onagahide, Taikemata Kazumitsu, Shinbate Kazusada, Seikine Ashige, and Tamasato Tashishige, across the Nighthawk Mountain, situated at the border of Ekigo and the southern region of Mutsu, establishing their main encampment at Akabuya Mountain. Upon receiving news that Yamauchi Jingding had personally entered Kazuma County, Liu Morishige, in a bid to prepare for the Hachijo army's assault, divided his forces to bolster defenses at the 2 key strongholds of Yamaguchi Castle and Ushio Castle, appointing Nagano Shuri and Sasaki Yamato to guard Yamaguchi Castle, while Tomita, Shizumi, and Takakubo Sakyo were stationed at Ushio Castle. However, the elder statesmen of the Liu family, Hirata Tsukanari and Kinura Moriyuki, insisted on the necessity of immediately reinforcing both Yamaguchi and Ushio castles. They argued that if either stronghold fell, the western road leading north would expose the plains of Yama County, leaving them vulnerable. Nevertheless, Liu Morishige deemed such measures unnecessary, believing that the garrison at both Yamaguchi and Ushio castles was sufficient. He contended that they merely needed to delay the Hachijo forces for a while, giving him time to summon more soldiers and recruit additional ronin. To that point, he could coordinate an ambush with the garrisons at Yamaguchi and Ushio to annihilate the invading Hachijo army. Simultaneously, in a fit of rage, Liu Morishige disregarded the counsel of his elder statesmen, ordering the execution of all hostages sent by the local lords who had surrendered to the Hachijo family, subjecting them to crucifixion outside Kirikawa Castle. The disintegration of the Ashina clan's fortunes has become an inevitable trend. However, Hirata Tsukiyoshi and Kanao Masayuki do not believe that Ashina Morinori can recruit additional forces amidst such internal strife and external threats. As exemplified by the cautionary tale of Hachiman Taito, the lower-ranking samurai of the Ashina clan express widespread discontent due to the usagi of Ekigo's alliance with Date Haramian and the local lords of Nishiezu, as well as surrounding powers such as the Shirakawa clan, which have effectively cut off the Ashina supply routes through salt deprivation. Many lords in Nishiezu and Onuma have willingly surrendered to the forces of Hachijo. Furthermore, after Ashina Morinori executed the hostages from the local lords of Nishiezu and Onuma by means of crucifixion, it only served to embolden these lords to align themselves against the Ashina clan in favor of Hachijo. In a bid to preserve their family name, Hirata Tsukiyoshi and Kanao Masayuki swiftly contemplated internal collusion with the Hachijo clan that on the 23rd day of the new year, Kajitaka dispatched Usami Sadakatsu, Seiki Neashige, and Tamasato Tashishige as the vanguard, initiating a battle against the Ashina forces in the vicinity of Yamaguchi Castle's southeastern region, known as Yukinohara. Concurrently, substantial funds were allocated to rally the inhabitants of the neighboring rivers and marshes, who proceeded to drag timber across the mud-floating mountain and Shitagawa, raising clouds of dust and vociferously supporting the Hachijo forces. Upon witnessing such a display, the Ashina troops were led to believe that a mighty army from Hachijo was upon them, and thus lost their will to fight. Seizing the opportunity, Usami Sadakatsu, Seiki Neashige, and Tamasato Tashishige launched a fierce assault on the Ashina forces, resulting in the defeat of the garrison at Yamaguchi Castle, with over 100 men taken as spoils, including one of the commanders, Nagano Shuriaki. Afterward, Sasaki Yamato no Kami led the remnants back to Yamaguchi Castle, where they entrenched themselves and sought aid from the local lords of Yama and Kawakama. Recognizing the defensible terrain of Yamaguchi Castle, Kajitaka ordered Kageyoshi and Tamasato Tashishige to monitor the castle and prepare for a feigned attack. Subsequently, Kajitaka dispatched Usami Sadakatsu, Seiki Neashige, Yasuda Nagahide, and Naida Sinisada to assault Ushio Castle, with Usami and Seiki serving as the vanguard. Yoshi Muninabu, a prominent figure of the Hachijo clan, also followed closely behind, participating in the assault, though the castle commander, Tomita Shisada, and Keiji Sakio attempted to mount a desperate defense. Employing arrows and rolling stones against the Hachijo forces, their efforts proved futile as the Hachijo army breached the main gate, with Yoshi Muninabu being the first to enter the castle. Following this, Muruma Maseko, incorporated into the Right Crane army, also did not wish to lag behind, joining forces with Seiki Neashige and Yasuda Nagahide to storm the castle, thus achieving notable success. Unwilling to relent, Muruyama Seiko pressed on, slaying foes amidst the chaos and capturing the castle commander, Keiji Sakio, thereby securing a significant victory. Thus, Ushio Castle fell to the Hachijo forces by midnight on that very day, with Tomita Shigesada retreating with the remnants back to Yama. Leaving over 200 soldiers taken captive, the defenders of Yamaguchi Castle, initially resolved to hold their position, were thrown into disarray upon hearing of Ushio Castle's swift capture. In response, many fled, and even the castle commander, Sasaki Yamato no Kami, found himself incapable of halting the retreat, ultimately abandoning Yamaguchi Castle for the Utakawa Pavilion in Yama to ensure the safety of their supply lines and retreat routes. Kajitaka assigned Tamasato Tashishige and Takagama to lead 300 troops to garrison both Yamaguchi and Ushio castles, one measure to deter any potential counterattacks from the Ashina clan, and another to secure the western roads linking to Onuma. Following the Hachijo forces' successful takeover of Yamaguchi and Ushio castles, Yoshi Muninabu earned commendation from Kajitaka for his valor in battle, receiving a prestigious sword. Yamabird Feather, originally a family heirloom of the Ueda Nagao clan. Similarly, Murayama Seiko was likewise rewarded for his gallantry and for capturing one of the Ushio castle commanders in less than 5 days. Nearly 30 fortifications across Kawakuma and Yama prefectures, including Kuroyama, Yakamachi, Kashima, Utakawa, Kanjo, and Osaki castles, were either conquered or persuaded to surrender. Prominent Ashina vassals such as Tomita Shigesada, Kanao Masayuki, Hirata Tsukiyoshi, and Kitaka Morikatsu, witnessing the inevitable decline of the Ashina clan, successively capitulated to the Hachijo clan. The Hachijo forces thus acquired a substantial stockpile of 70,000 koku of grain, along with over 1,000 soldiers from the local lords of Kawakuma and Yama, ensuring their logistical needs were met. After seizing Yama and Kawakuma, Kajitaka established his main base at the Azanafian Castle, one of the 8 castles in Aizu, preparing to rest there for a day. Just as Kajitaka convened a military council to discuss subsequent actions, the allied generals from the Waikataka forces expressed their concerns, advising against further incursion into the heart of Ashina territory, suggesting a temporary halt until the forces of Hachijo Nabukatsu could converge for a more strategic approach. Reporting from Hachijo Nakatsukasa, it was noted that the Ashina Distant Guardian had already reinforced the outlying castles surrounding Kirikawa, including Tsushima, Yundan, Iwaturi, Katamiyama, Shimoraki, and Fujikura. Should our forces continue their advance, we risk encountering unfavorable conditions. Upon learning of the Ashina clan's fortifications around Kirikawa, Naida Tsunesada expressed his desire to withdraw, considering the substantial gains already achieved by the Hachijo in the 4 Aizu provinces. Continuing the assault might jeopardize their previous acquisitions and potentially lead to a disastrous retreat. Hachijo Nakatsukasa, I must candidly suggest that we should take our leave while the going is good. Our campaign has already successfully subdued a considerable portion of the 4 Aizu provinces, and it is likely that the Ashina Distant Guardian is now thoroughly intimidated and unwilling to confront our forces any further. Yasuda Nagahide echoed this sentiment. Absolutely not. Our forces are now poised at the gates of victory, ready to conquer all of eastern Aizu. The lands west of Nishizu have already seen many align with us. Only Kirikawa Castle and its surrounding fortifications remain. The Ashina clan cannot hold out indefinitely, and we are on the verge of defeating them. How can we squander this golden opportunity by retreating back to Ekigo? Usami Sadakatsu promptly expressed his dissent as he recognized a rare chance to command the Right Crane Army in their siege endeavors. Should we abandon this moment, the Right Crane Army may find themselves relegated to border duties again. Usami's ambition was to revive the Usami clan and become the lord of the castle. Naida Ozaki no Kami and Yasuda Harima no SH were understandably inclined to return to Ekigo. Having forsaken their spring sowing to assist our campaign, it would be prudent to allocate additional provisions and supplies to the Waikataka generals. Naida Ozaki no Kami, Yasuda Harima no SH, and Takagama Mikawa no Kami, so that they may continue to support our operations in subjugating the 4 Aizu provinces. Seiki Naoshige, tasked with liaison duties for the Waikataka generals, began to advocate on their behalf. Indeed, I have observed the loyalty of Naida Ozaki no Kami, Yasuda Harima no SH, and Takagama Mikawa no Kami. Once we capture Kirikawa Castle, I shall ensure they receive ample rewards. Kajitaka felt exasperated with the Waikataka generals' hesitations, as they were on the cusp of penetrating the very heart of the Ashina clan's territory in eastern Aizu. Yet they were contemplating a withdrawal. The Ashina clan has long been tyrannical. The subjects of the 4 Aizu provinces have suffered greatly under their rule and are unwilling to serve them any longer. Our forces should swiftly penetrate eastern Aizu. The Ashina troops will surely be paralyzed by fear. Even if numerous fortifications surround Kirikawa Castle, who will truly stand firm for the Ashina Distant Guardian? We must act quickly to invade eastern Aizu. Now is not the time to hesitate. Usami Sadakatsu urged Kajitaka, "My lord. A report of victory! A report of victory!" At that moment, Gomi Takashige burst into the grand hall of Azanafian Castle, shouting excitedly while presenting a letter to Kajitaka. The distant guardian of me, the guardian of Io, and the aide Uchima Sawabe have united with Yamauchi Sei of the Nakata Castle and have successfully pacified the western Aizu and Onuma provinces, as well as the former retainers of the Nagano clan in Nanyama, even securing the cooperation of the Ashina clan's remaining guardians, Kamio Wakasa, no Kami, and Kamio Tamba, no Kami. After reading the letter, Kajitaka joyfully exclaimed, "In that case, the pacification of the 4 Aizu provinces is surely within our grasp." Usami Sadakatsu, Seiki Neashige, and the others echoed in unison, though the Ashina clan still holds half of eastern Aizu. Parts of Iwasaki and Aki, the local lords under the Ashina banner, are merely paying lip service, with only Kurikawa Castle genuinely adhering to the commands of the Ashina Distant Guardian. Furthermore, the Ashina Distant Guardian is now out of options. The capture of Kurikawa Castle is merely a matter of time, but if we were to retreat to Ekigo now, it would undoubtedly grant the Ashina clan an opportunity to recover, making future endeavors against them exceedingly difficult. Upon learning that the Hachijo clan had successfully eradicated the vassal lords of the Ashina family in the regions of Nishiezu and Onuma, Kajifumi resolved to achieve victory in a single decisive battle. After listening to Kajifumi's declaration, the generals unanimously nodded in agreement, and no one voiced a desire to retreat back to Ekigo. Kajifumi then appointed prominent figures such as Tomita Shigemi, Kanesaka Moriyuki, Hirata Suenabu, and Kitaku Saikatsu, who had surrendered voluntarily, to lead the charge, issuing command for the entire army to march day and night towards the Ashina stronghold of Kurikawa Castle. Upon hearing that the counties of Onuma, Kawachi, Yama, and Nishizu had all fallen to the Hachijo clan, the Ashina clan contemplated dispatching the Azusawa clan stationed at Hibara Castle to aid Kurikawa. However, wary of the potential for Date Haramyun to seize the opportunity to send reinforcements to support the Usuji clan in Ekigo, they ultimately abandoned this notion. Aware of their own inability to withstand the Hachijo forces single-handedly, the Ashina clan swiftly sent their trusted retainer, Sanjo Nabokatsu, to seek aid from Date Tatamyun, hoping he would dispatch troops to repel the Hachijo army. Simultaneously, they relied on the fortifications of Kurikawa Castle and nearby fortified outposts to prepare for a desperate defense, refraining from engaging the Hachijo forces outside the castle walls. However, Date Tatamyun was currently besieged by the fierce onslaught of Date Haramyun. With his own base having been relocated to Maramori Castle, near the Soma territory, at this moment, Tatamyun was unable to concern himself with the fate of the Ashina clan. The best he could do was send his relative, Konagong Yinshige, back to the Hachijo forces, hoping Kajifumi would seize the opportunity to cease hostilities against the Ashina, due to the substantial losses suffered by the Ashina clan in their conflicts with the Usuji and Yukamanouchi clans. Both Ashina Morishun and his predecessor had repeatedly levied temporary tribute taxes on their domain, even collecting taxes for the following year, causing immense hardship for the subjects under Ashina rule. Even in years of natural disasters, the Ashina clan had not spared their subject from annual tributes, continuing to extract taxes and levies as usual, just as the Ashina clan was frantically scurrying within Kurikawa Castle like ants on a hot pan. Matsumoto Bichu and Matsumoto Terra, responsible for the defense of the outposts of Ahagakaku and Itatara, surrendered without resistance as the Hachijo forces approached. Subsequently, guided by the Ashina clan senior officials such as Tomita Shigemi, Kanesaka Moriyuki, and Hirata Suenabu, the Hachijo army easily captured all surrounding outposts of Kurikawa Castle with little to no resistance, completely isolating it. Kajifumi, acutely aware of his own forces' inadequacy to launch a vigorous assault on Kurikawa Castle, opted instead to besiege it temporarily, aiming to deplete the stockpiled provisions within. His confidence to encircle the Ashina stronghold stemmed from the belief that Kurikawa Castle was currently in dire straits. However, this strategy proved ineffective. After a month of siege, the Ashina forces inside Kurikawa remained spirited, seemingly unaffected by a lack of supplies. Perplexed by this anomaly, Kajifumi pondered how the Ashina could still exhibit such vitality despite having previously secured substantial provisions from their conquests in Nishiezu, Onuma, Kawachi, and Yama. At this juncture, Kanesaka Moriyuki, a former senior official of the Ashina clan, informed Kajifomi that the food supplies within Kurikawa Castle were minimal in preparation for the Usuji invasion. Ashina Morishiro had concentrated the majority of their provisions in the border regions of Onuma, Kawachi, and Yama. With these areas now conquered by the Hachijo, the stockpiles had been seized, and it was now merely necessary to cut off Kurikawa's water supply, rendering a direct assault unnecessary. Heeding Moriyuki's counsel, Kajifomi ordered the complete severance of all water channels supplying Kurikawa Castle, compelling the Ashina forces to abandon their stronghold, shortly after relocating his main camp to the southeastern outpost of Otakaima. The Ashina clan's prominent retainer, Sanjo Nabukatsu, arrived, accompanied by Date Tatamian's envoy, Koinagawa Munshige, to request an audience. Honored to be summoned by the esteemed Hachijo no Daifu, both Nabukatsu and Munshige stated in unison. "Ah, Koinagawa no Abo, it is a pleasure to see you again," Kajifomi responded, seated comfortably. "Forgive me if I've caused any inconvenience, esteemed Hachijo no Daifu," Munshige continued, feeling slightly awkward. "What brings you to Otakaima?" Kajifomi inquired, casually fanning himself. "My lord, Date Sakio no Daibu, hopes that you and Ashina no TG can reconcile and cease hostilities," Munshige replied directly. "Surely you jest, Koinagawa no Abo. How many castles does the Ashina clan possess at present?" The vassal lords and senior officials of the Ashina have successively surrendered to Hachijo's forces, while I sweep through the 4 counties of Aizu with fewer than 5,000 troops, leaving no one able to withstand my advance. Does Date Sakio no Daibu intend to rescue his beloved son-in-law? Kajifomi retorted with a cold laugh. "Not at all. Among the 7 counties of Sendai and 5 counties of Kaido, many lords remain loyal to my lord Date Sakio no Daibu. Should you persist in your campaign against the Ashina, the lords of the 12 counties will unite to declare war against the Usuji of Ekigo, and it remains uncertain whether Usuji Dange Shihitsu can handle such a situation," Munshige asserted, emboldened by his position in South Mutsu. Kajifomi and the Hachijo retainers erupted into laughter, leaving Munshige and Nabukatsu exchanging bewildered glances. "What causes you to laugh, Hachijo no Daifu? Have I spoken inaccurately?" Munshige questioned, perplexed. "Not at all. Koinagawa no Abo, your words are simply delightful. How many great lords and vassal lords within the 7 counties of Sendai and 5 counties of Kaido remain loyal to Date Sakio no Daibu? If what you say were true, Ashina no TG would have already summoned tens of thousands of reinforcements, and would not be besieged in Kurikawa Castle without any means of escape." Kajifomi replied, struggling to suppress his amusement. He found it utterly amusing that Munshige would attempt to intimidate him with the former influence of the Date clan, before the internal strife within the Date clan. The majority of the lords and vassal lords across the 12 counties of Sendai and Kaido had been subservient to the Date clan. However, following the complete rupture between Date Haramian and Date Tatamian, the lords and vassal lords of Sendai and Kaido began to take sides, particularly as Date Tatamian's power diminished. More lords adopted a stance of neutrality, unwilling to further involve themselves, for a moment. Munshige found himself at a loss for words. The current situation, as Kajifomi had described, if the lords and vassal lords of Sendai and Kaido were indeed loyal to Date Tatamian, he would not have been driven to Marimori Castle, and Ashina Morishiro would not be trapped within Kurikawa Castle without aid. Why does Hachijo no Daifu persist in his relentless campaign against the Ashina? The Usuji and Ashina have never been sworn enemies. What motivates this? Nabukatsu interjected, unable to contain his frustration. Why has the Ashina clan repeatedly disrupted the regions of Kabara and Iwafune in Ekigo? Why have they pilfered the estates of Okawa and Suganuma in Kabara? Why have they sought to extinguish the esteemed Sichinuma clan of southern Sage? Why target the 7 horsemen of Yamanuchi? Kajifomi replied unflinchingly, "If the Ashina are not vanquished, the 7 counties of Ekigo will never know peace. Moreover, after Sigakuro, I must also campaign in Ek and provide support to Usuji Norimesa. Should we fail to eliminate the Ashina threat, our forces will remain constrained in the south, severely diminishing our effectiveness in engagements in Ek and Ueno. Hachijo no Daifu. Why not propose a truce between the Usuji and Ashina? The Ashina can retain East Aizu and portions of Awase, while the Hachijo clan can claim the previously held territories of Onuma. Kawachi, Yama, and Nishi Myunshich suggested, presenting an ostensibly moderate proposal. I have long maintained that Koinagawa no Abo should have pursued a career in trade. What a pity it is that you have not, Kajifumi concluded. Regrettably, I cannot accept your proposal. Had the Ashina family earlier acquiesced to my suggestion of ceding the territories of Onuma and Koinuma, the subsequent events might have been averted. After shaking his head, Ahat Kajitaka remarked that he had long provided the Ashina family with opportunities and time, yet the Ashina clan failed to appreciate them. Who else could be blamed for this? Why is it that the Usuji clan of Ekigo, having already claimed the regions of Yama, Konuma, Onuma, and Nishizu, is still not satisfied? Kobayashi Myunshich could not comprehend why Ahat Kajitaka did not grasp the importance of seizing a favorable moment. Acting under the command of Usuji Taimyen, I'm tasked with conquering the 4 districts of Aizu. Until new orders are issued by Usuji Taimyen, I shall not unilaterally cease my assault on the Ashina clan. With Sanbin, escort our guests. Kajitaka had no intention of continuing a feudal dialogue with Kobayashi Myunshich and Sanj Nabukatsu. He was instead focused on strategizing the assault on the formidable fortress of Kirikawa Castle. Please, my lords, if you do not depart soon, I shall have to summon the waiting warriors outside. Gomi Takashige said politely to Kobayashi Myunshich and Sanj Nabukatsu. The two hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from voicing their thoughts. Departing swiftly from the grand hall of Odoyama Castle, with an army of fewer than 5,000, Kajitaka was resolute in breaching the stronghold, defeating formidable foes, and gaining a clearer understanding of the Ashina family's decayed essence, which significantly bolstered his confidence in seizing southern Mutsu. The tides of the world are ever shifting, and the fortunes of the realm have quietly shifted towards the Ahat clan in Kirikawa, a house that once stood against the Nagao family and nearly faced annihilation. After severing Kirikawa Castle's water supply, the Ahat forces faced no further concerns. They subsequently commenced a prolonged siege of Kirikawa Castle, intending to exhaust the defenders within while minimizing their own casualties. Nevertheless, the Ashina troops, resolutely entrenched within, continued their tenacious resistance against the Ahat forces. Even with their water and food supplies long cut off, the Ashina soldiers remained undaunted, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination, making it difficult for the Ahat forces to approach the castle. Furthermore, Ashina Marinabu seized the cover of night to select elite warriors from among his retainers, dispatching them stealthily from the castle to the districts of Anzuki and Awase. Urging his vassals, such as Nikkei Teruyuki, Shinakuni Yashiki, and Morisuk to hasten their support for Kirikawa Castle. However, on their way to assist Kirikawa Castle, Nikkei Teruyuki, Shinakuni Yashiki, and Morisuk fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by Usami Sadakatsu, suffering a crushing defeat. The retainers of the Ashina family were successively captured, and Teruyuki, upon retreating to his base, seized the lands of the fallen Shinakuni Yashiki and Morisuk. Recognizing that Kirikawa Castle was the Ashina stronghold and that the Ashina clan was a vital vassal of Date Tatamien, it was imperative to utilize this siege to obliterate Ashina Marinabu's reputation and martial renown, thereby instilling fear in the lords of southern Mutsu. As long as Tatamien's vassals and the lords of the realm refrained from sending reinforcements to support the besieged Ashina Marinabu, the clan's demise would be imminent. To instill confidence in the Ahat forces that there remained sufficient water and provisions within the castle, Ashina Marinabu devised a ruse. He instructed his samurai to lead the few remaining horses within the castle to the battlements of Ninomaru, pouring rice from bowls over the animals, creating the illusion of washing them with water from a distance. Given that most of the soldiers were commoners with little exposure to rice, they would likely not suspect that the substance masquerading as water was, in fact, rice. Marinabu hoped this subterfuge would mislead the besieging Ahat forces into believing that Kirikawa Castle still possessed ample water reserves, sufficient even for washing horses. Even if discerning individuals recognized the ruse, they might still mistakenly conclude that there were plentiful supplies of grain within the castle, enough to sustain them. Had the Ashina family remained united, this deception might have succeeded. However, with the defection of many high-ranking Ashina retainers to the Ahat forces, Marinabu's strategy lost its efficacy, particularly as seasoned veterans such as Jinsei Moriyuki and Hirata Tsukanari quickly saw through Marinabu's ploy, recognizing that he had exhausted his options. They advised the hack Kajitaka that Marinabu had reached a dead end and that a full assault on Kirikawa Castle was warranted. With a command from a hack Kajitaka, the Ahak forces surged forward from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of Kirikawa Castle. The Ashina retainers and samurai had long been aware of the impending assault, and upon hearing the conch horn from the Ahak forces outside the castle, they summoned their last reserves of strength to engage in close combat with the invading Ahak soldiers at the main gate, hoping to repel the intruders. In truth, this was a near-desperate act of resistance. The once mighty Ashina warriors, who had swept through the 4 districts of Aizu, now faced a relentless onslaught, their ranks thinning amidst cries of despair. After a fierce struggle lasting over 10 bouts, key figures such as Sanji Nobukatsu and Akama Nabikuni fell to the Ahak forces. The remaining defenders, weakened by starvation and thirst, were systematically subdued, with none surviving the onslaught. The wife of Ashina Marinabu, Date Guzan, daughter of Date Tatamian, refused to yield, displaying a courage that rivaled any man. Wielding her naginata alongside her maidens in a final stand against the Ahak forces, after slaying several Ahak foot soldiers, Date Guzan and her maidens leaped from the top of the castle's 3-tiered turret, taking their own lives in a moment of despair. Ashina Marinabu slowly emerged from his quarters, gazing out over the land of Aizu for one last time. He reflected on this vast expanse for which he had fought, defended, and pacified the 4 districts, resisting the Usugi and Date clans, only to see it now dissolve into smoke and become mere history. Once, the majority of the lords and countless subjects of Aizu had trembled before Ashina Marinabu. Once, he had harbored grand aspirations of establishing the Ashina legacy. Yet now, where had all that gone? Why did the lords and retainers abandon him with the same swiftness and eagerness as when they had once flocked to him? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall crumbles, everyone pushes the end this moment of impending doom. Who could possibly extend a hand to him? To Ashina Marinabu, the once mighty hegemony over the 4 districts of Aizu felt like an enormous, beautiful bubble now burst in the air. Only the billowing smoke of battle around Kirikawa Castle, on the brink of collapse, remained as the sole reality. A.S. Marinabu came to this realization. All his anger, fear, pain, and regret crashed upon him in an instant. He retreated to his quarters, drew his dagger, and committed seppuku. Amidst the clamor of battle outside, Kirikawa Castle fell. Thus, one of the prestigious houses of southern Mutsu, the Ashina clan, was utterly extinguished, lost to the sands of history. The following morning, Kajitaka conducted a head count at Kinboku Temple, located west of Odoima Castle, tallying over 200 heads, most of whom belonged to the samurai of the Ashina clan. Among them were renowned warriors such as Sanji Nobukatsu and Akama Nabikuni, along with over 30 others, all esteemed retainers and generals of the Ashina family. Kajitaka then dispatched Yoshikawa Muninabu to hasten to the Ekigo capital, reporting to Mazatiger that he had quelled the 4 districts of Aizu and eradicated the Ashina clan. On the 25th of February in the 12th year of the Tenmon era, after the Ahak forces had cleared Kirikawa Castle, Kajitaka entered the stronghold. He commanded his close aides, Ahak Hirafuku and Gomi Takashich, to seize the Ashina clan's records, and instructed Usami Sadakatsu and Seiki Naonabu to secure the treasury, collecting its riches to reward the soldiers. That day, Kajitaka ordered the apprehension of Hirata Tsukanari, Jinsei Moriyuki, and several others from the western and southern Aizu, accusing them of grave crimes for inciting Ashina Marinabu to attack southern Aizu, as well as the lords of Kawahari and Nagatu, and the 7 cavalry of Yamanaka from western Aizu. The former high-ranking retainers of the Ashina clan were taken to the banks of the Miyagawa River and compelled to commit seppuku, while their families were exiled from the 4 districts of Aizu, never to step foot within them again without permission. In truth, labeling these individuals as grave criminals is somewhat misleading. Aside from Hirata Tsukanari, Jinsei Moriyuki, and others who had actively persuaded Ashina Marinabu to attack southern and western Aizu, inciting the ire of the local lords, The fate of the remaining individuals hung in the balance between life and death. Ultimately, they were executed, and the rationale behind their demise was clear. Kajitaka needed to assert his authority through a degree of bloodshed. For a clan that had held sway over the 4 districts of Aizu for centuries and had long resisted the Usugi clan's encroachment, it would be inconceivable not to have a group accompany their downfall. Among the thousands who surrendered, it was absolutely essential to select a few as examples. This action serves to instill a sense of dread among the overwhelming majority, compelling them to harbor eternal gratitude towards the Usugi clan of Ekigo for the remainder of their lives. Remaining steadfast and loyal. This is the essence of benevolence and power. In truth, the populace understands this to be merely a pretext contrived by Kajitaka. The leaders of the Jinsei, Kikoku, Hirata clans, and others have deeply entrenched themselves in Aizu's 4 districts for centuries, thus solidifying their hold over the local hearts and minds. For Kajitaka, the presence of numerous powerful local lords in the heart of Aizu poses a significant disadvantage to both the Usugi clan of Ekigo and the Hachijo clan. Furthermore, Kajitaka must subsequently distribute the newly acquired lands of Aizu's 4 districts among various loyal vassals. Should he allow these landholding local lords to go unpunished, it would incite discontent among his retainers and the generals of the Northern Alliance. More critically, their territories are located in strategic strongholds within Aizu's 4 districts, fortified by robust castles and capable fighting forces, with close ties to the forces of Date Tatamian and other factions in southern Mutsu. To pardon them would be tantamount to planting a ticking time bomb for future campaigns into southern Mutsu. Particularly, who would be inclined to believe that figures such as Jinsei Moriyuki, who even their own clan leader refuses to pledge loyalty to, would ever remain faithful to Hachijo Kajitaka or the Usugi clan of Ekigo. The Ashina clan, one of the noble families of southern Mutsu, was annihilated by the Usugi clan of Ekigo and the Hachijo clan after losing the support of the populace. With their domain of Aizu's 4 districts entrusted to Hachijo Kajitaka by Usugi Masatora. Following the fall of Kirikawa Castle to Hachijo forces, Kajitaka deemed the prominent retainers of the Ashina clan, Hirata Sukafusa, Jinsei Moriyuki, Kitaka Morikatsu, Tomita Shigemi, and dozens more, as disloyal. With the exception of a small faction of former Ashina retainers like Tomita Shigemi, who had their land confiscated, the others were ordered to commit seppuku, and their families exiled from Aizu's 4 districts. Meanwhile, the rebellious branch of the Ashina clan, led by the head of the Inawashiro clan, Ashina Morikyo, along with his son Ashina Morikuni and cousin Ashina Morimitsu, along with over 100 members of their clan, approached Kajitaka in a state of trepidation. They had remained inactive during the siege of Kirikawa Castle, neither sending troops for aid nor providing supplies. Once Kirikawa Castle was besieged and starved into submission, Morikyo could no longer remain passive, compelled to bring his clan to request Kajitaka's forgiveness for the sake of their survival and stability. However, what Morikyo did not anticipate was that he would not even lay eyes on Kajitaka, who directly accused him of disloyalty and injustice, betraying his lord and conspiring against the clan, ordering him to commit seppuku, along with Ashina Morikuni, Morimitsu, and the rest of the Ashina kin who had accompanied him. Upon receiving the news that their head, Ashina Morikyo, and young lord Ashina Morikuni had been ordered to commit seppuku, the retainers of the Ashina clan in Inawashiro were thrown into disarray. They understood that rebelling against the Hachijo clan while besieged would be a foolish endeavor, yet surrendering did not guarantee them mercy from Kajitaka. Subsequently, led by prominent Ashina retainers such as Kohama Morichika and Horikite Takumi, they fled to the territory of Nihonmatsu in Ando County, hoping to find refuge with the Nihonmatsu clan. The lord of the Nihonmatsu clan, Nihonmatsu Yashitsugu, like the Ashina clan, was a vassal of Date Tatamian. Unable to bear witnessing the demise of a former ally, he resolved to shelter Kohama Morichika and Horikite Takumi along with the Ashina retainers, instructing his loyal vassal Takayama to fortify their castle and stockpile provisions in preparation for conflict with the Hachijo clan. After all, the inclusion of the Ashina clan, well versed in the geography of Aizu's 4 districts, would provide a strategic advantage in any forthcoming conflict. Thus, The Ashina clan faced extinction mere days after the fall of the Ashina clan to the Hachijo forces. Kajitaka's actions regarding the Ashina clan's punishment were indeed influenced by the counsel of former Ashina retainers like Tomita Shigemi. Previously, Ashina Morikyo had supported the eldest son of Ashina Morishun to succeed as the head of the Ashina clan. However, when Morikyo found himself besieged by Morishun's forces, he surrendered the clan's leadership and opened the gates, resulting in a loss of his vassal's honor and their eventual defeat at the hands of Morishun. The majority of his former allies were subsequently vanquished, with only Tomita Shigemi managing to negotiate his surrender through the intercession of Ashina Moriyuki and Hirata Sukafusa. Upon learning of the fall of Kirikawa Castle and the seppuku of Ashina Morishun, the lord of Akizawa Castle, Akizawa Nobinori, wept for 3 days. He soon realized that the isolated Akizawa clan, stationed at Akizawa Castle, could not withstand the might of the Hachijo forces, especially with Date Haramian, who held the northern territories, still allied with the Usuji clan of Ekigo. Continuing to resist could lead to the annihilation of his clan and the severing of their lineage. To avert such a fate, Nobunori, along with his son Nobukane and uncle Tashineo, along with other warriors of the Akizawa clan, presented maps of the territories of North Yema and South Chikushi to Kajitaka, offering to surrender along with Akizawa Castle, Hodayama Castle, Iwayama Castle, and Ashi Castle, which lay at the border of Yema and Chikushi. Kajitaka's unexpected leniency towards the Akizawa clan, who surrendered last, allowed them to continue defending the borders and monitor Date Haramian's movements, securing the northern gateway of Aizu's 4 districts. This gesture deeply moved Nobunori, prompting him to draft an oath of loyalty to the Hachijo clan, leaving his eldest son Nobukane and younger son Zeneman by Kajitaka's side. Subsequently, Kajitaka integrated Nobukane into the Right Crane army, while the young Zeneman was appointed as a minor retainer. Kajitaka's arrangements stemmed from his apprehension regarding Date Haramian's potential resurgence following his father Date Tadamian's defeat, which could lead to the southern advance into the territories of Sendai and the 7 counties of the region, a scenario detrimental to the Hachijo clan should Haramian assume control of the Date clan and its territories. He would inevitably involve himself in the affairs of Aizu's 4 districts, potentially inciting rebellion among the local lords against the Hachijo clan or the Usuji clan of Ekigo. The political landscape is ever-shifting, and allegiances can turn at any moment. Kajitaka is acutely aware of the eventual fates of alliances such as the KS, Usuji, and K by coalitions, where even those bound by marriage and kinship can suddenly breach their oaths, as evidenced by the fragile alliance between the Usuji clan and Date Haramian, which was merely a written agreement with Tadamian's son as a hostage. Thus, Kajitaka's consideration for the future compelled him to adopt a more lenient approach towards the Akizawa clan, allowing them to retain their positions on the frontier and keep a vigilant watch over Date Haramian. Kajitaka subsequently renamed Kirikawa Castle to Wakamatsu Castle, signifying a change in allegiance that he even contemplated relocating his base to Wakamatsu Castle. But at present, the Hachijo clan's control over Aizu's 4 districts was not yet firmly established, and the necessary land surveys, dismantling of superfluous castles, and bestowing of fiefs upon loyal vassals would have to be postponed for the time being. On the 15th of March in the 12th year of the Tenbun era, Kajitaka announced the allocation of the newly acquired territories of Aizu's 4 districts from Kirikawa Castle. Usami Sadakatsu was granted land worth 1,000 koku from the historical Dozen and Hutoyama castles in Ekigo's Kambara County, transferring his fief to the western region of Yema in Ando County, with his residence at Inawashiro Castle, now commanding 3,500 koku. He was tasked with defending against the Ando clan of Nihon Matsu. Additionally, Usami Sadakatsu remained a commander in the Right Crane army, which was also relocated to the newly acquired territory of Ainen. Hachijo Nobushige, during the campaign against Nishizu and Onuma, had previously issued fief documents without permission. Consequently, his contributions were deemed balanced, and he continued to hold the lands of Kambara County's Ogawa and the castle of Fine KS, maintaining his position in the Left Crane army. However, the 150 mounted warriors under the Left Crane army were commanded by Hachijo Hiroshige, son of Hachijo Nobushige, serving as Kajitaka's personal guards. Seiki Neashige was transferred from 2 Koku in Echigo's Kambara County's Akadani Castle to the small castle at the junction of Eizu and Azuma, commanding 3,300 koku and assuming the role of deputy governor of Azuma County. Responsible for the campaign against Azuma, his previous duties of liaising with the Northern Alliance generals were reassigned to the abbot of Shab, G. Tank F-Ku. Hachijo Yoshinaga repeatedly led his retainers in battle alongside Kajitaka and Hachijo Nobushige, achieving notable victories. Thus, on this occasion, Jingding appointed Jing as the governor of Hezhou County and the lord of Qingda City, bestowing upon him a stipend of 5,000 kin. Fujisawa Junji, having distinguished himself in the conquest of Rakazenka Castle and the defense of the 8 military supply routes, was appointed as the governor of Uzuma County and the lord of Yushing City, receiving a stipend of 2,300 kin. Simultaneously, he was tasked with overseeing the 6 cavalry units within the mountains, the Yushing family. One of the 7 cavalry units within the mountains had been vanquished by Hachijo's army led by Hachijo Kazu. Kamizawa Kageyoshi, who had previously served as the castle steward of Kamizawa Castle in Karikawa Village, Echigo Province, diligently served the former Echigo protector Yusuji Satizane. This time, he distinguished himself in the campaign against the 4 counties of Eizu, securing the conquest of Rakazenka Castle and safeguarding the 8 military supply routes, leading to his appointment as the lord of Eizuwaka Matsu Castle and the sub-castle of Higuriyama, with a stipend of 3,000 kin that he was responsible for defending against the Nikaido family of Awase County. Murayama Sakan, during the campaign to conquer the 4 counties of Eizu and capture Ushio Castle, achieved notable merit in the first charge and was granted the honorific title Sadaru, receiving the lands of Kadiyama Castle and Iya Mountain Castle in Ogawa Village. Kambara County, Echigo Province, with a stipend of 1,000 kan. After bestowing reward upon his meritorious retainers, Jingding sought to swiftly win the hearts of the populace in the 4 counties of Eizu by announcing a set of regulations. Farmers were exempt from any taxes beyond their annual tribute, and all excessive levies from the rule of the Ashina family were abolished. The samurai of the 4 counties of Eizu were required to pledge loyalty and service to the Hachijo family, with disobedience punishable by seppuku or exile. Any samurai wishing to serve the Hachijo family must have their identities thoroughly verified before being accepted. Repairs were to be made to the roads throughout the 4 counties of Eizu, and fortifications were to be constructed at the borders with Azumi County, Awase County, Ando County, and Shizuoka County, along with the stockpiling of provisions and supplies, in preparation for potential conflicts with the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu families. Local samurai and regional lords could escalate disputes arising from their territories to Korinzen Castle for resolution. Afterward, Jingding believed that the Hachijo family, having seized control of the 4 counties of Eizu, should bide their time for several years, discreetly expanding their territory, strengthening their national power, and preparing their military forces, which was to be their strategic foresight. Years later, they would make a substantial advance eastward, conquering the 7 counties of Sendai. As the saying goes, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without valuing minor achievements, one cannot accomplish great undertakings. The 4 counties of Eizu were of great significance to Echigo, lying within its very heart and posing a substantial threat. Due to their strategically vital location, Jingding had previously fervently persuaded Yusuji Masatora to ally with Date Haramian and dispatch troops to conquer the 4 counties of Eizu. The 4 counties resembled 4 claws, embedded within the belly of Echigo, and could not be overlooked. Eizu held the key to southern Ashu, entwined with the various commanders of the 7 counties of Sendai, making it a land of great value and a matter of national security. After the Ashina family was vanquished by the Hachijo army, the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu families, who had previously stood idly by during the downfall of the Ashina family, were compelled to form an alliance against the Hachijo family, which had occupied the 4 counties of Eizu and Ogawa Village in Kambara County. Simultaneously, Nikaido Toyuki and Nihon Matsu Yashikuni had to contend with the long-looming threat of the Shirakawa and Tamura families. Upon returning to Korinzen Castle, Jingding faced a dire situation. The lands of the 4 counties of Eizu lay desolate, with the population diminished, the prices of rice and salt soared, leaving the populace in famine. Compounded by frequent raids from the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu families, as well as remnants of the Ashina family. The border towns were rife with unrest. Thus, managing the newly acquired territory amidst such desolation became Jingding's foremost task. Previously, Jingding had conferred lands upon many of his loyal retainers at Kurikawa Castle, even granting the title of Castle Lord to the newly appointed retainer Murayama Nobisada, who had once been without land and had to hide rice to survive. This led to discontent among those like Hachijo, Kyotoku, who had received no new lands at this juncture. The meritorious retainers, eager to stake their claim to a castle in the 4 counties of Aizu, gathered outside Karinzen Castle, with Hachijo Kazufian taking the lead. This compelled Jingding to summon them to the Grand Hall of Karinzen Castle, while Lord raises the banner of righteousness at Byajima Castle, proclaiming Yusuji Masatora as the great general, and we, the retainers, pledged to follow him in all campaigns they began, while the newly appointed retainers, such as Usami Minbu and Fujisawa Hayato, seem to hold territories that surpass ours. This has caused discontent among us. Hachijo Kazufian, having received a penalty for issuing unauthorized land security documents during the campaign in the 4 counties of Aizu, was particularly dissatisfied with Jingding's punishment. Thus he, along with other discontented retainers, sought an explanation to the onset of the house's righteous banner, although the kin of the Omi protector rallied to support the house in its campaigns. During the expedition against Sanjo Nakatsisa, the defeated forces under Omi nearly scattered the house's main army. Had it not been for Usami Minbu's quick thinking in dispatching his warriors disguised as soldiers under Nagao Toshikage to exploit the unguarded position of Nagao, the house might have faced ruin. Later, during the campaign against the 4 counties of Aizu, Omi issued unauthorized land security documents to the regional lords, all without the house's consent, a move that bore the hallmarks of treachery. If not for Omi's long service and dedication to the Hachijo family, such an act alone would have warranted a command for seppuku. Jingding paused before continuing. Our house also rewards merit. The contributions of retainers like Usami Minbu and others have not gone unnoticed. However, we cannot engage in favoritism and indiscriminate rewards. Our sustenance and resources derive from the common folk. Thus, we must prioritize their welfare and appoint the deserving, irrespective of their pedigree. A wise ruler seeks out talent far and wide. Not dismissing the humble or disrespecting the disgraced, that I urge you all to reflect on this. Jingding, while heavily relying on retainers from the Kyoto Hachijo family and Musashi Hachijo family, such as Hachijo Harukane, Hachijo Yashifian, and Hachijo Norifian, also included those from Ekigo, like Usami Sadamoto, Usami Sadakatsu, and Seiki Naomesa, and even elevated the former enemy Murayama Nobisada to the rank of Castle Lord after his military achievements. Jingding adhered to a principle in his appointments. The foolish rely on brute strength, the wise on strategy, the brave on valor, and the timid on caution. In this way, regardless of intelligence or courage, everyone finds their rightful place. Thus, no skilled artisan discards materials, and no wise ruler lacks capable individuals. While Lord speaks true, the retainers, including Hachijo Kazufian and others, could not help but lower their heads after hearing Jingding's words. Indeed, Jingding's observations were astute. Previously, during the campaign against Nagao Toshikage and the defense of Sanjo Castle, Hachijo Kazufian's forces had been routed by a desperate attack from Nagao Toshikage, nearly scattering Jingding's center. Had it not been for Usami Sadakatsu's ingenuity in sending brave warriors disguised as Nagao soldiers, Jingding's very life might have been at stake. Now, with both the court and the Kyoto faction having long lost power and the realm embroiled in turmoil across over 60 provinces, to pacify these regions, the house would need to rely on the valor of its retainers. How could they squabble over trifles in such a critical moment? The bond between lord and vassals must be one of mutual trust and cooperation. Without such camaraderie, achieving great deeds would be impossible. Jingding spoke earnestly, and the retainers received his words with sincerity. My lord's words resonate deeply. The retainers, including Hachijo Kazufian, lowered their heads further. You have all worked hard during the campaign in the 4 counties of Aizu. Return and rest well. The 7 counties of Sendai still harbor the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu families, who eye our house with suspicion and have even taken in many remnants of the Ashina family. There will be ample opportunities for you to achieve great deeds in the future. Our house has only recently conquered the 4 counties of Aizu, and our foundations are still unstable. For the sake of the nation, we must focus on stability and peace, minimizing further conflict. At this moment, Jingding's foremost desire was to restore and rejuvenate, rather than endlessly pursue military aggression. The 4 counties of Aizu lay in ruins, with farmlands barren and the populace diminished. If not managed properly, the Hachijo family could not hope to maintain control over Aizu for long and might well be driven back to Echigo by the lords of Date and others. We take our leave. Hachijo Kazufuan, Uchiyama Mitsuhiza, and the other retainers subsequently departed from the Grand Hall, leaving Jingding alone. Jingding then stepped outside, gazing at the endless valleys surrounding Korinzen Castle, gradually formulating bold ideas in his mind. As Jingding's martial fame grew in the regions of Ashu and Hokuriku, and as his own power expanded, a daring vision began to take shape within him. To organize his forces, conquer distant lands, march to Kyoto, and enthrone a shogun at this moment, Jingding felt an overwhelming excitement. If one were to encapsulate his current state of mind in 2 words, it would be ambition. Humans are indeed fascinating creatures. When they're in dire straits, a full meal becomes their greatest aspiration. Once they have enough to eat, they begin to think about fine clothing and seek love and marriage. When they have all these, they then pursue satisfaction in their spiritual lives. In essence, human desires are insatiable. In diverse circumstances, individuals harbor distinct aspirations. Thus, Jingding, being human, is no exception to this rule, particularly after Jingding's conquest of the 4 regions of Aizu. Bolstered by formidable military strength and proximity to the 7 prefectures of Sendai, he emerged as the foremost threat to the daimyos of the Date clan and the local lords, having thoroughly scrutinized the strengths and weaknesses of the illustrious Date family. Jingding's intention to engulf the 7 prefectures of Sendai became increasingly evident. He resolved to leverage his military prowess, under the guise of expeditions, to enact actual annexations following a period of recuperation, thereby paving the way for his grand ambitions. Within a mere few years, Jingding transformed the Hachijo clan from a subordinate of the Ashikaga shogunate in Echigo to a formidable power in its own right, ultimately establishing dominion over the region, a choice necessitated by the chaos of the era, from which no one could remain aloof. Following Jingding's successful campaign against the 4 regions of Aizu and the obliteration of the threatening Ashina clan, the balance of power shifted, allowing the Date clan under Haramian to regain momentum. Upon learning of the demise of his chief adversary, the Ashina clan, Haramian was elated, hosting grand celebrations within his castle at Yonezawa. Subsequently, he dispatched his trusted minister, Koz Kajichu, laden with gifts to congratulate Jingding, while expressing hope that Jingding could persuade Usuji Masatora to launch an assault on the southern regions of Dua and the 7 prefectures of Sendai, which were under the command of Date Tadamian's forces, to alleviate the pressure on his own campaigns against Marimori and Yanagawa. Haramian found himself unable to make significant advancements in northern Sendai due to the repeated incursions by the lords of Yamagata Castle. Mogami Yashimori, allied with the lord of Oguni Castle, Usuji Kageyama, as well as the lord of Ayabe Castle, Ayabe Morisada, all of whom were loyal to Date Tadamian. Notably, Yashimori, with the support of his trusted vassals, such as Usuji Sadaneo and Tanakazu Sagami, remained highly active on behalf of Date Tadamian, even reclaiming lost territories like Nagatani Castle and at one point laying siege to Yonezawa Castle. This left Haramian in a perpetual state of concern, even when he himself led forces into the regions of Date and Shibuki, fearing a coordinated assault from the southern Dua lords, including Yashimori, Usuji Kageyama, and Ayabe Morisada. Upon receiving the gifts of hawks, gold, steeds, and sword from Koz Kajichu, Jingding did not immediately acquiesce to Haramian's request. After all, he did not wish for Haramian to swiftly vanquish Date Tadamian's successor and secure the pivotal posts of clan leader and the honorary title of Ashu Tandai, an ostensibly prestigious position within the samurai hierarchy of Ashu, yet one that lacked substantial administrative power, often relegated to mere representation by the shogunate. In many respects, the title of Ashu Tandai resembled an honorific rather than a position of real authority. The influence of the Date clan across the regions of Ashu and Ushu was considerable, and as the Hachijo clan had only recently established itself in southern Dua, any misstep could provoke a concerted attack from the lords of southern Dua, a scenario Jingding wished to avoid. Especially concerning was the fact that Haremian had managed to realign several former allies of Date Tatamian, including Ishibashi Nagayoshi, the lord of Shirozawa Castle, Tamura Takakatsu, the lord of Miharu Castle, and Nagakoa Mormian, the lord of Motomiya Castle, to his side. Even Shirakawa Yashitsuna, who had recently become a daimyo under the Usugi of Ekigo, began clandestine negotiations with Haremian, further diminishing the Usugi's influence in the 7 prefectures of Sendai. To ensure loyalty among his vassals, Haremian granted a special privilege of no guardian intrusion to 9 key retainers, led by Nakano Munetoshi, while exempting other meritorious retainers from the obligation of tribute. Subsequently, Jingding cited the instability within the 4 regions of Aizu, where remnants of the Ashina clan and other factions, such as the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu clans, continued to pose threats, as justification for his inability to assist Haremian in military endeavors against the southern regions of Dua and the 7 prefectures of Sendai. Upon realizing Jingding's lack of intent to mobilize forces, Kajichu had no choice but to return to Yonezawa Castle to report the situation to Haremian. Haremian, though resigned to the circumstances, recognized that with the Ashina clan eliminated by the Usugi, the lords loyal to Date Tatamian could no longer execute a pincer movement against Haremian's territories. However, the rapid occupation of the strategically vital 4 regions of Aizu by Jingding caught Haremian off guard. Had the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu clans not remained hostile to the Hachijo clan, Haremian might have feared a sudden strike from them, given the vulnerability of his territories. The 4 regions of Aizu served as a crucial choke point. Bordered by the Aoyu mountain range to the east, the Ekigo Mountains to the west, the Shimizuke Highlands to the south, and the Ide Mountains to the north, connecting the regions of Ao, Kanto, and Hokuriku, a quintessential key to control, vanquishing the Ashina clan, Jingding became an indispensable gatekeeper for the Usugi of Ishigo. At this juncture, Jingding gradually came to the realization that the internecine conflict within the Date clan could not be resolved swiftly. Despite Haremian's continuous victories with the Usugi's support, his territorial gains were minimal, a situation mirrored by Date Tatamian's side. Conversely, the territories of the southern Asho lords, such as the Soma, Tamura, Nihon Matsu, Nikaido, and Mogami clans, were expanding significantly. For Jingding, the more fragmented the situation in Ashu and Ushu became, the more advantageous it was for the Hachijo clan to, in pursuit of solidifying the Hachijo clan's dominion over the 4 regions of Aizu. Jingding embarked on a series of reforms that, as the ancients wisely noted, the people regard food as their heaven. Agriculture is the foundation of governance. A well-stocked granary fosters decorum, while ample provisions instill a sense of honor and disgrace. Agriculture is paramount for the establishment and stability of a nation. Without a 9-year reserve, one cannot withstand droughts or floods. If silkworm rearing is obstructed, the household will lack clothing for the year, insufficient to ward off the cold or heat. Yet, in times of turmoil, many forsake agriculture for armament, trading substance for illusion, vying for the fleeting benefits of weaponry, thereby undermining the agricultural foundation. Even with treasures aplenty, hunger and cold cannot be alleviated. Initially, after conferring with Usami Sadamitsu, Sanada Yukitaka, Tomisato Tashishige, Matsuki Hidemasa, and other vassals, Jingding decreed the limitation of excessive luxury within the household, advocating for frugality, reducing corvée labor, and lowering taxes. Concurrently, he endeavored to encourage the populace to return to farming, redistributing the land confiscated from the lords of Aizu to landless farmers, and facilitating the migration of residents from the Kirikawa and Kambara regions to Aizu, where they could cultivate wasteland and bolster the population. Additionally, he sold marine salt from Ekigo at reduced prices to the people of Aizu. Furthermore, Jingding oversaw the construction of irrigation systems in the 4 regions of Aizu, Kirikawa, and Kambara, establishing granaries to guard against famine. These granaries were specifically designated for disaster relief, prohibiting arbitrary use. In times of plenty, they could lend seeds to the populace. In times of disaster, they would serve to provide aid. Achieving a dual purpose that further increased the agricultural populace within the Hachijo domain. Jingding even enticed many displaced individuals from the vicinity of the 7 prefectures of Sendai to migrate to Eizu, encouraging them to cultivate the land extensively. Following the implementation of these pro-agriculture and pro-people policies from various angles, the economy of the 4 regions of Eizu experienced rapid recovery and development. In the 13th year of the Tenmon era, in October, the 4 regions of Eizu and the small stream of Ogawa in Kambara enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Many former residents, upon learning of their hometown's prosperity, set out to return home, and the once desolate and chaotic landscape of Eizu was now transformed. Just as Jingding reveled in the harvest, a messenger from the Ekigo domain, Neo Kanetsugu, arrived at Kirinzen Castle. Neo, the Dado no Kami, approached with an important matter at hand. Jingding summoned Neo into the grand hall of Kirinzen Castle. He extended his congratulations to Hachijo Nakatsukasa for pacifying the 4 regions of Eizu and for the bountiful harvest within the territory. Expressing that with Hachijo Nakatsukasa safeguarding Eizu, the 7 prefectures of Ekigo would remain as steadfast as a rock. Neo began by praising Jingding. "You flatter me, my lord. My abilities are rather limited, and my achievements in securing Eizu are solely due to the dedication of my vassals." Jingding replied with a smile. His lordship is currently leading forces in Echu to assist the Daime Shinamako, and I hope that Hachijo Nakatsukasa can coordinate with the various generals of the northern factions to secure the borders. Neo gradually revealed his purpose for visiting Kirinzen Castle. "What? His lordship has ventured into Echu at such a time. Are there capable retainers stationed in the southern region of the Ashinano?" Jingding's greatest concern lay in the southern Ashinano of the Ekigo domain. It was rumored that Takeda Harunobu, after exiling his father Takeda Nabitora, had launched a series of invasions against the various prefectures of Shinano, raising an unnumbered army, even annihilating the esteemed Suwa clan. The 4 generals of Shinano, including Murakami Yashikyo and the Takanashi clan, were embroiled in continuous disputes. Should the Takanashi clan fall to the Murakami clan, the buffer zone between Ekigo and Murakami's lands would vanish. Before venturing into Echu, his lordship had dispatched Saito Shitano, the lord of Akita Castle, to assist Takahashi in fending off the Murakami clan's incursions. With Sato's wisdom and valor, Ashinano would surely remain unscathed. Neo expressed great confidence in Sato's capabilities. "That is well. I shall await his lordship's triumphant return." Upon learning that Saito was stationed in Ashinano, Jingding felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Amidst the 7 districts of Ekigo, the number of commanding generals who possess both literary and martial prowess, along with wisdom and valor, is indeed scant, and Saito Asanobu is one such figure. Should there be no other matters at hand, I suggest that you, along with Sanbei, escort Nagao Yamato Kami to the longhouse within the castle to rest for the night before accompanying him back to Sakakibara. Upon observing that J.K. had no further thoughts to express regarding Nagao Sakitsuna, he resolved to have Gomi Takashi arrange for Nagao Sakitsuna to rest for a night before his departure from Kirinzen Castle. "Please, His Excellency Hachijo no Kamen, remain patient for a moment. I have one more matter to discuss." As Nagao Sakitsuna saw J.K. preparing to take his leave, he hastily called out to him. "Might I inquire what further business you have?" Nagao Yamato no Kami. J.K., recognizing the urgency, took his seat once more. "There is a young lady of my acquaintance who is of a similar age to His Excellency Hachijo no Kamen. Might you be considering taking a concubine soon?" After much deliberation, Nagao Sakitsuna revealed his true intentions. His ostensible mission to Kirinzen Castle was merely a facade to congratulate J.K. on pacifying the 4 provinces of Eizu. In truth, he sought to strengthen the ties between the Nagao and Hachijo families. "Is this matter known to His Excellency the S.H. Gun?" Though surprised by Nagao Sakitsuna's disclosure, J.K. concealed his astonishment, preoccupied with concerns regarding whether this issue had reached Mazatiger's ears. After all, marriages among sarai possessing wealth exceeding 50 must receive the approval of the head of the household, making it impossible for families to unilaterally decide such matters. "I have conveyed this to His Excellency the S.H. Gon, who hopes I might first inquire about your intentions." His Excellency Hachijo no Kamen. Nagao Sakitsuna continued that I appreciate your goodwill. Nagao Yamada no Kami. Yet I must take time to ponder this matter. At present, the provinces of Aizu, along with the neighboring districts of Azuma, Iwasaki, and Ando, remain unsettled, with the specter of war looming ever closer. Furthermore, the surrounding areas of Izuwakamatsu Castle require renovations, the addition of longhouses, and the expansion of the castle town. So might it be prudent to defer my response to Nagao Yamata no Kami for a while longer? J.K. truly found himself with little time to consider a concubine, yet he could not outright refuse Nagao Sakitsuna. For the Nagao family holds a long-standing position as loyal vassals to the Nagao clan, currently still under Mazatidra's banner. Then I shall await good news from you, His Excellency Hachijo no Kamen. With J.K. unable to provide an immediate answer, Nagao Sakitsuna took his leave. Master Zank, what is the current situation in the 7 districts of Sendai? After Nagao Sakitsuna departed from the main hall, J.K. stepped outside to inquire of Zank, who sat calmly in the corridor. Since our lord has taken time to recuperate and rejuvenate the populace, in just over a year, Date Mutsuno Kami has successfully allied with the Mogami and Iwaki clans, and even brought local lords to our side, his positioned troops near Marumo Castle. It seems only a matter of time before Date Mutsuno Kami overcomes Date Sekino Daifu. Zank responded slowly. During this past year, our family has amassed sufficient strength that we have completed land assessments in the 4 provinces of Aizu, amounting to over 78,000 kan, including Agawazawa, Tokiwa, and Shirakawa. Our total holdings have surpassed 100,000 kan, which translates into over 300,000 koku of rice. The cavalry under our command has reached 500, and after replenishment, the infantry has expanded to 3,000. It is now time to settle accounts with the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu families. J.K. prepared to take action against the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu clans, allies of Date Tatamian, for he had awaited this moment for a long time. The prospect of deploying troops to the 7 districts of Sendai indeed presented a golden opportunity to vanquish the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu clans. Along with other influential local lords, the Tamura, Ishibashi, and Shirakawa clans had all aligned with Date Mutsuno Kami and would not come to the aid of the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu families. Zank also believed that the time was ripe for an offensive into the 7 districts of Sendai. Indeed, the vast expanse of Ashu must not see our family constrained by the intrigues of the Date and Mutsu clans. It is time to draft a petition to the court and the Shogunate, proposing the separation of the 4 provinces of Aizu from Ashu and the establishment of a Wadate province, along with the appointment of new officials such as the Wadate governor and related positions. J.K. resolved, intending to fragment the Mutsu province and thereby diminish the influence of the Date clan. While the Lord's intentions are commendable, the implementation may encounter significant resistance, particularly from the lords of the 7 districts of Sendai, who may not be inclined to support such a proposal. Zhang cautioned, doubting that the lords of Sendai would remain indifferent to J.K.'s plans to divide the Mutsu province. Then we shall be forced to resort to war. The weak must perish, and the laggard shall be struck. Such is the brutal reality. J.K. lamented he was, in truth, the one most averse to endless conflict, yet there are times when war is unavoidable. However, my lord, I have heard whispers of dissent within the Nihonmatsu family. Leaning towards Date Mutsuno Kami, I fear that should you lead your forces into Nihonmatsu territory, Date Mutsuno Kami may send envoys to mediate. Zank revealed a startling piece of news. An arrow is drawn and must be released. Were it not for the valiant efforts of the Usami clan and Saito Tosuno Kami, the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu families would have long been drawn into the heart of the 4 provinces of Aizu by the former retainers of the Ashina clan. To leave these 2 clans intact would spell endless troubles ahead. J.K. shared Zank's sentiments, feeling somewhat speechless. Previously, it had been essential to eliminate the Ashina clan, and now it was imperative to vanquish the Nikaido and Nihonmatsu clans. At this rate, he would inevitably become ensnared in the quagmire of Mutsu. My lord, how about a strategy of distant alliances and local attacks? Zank suddenly proposed. Distant alliances and local attacks. Is this not akin to the Usuji clan of Ekigo, allying with Date Mutsuno Kami? J.K. found himself perplexed by Zank's suggestion. If Date Matsuno Kami insists on shielding the Nikaido and Nihon Matsu families, then my lord must suggest to His Excellency the SH gun that we sever ties with Date Matsuno Kami. Return Date Tadafumi, and unite with the lords of Southern Yuwa to strike against Date Matsu-no-Kami. In doing so, my lord could seize control of the Date territories and dominate the two provinces of Ashu. Zhang's idea was straightforward: to forge alliances with the lords and local leaders of Southern Yuwa, thereby restraining the expansionist ambitions of Date Haremian. If successful, they could even annihilate the Date clan and reign supreme over the two provinces of Ashu. Unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid such a last resort. J.K. shook his head. Sever relations completely with the Date clan would require preparing to contend with nearly half of Matsu. My lord, your military strength is formidable, unmatched across the eastern lands, with loyal retainers and vassals. The Hachijo clan stands united. Why should we fear the outwardly strong yet internally weak Date clan? Zhang had long discerned the true nature of the Date clan, believing that even if Date Haremian triumphed over Date Tadamian and unified the clan, he would not be able to alter its core essence in the short term. Then let us convene a military council and prepare to mobilize. The Kirikawa district is not included in our deployment range. JK was swayed by Zhang's arguments. Aside from the Kirikawa district, he prepared to launch a large-scale offensive into the 7 districts of Sendai. Once they secured the 7 districts of Sendai, the Hachijo clan would control the critical route leading to the 8 provinces of Kanto. Perhaps my lord should delay military action for now. Relocating to Izuwakamatsu Castle to observe the movements of the surrounding lords and local leaders, Zhang suggested, wishing to ascertain how the samurai, still aligned with Date Tadamian, would react upon learning of JK's relocation to Izuwakamatsu Castle, situated not far from the districts of Iwasaki, Ando, and the other 7 districts of Sendai, before proceeding with further actions. Master Zhang, your strategy is indeed commendable. The relocation of our residence is not merely a matter of a single person or family. It involves moving the entire left-control Crane army. Consequently, the samurai of Sendai may hasten to conspire with Date Matsuno Kami. JK remarked with a smile, in this manner, my lord will gain an insight into the true nature of the lords and local leaders of the 7 districts of Sendai. Allowing for a thorough sweep thereafter, Zhang's intention was to ensure that JK would capture all the disloyal subjects in the 7 districts of Sendai, thereby minimizing effort and time. There is no time to lose. We must complete the relocation before winter. J.K. had no intention of waiting until the heavy snows of winter seal the mountains. He must seize the opportunity while Date Haremian and the samurai of Sendai were embroiled in conflict. Promptly relocating to Wakamatsu Castle, the tides of circumstance shift like sand sinking into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the world may transform beyond recognition. Thus, JK issued orders to mobilize nearly 20,000 men from the populace of Agawazawa and the 4 provinces of Aizu. Within a month, the residences and longhouses within and around Korinzen Castle were vacated. Meanwhile, Hachijo Masafian commanded 1,500 infantry from the left-control Crane army, while Hachijo Hierophant led 200 cavalry assigned to guard the inner and outer precincts of Izuwakamatsu Castle. Subsequently, Hachijo Masafian's infantry was stationed outside Wakamatsu Castle, primarily tasked with maintaining order and security in the castle town, while Hachijo Hierophant's cavalry was responsible for the castle's internal defenses in the 13th year of Tenbun. In October, while JK was in the process of relocating his residence, Mazatiger could no longer stand idly by as Jinbo Nagamoto launched an assault against the Shina clan. He led an army of 5,000 into the Ekigo Nakagawa district, guided by Shina Yasutaka, directing the Usuji forces straight towards the stronghold of Jinbo Nagamoto at Toyama Castle. Upon witnessing the circumstances, the local lords of Shinkawa district swiftly aligned themselves with the Usuji clan of Ekigo, dispatching troops to join the Usuji forces. However, Jinbo Nagatsun was utterly incapable of withstanding the ferocious onslaught of the Usuji army, leading him to abandon Toyama Castle and flee to Azumiyama Castle. Mazatiger pursued Jinbo Nagatsun closely, swiftly arriving at the foot of Azumiyama Castle, yet hindered by the castle's steep and formidable terrain and lacking siege equipment. He was compelled to retreat temporarily. After regrouping and recuperating, Mazatiger launched another assault on Jinbo Nagatsune, who had by this time lost all capacity to resist the Usugi forces. In a state of panic, he fled once more, abandoning Azumiyama Castle after his retreat from Toyama Castle, and continued his escape towards the direction of Gokeisan. Upon capturing Azumiyama Castle, Mazatiger fully embraced the strategy of pursuing the fleeing enemy while their courage still lingered, turning his attention to the stronghold of Inab Castle, which belonged to the Jinbo family. The defending commander, Nanbu Genzaman, realizing the futility of resisting the Usugi forces, followed the example of his lord, Jinbo Nagatsune, and abandoned the castle in hasty retreat. Consequently, Inab Castle fell into the hands of the Usugi without a fight, and was subsequently ravaged and laid to waste, with the sequential loss of the three pivotal strongholds, Toyama Castle, Azumiyama Castle, and Inab Castle, to the Usugi army. Jinbo Nagatsune's aspirations of unifying the region of Echu and reviving the Jinbo clan were nearly extinguished. However, at that moment, the Hokuriku region was suddenly beset by devastating floods, inundating the land and allowing boats to float upon the fields, coupled with the damage wrought by fierce winds and torrential rain. The crops failed and resources dwindled. Thus, Mazatiger was reluctantly compelled to momentarily suspend his campaign against the Jinbo clan, leading his troops back to Echigo and allowing his vassals to return to their respective domains to prepare for disaster relief. Upon learning that the Usugi forces had retreated back to Echigo due to the calamities in their territory, Jinbo Nagatsune was elated. He promptly rallied his troops to reclaim the previously captured fortifications, including Toyama Castle, Azumiyama Castle, and Inab Castle, restoring them to his control. Nonetheless, the condition of Jinbo Nagatsune's territory was hardly improved. The coastal farmlands of Himegami Castle, Toyama Castle, Shiratori Castle, and H.J. Tsu Castle were also submerged by the floodwaters, while the inland territories suffered plundering by the daimyos, such as the Shina and Tsuji families, who served under the Usugi clan. Jinbo Nagatsune found himself in a state of despair, unable to launch another large-scale offensive against the Shina clan, and could only hope that Mazatiger would not invade Echu within the next few years. As dark clouds obscured the moon, several mounted samurai raced southward along the eastern bank of the Agakawa River, reaching the outskirts of Izuwakamatsu Castle by dawn at that moment. Kajitada had just completed his grooming. Since the relocation from Korinzen Castle to Wakamatsu Castle, he had been inundated with a plethora of administrative duties that required his personal attention, including preparations for an expedition to the 7 provinces of Sendai. On this day, he finally found a brief respite to stroll alone in the courtyard of the Hanmaru, while Kajitada was lost in contemplation. Gazing at the shimmering waters of the lake, his retainer, Gomi Takamasa, hastily approached from behind. "My lord, Lord Hinata has arrived outside the castle and requests entry. If Lord Hinata has business, he could have sent a messenger instead of coming personally to Wakamatsu Castle," Kajitada remarked, suddenly sensing an ominous turn of events. Hachijo Harasada had previously been appointed by Kajitada as the governor of Kurikawa District, the head of Shirakawa, and the castle lord of Biwa Island, thus capable of managing the affairs of Kurikawa District in Kajitada's stead. The fact that he had come personally to Wakamatsu Castle now suggested something of great importance was at hand. "This is a letter from Lord Hinata." Gomi Takamasa then presented the letter to Kajitada. "The campaign against Echu has been halted due to the flooding in Echigo. Immediately allow Lord Hinata to enter the castle. I shall meet him in the dake, kin." Kajitada quickly scanned the letter's contents, realizing the gravity of the situation. His own expedition to the 7 provinces of Sendai might also be obstructed as a result. A short while later, the sound of heavy and hurried footsteps echoed as Hachijo Harasada entered the dake-kan, appearing travel-worn and drenched in sweat, with white hair clinging to his temples beneath his folded hat. "Your lordship," the elder bowed. "Why has Lord Hinata come personally to Wakamatsu Castle at such an advanced age? Would it not have been more prudent to send a messenger? The coastal areas of Echigo have suffered greatly from floods and severe storms, even allowing boats to float upon the fields. This will undoubtedly lead to poor harvests next year, leaving us in dire straits." After the recent conquests of Toyama Castle, Azumiyama Castle, and Inab Castle, upon learning of this calamity, Lord Yasuji had no choice but to retreat back to Ekigo, allowing the Jinbo clan to reclaim the fortifications that had fallen into his hands. Harasada lamented, lowering his head, "Please rise, Lord Hinata. You have served the family for 3 generations. Feel free to express any difficulties you face. The heavens can be unpredictable, and misfortune can befall anyone. Such matters are beyond our foresight. How could I hold you accountable?" Kajitada gestured for Gomi Takamasa to assist Harasada in standing. "My lord, I am powerless. Kurikawa district has suffered severely, and the grain stored in the communal granaries is insufficient to provide relief for the entire district. I earnestly hope you can allocate some grain to aid Kurikawa district. If this delay continues, it may become dire," Harasada expressed with urgency, explaining his relentless journey to Wakamatsu Castle to seek Kajitada's assistance. Currently, the stored grain in Aizu's 4 districts and in Ogawa of Pohara district should amount to around 200,000 koku. You must immediately instruct Usami Shun and Toshimori Hayato to open the granaries and transport 100,000 koku to Kurikawa district. If there are any surplus grains left, distribute some to the commanders of Mishima and JK districts. Kajitada decided firmly after careful consideration, resolving to send half of the stored grain to Kurikawa district to alleviate the urgent situation. "Thank you, my lord," Harasada exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. That it seemed the campaign against the 7 provinces of Sendai would likely be delayed. Kajitada sighed deeply and added, "I almost forgot an important matter. My memory seems to be failing me. This is a letter from the close aide of Lord Kayamori, Ishitani Haibu." Upon hearing this, Harasada quickly retrieved a letter from his robe and handed it to Gomi Takamasa, who then passed it to Kajitada. It appears that Lord Kayamori has been considering the Hachijo clan, which has been in Ekigo for over 40 years. After reading the letter, Kajitada couldn't help but smirk. Ishitani Haibu expressed great delight upon learning that Kajitada had triumphed over the Ashina clan with a small force and had conquered the 4 districts of Aizu. He hoped that the Hachijo clan would find an opportune moment to travel to the capital to serve Lord Kayamori and revive the Ashikaga shogunate. "My lord, there are many loyal retainers in the lower regions," indicating that Lord Kayamori highly values the Hachijo clan. Harasada noted, secretly wishing for the Hachijo clan to return to the capital. For him, serving the Ashikaga shogunate as a loyal retainer would be an immense honor. The situation in the capital was hardly better than that in the regions of Ashu and Aizu, with the Miki, Kaiti Hosokawa, Hatayama, and Rokaku clans each controlling their territories and possessing formidable armies. None were inclined to assist Lord Kayamori in stabilizing the capital, let alone the distant Hachijo clan from the east. "We have already served Lord Kayamori by subduing those who disrespect the Ashikaga shogunate and securing our territories. The matter of going to the capital can be postponed for now," Kajitada declared, shaking his head. The turbulent waters of the capital were not for everyone to traverse. He had little interest in dealing with Ashikaga Yashaharu and his son Yoshihide. He was thriving in the Hokuriku and southern Ashu regions. Why would he embark on a long journey to Kyoto to serve the Ashikaga shogunate again? The shogunate's resources had already been largely divided among the Rokaku, Kaiti Hosokawa, and other daimyos. How much was left for Kajitada? Was he to serve the Ashikaga shogunate out of sheer goodwill? Furthermore, there were numerous close aides surrounding Ashikaga Yasharu, and the presence of one additional loyal retainer would neither add nor detract. The Hachijo clan's territories in Ekigo were granted by the Usuji clan and the Nagao family, not bestowed by the Ashikaga shogunate, with the 4 districts of Aizu having been arduously conquered by Kajitada himself. It felt to Kajitada as though Ashikaga Yasharu and his son Yoshihide had recently learned of his acquisition of the 4 districts of Aizu and were coveting them, aiming to use a strategy of diversion to seize this 26,000 koku of land. After all, the 4 districts of Aizu could be used to contest for the regions of Ashu and Aizu, and in case of unfavorable battles, Kajitada could retreat to a fortified position. "My lord, how should I respond to Ishitani Haibu?" Harasada asked, somewhat disheartened by Kajitada's remarks. "We shall procure 500 can of copper coins from the treasury of Biwa Island as military funds to offer to Lord Kayamori. Furthermore, our clan hopes that Lord Kayamori and the court will delineate the regions of Ashu, including the 4 districts of Aizu, Iwase, Azuki, and Ando, and appoint appropriate officials, such as the I-Wait Guardian and I-Wait Governor. Our clan shall continue to guard the Hokuriku and eastern regions and combat any treacherous individuals. When the opportune moment arises, we will unite the various commanders from the east and march to the capital to support the shogunate and the court. Eliminating treachery. Kajitada contemplated this and realized that it would also serve to gain recognition from Ashikaga Yashihiro and the court regarding his control over the 4 districts of Aizu, should he secure the roles and titles of I-Wait Guardian and I-Wait Governor. It would be even better if Shitani High BU is still at Biwa Island. Upon my return to Kurikawa District, I will inform him of this matter. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Hinata. After Jingding nodded, he spoke. Just as Jingding had summoned the elder Ba, Tiao Chun Gang, his subordinate strategist Usami Sadamitsu, Sanada Yukitaka, and Zhangguang Fengshe hurriedly arrived at the foot of Wakamatsu Castle, requesting to ascend the castle. My lord, the 7 provinces of Echigo are suffering greatly due to the calamity, while the 7 provinces of Sendai have remained unscathed and are rich in resources, perfectly capable of compensating for the deficiencies of the 7 provinces of Echigo. In fact, the Tiao family could also gain considerable grain and wealth from this. Currently, the daimyo such as the Inai Bon Matsumoto family, the Inai Ido family, and the Tamura family, as well as the Shirakawa family, are at odds with one another, engaged in warfare, and cannot expect support from Date Sakyo Daibu. We should take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack on the provinces of Iwase, Anda, and Azuma within Sendai, which are close to the 4 provinces of Aizu, and I implore my lord to make a swift decision. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Kirin Mountain Castle, Usami-sen eagerly urged Jing-Ding to send troops to assault the 7 provinces of Sendai. Despite this, Jing-Ding was acutely aware that the stock of provisions within his territory was limited. He had just dispatched 100,000 koku to Kurikawa. Should the campaign against Sendai extend over an extended period, it would become unsustainable. Jing-Ding's foremost concern was the supply of provisions following the deployment to the 7 provinces of Sendai. Speed is of the essence in warfare. As long as my lord promptly dispatches troops to attack the Inai Ido family or the Inai Bon Matsumoto family, they will undoubtedly lack sufficient time to transport all their supplies to their stronghold. If we can seize their provisions, our forces will have no cause for concern regarding our own supplies. At this juncture, Sanada Yukitaka also began to passionately persuade Jing-Ding to take action to My Lord. During this time of conflict among the feudal lords, the court and the Ashikaga shogunate no longer distinguish right from wrong. Thus, they devour one another, devoid of fear or restraint. Zhangguang Fengshe, at this moment, reminded Jing-Ding of the current situation, advising him not to be overly concerned with the notions of righteousness and justice. Summon Sanbai and urgently call upon Omi no Kami and Usami, Minbu sh Fu, to ascend the castle, swiftly. After hearing Zhangguang Fengshe's words, Jing-Ding realized that the situation in the 2 provinces of Ashu was beyond the mediation of the Ashikaga shogunate and the court. Even during the earlier chaos in Echigo during the Eisho era, the Ashikaga shogunate and the court, regardless of right or wrong, accepted the tribute from the Nagao family, thereby deeming them to possess legitimacy, which directly led to the defeat and demise of the opposing Kamiyama Senori. At this point, nearly half of the daimyos and feudal lords in Ashu were locked in mutual slaughter, all closely related, creating a chaotic mass. Whether it was the Kanto Kubo, the Fukugawa Kubo, or the Ashikaga shogunate, they had not intervened to mediate the chaos in Ashu for over 2 years, within the span of less than half a stick of incense. Hachijo Hiroshige and Usami Sadamitsu entered the Grand Hall, hastily accompanied by Gomi Takano. Upon seeing Usami Sadamitsu, Sanada Yukitaka, and Zhangguang Fengshe already seated in the Grand Hall, they vaguely surmised the reason for Jing-Ding's urgent summons of the 2. Prepare the left control crane army and the right control crane army for immediate deployment to Sendai, especially the right control crane army, as soon as Hachijo Hiroshige and Usami Sadamitsu enter the Grand Hall. Jing-Ding issued his orders that understood at that time. Will our forces first attack the Inai Ido family or the Inai Bon Matsumoto family? Hachijo Hiroshige suddenly posed a question to Jing-Ding. The control crane army. Being the standing forces of the family, could be deployed to various locations in a short time, while the forces of the other retainers still required some time to assemble. You need only prepare for deployment. There is no need for further inquiries. Jing Ding did not intend to disclose his primary target to everyone, but if someone were to inadvertently leak this information, the Ni Bon Matsumoto family or the Ni Ido family would inevitably take precautions against the Hachijo family, making any subsequent attack on the Ni Ido family or the Ni Bon Matsumoto family exceedingly costly. Understood. After hearing Jing Ding's words, Hachijo Hiroshige and Usami Sadamitsu ceased their questions, as they were already aware that Jing Ding intended to utilize the left and right control crane armies as the main force. My lord, how many troops do you plan to deploy to conquer the 7 provinces of Sendai? Usami Sadamitsu stroked his beard and inquired that I will mobilize all the troops from within my territory, leaving no concern for our rear. Jing Ding responded with confidence that he intended to swiftly annex the Oase, Anda, and Azuma provinces held by the Ni Ido and Ni Bon Matsumoto families. My lord, do we need to arrange for any garrison forces? Sanada Yukitaka expressed his concerns regarding Jing Ding's plan that if we deploy all our forces, unless we leave behind the Yamauchi Raki, of which only 6 families remain after the Yamauchi family was annihilated by the Hachijo family during their incursion into Onuma, the Kawahara family, and the remaining Yamauchi Hiko Shichiro, we risk being caught unawares by the feudal lords or enemy reconnaissance. Let Io no Kami and Zhangguang take charge of the garrison at Wakamatsu Castle. After much contemplation, Jing Ding decided to establish a garrison, as having someone in that role would help to deter nearby feudal lords from harboring ulterior motives. Understood. Thus, the Hachijo family began their preparations for war. Jing Ding subsequently appointed Matsuki Hidemasa as the small cargo commander, tasked with mobilizing over 1,000 subjects from within the territory to transport provisions and equipment for the various divisions. Usami Samitsu and Usami Sadamitsu's son were responsible for summoning over 700 troops from their respective territories, alongside 1,500 infantry from the right control crane army and 300 mounted warriors, totaling over 2,500 troops as a diversionary force, launching a feigned attack on Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle in the Anda province held by the Ni Bon Matsumoto family, in order to draw the attention of Ni Bon Matsumoto Yashitomo and restrain the family from advancing south to assist the Ni Ido family. The Lord of Okuzawa Castle, Seiki Neashige, and the Lord of Kawahari Castle, Kohara Moriyoshi, were designated as the vanguard commanders, leading over 1,000 troops to traverse Takayama and Maiken Mountains towards Sugakawa Castle, compelling Ni Ido Toyuki to dispatch troops to obstruct the advance of the Hachijo White River allied forces. Jing Ding, meanwhile, led up Jo Kageyoshi, Hachijo Hiroshige, Tomasuke Toshiru, Muhammad Nabasada, Uchiyama Mitsuhiza, Yoshi Munenabu, and the remaining 6 Yamauchi retainers, totaling 5,500 troops as the main force, departing from Wakamatsu Castle and rapidly marching along the southern shore of Lake Inawashiro toward the Oase province held by the Ni Ido family. Due to the fact that the head of the Ni Bon Matsumoto family, Ni Bon Yashitomo, had already sensed Jing Ding's growing military might and believed he had the support of Ekigo. Aspiring to annex Sendai, he had undertaken renovations and fortifications of the border fortresses, such as Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle, stockpiling provisions and equipment to prepare against the impending assault from the Hachijo forces. However, Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadamitsu's son disregarded Yashitomo's intentions and chose to act contrary to them. They promptly bypassed Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle, leading over 2,500 troops directly towards Ni Bon Yashitomo's stronghold, Ni Bon Castle, rendering Yashitomo's plans to obstruct the Hachijo forces with the fortifications at Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle utterly futile. Meanwhile, the lord of Takayama Castle, Takayama Ai, the lord of Anzashima Castle, Itoye, the lord of Takakura Castle, Takakura Harkata, and the lord of Maeda Castle, Maeda Suro Daisuke, among the retainers of the Ni Bon Matsumoto family, upon learning of the several thousand Hachijo troops approaching, assumed that the border fortresses such as Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle had already fallen to the Hachijo forces, and in fear, they abandoned their posts without a fight, allowing Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadamitsu's son to successfully approach the foot of Enai Bon Castle. Enai Bon Yashitomo was seized with terror, yet felt utterly helpless. The only consolation for Enai Bon Yashitomo was that Enai Bon Castle was situated atop Shirahata Peak, with an elevation of 345 meters. Centered around the main keep atop the mountain, there were the Matsumori, Kanekota, and Shinseo castles to the east, and the Miwa and Honga castles to the south, with two circular structures on the southeastern slope. The castle domain was vast, making it difficult for the several thousand Hachijo troops to launch a strong assault on Enai Bon Castle in a short time. Previously, during the invasion of the Enai Ido territory by the Shirakawa family, the Enai Ido family had already confronted and engaged them in battle. Consequently, their forces were fatigued and their soldiers diminished, leading to a significant reduction in strength at that time. Jingding was occupied with the conquest of the 4 provinces of Aizu and did not deploy troops in a timely manner. Over nearly 2 years, he had built up his own strength, harboring ambitions to invade the already weakened territory of the Enai Ido family. Simultaneously, Shirakawa Yashitsuna, the head of the Shirakawa family, was also restless, eager to seize this opportunity to eliminate his rival, Enai Ido Toyuki, and reclaim the territory that the Enai Ido family had once taken from the Shirakawa family. Thus, he secretly instructed his trusted minister, Tamanari, to establish close ties with the Hachijo family, leading to a remarkable accord between the two families in the 13th year of Tenbun, in November, as Jingding's forces reached the border of a waste province. He formally declared war on the Enai Ido family, personally leading his troops to merge with Shirakawa Yashitsuna's forces to invade a waste province and attack the Enai Ido territory. Upon receiving urgent reports of the Hachijo family's alliance with the Shirakawa family entering a waste province, Enai Ido Toyuki hastily made the necessary arrangements, mobilizing his troops to confront and intercept the Hachijo White River allied forces. Simultaneously, Nikaido Toyuki dispatched envoys to the Onki Ito family and the Nibbon Sato family, both of whom border the Nikaido territory to the north, seeking their assistance in the dire straits facing the Nikaido clan. However, the Nibbon Sato family, preoccupied with the imminent threat posed by the forces of Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadatake, who commanded over 2,500 troops, found themselves unable to extend any support to the Nikaido family. Thus, Nibbon Sato Yashikuni promptly declined Toyuki's plea for aid, and on the other hand, although the Onki Ito family appeared to side with Date Tatamian, their head, Ito Tsukushige, was reluctant to confront the powerful Hachijo clan. He was acutely aware of the fate that befell the Ashina clan, which once dominated the 4 provinces of Aizu, after clashing with the Hachijo clan. Consequently, under the pretext of guarding against a potential attack from the Tamura clan, he too rejected Toyuki's request for military assistance. In recent years, Toyuki's forces have been severely diminished due to the devastating conflicts with the Shirakawa and Tamura clans, leaving him with a mere handful of soldiers. Even after exhausting his resources, he could muster only about 500 foot soldiers and 50 mounted warriors, totaling less than 600, far from a match for Hachijo Kajitaka and Shirakawa Yashitsuna. Faced with the inability to call upon greater forces from within his domain, Toyuki, in utter desperation, positioned this meager contingent of under 600 aged and frail soldiers around the Sakagawa area, hoping to intercept the advancing Hachijo army. At this juncture, several of Toyuki's loyal vassals, including his brother Nikaido Yukineo, Mao Yoshitaka, head of the Hameo branch of the Nikaido family, Hodahara Yuki, head of the Hodahara branch and lord of Hodahara Castle, and Moriyasa Chikugo, head of the Moriyasa branch, began to counsel him to launch a night raid against the Hachijo Shirakawa coalition, targeting their supply trains and burning their provisions to catch them unawares. They believed that perhaps there still remained a slim chance for the Nikaido family to repel the Hachijo Shirakawa forces. However, Teruyuki, adhering to a conservative approach, rejected their advice, unwilling to risk the already scant forces he possessed without any assurance of victory. Upon learning that neither the Nibbon Sato family nor the Ito family were willing to come to their aid, the morale of Toyuki's soldiers plummeted, leading to a mass exodus that left the Nikaido army with fewer than 300 men. It was a disarrayed force, lacking cohesion and strength. Meanwhile, the Hachijo and Shirakawa coalition, undeterred by the meager resistance, simply bypassed Sacagawea and swiftly marched to the gates of Nikaido's stronghold, Sacagawea Castle, rendering Toyuki's plan to obstruct their advance utterly futile. Assembling a force of less than 600 had already been a Herculean task, and the garrison at Sacagawea Castle was alarmingly sparse, nearly negligible. The few dozen defenders stationed there, upon witnessing the Hachijo forces at their doorstep, succumbed to fear and fled, showing no inclination to continue fighting for Teruyuki. The Hachijo and Shirakawa coalition quickly overran Sacagawea Castle, setting its central keep ablaze and capturing Teruyuki along with his key retainers' families. With the loss of Sacagawea Castle, only the formidable Utsunomiya Castle remained within the Nikaido domain. Stricken with grief upon hearing of Sacagawea Castle's fall, Teruyuki still clung to the hope of a final desperate stand against the Hachijo Shirakawa coalition. Yet his vassals fervently urged him to avoid the wrath of the coalition, suggesting instead that he retreat to the safety of Utsunomiya Castle and await a more favorable opportunity. At this juncture, Teruyuki found himself in an untenable position, unable to vanquish the Hachijo Shirakawa forces and unwilling to surrender. He resolved to withdraw his troops from Sacagawea and take refuge in the stronghold of Utsunomiya, while continuing to seek reinforcements from neighboring daimyos such as the Nibbonsado, Onki-Ito, and Ishikawa families. Historically, Utsunomiya Castle had been a coveted stronghold, its elevation reaching 2,330 feet, surrounded by steep cliffs and treacherous terrain. During the Nanboku Siege period, Kitabitake Akinabu, the younger brother of the famed flower general, took refuge there alongside Prince Motonari. The castle fell to the forces of Kira Sudakage from the northern court in 1347, forcing Akinabu and Prince Motonari to flee to the province of Uzan in 1351. Akinabu reclaimed Toga Castle, repelling Kira Sudakage, and was appointed as the governor of Mutsu and the provincial general, taking command of Toga Castle. However, he lost Toga Castle to Kira Sudakage the following year and was compelled to retreat back to Utsunomiya Castle. Subsequently, Kira Sudakage besieged Utsunomiya Castle, initiating a protracted year-long struggle that culminated in its fall on the 4th of May in 1353, after which Akinabu returned to the southern court as capital in Yoshino. Hachijo Kajitaka was not one to relinquish his ambitions easily. Should Teruyuki refuse to yield, the Nikaido clan, a long-standing warrior family that had dominated the southern Mutsu and Sendai regions for centuries, possessed the capacity to rally local lords to revolt against the Hachijo clan, should they err in their approach. The following day, the Hachijo Shirakawa coalition arrived at the foot of Utsunomiya Castle. Recognizing the castle as formidable defenses, Kajitaka abandoned his plans for a direct assault. After all, the southern court's forces had maintained a prolonged struggle against the northern court primarily due to their strategic advantage and strongholds. Kajitaka was reluctant to squander his manpower and resources besieging Utsunomiya Castle, especially with the Nibbonsado, Onki-Ito, and Ishikawa families yet to submit. If he suffered significant losses here, it could embolden the local lords to harbor treasonous thoughts. Subsequently, Kajitaka dispatched his retainer Matsuki Daigaku as an envoy to Utsunomiya Castle, feigning amicability and asserting that if Teruyuki surrendered the castle, both Kajitaka and Shirakawa Yashitsuna would withdraw their forces and spare him any retaliation. At this critical juncture, Teruyuki, having been cornered with no supplies and no reinforcements, found himself unable to emulate Akinabu's resolute defense of Utsunomiya Castle for an extended period, and thus succumbed to Kajitaka's assurances. He agreed to open the gates and surrender, consequently marking the fall of Utsunomiya Castle. However, an unforeseen twist awaited Kajitaka. A loyal vassal of the Nikaido clan, Yatano Yukiyoshi, manned his stronghold at Deri Castle, dispatching his brother Yatano Yashikyo to harass the vanguard forces of Seikine Ashige and Kawurata Moriyoshi, preventing them from swiftly joining Kajitaka and Yashitsuna's main army. Upon learning that Deri Castle was defended by merely 150 soldiers, Kajitaka could not help but exclaim, "Even Nikaido Shinano no Kami has surrendered, yet here stand loyal warriors defending their castle with so few men. Such fidelity among Toyuki's retainers is truly lamentable. My lord, why not send Nikaido Shinano no Kami himself to persuade the steadfast Yatano Jibu no Daibu to surrender?" At this moment, Sanada Yukitaka, who had remained silent, seized the opportunity to propose a plan. Allowing Nikaido, Shinano no Kami to negotiate alone seemed feasible, as his family and retainers were all under the control of his clan, thus posing no risk of his failure to return. Indeed, the foresight of Sanada Yukitaka was commendable. Kajitaka nodded in agreement with Yukitaka's strategy. The lord then instructed Nikaido, Shinano no Kami, along with his family and retainers, to circumnavigate Nibbonsato Castle, in doing so. The defenders at Nibbonsato, including Yashimian, would undoubtedly lose their fighting spirit, making it merely a matter of time before Kajitaka's forces would capture Nibbonsato Castle. Sanada Yukitaka then offered yet another plan. To subdue an enemy without engaging in battle was indeed a brilliant stratagem conceived by Sanada Yukitaka. If successful, after pacifying regions such as Andagun, Anjigun, and Iwasedagun, Kajitaka would undoubtedly become a lord of the castle. Kajitaka, not one to begrudge an additional stronghold, was more than willing to swiftly secure the allegiance of influential clans like the Nibbonsato and Nikaido, even offering to bestow a province upon Sanada Yukitaka. "I am deeply grateful," Kajitaka expressed. Hearing Kajitaka's words, Yukitaka was elated. The revival of the Sanada clan was his lifelong aspiration, and he was prepared to exert every effort to achieve it. However, he was wary of the potential intervention from the hostile Masuda Haramoto, who had inherited the clan leadership and harbored animosity towards the lord and Kajitaka. At this point, the silent Tashishichi Tokumura also spoke up, expressing his skepticism regarding the perceived dire straits of the Nibbonsato family, suggesting they were not yet at the end of their rope like the Nikaido clan, given the proximity of the Date clan's Matsumoto family and the Sukatani family, both of whom are loyal vassals of Date Tatamian. It is unlikely that they would stand idly by like Ito Sukitomo while the Nikaido and Matsumoto families are besieged. Meanwhile, Matsumoto Yoshimitsu continues to hold out desperately in his stronghold of Matsumoto Castle, repeatedly dispatching envoys to Marimori Castle, Kuriyama Castle, and Ishikawa Castle, beseeching Date Tatamian, Ito Sukitomo, and Ishikawa Haramitsu for military assistance. Moreover, Matsumoto's retainers, including Yuji Shinbei, Minowa Jinban, Yusa Jinzaman, and Hori Shikibu, recognizing the dire straits of the Matsumoto family, have sent secret missives to Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadashich, who are besieging Matsumoto Castle, expressing their willingness to act as informants. They propose to open the main and side gates of Matsumoto Castle when the Hachijo army launches a full assault, thereby allowing them entry. However, the covert operations of Yuji Shinbei, Minowa Jinban, Yusa Jinzaman, and Hori Shikibu were poorly executed, leading to their betrayal being uncovered by Matsumoto's loyal vassal, Shinjo Murashige, who decisively executed them and replaced the castle's key positions with loyal retainers of the Matsumoto family. On November 20, in the 13th year of Tenbun, Kajifumi instructed Sanada Yukitaka and Nikaido Toyuki to approach the steadfastly defended Osaki Castle to persuade its lord, Yatano Yukiyoshi, to surrender. They brought with them Nikaido, Toyuki, and several retainers of the Nikaido clan to demonstrate their might to the defenders of Osaki Castle. In such a tense atmosphere, the two formidable men could not help but shed tears, their grief evident. Yatano Jibu, Daisuke, our forces have been defeated, and now the blade of Hachijo Nakatsusa Daisuke points towards us, with the southern region unwilling to respond. Given the circumstances, we must surrender quickly to preserve our family name. Lamented Nikaido Toyuki, with deep sorrow to M.Y. Lord, the Nikaido clan has stood in the southern region for hundreds of years, and the esteemed Date Sakyo Daibu relies on you to stabilize the area south of Sendai. How can you so easily yield to the Hachijo Byakugawa alliance, even serving as an envoy for their surrender? Yatano Yukiyoshi retorted with indignation. Yatano Jibu Daisuke, I too come with a heavy heart. Nikaido Toyuki sighed deeply after speaking to M.Y. Lord. I still possess strength. The provisions stored in Osaki Castle can sustain us for over a month. And the defenders, numbering over 150, are each capable of holding 10 against the Hachijo Byakugawa alliance. Yatano Yukiyoshi insisted, unwilling to succumb to the enemy, that he believed the Hachijo Byakugawa forces were not invincible. With continuous assaults on their supply lines and unrelenting night raids, they would inevitably falter over time. This is the southern region of Sendai, not Aizu or Ekigo, where the Hachijo forces are unfamiliar with the terrain. Do you truly believe Osaki Castle can endure for another month? Yatano Jibu Daisuke. My lord Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke has simultaneously launched attacks on the various districts of Sendai, including Aki, Anda, and Iwase, seeking to root out the retainers of the Ashina and Inawashiro clans. Wherever our armies march, they surrender at the first sight that, if my lord's forces converge, the might outside Osaki Castle will not merely be 8,000, Sanada Yukitaka interjected, seated beside Nikaido Teuki. What audacity! My Yatano clan remains kin to the Nikaido family. In years past, the Nikaido clan followed Prince Morinaga to defend Utsunomiya Castle until its fall, while you, the retainers of the Ashikaga house, know nothing of loyalty and righteousness. Yatano Yukiyoshi exclaimed in anger. Nonetheless, my lord Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke greatly admires your loyalty and bravery. Should you choose to surrender, he will ensure the safety of the Yatano family's domain, Sanada Yukitaka remarked with a smile. Is it so? Do you think the lands held by the Nikaido clan were granted by the Ashikaga shogunate? These territories were won through prolonged strife against the Kira, Hatama, Ishida, and Osaki clans in the southern region. Yatano Yukiyoshi laughed heartily at Sanada Yukitaka's words. Brother, our lord and the family retainer's kin have come to the castle's outer grounds. At that moment, Yatano Yukiyoshi's younger brother, Yatano Yashinari, hastily entered the grand hall of Osaki Castle to report to Yatano Yukiyoshi. It seems Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke can no longer wait that, if I oppose the surrender, do I prepare for the beheading of the Nikaido retainers' families outside the castle? Yatano Yukiyoshi said with a cold smile. No. My lord Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke's intention is that the retainers and soldiers of Yatano Jibu Daisuke have families. Even the head of the Nikaido clan, Nikaido Shuridaibu, has surrendered. There is no point in continuing this feudal struggle. Even if you wish to die a loyal servant to the end, you must consider the future of your retainers and soldiers. If all perish, it will not bode well for the Yatano clan subjects. Many young lives will be lost to war. What then for our agriculture? Sanada Yukitaka hastily reasoned with Yatano Yukiyoshi. If Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke does not harm my lord Nikaido, Shuridaibu, and the clan members, my Yatano family is willing to open the castle and submit, ready to serve Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke. Yatano Yukiyoshi concluded, casting a final glance at Nikaido Toryuki, feeling a sense of shame in sharing kinship with him. I shall now leave the castle to report to my lord Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke. I have long heard of your loyalty, Yatano Jibu Daisuke. Otherwise, he would not have surrounded Osaki Castle with his 8,000 troops without launching an attack. Sanada Yukitaka stated, observing Yatano Yukiyoshi's wavering resolve, intending to go forth and convey this matter to Kajifumi to know. I will accompany you, Yatano Yukiyoshi declared, stopping Nikaido Toyuki and Sanada Yukitaka as they prepared to depart. This may not be entirely appropriate. Are you not afraid of being taken as hostages? Sanada Yukitaka questioned, puzzled by Yatano Yukiyoshi's actions. I have long heard of Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke's loyalty and public spirit. The Hachijo clan has served the Usugi of Ekigo for generations, and I doubt he would resort to such despicable acts. If Hachijo Nakatsuka Daisuke refuses, my retainers and soldiers will defend Osaki Castle to the last man. Refusing to surrender, vowing to repay the Nikaido family's kindness, Yatano Yukiyoshi was not truly concerned about being detained by Hachijo Kajifumi. He knew well that the Hachijo clan would not annihilate the local lords of Sendai. For the 7 districts of Sendai are far from Ekigo, unlike the 4 districts of Aizu, which are much closer. Moreover, the Hachijo clan's expansion was rapid, and perhaps Hachijo Kajifumi was still seeking further conquests. Thus, Yatano Yukiyoshi believed that Hachijo Kajifumi could decisively eliminate the Ashina clan and its loyalists in Aizu, but would refrain from excessive measures against the lords of Sendai. Should Hachijo Kajifumi treat the southern lords of Sendai as he did in Aizu, it would incite a rebellion among the local lords, rendering the Hachijo clan powerless in Sendai. Subsequently, Yatano Yukiyoshi, alongside Sanada Yukitaka and Nikaido Toyuki, approached the main camp of the Hachijo Alliance, where Kajifumi extended the highest courtesy to him. He promptly appointed him as the governor of a waste district, ensuring the security of his domain. Simultaneously, Jingsheng directly acquiesced to the demands of Yatani Yashiyoshi, affirming that he would not harm the members of the Nikaido clan. In response, Yatani Yashiyoshi promptly sent his brother Yatani Yoshinobu to the military formation of Hachijo as a hostage, while he himself led a force of 150 troops to join the Hachijo and Shirakawa alliance, subsequently advancing northward to assault the yet-to-surrender Nibbon-Sato clan. Thus, the once illustrious samurai lineage of the Nikaido family, which had dominion over 50 domains in southern Mutsu, faced utter defeat at the hands of the Hachijo clan. Furthermore, the Hachijo clan seized over 30,000 koku of provisions and considerable treasures, ensuring an abundant supply for the Hachijo and Shirakawa coalition. Upon learning of the complete submission of the Nikaido family, the Ishikawa clan, which bordered them, was gripped by fear. The clan leader, Ishikawa Haramitsu, hastily dispatched a senior retainer, Otari Takamitsu, to transport 5,000 koku of provisions to the Hachijo-Shirakawa alliance, fearing that the coalition might invade the Ishikawa territory after their victory over the Nikaido family. At the same time that the Dairy Castle surrendered to the Hachijo-Shirakawa alliance, the forces of Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadakatsu, who were besieging Nibbon-Sato Castle, found their supply routes severed by the Nibbon-Sato forces due to their previous failure to capture Takayama Castle and Anzashima Castle on the border of Yama District and Ando District. The provisions they carried could only sustain them for 2 days to compound their dire situation. The lords of the surrounding regions, including the lord of Takayama Castle, Kuzunita Yashimian, the lord of Hachicho Castle, Horikashi Munamesa, a retainer of Date Tatamian, and the lord of Shiozuma Castle, Ishibashi Nayoshi, upon realizing that the besieging forces of Usami Sadamitsu and Usami Sadakatsu were merely a detachment of the Hachijo army and not the main force led by Hachijo Jingsheng, promptly rallied their own troops to come to the aid of the beleaguered Nibbon-Sato Yoshimyu, as the lords of Date Tatamian's faction continued to send reinforcements. Sadamitsu and Sadakatsu suffered hundreds of casualties in their engagements, unable to make any progress around Nibbon-Sato Castle. Consequently, to preserve their strength, Sadamitsu and Sadakatsu had no choice but to withdraw their forces and retreat to the southeastern stronghold of Takadanikan, using the Abukuma River outside the castle as a defensive line while awaiting reinforcements. Upon receiving the news of their failed assault on Nibbon-Sato Castle and their retreat to Takadanikan, Jingsheng immediately mobilized his troops, incorporating the military forces of the Nikaido family, and rapidly advanced northward with a claimed strength of 20,000. Although only 9,000 were present, the lord of Kurama Castle, Ito Yoshiaki, witnessed the approaching Hachijo-Shirakawa coalition, he made the ignoble decision to surrender, prioritizing the survival of his clan. Simultaneously, he sent his retainers and military forces to Jingsheng, even offering 3,000 koku of provisions as supplies for the Hachijo-Shirakawa forces. Thus, the Hachijo-Shirakawa coalition seized the territory of the Anjiki Ito family without bloodshed, leaving behind a retainer, Matsuki Daigaku, to garrison Kuriyama Castle, while the coalition pressed on northward, smoothly reaching the outskirts of Takadanikan Castle. Upon successfully repelling Sadamitsu and Sadakatsu, the lords Kuzunita Yashimian, Horikashi Munamesa, and Ishibashi Nayoshi, upon learning of the Hachijo-Shirakawa coalition's pressure on Ito Yoshiaki and their swift northward advance, hastily withdrew their forces from around Nibbon-Sato Castle, citing the need to safeguard against the Tamura clan's potential alignment with Date Tatamian. This sudden retreat drastically reduced the defending forces within Nibbon-Sato Castle to a mere 900, plunging the Nibbon-Sato Yashimian into a predicament where they could neither fight nor hold out for long. Faced with this shift in circumstances, the morale of the Hachijo forces surrounding Takadanikan surged, as Sadamitsu subsequently merged his 1,500 troops with Jingsheng's 9,000. Meanwhile, Sadakatsu remained to garrison Takadanikan with 700 men, prepared for the possibility of Ishibashi's forces launching another rescue attempt for Nibbon-Sato Castle. On the 30th of November in the 13th year of Tenbon, Jingsheng led an army of over 10,000 to the gates of Nibbon-Sato Castle, encircling it completely. The first act after surrounding Nibbon-Sato Castle was to present the previously surrendered Nikaido Toyuki and Ito Yoshiaki before the castle as a demonstration of power, compelling them to march around the castle. Upon witnessing the pitiable sight of Tsuyuki and Yoshiaki from the arrow towers of Nibbonsato Castle, the Nibbonsato Yashimian nearly fainted, overwhelmed by despair. Had it not been for the urgent support of his retainers, he would have collapsed on the spot. The Nibbonsato Yashimian felt as though the ground beneath him was shifting, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, tears flowing freely from his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had once placed his hopes in the Nikaido and Edo families to delay the advance of the Hachijo forces, allowing the Nibbonsato family ample time to prepare, only to find himself a captive of Hachijo Jingsheng before he could act. Even more absurd was the manner of their encounter, which seemed almost comically tragic. A dark humor that left the Nibbonsato Yashimian feeling utterly destitute, as if his end was imminent. Yet in the face of despair, he resolved to struggle, calling for a council with his retainers, expressing a desire to break through the siege and seek refuge at Marimori Castle with Date Tatamian. However, his retainers unanimously opposed this notion, asserting that the Nibbonsato family had relied on the alliances formed with the Anjiki Ito family, the Nikaido clan, and the majority of the southern Mutsu lords. With both the Anjiki Ito and Nikaido families having surrendered, and the once dominant Ashina clan already vanquished by the Hachijo forces, even the Tamura clan had shifted allegiance to Date Haramian. Even if the Nibbonsato family managed to escape Nibbonsato Castle, they would achieve nothing. Moreover, the oncoming Hachijo army was an unstoppable force. Even Yashimian, Munamesa, and Nayoshi had been intimidated into retreating to their own domains. I could see this moment. The Nibbonsato Yashimian realized that he had lost control over the situation in Sendai, and in utter resignation, he led his retainers to surrender to the Hachijo Shirakawa coalition. Jingsheng received them graciously, assuring them that he would not harm the Nibbonsato clan or their families. However, what awaited Tsuyuki, Yashimian, and their kin was far from safety. Shortly after the surrender of Nibbonsato Castle to the Hachijo Shirakawa coalition, Jingsheng revealed his true intentions, issuing orders for the exile of Teryuki, Yashimian, and their families, along with the pro-war factions of the Nikaido family, including Nikaido Yukinari, Himeo Yashitake, Hodahara Yukiyuki, Moriyama Jiro, Shinjo Mura, Takayama Keisuke, Enzashima Harisuke, Takakura Harakiyo, and Maeda Saburo, all of whom were to be banished to the southern region of Sado under the supervision of Hahomo Takakatsu, a figure closely tied to the former Nagao family. In contrast, Ito Yoshiaki of Enjiki had previously not provided refuge to the former retainers of the Ashina or Inawashiro families, nor had he dispatched troops to assist either the Ashina or Nibbonsato clans. Moreover, prior to Jingsheng's advance on Kuriyama Castle, Yoshiaki had made no attempts at resistance, surrendering the castle and even offering provisions while sending his military forces to join the campaign against the Nibbonsato family. Consequently, Jingsheng spared the Anjiki Ito clan, allowing them to remain secure in their territory. Thus, the once proud samurai lineages of the Nikaido and Nibbonsato families faced total extinction. With this, the entirety of Anjiki, Iwase, and half of Ando districts fell under the dominion of the Hachijo clan. The conquest of nearly half of Aizu's 4 districts and Sendai's 7 districts marked a significant step in the Hachijo clan's territorial expansion, signifying their newfound autonomy from the support of the Usuji clan of Ekigo. During the campaigns in Aizu and Sendai, the Hachijo clan breached the weakened defenses of southern Mutsu, simultaneously exposing the inherent fragility of the samurai families that had long held sway in the region. Ever pragmatic, Hachijo Jingsheng swiftly recalibrated his strategic objectives. Given the firmly established status and governance of the Usuji clan in Ekigo, the Hachijo family can now redirect their focus entirely on the conquest of the southern regions of Mutsu. Without jeopardizing their relationship with Date Haramian, they can gradually encroach upon the southern provinces of Mutsu in retaliation against Kuzumori Yashimian, Horikoshi Munamesa, Ishibashi Nayoshi, and others who dispatched troops to aid Nihon Matsu Yashitsu. Kajitaka commanded Isami Sadakatsu's forces to wreak havoc within the territories of Kuzumura, Horikoshi, and Ishibashi, forcibly relocating over 200 households from their lands into Iwase County, thereby bolstering the population and labor force of Iwase. As winter approached, Kajitaka concluded the campaign against the 7 counties of Sendai after seizing parts of Andaka County, Azumi County, and Iwase County. Learning of Kajitaka's collaboration with Shirakawa Yoshitsune in their conquest of Andaka County, Azumi County and Iwase County, date Haremians celebrated with prolonged festivities in Yonezawa Castle, reveling in the diminishing number of daimyo and local lords who sided with his father, date Tadamian. Simultaneously, date Haremian dispatched a trusted retainer, Keiri Kajinaga, bearing fine horses, swords, gold, and silver, to Izuwakamatsu Castle, hoping to forge a marital alliance with the Hachijo family to strengthen their ties further. The daimyo and local lords of southern Mutsu continued their mutual conflicts, leaving their territories in disarray. Notably, the once dominant date clan's power had significantly waned. Furthermore, date Tadamian remained oblivious to the precarious situation in the 7 counties of Sendai, still concentrating his efforts on advancing westward to attack date Haremian, who had taken control of the southern region of Yuwa, also known as Nagai County. This left Date County, Shinobu County, and other areas vulnerable, presenting an exceptional opportunity for the Hachijo family to strike decisively. Upon returning to Wakamatsu Castle, Kajitaka began preparations for the distribution of newly acquired territories. His close aide, Sanada Yukitaka, advised on the surrender of Kuri Castle and proposed strategies to compel the surrender of Nihonmatsu Castle, thereby minimizing Hachijo's losses and swiftly seizing Iwase County, Azumi County, and half of Endaka County. Consequently, he was bestowed with the title of Lord of Takata Castle, receiving a stipend of 3,500 koku and appointed as the intermediary for the Tamura family, while also overseeing the strategic movements of enemy samurai in the 7 counties of Sendai. The elder statesman, Hachijo Nobushige, who had served the Hachijo family diligently, was rewarded in the spring when the ice thawed, transferring from Ogawa in Kambara County to Sugakawa Castle, governing Kawachin, Nishihamaki, and Iwase Province, with a stipend of 31,000 koku and appointed as the intermediary for the Shirakawa family. Following his transfer, the left-wing infantry's base was moved to Sugakawa Castle to defend against the daimyo Ishikawa, who sided with date Tadamian. Meanwhile, the retainers and samurai of the former Nihonmatsu family, such as Ishii, Izuka, Itoi, Ishiki, Inokoshi, and Iwase, totaling 170 households, were all incorporated under Hachijo Nobushige's banner as loyal subjects. The chief commander, Usami Tsumitsu, successfully restrained the Nihonmatsu, Ishibashi, and Kuzumura clans during the campaign against the Nihonmatsu family, preventing them from moving south through Nihonmatsu territory to support the Nikaido family. As spring approached and the ice melted, he was transferred from Jukiyama Castle in Kambara County to become the lord of Nihonmatsu Castle, Kasa Castle, Shirahata Castle, and was granted governance over Shirazuwa and Andaka with a stipend of 25,000 koku, elevating his status that he was tasked with defending against the Kuzumura and Ishibashi clans, who sided with date Tadamian. Matsuki Hidemasa ensured that his forces were well supplied during the campaign in the 7 counties of Sendai. Having previously guaranteed supply lines during the campaign in the 4 counties of Aizu, for his efforts, he was granted the title of Lord of Nagachi Castle, also known as Chiyo Castle, Ushiro Castle, the former stronghold of the Minamizu Nagachi family, with a stipend of 9,500 koku, elevating his rank to chief commander. At this moment, date Tadamian, wary of the Hachijo family's recent expansion into southern Mutsu, found himself at a disadvantage compared to date Haremian. Furthermore, years of military campaigns had burdened the subjects under date's rule, leading many to flee to other lands due to oppressive policies and excessive taxation. Even the once loyal Tamura clan had recently defected to date Haremian's side, occasionally provoking conflicts in Sendai and Heido, further encroaching on the territories of the date clan, under Tadamian, the Soma clan, and the Ishibashi clan. Realizing he lacked the strength to defeat date Haremian, Tadamian found himself at a loss and resorted to desperate measures to negotiate with the Hachijo family, hoping to draw them to his side. Subsequently, he dispatched a trusted retainer, Koinagawa Myunfusa, bearing numerous gifts to Wakamatsu Castle on the 20th day of the first month in the 14th year of Tenbun. Koinagawa Myunfusa arrived at Wakamatsu Castle with swords, gold, silver, and fine horses. Soon, Kajitaka summoned him to the Grand Hall of Wakamatsu Castle. Koinagawa, governor of Awa, you seem a bit thinner since we last met, Kajitaka remarked with a smile, seated on the tatama mat of the Grand Hall. It has been a while since I last saw Hachijo Nakamura debut. It seems you're on the verge of becoming a provincial governor. Fusa replied awkwardly. Might I ask the purpose of your visit to Wakamatsu? Surely it is not merely to pay compliments after the new year, Kajitaka said, admiring the exquisite sword, Nagakiri Hisabi, crafted by the Ishiro master Hisabi Kunishige, known for its distinctive blade profile and exceptional craftsmanship. My lord, Date Sakio Daibu has long heard of your unwavering loyalty to the Ashikaga shogunate. However, I wonder why the Usuji clan of Ekigo and the Hachijo family would assist my lord Date Sakio Daibu's rebellious son. Haremian, they even attacked my lord's adopted son-in-law, Ashina Shuri Daibu, forcing my lord's second daughter, Date Guzan, to take her own life. Recently, my lord's adopted son, Nikaido Shinano no Kami, along with my lord's third daughter and over 100 others, were exiled to Sato's Hamochi County amid the harsh winter. Koyanagawa shifted his tone to criticize Kajitaka's atrocities. If I were to achieve the great accomplishments of the former statesman Tera no Kayamori, would you be willing to hold my horse, Governor Koyanagawa? Kajitaka responded to Fusa's accusations with unexpected delight, even comparing himself to Tera no Kayamori. Koyanagawa was nearly speechless with anger, though I am but 19. I began my service under the Ekigo Protectorate at the age of 15 and have since served under the current lord, Byakushin no Kami Masataka. For 4 years, I have been tasked with campaigns in various directions. And as a prominent daimyo under the Usuji clan, the Hachijo family naturally bears responsibilities for our lord's interests in the southern regions. Moreover, my lord, Byakushin no Kami Masataka, chose to align with Date Mutsu no Kami, as the envoys from Date Sakio Daibu made disrespectful remarks and included derisive language in their correspondence, akin to a declaration of war. After sheathing the Nagakiri Hisabi, Kajitaka continued, Currently, my lord Date Sakio Daibu wishes to appoint you, Hachijo Nakamura Daibu, as the representative for Ashu and Mutsu, and will no longer pursue the matter of the Hachijo family's conquest of the Ashina, Nikaido, and Nihon Matsu clans that I hope you will immediately sever ties with the rebellious Haremian and prepare to march against the southern region of Yuwa. At that moment, Koyanagawa handed a letter to Gomi Tekataka, who was waiting nearby, and Tekataka presented it to Kajitaka for his review. Does Date Sakio Daibu intend to use these gifts and positions to secure the support of the Hachijo family? Even now, Date Sakio Daibu's son-in-law, Tamura Shimo no Kami, has defected to Date Mutsu no Kami's side. How many daimyo and local lords will remain loyal to Date Sakio Daibu in a few years? Kajitaka countered, questioning Koyanagawa. You need not worry, Hachijo Nakamura Daibu. For now, there is still the Soma, Ishibashi, Ishikawa, Mogami, and Kamiyama clans standing with my lord Date Sakio Daibu, Koyanagawa asserted, believing that their side still held an advantage over Date Haremian. If the Hachijo family could be won over, they would achieve absolute dominance. If that is the case, then why has Governor Koyanagawa traveled to our family? Perhaps it would be wiser to bestow these gifts upon the loyal vassals of my lord Date Sakio Daibu. Kajitaka concluded, returning the Nagakiri Hisabi to Gomi Tekataka for him to return to Koyanagawa Fusa. What brings you to say such things, Hachijo Nakamura Daibu? My lord Date Sakio Daibu sincerely wishes to cultivate goodwill with the Hachijo family. Should there be a daughter in your household, he would even consider a marriage alliance. If Hachijo Nakamura Daibu stand with my lord Date Sakio Daibu, the Hachijo family could freely claim the southern region of Yuwa. Xiao Yangshuan Zongxiu promptly articulated the terms proposed by Date Tadamian. The notion of freely taking possession of South Aishu, that would be no better than requesting Lord Date Sakio to cede the territories of the Date and Shinobu districts. Otherwise, the main family cannot accept the conditions set forth by Lord Date Sakio. Kageyasu is not a fool. It is well said that the Hachijo family may freely take from South Aishu. In reality, they can only claim the lands held by Date Haremian and the territories of the Upper Gunzen family and the Ayabe family, who stand with Date Tadamian, will not be easily relinquished to the Hachijo family. Once Date Tadamian consolidates power within the Date clan, he may very well seek justification to ally with the lords of the Aou and Yu provinces to launch an attack against the Hachijo family. A scenario that Kageyasu is keen to avoid. After weighing the situation, Kageyasu concluded that the Hachijo family would be better off continuing to align with Date Haremian, as the latter is currently constrained by the Gunzen family of Shokan Castle, Ayabe Seisuke of Ayabe Castle, and the likes of Moji Yoshimori of Yamagata Castle, rendering him incapable of launching an offensive against Date Tatamian, who is entrenched in Marimori Castle. Is this not splendid news for the Hachijo family? With the Tamura family already siding with Date Haramian, the southern Ishikawa family finds itself in a rather awkward predicament. Although the Ishikawa family controls the southern part of Sendai, their eastern neighbor, the Iwaki family has been adopted by Date Haramian's firstborn, Iwaki Chikaki, and remains steadfastly loyal to him. Meanwhile, the western neighbor, the Shirakawa family, has also aligned with Date Haramian, and the former ally, the Nikaido family, has been obliterated by the combined forces of Hachijo and Shirakawa. This leaves the Ishikawa family in a state of isolation. Although Ishikawa Harakatsu had provided ample provisions to the Hachijo and Shirakawa coalition, he remains apprehensive of a sudden assault from the Hachijo family. Consequently, to ensure the survival of his clan, Ishikawa Harakatsu secretly dispatched his retainer, In-Uchi Mitsukatsu, to send envoys to Mizusawa Castle, intending to switch allegiance to Date Haramian. Meanwhile, Kageasa plans to join forces with the Shirakawa family of southern Sendai and the Iwaki family of southern Heido to launch an offensive against the Ishikawa family, aiming to seize the Ishikawa district in southern Sendai to expand Hachijo's territory and strengthen its power. After all, one must choose the softest persimmon to squeeze. Most lords in northern Sendai align themselves with Date Tatamian. A large-scale assault could very well provoke them to unite in rebellion for mutual protection, leading to a stalemate. Lord Hachijo Nakatsuki has already conquered nearly half the land of the 7 districts of Sendai. Is he still not satisfied? Does he still desire the Date family cession of Shinobu District in northern Sendai and the foundational Date District? I am afraid that the demands of Lord Hachijo Nakatsuki cannot be met by the Date family. Shao Yanchuan Zongshio felt a twinge of fear. Hachijo Kageasu appeared to be of considerable age, yet harbored great ambitions. It seems that the main family must regard this negotiation as a failure. Since Lord Date Sakio lacks the sincerity to negotiate or foster goodwill, the Hachijo family will not hesitate to continue their campaign against the 7 districts of Sendai. After a cold smirk, Kageasu rose and departed from the Grand Hall, leaving Shao Lianchuan Zongshio in a state of bewilderment. He had to meet the envoys sent by Date Haramian, Sakaki Kajinaga, and did not have the luxury of time to engage in further discourse with Shao Lianchuan Zongshio. Date Mutsu no Kami Haramian is inviting wolves into the fold. Shao Lianchuan Zongshio could not help but sigh deeply that it has been many years since the Aou and U provinces have faced such a large-scale war and annexation. Who could have predicted that Date Haramian would seek aid from Ekigo at such a desperate moment? Had it not been for the Hachijo family's incursions into Aizu's 4 districts and the 7 districts of Sendai, Date Haramian would have long since faltered. Now, the situation in the Aou and U provinces has shifted dramatically since the Hachijo family invaded southern Mutsu, a turn of events that even the vassals and lords under Date Tatamian could not have anticipated. After the failed negotiations with Shao Lianchuan Zongshio, Kageasa hurried to a small hall in the second ring of Wakamatsu Castle, where the envoy Sakaki Kajinaga waited. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Sakaki Bazuk. There are matters of state that require my personal attention, hence the delay, Kageasa said with a smile as he took a seat on the tatami. Lord Hachijo Nakatsuki is a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. Truly a model for the warrior families of our eastern lands. Why would external vassals be concerned? Sakaki Kajinaga responded with a carefree smile. That is indeed reassuring. Might I inquire if your visit to Wakamatsu Castle is to request military support from my family for Lord Date Mutsu no Kami? Kageasu had previously declined a request for aid from Date Haramian, and he suspected that Sakaki Kajinaga had come primarily for the same purpose. No. I have come to extend my congratulations to Lord Hachijo Nakatsuki. My Lord Date Mutsu no Kami has decided to form a matrimonial alliance with you, and high-ranking officials have been dispatched to the Ekigo domain to convey this. Sakaki Kajinaga presented a letter concealed within his robes to the waiting retainer Hachijo Hirafuku, who then handed it to Kageasa. Date Mutsu no Kami intends to marry his eldest daughter to me. Kageasu exclaimed in astonishment after reading the letter. Indeed, Einenheim is of a similar age to Lord Hachijo Nakatsuki and holds great admiration for him. Her beauty is indeed rare in the Aou and U provinces, and my lord date Mutsu no Kami finds this match most suitable. Sakaki Kajinaga affirmed with a nod and a smile. The Date family is a renowned warrior clan in the Aou and U provinces, and I already have a primary wife. It may be somewhat inappropriate to take Einenheim as a concubine. Kageyasu replied, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. The Usuji family of Ekigo and the Hachijo family owe my lord date Mutsu no Kami a debt of gratitude that surpasses mountains and seas. Even if Einenheim were to become your concubine, my lord date Mutsu no Kami would still be able to accept it. Sakaki Kajinaga's mission was to persuade Hachijo Kageyasu to accept Einenheim. As for whether she could be considered the primary wife, that was not for him to contemplate. This matter requires careful consideration on my part. Sakaki Bazuki may stay in Wakamatsu Castle for a while. Kageyasu replied, unable to provide an immediate answer, as the situation was indeed significant. Date Haramyun's initiative was likely aimed at solidifying the Hachijo family's allegiance to his cause, fearful that they might be lured by Date Tadamyun's side. Very well, I shall take my leave for now, Sakaki Kajinaga said as he realized Kageyasu could not provide an immediate response. Kageyasu, however, remained lost in thought in the small hall. The timing to take Date Haramyun's daughter, Einenheim, as a concubine seems rather inappropriate, as it would imply that he is seeking her beauty to aid him. Shicher, what are you pondering? Have you not yet dined? At that moment, Ayakaheim, having waited long without seeing Kageyasu, learned from his close retainers, Gomi Takashige and Hachijo Hirafuku, that he was still in the small hall and brought lunch with her maid. Please, you may withdraw. Without permission, no one is to enter. Kageyasu gestured for the two maids behind Ayakaheim to leave the small hall immediately. Shicher, what troubles you? Is something amiss? Ayakaheim inquired, puzzled. The envoy from Date Mutsu no Kami has come seeking a matrimonial alliance with my family, and they have even sent retainers to inform Torikyo in Ekigo. It seems I cannot evade this. Kageyasu lamented, this alliance concerning the adoptive daughter or the biological daughter of Date Mutsu no Kami. Ayakaheim did not seem particularly surprised, as she had anticipated such developments. After all, her husband had transformed from a mere lord of Bayagashima Castle to a significant daimyo controlling nearly 8 districts, Karawa, the 4 districts of Aizu, Azuma, Iwase, and half of Inada, and taking a concubine was merely a matter of time. It is the eldest daughter, Einenheim of Date Mutsu no Kami, Kageyasu replied, handing the letter presented by Sakaki Kajinaga to Ayakaheim. The Date family is indeed a prestigious warrior clan in the Aou and U provinces. While the Hachijo family descend from the Ashikaga shogunate in Kyoto, the two families are well matched. However, having Einenheim as a concubine for Shicher may be somewhat inappropriate. Ayakaheim began to ponder, if Date Haramyun were to adopt a daughter, it would not warrant excessive concern. The issue lies in the fact that Date Haramyun has directly proposed a union with his biological daughter. I am troubled by this matter. Should we assist Date Mutsu no Kami in unifying the Date clan? He will undoubtedly inherit the roles of the governor of Ashu and Mutsu. If Einenheim were to become a concubine, it would bring disgrace to both families. Kageyasu sighed deeply. Perhaps I should relinquish my position as the primary wife and allow Einenheim to take that place for Shicher. Ayakaheim suggested after some contemplation. That is out of the question. Ayakaheim, you are the adoptive daughter of the late governor of Ekigo, Usuji Hai Kurotadaki. Your late father, Negao Nabinaga, even received the white umbrella bag and the felt saddle as rewards. And your family background is not insignificant. Kageyasu immediately shook his head, outright rejecting her suggestion. It remains to be seen whether Date Mutsu no Kami would accept his daughter Einenheim as Shicher's concubine. If he could accept that, the matter would be much easier to resolve. Ling Ji pondered thoughtfully. She remarked, according to the envoy Sakazo Harima from Date Mutsu no Kami, that Date Mutsu no Kami was amenable to Einenheim becoming my concubine. Before Keisuke could finish speaking, Ling Ji promptly interrupted him. Shikaru, that matter is quite simple. You need only regard Einenheim's status as equal to that of a primary wife, and though she may be designated as a concubine in name, in practice, her treatment shall be akin to that of the principal wife. Ling Ji contemplated this solution as the only viable means to resolve the issue at hand. However, Ling, if such is the case, Keisuke would only feel that you, Ling Ji, are at a disadvantage. It matters not. As a daughter of a warrior family, I have long since prepared myself for such a reality, should it be necessary. I can relinquish the position of the principal wife at any time, sparing Shikaru from any predicament. After a gentle smile, Ling Ji handed a bowl of miso soup to Keisuke. Thank you, Ling. Upon receiving the miso soup, Keisuke silently resolved to ensure that Ling Ji would one day become the North Seishin, a title historically granted to the primary wife of a prince or a high-ranking noble. Is it necessary for Shikaru and I to maintain such formalities? Ling Ji mused. In this light, the Hachijo family would become inextricably linked with the Date clan. As the saying goes, in prosperity, we rise together. In adversity, we fall together. Ling Ji recalled this adage. Indeed, Date Mutsu no Kami required support from his family to confront rival daimyos and local lords, while the family sought legitimacy and stability in its domains, each party fulfilling its own needs. At this moment, Keisuke came to a similar understanding. Then, let us bring Onin to Wakamatsu Castle as the snow melts. I have heard that the lord of Yamagata Castle, Mogami Yusuji no Kami, took advantage of Date Mutsu no Kami's eastward campaign to attack beneath the walls of Yonezawa Castle. It appears Date Mutsu no Kami has merely transitioned from facing foes on all sides to facing enemies on 3 fronts. Ling Ji intended to expedite Onin's arrival at Wakamatsu Castle, desiring companionship, even if it meant potentially facing a rival in the future. After all, the retainers of the Date clan were lenient towards Date Mutsu no Kami, for he was the young master and future head of the Date family. However, the likes of the Mogami, Ashina, and Anabuki clans were different. They were preoccupied with territorial expansion and usurpation. Keisuke could not help but exclaim, I shall write to Tokuchiyo, so you may embrace your beloved with peace of mind. Ling Ji suddenly wore a mischievous smile. I shall embrace my beloved at once. With that, Keisuke, losing all appetite for his meal, promptly pushed Ling Ji down onto the ground. Shikaru, it is not yet evening. Ling Ji suddenly felt a pang of shyness. Fear not. This place is exceedingly secluded, and only those with permission may enter. Keisuke whispered into Ling Ji's ear. After indulging in an intimate encounter within the small chamber, Keisuke sent word to Sakazo Kajichu, who awaited his response outside the castle. Once the warmth of spring arrives, the Hachijo family shall dispatch a retinue to Yonezawa Castle for the purpose of marriage, adhering to all the formalities befitting the marrying of a principal wife. Upon hearing that Keisuke had agreed to the union, Sakazo Kajichu was elated, having finally fulfilled his mission. Thus, the Hachijo family would wholeheartedly support Date Haramyun in defeating Date Tatamyun to succeed as head of the clan, albeit the Date clan would need to pay the price of sacrificing numerous younger brothers and local lords allied with Date Tatamyun. On March 10th of the 14th year of Tenbun, as spring blossomed, Date Haramyun and his principal wife, Iwaki Gohen, Kuboheim, daughter of Iwaki Shigetaka, reluctantly bid farewell to their eldest daughter, Onin, as she departed from Yonezawa Castle. The welcoming party consisted of Hachijo's second-ranking elder, Hachijo Yashifusa, and senior retainers such as Tomisato Tashishige and Matsuki Hidetaka, leading a procession of over 1,000, including 500 left-controlled crane infantry as guards. Though it was to receive a concubine, Keisuke treated the occasion with the grandeur befitting a principal wife. The Hachijo family's retinue entered the southern Ekigo region, with a number of guests exceeding 1,100. Onin's dowry was adorned with the luxurious symbols of the Hachijo Yusuji family's bamboo sparrow crest and the Date family's vertical 3 and 2 lines, requiring a full 80 horses for transport. The entire procession advanced steadily toward Eizu Wakamatsu Castle, making small pauses every 10 steps and larger ones every 20, symbolizing the bride's lingering affection for her parents. Leading the palanquin of Onin was the retainer chosen by Date Haramyun to serve her for life. Katakura Iki no Kami Kagechika, accompanied by Katakura Bichu no Kami Keichich and Izaki Yukon no Kami Yasunori, followed by 5 loyal maidens destined to accompany her throughout her life. Date Haramian and Iwaki Gohan watched the procession fade into the distance from the main gate of Yonezawa Castle until it was no longer visible. According to custom, to pray for the bride's future happiness, a bonfire was lit to the right of the gate, as Einenheim gradually departed. Once the bonfire was ignited, Date Haramian and Iwaki Gohan silently vanished into the crowd. On this day, the lords of the southern Ekigo region, including the Ashina, Mogami, and Anabuki clans, collectively chose to remain inactive, fully aware that any aggression against Date Haramian on this day could provoke an attack from the Hachijo family, an outcome they were keen to avoid. The likes of the Nikaido, Nihonmatsu, and Ashina clans, entrenched in southern Mutsu for centuries, were rapidly vanquished by the Hachijo family with astonishing speed, while the Anzuki Ito clan chose to submit entirely. They had no desire to gamble the survival of their family names. For such a risk was unwarranted. Having invested substantial funds in the repair of the road from Hibara Castle to Wakamatsu Castle, the bridal procession arrived outside Inawashiro Castle in the evening. The lord of Inawashiro Castle, Usami Sadakatsu, had already awaited their arrival with 100 left-controlled crane infantry outside the castle, but by the time the wedding party reached Wakamatsu Castle, it was already late at night. Upon entering, Einenheim changed in her new attire, a snow-white narrow-sleeved kimono embroidered with the Date family crest, complemented by a white wedding garment, standing gracefully like a celestial being, captivating even Usami Nami, who had been sent by Ling Ji to assist her in this moment. Einenheim met Hachiho Keisuke, the man she was destined to follow for life. This time, Hachiho Keisuke was 19, while Einenheim was 18. Clad in a snow-white garment, with his hair neatly groomed and his nose straight, he appeared as a handsome youth from any angle. Upon seeing Hachiho Keisuke, Einenheim sighed in relief, thinking, for years, the people of Ashu have spoken of Hachiho Nakatsusa Daisuke Keisuke as a malevolent spirit. Yet upon seeing his true visage, he is not as terrifying as the tales suggest. After they exchanged respectful cups of sake, Einenheim prepared to pay homage to the ancestral tablets of the Hachiho Yusuji lineage within the main hall and extend her greetings to Keisuke's principal wife, Ling Ji. Of course, the wedding was far from over. The celebrations were to last 3 days, during which Einenheim was to maintain a proper seated posture. It would not be until the 3rd day, when she donned vibrant attire and received the kneeling homage of the Hachijo maidens, that she could finally escape the complexities of the wedding rituals on the night of March 13th. It would not be until the 3rd day of the wedding that the couple could share a bed. Einenheim, guided by the Hachijo maidens to the bridal chamber, awaited Keisuke's arrival. After 3 long days of festivities, she felt utterly exhausted, with scarcely a moment to reflect. Just as Einenheim began to idly play Go Alone in the bridal chamber, Keisuke opened the door. I am Hachiho Nakatsusa Daisuke Keisuke. His face bore a slight flush, having partaken in some sake earlier. I am Date Einen. I beg your guidance in my shortcomings. Einenheim immediately pushed the go board aside and sat upright before Keisuke. Here in Wakamatsu Castle, there is no need for formality. Treat it as your own home. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The distance from Eizu to Chikugo is not overly far. Keisuke said, surveying the poised Einenheim before him. As a daughter of a warrior family, I shall find ways to resolve difficulties myself, without burdening my family or husband. Now that I have married into the esteemed Hachiho Yusuji family from Kyoto, I shall prioritize the interests of the Hachiho family in all matters. Einenheim declared with confidence. I am pleased to hear such sentiments from Einen. However, there are matters that do not require the concerns of women. Keisuke responded, delighted by Einenheim's words. Indeed, the current achievements of the Hachijo family were largely attributable to Keisuke's individual efforts, with little reliance on the power of the Yusuji clan from Ekigo. This was one of the reasons Einenheim admired Hachiho Keisuke. If the Date clan had 8 capable ministers like Hajitaka, they would have long since unified the 2 provinces of Ashu, and their vassals would not be embroiled in heated disputes over mere villages. Were it not for the accumulated wealth of the previous clan leaders and the unwavering loyalty of the retainers. How could I have achieved my current standing? Your esteemed father, Date Mutsu no Kami, enduring for years amidst enemies on all sides, is indeed a commendable warrior. Kajitaka said with a smile, gently patting the head of Princess Anin. "Is that so?" Anin lifted her gaze to Kajitaka, her eyes clear and profound. "Indeed, as the head of the family, I would never deceive you lightly. It is late. You should retire early, for you must be quite weary after these past few days." With that, Kajitaka lifted Anin and placed her gently beside the bedding. Anin quickly realized what was to follow. Earlier, at Yonezawa Castle, an elderly maid had shown her a series of colorful illustrations depicting the events of a wedding night. In the 14th year of Tenbun, on the 20th day of the 3rd month, an envoy from the Ashikaga shogunate, Ishitani Mitsumasa, of the Toki clan, part of the Omi faction, arrived at Wakamatsu Castle. Delivering a formal edict from Ashikaga Yashiharu to Kajitaka, the Ashikaga shogunate and the court consented to the establishment of the new province of Iwaki and appointed Kajitaka as its first guardian. While the Date clan continued to serve as vassals to the Usuji clan of Ekigo, assisting in stabilizing the northern provinces and the 2 regions of Ashu. The reason Yashiharu could so readily partition the Eizu, Onuma, Yama, Kawashimo, Iwase, Azuma, Ando, Shinobu, and Date districts into the province of Iwaki was due to discussions with trusted advisors such as Samya Haruaki and Okanishi Hiramitsu. Many advisors believed that the fates of the 2 provinces of Ashu had ceased to be of significant concern to the Ashikaga shogunate. Superficially, the daimyos and local lords of Ashu respected the authority of the Ashu governors from the Oda clan, a branch of the Ashikaga family, and the Mogami clan, executors of government affairs. However, in reality, they acted independently, maintaining their own connections with the court and the Ashikaga shogunate, forming leagues among themselves to safeguard their interests, effectively disregarding the commands of the Oda and Mogami clans, rendering them little more than figureheads. Even the Kamakura shogunate, which once governed the 2 provinces of Ashu, found itself overwhelmed by the vastness of the territory. The Kamakura shogunate had previously dispatched the Inamura and Shinozawa clans to southern Mutsu, only to have them obliterated by the local lords of Ashu. The primary cause lay in the demand for the daimyos and local lords of Ashu to relinquish their territories under a policy of oppression. Following the Aikyo and Kyuko disturbances, while various factions in Ashu were affected, the impact was limited to the daimyos and local lords bordering the 8 provinces of Kanto, such as the Shirakawa, Ishikawa, and Iwaki clans. It is safe to say that during the Nanboku siege period, Ashu was no longer under the jurisdiction of the court or the Ashikaga shogunate. For a long time, the Ashikaga shogunate had not received a single piece of cloth or a measure of rice as tribute from Ashu. Only when the daimyos and local lords sought to obtain titles and official positions would they think of the Ashikaga shogunate and the court. Thus, no matter who ruled any part of Ashu, their interests were not directly tied to the Ashikaga shogunate or the court. It was merely a matter of convenience. The court and the Ashikaga shogunate had long relied on Ashu primarily for its role in safeguarding against the northern emissure, preventing these foreign tribes from advancing southward again. The advisors believed that Kajitaka's proposal to establish the province of Iwaki and assume the guardianship role should not be overly scrutinized. Instead, they saw it as an opportunity to grant Kajitaka the position, given his lineage from the public Date Usuji family, rather than being a local lord. Since his service to the Usuji clan, he had tirelessly worked to pacify the 7 districts of Ekigo and had previously donated 500 ryo, a significant boon to the financially strained Ashikaga shogunate. Should Kajitaka be directly bestowed the guardianship of Iwaki, he would naturally express gratitude to the Ashikaga shogunate and continue to defend the southern Mutsu region while punishing those who disrespected the shogunate and court. Furthermore, Yashiharu had no suitable heirs or brothers to send to Ashu, fearing they might meet the same fate as the Kamakura shogunate by failing to establish a foothold in southern Mutsu. Thus, he could only rely on the Usuji and Date clans to govern and manage Ashu and the northern provinces. After careful consideration, Yashiharu deemed the proposal feasible. Currently, the various factions in the capital were in a state of tension, with the potential for a single spark to ignite widespread conflict. As for the distant province of Mutsu, the activities of figures like Usuji Masatora and Kajitaka would have little bearing on the Ashikaga shogunate, and this could serve to diminish the influence of the Date clan in Ashu. If Kajitaka were to continue providing annual tributes after assuming the guardianship of Iwaki, it would be a win-win situation. Thus, Kajitaka became the first guardian of Iwaki, even receiving a woolen saddle cover and a red-handled umbrella, symbols of nobility in the Muromachi period, as part of his appointment. Although Kajitaka was now on equal footing with Masatora, he opted to remain a subordinate lord under the Usuji clan, as Masatora held the authority of a governor, whereas Kajitaka did not. Naturally, Kajitaka was not inclined to let his Shitani Mitsumasa return to Kyoto empty-handed. So he presented him with gifts of 200 ryo in gold, 500 ryo in copper coins, a mix of various currencies, and a hawk as a token of gratitude to the Ashikaga shogunate. At that moment, a piece of good news rushed into Wakamatsu Castle. Why, Lord, good news! Good news! Gomi Takashige hurried into the main hall, clutching a letter. What is this, Sammy? Is this how you conduct yourself? Thankfully, Kajitaka had already seen off Mitsumasa. Otherwise, the vassals would have witnessed such a disgraceful display, and the Date family's reputation would have been tarnished in Kyoto. This is a letter co-signed by Usami Shuniman and Sanada Danjo. Please, my lord. Take a look. Gomi Takashige suddenly dropped his jovial demeanor and handed the letter to Kajitaka. It seems we can now make a move on the remaining half of Ando district. Sammy immediately informed the senior retainers of the family to convene in the castle for a discussion. After reading the letter, Kajitaka dismissed the idea of attacking the Ishikawa clan. Instead, it would be more prudent to target the unstable Ishibashi clan, one of the clans supported by the Kyoto court. A branch of the Ashikaga family, on par with the Oda and Mogami clans. Understood. Gomi Takashige promptly took his leave. Before the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, senior retainers, including Hachijo Yasufumi, Hachijo Noru, Usami Sadamitsu, Usami Sadashige, Matsuki Hidetada, Seiki Naru, and Tamasato Toshiru, successively ascended the castle and entered the main hall, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Have all the senior retainers arrived? Kajitaka asked Gomi Takashige, who was standing nearby. Reporting to my lord, all the senior retainers have arrived, except for Hinata no Kami and Ekigo no Kami, who are stationed in Kurikawa. Gomi Takashige quickly surveyed the assembled retainers before responding. Very well. Let us begin with Usami Shuniman to explain the current situation in Ando district. Kajitaka preferred not to elaborate himself, believing it more appropriate for Usami Sadamitsu, whose territory lay in Ando, to provide the details. Understood that I shall now outline the situation in Ando district. The four great clans of the Ishibashi family, Aoki, Okawachi, Ishikawa, and Terasaka, have seized control of the Ishibashi clan's power. Their leader, Ishibashi Shikibu no Dainagon, along with his family, has been confined in the Nainamaru of Shihanmitsu Castle, with Aoki Nodo no Kami, formerly known as Aoki Yashitsuna, serving as the castle's governor. Usami Sadamitsu succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding the Ishibashi family in Eastern Ando district. Are the retainers collaborating to confine their leader? This is simply outrageous. Do they wish to imitate Nagao Nabasada? After hearing Usami Sadamitsu's account, Hachijo Noru was the first to lose his composure. Nagao's methods of imprisoning their lord were indeed notorious. What is so surprising about that? Look at the north, where Date Mutsu no Kami can even confine his own father. Usami Sadashige glanced at Hachijo Noru, chuckled lightly, and then, upon noticing Kajitaka's and Usami Sadamitsu's expressions, wisely chose to refrain from further comment that in this day and age, who is unaware that the adoptive father-in-law, of Hachijo Kajitaka, the head of the Hachijo Usuji clan, is Date Haramian. The Shiomatsu Ishibashi clan of Higashi and Akuni is indeed a vassal of the Ashikaga shogunate. Part of the same lineage, recently, the prominent ministers of the Ishibashi clan have united to place their head, Ishibashi Shikibu no Sh, under house arrest, likely due to the machinations of the Tamura clan. Currently, the Tamura clan has shifted their allegiance to Date Mutsu no Kami, although they share the same support for Date Mutsu no Kami as the main house. The Andakuni region, being a court stronghold and one of the newly established subdivisions of the Ashikaga shogunate, does not wish for other daimyo or local lords to infringe upon its territories. The main house is tasked with defending southern Sh under the command of the Ashikaga shogunate, aiming to suppress those who defy the court and the Ashikaga shogunate. The ministers of the Shiomatsu Ishibashi clan are precisely those who disrespect the court and the Ashikaga shogunate. Since the main house has not received any explanation from the Tamura clan or date Mutsu no Kami, they continue to regard the ministers of the Ishibashi clan as adversaries, planning an assault on Shahanmitsu Castle to rescue the imprisoned Ishibashi Shikibu no Daisuke. This act is deemed a righteous war, aimed at upholding the Shiomatsu Ishibashi clan. Given that the Tamura clan can silently maneuver the Ishibashi ministers in acts of treachery, Kajitada cannot be blamed for directly dispatching troops to quell the ministers who wield power over the Shiomatsu Ishibashi clan. Kajitada has never considered the Tamura clan to be allies of the Hachijo clan. Rather, it is Date Haramian, with whom an alliance was formed not long ago to the north, who qualifies as such. But heed the Lord's command. The ministers of the house, in unison, bow in submission. Their opportunity to achieve merit is at hand. Previously, Ishibashi Nayoshi, Ishibashi Hisayoshi, Ishibashi Yoshihisa had allied with Horikoshi Munamasa and Kusunoki Yashimian, among other local lords of the northern Sendai region, to aid in the defense of Nibbon-Satsu Castle. Although they successfully repelled the besieging Hachijo forces led by Usami Sadanari and Usami Sadasuke. When the Hachijo and Shirakawa coalition army commanded by Kajitada was on the verge of reaching Nibbon-Satsu Castle, Ishibashi Nayoshi chose to withdraw his forces back to his domain. This caused the local lords of the northern Sendai region, including Horikoshi Munamasa and Kusunoki Yashimian, to lose faith in their ability to hold Nibbon-Satsu Castle, leading to their subsequent withdrawal from the surrounding area. Consequently, Nibbon-Satsu Castle was swiftly encircled by over 10,000 Hachijo and Shirakawa troops. And with the Ishibashi clan unable to sustain their defense due to a lack of provisions and reinforcements, they were compelled to surrender to Kajitada in order to ensure the safety of the castle soldiers and the populace. With Nibbon-Satsu Castle's capitulation, the Shiomatsu Ishibashi clan inevitably found themselves bordering the Hachijo clan, completely losing the buffer that the Nibbon-Satsu clan had provided. The faction within the Ishibashi clan that favored Date Haramian quickly seized control of the family's discourse. They even instigated a coup against the clan head Ishibashi Nayoshi, directly placing him under house arrest in the Nainamaru of Shahanmitsu Castle, with one of the Ishibashi clan's 4 heavenly kings, Uchi Yoshinobu, son of Uchi Yoshio, appointed as the castle's governor. Matters of punishment and reward were decided solely by the 4 heavenly kings of the Ishibashi clan, with little consultation from the remaining retainers of the family. Thus, the power of the Ishibashi clan was swiftly and completely divided among the 4 heavenly kings. Even so, Uchi Yoshinobu was still unsatisfied with the status quo and sought to further his ambitions. Soon he conspired with Ishikawa Orinabu and Terasaka Shinano no Kami, among other influential Ishibashi retainers, to assassinate the clan's chief elder, Kauchi Bitch no Kami. Subsequently, Uchi Yoshinobu seized Kauchi Bitch no Kami's stronghold, Miyamori Castle, absorbing its territory. Having supplanted the main house in controlling the practical authority of the Shiomatsu region, Uchi Yoshinobu promptly established his new base of operations at Miyamori Castle, with his kin, Uchi Buzin no Kami, as the lord of Nagaya Castle, and Uchi Yiman as the lord of Keizawa Castle. Following this, he allocated his relatives and retainers to key strategic locations within the Ishibashi territory, reorganizing the governance of the Ishibashi clan. Even the prominent Ishibashi retainers, Ishikawa Orinabu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Ishibashi clan, Terasaka Shinano no Kami, another of the 4 heavenly kings, Bana no Uchi no Mino no Kami, and Ishibashi Jinban no Yoshi, all followed the Uchi family that on April 10th of the 14th year of the Tenbun era, Kajitada directly dispatched Hachijo Norizane, Usami Sadanari, Usami Sadasuke, Sanada Yukitaka, Seiki Neashige, Matsuki Hidataka, and other retainers, leading an army of over 4,000 into the Shiomatsu region of Higashi and Ikuni under the pretext of punishing the disloyal and unjust ministers of the Ishibashi clan. Observing the might of the Hachijo forces and realizing that his control over the Ishibashi clan was still tenuous, Uchi Yoshinobu hastily sent envoys to the Tamura clan, hoping that the clan head Tamura Takanari would intervene to mediate and persuade the Hachijo forces to retreat. Simultaneously, Uchi Yoshinobu reached out to Aoki Tsunemasa, the younger brother of Aoki Tsunyan, who had been adopted into the Kusunoki clan, seeking assistance from the Kusunoki family. when Tamura Takanari learned of the Hachijo army's large-scale incursion into the Ishibashi territory. He quickly dispatched the prominent retainer Hashimoto Akafusa to negotiate with the lord of Wakamatsu Castle, bringing with him 100 ryo of gold as a gift. Tamura Takanari was keen to prevent the Ishibashi territory, which was about to fall within his sphere of influence, from being seized by the Hachijo clan. However, Kajitada categorically refused the request to withdraw troops, citing the principle that the winds of treachery must not be encouraged. Meanwhile, Ishibashi Jinban no Yoshi, the lord of Awakaku Castle, was overwhelmed with fear upon facing the advance of the 4,000 Hachijo troops, realizing the futility of resistance, and immediately abandoned Iwakaku Castle to flee to Shahamitsu Castle. After seizing Iwakaku Castle without shedding blood, the Hachijo forces split into two divisions, one led by Usami Sadanari, Usami Sadasuke, and Matsuki Hidetaka, focusing their assault on the original stronghold of the Uchi family. Kohama Castle, the other, led by Hachijo Norizane, Seiki Neashige, and Sanada Yukitaka, targeting the new stronghold of the Uchi family, Miyamori Castle, in order to stabilize the situation in the Ishibashi territory. Uchi Yoshinobu felt compelled to personally oversee Shahamitsu Castle. Thus, he dispatched his kin, Uchi Buzan no Kami, to serve as the governor of Miyamori Castle, tasked with its defense against the impending Hachijo assault. After fleeing to Shahamitsu Castle, Ishibashi Jinban no Yoshi immediately advised Uchi Yoshinobu that the Hachijo army was formidable and that the Uchi family could not match their strength. Preparations for a siege should be made without delay. Just as Uchi Yoshinobu was contemplating whether to surrender to the Hachijo forces while stationed at Shahamitsu Castle, former retainers of Kauchi Bitch no Kami, including Kauchi Sh Ri and Kauchi Jurhachi, incited the majority of the castle soldiers to revolt, launching a surprise attack on the main keep of Miyamori Castle and capturing its defender, Uchi Buzan no Kami. They subsequently declared the castle's allegiance had changed and presented the head of Uchi Buzan no Kami to Hachijo Norizane's encampment. Simultaneously, the defenders at Kohama Castle, including Uchi Yoshinobu's uncles, Uchi Yoshinobu and Iwatsunoya Muniyoshi, although they encouraged their soldiers to fight valiantly, ultimately succumbed after 5 days of fierce resistance, surrendering due to overwhelming odds. The defenders, including Uchi Yoshinobu and Iwatsunoya Muniyoshi, could only choose to end their own lives by seppuku to ensure the safety of the remaining soldiers and the populace within the castle. After swiftly capturing Iwakaku Castle, Miyamori Castle, and Kohama Castle, the Hachijo forces advanced rapidly to the foot of Shahamitsu Castle. Seeing that Uchi Yoshinobu could not repel the enemy at the borders, the prominent Ishibashi retainers, including Ishikawa Arinabu and Terasaka Shinano no Kami, realized that they could no longer remain aboard the leaky ship that was the Uchi family. After a brief discussion, Ishikawa Arinabu and Terasaka Shinano no Kami led their troops to launch a surprise attack on the secondary fortress of Shahamitsu Castle, Sumi Yoshiyama Castle, capturing its defender, Uchi Munetaka, Uchi Yoshinobu's uncle, and publicly declaring their allegiance to the Hachijo forces. Within the short span of just 1 month, following the coup led by Uchi Yoshinobu and the prominent Ishibashi retainers that placed Ishibashi Nayoshi under house arrest, the Uchi family found themselves utterly crippled by the Hachijo forces. Former allies of the Uchi clan either perished or defected, and even the Tamura clan, which had once supported the Uchi family, found themselves powerless to assist against the Hachijo army's incursion into the Ishibashi territory. Moreover, Aoki Tsunemasa, the brother of Uchi Yoshinobu, was unable to persuade the main house of the Kusunoki clan to send troops to the defense of Shahamitsu Castle. Yet, it was too late for regrets. In a desperate attempt to preserve his territory and status, Uchi Yoshinobu was forced to humble himself, sending envoys to Wakamatsu Castle to present gifts of gold, silver, fine swords, and swift horses to Kajitada, seeking negotiations as the head elder of the Ishibashi clan. Regardless of how much Uchi Yoshinobu prostrated himself, Kajitada had no intention of granting him any opportunity to recuperate and regain strength. He recognized that the Uchi clan had recently usurped the authority of the main house and that their foundation was still unstable, presenting an optimal opportunity to seize control of Higashi and Akuni. Should he engage in peace talks with the Uchi clan, there was a risk that the Tamura clan might intervene in any future conquest of Higashi and Ikuni, complicating the endeavor. Thus, Kajitada issued a direct order for his frontline commanders, Hachijo Norizane, Usami Sadanari, Usami Sadasuk, and Sanada Yukitaka, to launch a fierce assault on Shahamitsu Castle, disregarding the Uchi clan's overtures for peace. Facing the relentless onslaught of the 4,000 Hachijo troops, Uchi Yoshinobu found himself in a dire predicament. It was not long before the besieged Uchi forces crumbled entirely under the pressure. Bolstered by the support of Ishikawa Arinabu, Terasaka, Shinano no Kami, and other prominent Ishibashi retainers, the Hachijo forces surged forward with great momentum, overwhelming the defensive lines of the Uchi army and ultimately breaching the castle defenses to enter the stronghold. In the ensuing chaos, Uchi Yoshinobu could only flee Shahamitsu Castle in haste, accompanied by his sons, Uchi Sadakazu, Uchi Chikazu, and Uchi Hisakazu, seeking refuge in the Tamura territory to evade the storm. There was scarcely any time to escort the detained Ishibashi Nayoshi. However, as the loyal retinue of Aoki Yashitsuna fled to the mountainous region bordering the districts of Higashirachi and Tamura, they fell victim to a sudden ambush by rogue samurai, with none surviving the ordeal. Subsequently, their heads were sold to the Hachijo army for a sum of 10 ken. Meanwhile, Aoki Moeman, who remained steadfast in Keizawa Castle, and Aoki Hirimen on the eastern bank of the river, were likewise besieged and eliminated by Ishibashi in Nabanosuk, Ishibashi Shimanasuk, and other loyal retainers of the Ishibashi clan. The remaining vassals of the Aoki house recognized the futility of their situation. They fled to the northern territories of Sendai, seeking refuge with Aoki Tsunemori, the brother of Aoki Yashitsuna, on the 15th of April, after the Hachijo army had thoroughly quelled the remnants of the Aoki forces in Higashirachi. Figures such as Hachijo Norishige withdrew to their respective domains, simultaneously dispatching troops to escort the detained Ishibashi Nayoshi and his family to Wakamatsu Castle for an audience with Kajitaka on another front. Hachijo Norishige temporarily stationed over 1,500 troops under the command of Usami Sadakatsu at the Ishibashi stronghold of Shahamitsu Castle to guard against a potential incursion from the Tamura clan from the south. The disgraced Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu Nayoshi presented himself before Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu in the audience hall of Wakamatsu Castle. Ishibashi Nayoshi found himself in the presence of Kajitaka. Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities, Kajitaka instructed, signaling to Hachijo Hirashigi and Gomi Takashichi, who were waiting nearby, to assist the kneeling Nayoshi to his feet. The disgraced vassal, having been misled by the treacherous Aoki Nodo no Kami and others, had found himself compelled to march against Shahamitsu Castle alongside the other commanders of Sendai, acting out of desperation. Subsequently, he had voluntarily withdrawn his forces, no longer opposing the Hachijo clan. Yet to his dismay, Nayoshi, a middle-aged man, found himself weeping in the audience hall, surrounded by youthful figures, most of whom were not yet 20 years of age, save for Gomi Takashichi, who had just crossed the threshold of 30. The Hachijo family's campaign against the treacherous Aoki Nodo no Kami and others was undertaken in the name of justice, as the Ashikaga shogunate had previously issued edicts requiring the maintenance of order in the Oshu provinces and the suppression of disloyal subjects. Though the Ishibashi clan had once stood opposed to the Hachijo as vassals of the Ashikaga shogunate, it was incumbent upon them to set aside past grievances and join forces for a common cause. Moreover, the Ishibashi clan hailed from the esteemed lineage of the Ashikaga, a distinguished house of nobility. Thus, it was implausible to hold Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu accountable. Kajitaka remarked with a smile, "How can I repay the great favor of Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu?" Nayoshi lamented, "Alas, my son Kageyoshi has fallen victim to the treachery of the rebel Aoki Nodo no Kami and his ilk. My second son Yoshimitsu has already inherited the family estate of Shahamitsu. Now, I am left with but a daughter. This." Ishibashi Nayoshi once more succumbed to tears that I deeply sympathize with the plight of Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu. May I inquire if you would consider adopting a son? Kajitaka proposed, glancing at Hachijo Hirashigi, standing nearby. 8. Adopted son. If a suitable candidate were to present himself, that would be most agreeable. I have no intention of continuing as the head of the Ishibashi clan. I merely wish to retreat into a life of seclusion and pray for my deceased son. Naoshi sighed. What if we were to arrange for Shichiro to adopt the Ishibashi name? Kajitaka mused. Contemplating the prospect of Hachijo Hiroshige becoming the heir to the Ishibashi clan. Shichiro, I wonder from which family he hails. Naoshi inquired, placing considerable importance on lineage. After all, the Ishibashi clan was a direct descendant of the Ashikaga shogunate, holding a status equivalent to that of the Saki and Mogami families. He is the son of Hachijo Ekizen no Kami, a prominent retainer of our house, and my cousin, Kajitaka indicated, pointing to Hachijo Hirashi, seated to Nayoshi's left. Ah, so he is of the Hachijo clan. I have no objections then. The Hachijo family was previously a retainer of the Ashikaga shogunate, and now they hold the position of protectors with considerable authority. Such lineage would certainly be a fitting match, Naoshi remarked, eyeing the quiet young warrior beside him with satisfaction. Not only was Shichiro a member of the Hachijo clan, but he also commanded the castle guard at Wakamatsu. Though Kajitaka felt a pang of reluctance, he knew he must part with Hachijo Hiroshige. How can one so young already command the castle guard? Naoshi exclaimed, astonished at Kajitaka's words. Despite his youth, Hiroshige had already participated in several fierce battles alongside Kajitaka. Seeing Nayoshi's astonishment, Kajitaka chuckled. Indeed, Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu is blessed with exceptional talent, beyond what we might comprehend. Naoshi could not help but express his admiration. How about we arrange for Shichiro to wed your daughter, thus becoming the adopted son of Ishibashi, Shikibu no Daifu? Kajitaka proposed, believing that merely adopting Hiroshige would not suffice. He must also solidify ties with Nayoshi's family to prevent any of the Ishibashi clan's disloyal retainers from harboring ulterior motives. That would be most agreeable. Let Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu choose an auspicious date. Naoshi concurred, relieved to relinquish the burdens of leadership, knowing that with the Hachijo clan as his ally, his later years would be secure. Very well. How does the 5th of next month sound? Kajitaka suggested, eager to expedite the adoption of Hachijo Hiroshige into the Ishibashi clan to avoid any potential complications. Everything is at your discretion. Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu, Naoshi replied, yearning for a peaceful retirement after his recent confinement. Then let Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu and his family reside at Yundenkin for the time being, Kajitaka decided, considering that Yundenkin was the only remaining residence available among the estates of the former Ashina retainers. I am profoundly grateful for your benevolence, Hachijo Nakamura no Daibu. Especially given my status as a disgraced vassal, Naoshi expressed his heartfelt appreciation, relieved he had not followed the path of the Ashina, Nippon Satsu, or Nikaido clans in resisting the Hachijo family. Had he done so, exile to Sato would have been far worse than his recent confinement in Shahamitsu Castle, as fellow vassals of the KKB. Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu. You need not be so formal. With you, Sanbei, please escort Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu to Yundenkin for some well-deserved rest. I have pressing matters of state to attend to, Kajitaka stated, dismissing further conversation with Naoshi as he pondered the distribution of territories in Shiozaki. Then I shall take my leave, Naoshi said, gracefully exiting the audience hall. Shichiro, you have served our house for nearly a decade. Due to the limited direct holdings of your family, we had to prioritize the distribution of lands to our more powerful vassals. I end this campaign in Higashidachi Shiozaki. Our house does not intend to interfere extensively. You shall inherit the esteemed name of the Ishibashi clan, assuming the position of steward in Shiozaki and serving as the head of the Ishibashi clan and lord of Shahamitsu Castle, safeguarding our interests in Higashidachi and diligently preventing incursions from the Sama, Tamura, and the northern territories of Sendai. Kajitaka explained to Hachijo Hiroshige after departing the audience hall with Naoshi and Gomi Takashichi. Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I am deeply grateful, Hachijo Hiroshige exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that even the Hachijo family's main branch did not possess the standing of the Ishibashi clan that in fact. It surpassed even the Usuji family, who had recently received the title of protector. Though you are about to inherit the illustrious Ishibashi clan, never forget the bloodline that flows within you, for it is that of the Hachijo family. Kajitaka cautioned Hiroshige before his journey to Shihanmitsu, concerned that he might be swayed by the ambitions of the Ishibashi clan's retainers. I shall never forget my heritage and the profound kindness of my lord. Hiroshige vowed earnestly, very well, we will conduct a land survey in Shiozaki and adjust the territories of the Ishibashi clan's retainers, Kajitaka decided, preparing to address the factions within the Ishibashi clan that had previously sought to undermine Naoshi. All shall be at your command, my lord. Hiroshige agreed wholeheartedly, knowing his role was to serve Kajitaka as a loyal retainer, with little understanding of the broader political machinations. Afterwards, please accompany Ishibashi Shikibu no Daifu to Yundenkin to enjoy the performance of Suko in drama. He shall soon become your adoptive father-in-law, Kajitaka instructed, intending for Naoshi to remain close and at ease in his retirement. Understood. On the 20th of April in the 14th year of Tenbun, before the 8 branches of the Hiroshi family could enter the Ishibashi household, Usumi Sakoto, who was stationed at Shihanmitsu Castle, hastily dispatched his retainer Tsukada Keomen, bearing a multitude of petitions from the citizens of Shiozuma to the outskirts of Wakamatsu Castle, requesting entry. Your Majesty, this is a joint petition brought forth by my lord Usami Minbu no Sh Fu, requesting your esteemed attention, Tsukada Keomen stated, presenting the petition to Gomi Takashige, who then handed it to Kajitaka for review. Led by Ishibashi in Banasuk and Ishibashi Shimonokami, the petition accused Ishibashi Jinban, Ishikawa Danjo, Terasaka Shinano no Kami, and other prominent retainers of the Ishibashi family of colluding to oppress the people, having conspired with the lord of the Uchi clan to imprison the family head Ishibashi Shikibu no Daisuke. Actions which undoubtedly warrant punishment. Kajitaka quickly skimmed through the contents of the petition and was struck by the realization that it could serve as a pivotal opportunity to penalize those Ishibashi retainers who had participated in the insidious schemes against Ishibashi Naoshi. I beseech your Majesty to deliver a just verdict within a few days. Otherwise, Usami Minbu no Sh Fu shall find it increasingly difficult to maintain order in the eastern Andaga district. The ruling family would soon issue a formal judgment regarding the petition, return to Shihanmitsu Castle, and inform Usami Minbu no Sh Fu to remain vigilant against the prominent retainers of the Ishibashi clan. Kajitaka instructed. He recognized that if the situation were allowed to fester, it would inevitably incite turmoil in the eastern Andaga region, and the Tamura family might seize the opportunity to intrude. Understood, Tsukada came and replied before departing. Your Majesty, why not appoint Ishikawa Danjo's son Mitsumasa as the successor of the Ishikawa household and compel Ishikawa Danjo to shave his head and become a monk? After Tsukada, Keomen exited the grand chamber. The contemplative Zank Keizkeiz finally spoke. Indeed, Ishikawa Danjo has not clashed with our forces. In fact, he is actively allied with the prominent retainers of the Ishibashi family to assault the castles and fortifications held by the Uchi clan, even providing assistance during the siege of Shihanmitsu Castle led by Io no Kami and others. Therefore, the only recourse for Ishikawa Danjo is to be compelled to take monastic vows. After all, his son Mitsumasa is the adopted son of Yumen no Jo, the lord of Kairi Castle, and our household cannot act too harshly at this juncture. As for Ishibashi Jinban, his fief shall be confiscated, and he must be ordered to commit seppuku. Kajitaka, in truth, saw no better alternative and had to consider the face of its Tsukataka, who had voluntarily surrendered. Ishibashi Jinban would serve as a scapegoat, as his crimes were indeed deserving of punishment. Otherwise, the Ishibashi retainers such as Ishibashi in Banasuk and Ishibashi Shimonokami would not have submitted a petition demanding his execution. Zankeizkei's voiced no objections to this course of action. As for Terasaka Shinano no Kami, his punishment would mirror that of Ishikawa Danjo. He too would be ordered to shave his head and become a monk, with his son Terasaka Yoshiro no Kami inheriting the family headship. The eastern Andaga district, unlike the Aizu and Iwaz districts, faced unique challenges. Should we impose excessively harsh penalties on these local powers, the regional samurai might easily turn to the Esma or Tamura families for support. What then shall we do with the previously captured brother of the Uchi clans Nodo no Kami, Uchi Danjo Tadao, and Kashiwagi Taman? Zank Keisuke suddenly recalled that there were still a number of prisoners of war held at Shahamitsu Castle. The entire Uchi clan shall be brought to Iwakawa for public execution, but this time we shall only execute the principal offenders. The other retainers shall be granted amnesty, and their family head shall pass their titles to their eldest sons. Zank, you shall visit Shahamitsu Castle. After the Uchi clan's execution, perform a memorial service for them. After much deliberation, Kajitada resolved not to enact widespread retribution, but rather to win the hearts of the people. I understand, Your Majesty. Your benevolence will surely earn the loyalty of the generals across the 7 provinces of Sendai. Zank Keisuke praised Kajitada before taking his leave. Just as Kajitada had decided on the punishment for the retainers of the Ishibashi household and was preparing to exit the grand chamber, Gomi Takashige suddenly approached, breathless. Your Majesty, the Lord of Etch has arrived at the castle's gates, requesting entry. Hasn't the Lord of Hachijo already escorted a large supply of grain to Kiriwa district? Kajitada pondered the purpose of Etch's visit, unable to fathom the intentions of Hachijo Nobisuke. Perhaps he has come regarding his son, and sure, Gomi Takashige whispered in Kajitada's ear. Very well, allow him to enter. Kajitada conceded, returning to his seat to await Hachijo Nobisuke's arrival. After a short while, Hachijo Nobisuke was ushered into the grand chamber by Gomi Takashige. I pay my respects, Your Majesty, that I hope you will reconsider the decree regarding my son, ensure inheriting the Ishibashi household. Hachijo Nobisuke stated candidly upon entering. Lord of Etch, you have come to Wakatsu Castle for this matter. Kajitada found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, I have but one son, and should he inherit the esteemed Ishibashi household, my lineage will come to an end. Hachijo Nobisuke expressed his greatest concern over the continuity of his family name. Lord of Etch, you truly misunderstand. Kajitada was at a loss for how to respond. I am dim-witted. Please enlighten me. Hachijo Nobisuke seemed oblivious to the significance of Kajitada's intentions. Consider this. If Shure remains with you and inherits the name of the Etch household, he will ultimately become merely a lord of a single castle or a district governor, ultimately serving as a mere vassal. Kajitada paused momentarily before continuing. However, should he inherit the Ishibashi household, it is a different matter altogether. The Ishibashi clan is a branch of the Ashikaga shogunate, a prestigious family among the nobility of SH, ranking far above our own household and even surpassing the esteemed Usuji clan of Ekigo. Once he becomes the head of the Ishibashi household, his status will rise above that of all other generals, including even the head retainer of our own clan, Hachijo no Kami. Your Majesty, I understand this is your way of cultivating Shure and training him, as well as your trust in me. But I am now of advanced age and may not be able to father another child. Hachijo Nobisuke, after hearing Kajitada's words, began to waver, no longer insisting that Kajitada rescind his decree. Lord of Etch, you need not worry. Our household will not allow the name of the Etch clan to perish. Your son is on the verge of marrying the daughter of Ishibashi Shikibu no Daisuke. Once your son begets an heir, that child will inherit the name of the Etch clan, Kajitada proposed, believing he had found a suitable solution. Then it must be so, Hachijo Nobisuke replied, sounding somewhat disappointed. Has the flooding in the Ekigo districts been contained? Kajitada abruptly recalled something that in response to Your Majesty, under the governance of the Lord of Usuji, the coastal fortifications, civilian dwellings, and ports of Ekigo have largely been restored. Hachijo Nobisuke reported in detail. What of the Jinbo clan in Etch? Have they renewed their attacks against the Shina clan? Kajitada's greatest concern remained with Etch, as the Shinano region still had the Takakari, Shimizu, and Inoue clans as its defenders alongside support from Ekigo. Thus he was not overly worried about incursions from Murakami Yashikiyo and Takeda Harunobu. After the Lord Usuji returned to Ekigo, the Jinbo clan managed to reclaim all the fortifications previously captured by the Usuji forces. However, like the rest of Ekigo, they too suffered from flooding, and the coastal areas were not spared. Therefore, the Jinbo clan may be unable to launch an assault against the Shina clan for a year or two. Hachijo Nobisuke explained, somewhat puzzled by Kajitada's inquiries. Sooner or later, the Lord of Usuji will mount another campaign into Etch. The Shina clan alone will not be able to withstand the Jinbo clan's forces without the support of the Usuji clan from Ekigo. Kajitada held firm in his belief that the Shina clan would not be able to repel the Jinbo forces unassisted. Indeed, if it were not for the constant reinforcement from Yamamoto, no Ionosuke, and the other Western Ekigo generals, the Shina clan would have been annihilated by the Jinbo clan long ago. What preparations should we make in Kiriwa district? Hachige Nobisuke expressed agreement with Kajitada's viewpoint. Continue stockpiling provisions and supplies. They will certainly come in handy in Shinano, Kajitada advised, opting not to request that Hachige Nobisuke return to Kiriwa district to recruit soldiers, but rather to focus on accumulating resources. He was particularly concerned about the potential large-scale incursions by the Takeda clan into the Shinano districts. Should the Murakami or Takakari clans be defeated by the Takeda clan, the safety of the Ekigo region would be severely jeopardized. Understood on the first day of May in the 14th year of Tenbun. As Kajitada was preparing to unite Hachige Hiroshi with the daughter of Ishibashi Nayoshi at Wakatsu Castle, Tamura Takakashi, the head of the Tamura clan, found himself helpless to stop the Ishibashi retainers, such as Uchi Yoshikazu, from betraying the Tamura clan due to prior inaction against the attacks of the Hachige clan on the eastern Indaga district. However, Tamura Takakashi was determined to secure the dominance of the Tamura clan over the 7 provinces of Sendai, aspiring to rival the Hachige clan in their quest for supremacy. Thus, the intention was to launch an assault on the relatively weaker Ishikawa clan and dispatch envoys to the Iwakura clan, hoping that Iwakura Shitaka would also mobilize troops to jointly attack the Ishikawa clan, with the two families sharing the spoils of the Ishikawa territory. However, within the Ishikawa household, there remained an ongoing debate on whether to continue supporting Date Tatamian, with the clan head, Ishikawa Haramitsu, leaning more towards submission to the current dominant power in southern Mutsu, the Hachijo clan. For the Ishikawa clan, regardless of whether it was Date Haramian or Date Tatamian, their territories were simply too distant from Ishikawa. In the event of an unforeseen situation, distant waters could not quench immediate thirst, and they could not rely on them to resolve pressing issues. Furthermore, as long as the Ishikawa clan was not like the Ashina, Nikaido, or Nihonmatsu clans, when local lords clashed with the Hachijo clan, they could find peace, much like the Ishibashi and Edo clans had done. At the same time that the Tamura clan was launching a significant offensive into Ishikawa County, Ishikawa Haramitsu was sending his retainers, Kanda Norimitsu, the lord of Kanda Castle, head of the Ishikawa clan's branch family, and Otani Takamitsu, the lord of Otani Castle, head of the Ishikawa clan's branch family, to the border to mount a defense. Meanwhile, he dispatched his younger brother, Asakawa Yashimian, to Wakamatsu Castle to negotiate with the Hachijo clan, hoping to gain a foster son from them to inherit the Ishikawa family name and seeking their intervention in mediating the conflict between the Ishikawa and Tamura clans. However, due to the continuous encroachments of the Shirakawa, Tamura, and Iwakura clans, the strength of the Ishikawa clan had diminished considerably, rendering them unable to withstand the onslaught of the Tamura forces. Kanda Norimitsu, Otani, Takamitsu, and others engaged in battle with the Tamura troops near Jisayama. Outnumbered and ultimately defeated, they were forced to retreat to Kanda Castle, located at the border between Ishikawa County and Tamura County, to buy enough time for the Hachijo clan to intervene in the conflict in Ishikawa County. Atop Kanda Castle, Lord Kanda Norimitsu stood, directing the defending forces against the siege laid by the Tamura clan. The dark military banners of the Tamura forces, emblazoned with the 9 celestial symbols and the emblem of the Tamura Myoga clan, radiated a menacing aura, as if they aimed to swallow the entire Ishikawa County. With a formidable enemy poised at the gates of the realm, Ishikawa Haramitsu found himself with no better strategy than to send reinforcements and supply provisions into Kanda Castle, placing his hopes on Hachijo Kajitada to successfully mediate the conflict between the Ishikawa and Tamura clans. For this, he was even willing to relinquish the position of clan head. As Kanda Norimitsu contemplated the ominous premonition swelling within him, he wondered if the crumbling Ishikawa clan could withstand the Tamura clan's assault. In truth, Ishikawa Haramitsu and Tamura Takakatsu had no personal enmity. He was merely an innocent victim of Tamura Takakatsu's invasion. However, Ishikawa Haramitsu did not intend to remain a soft target for long. For the Ishikawa clan hailed from the illustrious Kaiowaka Minamoto family, having ruled Ishikawa County for nearly 5 centuries. while the Tamura clan had only established roots in Tamura County for a little over a century. Regardless, the Ishikawa clan was determined to find ways to halt the advance of the Tamura forces into Ishikawa County. Should they be defeated by the Tamura clan, it would bring disgrace to one of the prominent families of southern Mutsu. Although the Tamura forces appeared formidable, akin to a rampaging elephant in a dense forest, they were not invincible. Kanda Norimitsu had preemptively divided the garrison of Kanda Castle, entrusting half to Otani Takamitsu, who was to lie in wait in the nearby mountains. Meanwhile, Kanda Norimitsu prepared to defend the castle, awaiting the arrival of the Tamura forces. The vanguard of the Tamura army, led by Tamura Yashiyasu, arrived at the outskirts of Kanda Castle. Observing the castle's dilapidated state and learning from local subjects that the defending forces numbered only around 500, their arrogance swelled, dismissing the small fortress entirely, believing it could be easily taken with minimal effort. However, as the Tamura forces drew near, a sudden command rang out from within the castle, and a hail of arrows rained down upon them from the battlements, catching the Tamura forces off guard and inflicting hundreds of casualties. Realizing that Kanda Castle was well prepared, Tamura Yashiyasu hastily ordered a retreat to the vicinity of Jisayama to camp and await the arrival of the main force led by Tamura Takakatsu. From his concealed position in the mountains, Otani Takamitsu observed the Tamura forces beginning to set up camp and seized the opportunity to lead over 200 troops, bearing flags adorned with the Ishikawa clan emblem of the crane, to launch a surprise attack on the Tamura forces at the same moment. Kanda Norimitsu opened the gates of Kanda Castle and charged out, executing a coordinated assault that caught the Tamura forces unprepared. The Tamura troops, completely unaware of the number of Ishikawa soldiers involved, fled in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. After suffering consecutive setbacks at Kanda Castle, Tamura Yashiyasu began to temper his arrogance, preparing to unite with the main force led by Tamura Takakatsu to launch a frontal assault on Kanda Castle. However, Kanda Norimitsu and his men had previously constructed numerous false barriers and wooden barricades around Kanda Castle. As the Tamura forces began to scale these obstacles, they cut the ropes, causing the Tamura soldiers to tumble down. Meanwhile, rocks and boiling water rained down upon them, inflicting heavy casualties on the Tamura forces, resulting in the loss of hundreds. Circumstances rarely align with human desires, and Tamura Takakatsu, initially confident that the isolated Ishikawa clan posed little threat, believed that with his 2,000 soldiers, they could easily breach the defenses of the Ishikawa clan and advance upon Sanrusa Castle. Little did he know that the Tamura forces would soon face a rude awakening upon entering Ishikawa County. The defenders of Kanda Castle and Hirata Castle stood united, each vying to prove their valor. The Tamura forces found their advance stymied, while the supply trains were continuously harassed by Ishikawa troops. As the conflict reached a stalemate, not only did the Tamura forces face logistical difficulties in resupplying, but even the morale of Tamura's vassals began to waver, each harboring their own thoughts as the Tamura forces besieged Kanda Castle and Hirata Castle. The envoy dispatched by Ishikawa Hiramitsu, Asakawa Yashimian, arrived at Wakamatsu Castle. Asakawa Yashimian, a retainer of Ishikawa Shun Konokemi, approached Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke. Upon entering the grand hall of Wakamatsu Castle, he offered a brief self-introduction, uncertain of the purpose behind Asakawa Yashimian's visit. Hachijo Kajitada, while twirling his folding fan, inquired without glancing at him, "Is it not true that the Ishikawa clan is still under the banner of date Sakyo no Daibu?" The envoy's visit was indeed to foster goodwill between the Ishikawa clan and the Hachijo clan. As my lord Ishikawa Shun Konokemi wished to adopt a foster son from the Hachijo clan to inherit the Ishikawa family name. I wonder if Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke might arrange this properly? Asakawa Yashimian, noticing Kajitada's lingering resentment over the Ishikawa clan's allegiance to date Tatamian, opted to broach the subject of the foster son first at O. Why has Ishikawa Shun Konokemi suddenly conceived the idea of adopting a foster son from the main family? Kajitada, having put away his fan, began to scrutinize Asakawa Yoshimian. Why Lord Ishikawa Shun Konokemi is acutely aware that the current chaotic situation in southern Ashu can only be resolved by the governor of Iwaki. Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke, the Ishikawa clan does not wish to be adversaries with the Hachijo clan. Previously, The Ishikawa clan's alignment with Date Sakyo no Daibu was merely a matter of formality, as neighboring daimyos and local lords were incessantly encroaching upon the Ishikawa territory, leaving the clan with only Ishikawa County to its name, while regions like Higashi Shirakawa and Nishi Shirakawa had been lost. Now, with the Tamura clan intending to ally with the Iwakura clan to invade Ishikawa County and divide its lands. I hope Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke can advocate on behalf of the Ishikawa clan. Asakawa Yashimian began to plead on behalf of his lord, Ishikawa Hiramitsu. Wait, I seem to remember that Ishikawa Shunkono Kimi is the grandson of the Tamura clan's lower total guardian. Why would the Tamura clan mount such a massive assault on Ishikawa County? Kajitada was perplexed as to why the Tamura clan would resort to arms against a family with which they had already formed a marital alliance. The Tamura lower total guardian harbors ambitions. Previously feigning an alliance with the Ishikawa clan through marriage, he has been covertly maneuvering to undermine the local lords and samurai under the Ishikawa banner. My lord Ishikawa Shun Konokimi has only recently succeeded to the position of clan head, and the stability within the clan is tenuous. Thus, the Tamura lower total guardian has seized the opportunity to invade Ishikawa County, intending to claim the entire region for himself. Asakawa Yashimian lamented. But Ishikawa County is still under the jurisdiction of Ashu. It does not belong to the Iwaki 9 provinces, does it? Kajitada feigned a look of great difficulty. If the momentum of the Tamura lower total guardian is not curtailed, it will not be long before they invade Iwaki. Should the Ishikawa clan be extinguished by the Tamura clan, it would inevitably lead to the Hachijo clan, or the Edo, Shirakawa clans following suit, as they would be like lips and teeth in their vulnerability. Asakawa Yashimian expressed his perspective. This matter is of great significance and requires deliberation with the senior retainers at home before making a decision. But I assure you that Asakawa date. No kami will not be kept waiting long, Kajitada stated, though his mind was already calculating how to intervene in the situation in Ishikawa County. Then I shall await the favorable news from Hachijo Nakamura Daisuke. Asakawa Yashimian respectfully withdrew from the Grand Hall. The siege of Kanda Castle by the Tamura forces, which had begun in May, continued for a full 2 months, with Tamura Takakatsu even personally overseeing the front lines. Yet the Tamura forces were still unable to capture Kanda Castle. In the stronghold of Pyongyang, the commanding officers, Pyongyang HK and Terra Rike, frequently unleashed a barrage of arrows from their skilled archers and a shigeru upon the besieging Tamura forces outside, resulting in heavy casualties among the assailants. Observing that Tamura Takakatsu could not breach Pyongyang Castle or its surroundings in the foreseeable future, and noting the complete absence of reinforcement from the allied Iwaki clan, he found himself in a dire predicament. Reluctantly, he resolved to encircle Pyongyang Castle, awaiting the depletion of its supplies before launching an assault. Meanwhile, as Tamura Takakatsu focused on the campaign in Ishikawa County, Kajifumi was not idle. After the union of Hachijo Hirafuku with Ishibashi Nayoshi's daughter, leading to his renaming as Ishibashi Hirafuku, he was appointed as the head of the Ishibashi clan and the lord of Shahamitsu Castle, also assuming positions in Shiramatsu and the surrounding regions, utilizing the title of Shikibu Daisuke. Subsequently, the military officer Uchiyama Mitsuhisa, the younger brother of Hachijo Hirafuku, was entrusted with the defense of Wakamatsu Castle and commanded 200 mounted samurai of the Zakzuru army. Concurrently, upon completing the land inspection in Higashiyama County, Kajifumi rewarded his loyal vassals who had distinguished themselves in battle. Sanada Yukitaka received an additional territory of 9,000 koku around Kei-Hama Castle and was instructed to secure Kei-Hama Castle against potential threats from the likes of the Asawada and Sakurada clans. Usami Sadakatsu was granted the regions surrounding Takayama Castle and Anko Island, amounting to 11,000 koku, and Seiki Neashij was awarded 9,500 koku around Naganuma Castle in Awase County. After these adjustments, Kajifumi dispatched Hachijo Waishige, leading a 1,000-strong Zakzuru army, to escort Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun to Pyongyang Castle, with the intent of persuading Tamura Takakatsu to retreat to Tamura County. After more than 2 months of arduous conflict, Tamura Takakatsu had made no significant advancements in North Ishikawa County, failing to capture any of the border fortifications, including Piengdian Castle and Hirata Castle. Just as he pondered how to justify a withdrawal to Tamura County, Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun arrived at the Tamura Army's main encampment seeking an audience. The Zakzuru Army, led by Hachige Waishige, stationed itself not far from Piengdian Castle in Terra Castle. Ostensibly boasting a force of 2,000, the vassal Matsuki Takumi no Kami Hidetaka, Asakawa Yamado no Kami Yashizun, approached Tamura Takakatsu, who feigned indifference and inquired about their purpose. That we come on behalf of my lord, Hachige Nakatsuka Daisuke, to mediate the conflict between the Tamura and Ishikawa clans. Matsuki Hidetaka stated plainly, "My lord desires an end to hostilities and a restoration of peace between your clans." "Oh, we have merely heard that Ishikawa Konohuru, having succeeded as the head of the Ishikawa clan, has been unable to govern Ishikawa County effectively. Hence, we sent forces to assist Ishikawa Konohuru, as he is my grandson. I would never act against my own kin's territory." Tamura Takakatsu quickly provided a rationale for his actions. "Surely, you jest, my lord," Matsuki Hidetaka retorted with a smile. "It is known that Ishikawa Konohuru struggles to maintain order among the local lords and samurai due to the machinations of the Tamura clan. Even the recent insurrection among Ishibashi clan officials was instigated by your clan strategies. Are you aware of this, Tamura Takakatsu? How dare you?" Tamura Akira, seated nearby, could not contain his fury, glaring at Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun. "Is it possible that the vassals speak falsely?" Matsuki Hidetaka continued, unfazed. "The Tamura forces have suffered hundreds of losses in their relentless assaults on Piengdi Inn and other locations. Your current strength cannot exceed 1,500 troops. I advise you to seek a swift peace with the Ishikawa clan and retreat to Tamura County. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether my lord Hachige Nakatsuka Daisuke will consider an assault on Tamura County." With a cold smirk, Matsuki Hidetaka added, "Your keen insight is commendable. Matsuki Takumi no Kami, it appears that my lord Hachige Nakatsuka Daisuke indeed commands a wealth of talent, that I agree to your retreat to Tamura County. But the Ishikawa clan must dismantle Piengdian Castle, Hirata Castle, and other fortifications. Upon completion of these demolitions, we shall withdraw." Tamura Takakatsu sighed, yet he presented a request that left Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun in a precarious position. "Dismantling Piengdian Castle and Hirata Castle. It seems that you lack sincerity regarding peace," Matsuki Hidetaka replied, clearly concerned that I must return to Wakamatsu Castle to report to my lord Hachige Nakatsuka Daisuke, who will decide whether the Ishikawa clan must indeed dismantle these fortifications. If Piengdi Inn and Hirata are razed, the Ishikawa clan will be left without defenses, and should the Tamura clan breach the agreement, they could swiftly invade the Ishikawa territory, even laying siege to San Castle in a short time. You cannot say such things, Matsuki Takumi no Kami. These fortifications have resulted in the loss of hundreds of our men." Tamura Takakatsu interjected, attempting to persuade Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun to agree to the dismantling of the border fortifications. "It seems that you wish for the Ishikawa clan to appear as unarmored fighters after dismantling their defenses," Matsuki Hidetaka noted, preparing to depart upon realizing Tamura Takakatsu's lack of genuine intent for peace. "Hold, Matsuki Takumi no Kami. Very well, I agree to withdraw to Tamura County," Tamura Takakatsu conceded after much deliberation. "Excellent. I hope you will send a trusted vassal to accompany us to San Castle," Matsuki Hidetaka said, relieved to have successfully preserved the northern defenses of the Ishikawa clan. Subsequently, under pressure from Hachige forces entering Ishikawa County, Tamura Takakatsu dispatched his brother, Tamura Akira, along with Tamura Yasunari, to accompany Matsuki Hidetaka and Asakawa Yashizun to the Ishikawa clan stronghold at San Castle, to formally exchange letters of petition with Ishikawa Hiramitsu. However, this did not signify the easing of tensions in southern Sendai. On July 5, 1545, under the supervision of the Hachige army, Tamura Takakatsu led over 1,400 Tamura troops back to Tamura County. Facing relentless pressure from surrounding factions, Ishikawa Hiramitsu, seeking the protection of the Hachige clan, did not appoint his own sons, all born of concubines. Keisuke, who later adopted the Izumi family name, and KK, who became the adopted son of Ishikawa clan retainer Kinuchi Katsuaki, as successors. Instead, he welcomed Hachige Norishige's son, Hachige Roker, as his adopted heir to carry on the Ishikawa name. Subsequently, Kagefomi granted him the right to adopt the character sad from the Hachige Yasuji clan's ancestral name, thus naming him Ishikawa Sudok, and permitting the use of the title Kuniharu S for NHK, Terra Rike, and other staunch Ishikawa vassals who valiantly repelled the Tamura invasion. Kagefomi rewarded them with certificates of merit, gold, silver, and fine swords. Meanwhile, under the command of Hachige Waishige, the forces escorted the former Ishikawa clan head, Ishikawa Haramitsu, along with his family and his sons Suk and KK, from Sanner Castle to reside in seclusion at the Itadara facility outside Wakamatsu Castle. Due to Ishikawa Sudok's tender age of merely 15 and lack of experience in governance and military matters, Kagefomi appointed the established vassal Matsuki Hidataka as the castle steward of Sanner Castle and as Sudok's guardian to provide guidance. Meanwhile, the ongoing conflict between Date Haramian and his father Date Tadamian had drawn the attention of both, as they learned of Hachige Kagefomi's incursions into Higashianda and Ishikawa counties and the arrangements made for their own relatives to succeed in the Ishibashi and Ishikawa clans. Though they felt immense frustration, they found themselves powerless to act. The Mutsu provinces were expected to be governed under the auspices of the Mutsu Protectorate and the SH Inquiry. Yet now, they faced the invasion of Hachige Kagefomi, who had seized Aizu's 4 counties and Ishide's 7 counties, including Ishikawa, Iwase, and Inazuma, and had fragmented them into the province of Iwaki. This situation posed an exceptional challenge to the position of Date Tadamian, then serving as both the SH Inquiry and Mutsu Protector. However, Date Tadamian could only harbor silent resentment toward Hachige Kagefomi's actions in southern Mutsu, as the former lords of the territories aligned with him, such as Nagakawa Saikai of Mamanu Onikawa and Kirikawa Kagefomi of Tsurade Castle, had defected to Date Haramian's faction under the guidance of the loyalist Kagefomi. This sudden turn of events significantly intensified the pressure on Date Tadamian. Not only that, but Date Haramian also successively reassigned key ministers from the Soma clan, such as Kuroki Maso, Nakamura Yasharu, and Teiji Takanabu, to his side. This left Soma Akihiro with no choice but to focus solely on suppressing the forces of Date Haramian within his territory, while also guarding against incursions from the Iwaki clan, leaving him utterly devoid of the means to support Date Tadamian. During this time, Ayaheim's pregnancy became increasingly evident, prompting Kajitaka to minimize his time with Ainin in order to accompany her. Simultaneously, Shirakawa Yoshitsune, witnessing the Hachijo family gaining control over Iwase and Ishikawa districts, felt a surge of unease, sensing a shift in fortunes and a change of fate. He began to harbor uncharacteristic thoughts. Shirakawa Yoshitsune believed that the Shirakawa clan was currently in a state of dual allegiance. Whether under the auspices of the Yasuji clan from Ekigo or aligned with Date Haramian, he found that his territory was free from threats on the east, north, and west. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity to reclaim the old lands in Takayama district that had been encroached upon by the Satei clan, while the newly appointed Satei Yashisuke was still adjusting to his role as head of the Satei family. On July 10th of the 14th year of Tenbun, Shirakawa Yoshitsune mobilized all his forces and launched a full-scale assault into Takayama district, due to his sudden declaration of war and the pretext of assisting the Ishikawa clan against the Tamura clan. The retainers of the Satei clan station in Takayama were caught completely off guard. Leading an army of 3,000, Yoshitsune swiftly captured key locations such as Yohama Castle, Nakazawa Castle, Asahima Castle, and Shishizuka Castle, leaving only Higashidate Castle still under the control of the Satei clan that a month later, with supplies dwindling, Higashidate Castle could no longer hold out, and the commander Ishii Roker was forced to abandon the castle and flee back to Hitachi. Thus, Shirakawa Yoshitsune completely recovered the old lands that had been consumed by the Satei clan. However, he did not intend to pursue the Satei forces into Hitachi and, after stationing a portion of his troops at key locations throughout Takayama, he withdrew his forces back to his own territory. Upon learning of the fall of Takayama district, Satei Yashisuke was beside himself with rage, executing Ishii Roker and others who had returned in disgrace as a public spectacle. He then summoned his forces in a bid to reclaim Takayama. At the same time, Yashisuke dispatched his chief minister Onisaki Naritomo to the Iwaki clan, hoping to coordinate an assault against the Shirakawa clan. Naturally, the terms offered by the Satei clan included the transfer of Shirakawa district to the Iwaki clan, while Takayama would remain under Satei control. Iwaki clan head Iwaki Shigetaka was more than willing to assist his son-in-law, Satei Yashisuke, as he did not wish for the neighboring Shirakawa clan to grow too powerful, especially since they were allied with the Usuji clan from Echigo, which put considerable pressure on the Iwaki clan. On August 5, the Satei clan launched an attack into the southern part of Takayama district with 5,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Iwaki clan refrained from attacking the northern Soma territory, instead sending 1,000 troops to strike at eastern Takayama. From Wakamatsu Castle, Kajitaka feared that should the Satei clan secure Takayama and Shirakawa districts, their power would swell, potentially becoming a significant threat to the Hachijo family. Consequently, he dispatched a trusted relative, Kamiho Kageyoshi, as an envoy, urging both sides to cease hostilities and seek peace. However, Satei Yashisuke ignored this plea and continued to collaborate with the Iwaki clan in their assault on Shirakawa territory, persistently sending letters to Kajitaka, demanding that the Hachijo family refrain from intervening in the conflict between the Satei and Shirakawa clans, clearly demonstrating his determination to secure Shirakawa and Takayama districts. The letters sent by Yashisuke revealed disdain for both the Usuji clan and the Hachijo family, exposing the true nature of the brazen and powerful faction. Naturally, Kajitaka was incensed and immediately convened his chief retainers to discuss a response to the impending joint invasion of the southern regions by the Satei and Iwaki clans. "My lord," one of his retainers opined, "the survival of the Shirakawa clan cannot be overlooked. If the Satei clan were to seize Shirakawa and Takayama districts and grow in strength, there would be no assurance that they would not turn their sights on the territories of Sendai. Should the previously loyal lords of the Ito, Ishibashi, and Ishikawa clans be swayed by the Satei clan, the districts of Iwase, Ando, Azuma, and Ishikawa would no longer belong to the Hachijo clan." Usami Sadamitsu urged Kajitaka to send troops to aid Shirakawa Yoshitsune. However, Usami Shinakami pointed out that the Shirakawa clan had acted without the consent of the Lord and the Yashikata from Echigo, which had provoked the Satei and Iwaki clans' attack. "If we rescue Shirakawa Zabisuke this time, how can we guarantee that the Shirakawa clan will not act independently again in the future?" Kajitaka did not believe that after the Hachijo family's successful intervention, Shirakawa Yoshitsune would repent and change his ways. "If we do not assist the Shirakawa clan now, will there be any local lords or samurai willing to serve our lord in the future?" argued Seiki Nayashige, who did not see the wisdom in allowing the Shirakawa clan to perish. "Io no Kami's words are misguided," Usami countered. "If the Satei clan were to consume Shirakawa and Takayama and then ally with the Iwaki and Tamura clans to challenge our lord, what would become of us? The northern lords of Sendai, such as the Sada, Kuka, Koigawara, and Horikoshi clans, remain watchful and may seek to drive us back to Echigo." Usami Sadamitsu shook his head, expressing disbelief that the Satei clan would remain passive should they ally with the Tamura and Iwaki clans to attack the Hachijo territories. "Therefore, upon your return to your territory, immediately summon your forces and prepare supplies for deployment. Usami Shinakami, you along with the relatives of the Ishikawa clan, such as P10 Daisen and Otariaki, must work to persuade the Takakura and Kamiyama clans to align with us, that if we can secure their loyalty, we will cut off the supply lines of the Iwaki forces, leading to their swift defeat. Additionally, Kitakura Aikishin, Kitakura Bitch, and Izaki Yukin will be responsible for sending envoys to the Oda and Edo clans, seeking to persuade them to launch raids on the Satei territories. Kajitaka planned to first rally the local lords and samurai under the Iwaki clan's banner before sending troops to rescue the Shirakawa clan. He did not believe that the Shirakawa clan would fall so quickly. As long as Shirakawa Yoshitsune could hold out for a while, Satei Yashisuke would eventually face challenges from within, at which point the Hachijo forces would have the perfect opportunity to strike. Understood. As the Hachijo clan began to mobilize their forces and gather supplies, Shirakawa Yoshitsune's younger brother, Komine Yashitomo, successor of the Shirakawa family's branch, Komine clan. With the support of Shirakawa Gore, Yoshitsune's uncle, Yamai Masatane, head of the Shirakawa family's Yamai branch, and Tanagawa Akihiro, head of the Shirakawa family's Tanagawa branch, suddenly initiated a coup. They expelled Shirakawa Yoshitsune and his sons, Shirakawa Harutake and Shirakawa Tokatake, from Shirakawa Castle and publicly declared their succession of the Shirakawa family name, the Shirakawa estate, and the overall leadership of the Shirakawa clan. Moreover, after renaming himself Shirakawa Yashitomo, he swiftly forged an alliance with Satake Yashisuke and Iwaki Shigetaka. Acknowledging the Satake clan's dominion over Takayama District, the eastern Shirakawa districts, including Akagura Castle and Kunigami Castle, were ceded to the Iwaki clan in exchange for their support, the allied forces of Satake and Iwaki. Upon invading Takayama and Shirakawa districts, plundered the local populace's resources and supplies. The inhabitants of the former Shirakawa domain, unable to endure the hardships, fled into the nearby mountains and wilderness, with some seeking refuge in Hachijo territories. The vanguard of the Satake and Iwaki alliance, led by Onisaki Naritomo, advanced upon Shirakawa's strategic stronghold, Shirakawa Pass. Upon learning of the change in ownership of Shirakawa Castle, the Shirakawa forces stationed there scattered, allowing the Satake and Iwaki alliance to capture this critical position in under 2 days. They then marched towards Shirakawa Castle, intent on uniting with the already captured Shirakawa Yashitomo and preparing to advance northward. Shirakawa Yashinari, Yoshitsune's younger brother, Nakabatake Unisuke, head of the Ishikawa clan's Nakabatake branch, and Tamanari Yashinari, senior advisor of the Shirakawa clan, along with other retainers of the Shirakawa clan, fled the castle after Yashitomo's coup. Even after the fall of Shirakawa Castle and the loss of most of Shirakawa District, they remained unwilling to submit to the Satake clan, Iwaki clan, or Yashitomo. They retreated to Kunigami Castle and Suwa Castle, located at the junction of Shirakawa and Owace districts, and continued their resistance against the Satake and Iwaki alliance. Not long after, the combined forces of Satake and Iwaki, having joined forces with Yashitomo, advanced with over 5,000 troops to the northern Shirakawa district, razing Kunigami Castle and Suwa Castle and surrounding villages. The Satake and Iwaki alliance was relentless, seemingly invincible. Faced with the sudden upheaval within the Shirakawa clan, Kajitaka could no longer remain passive. In September of the 14th year of Tenbun, he prepared to take action. Jingding, having resolved to quell the rebellious retainer Kobayashi Yoshiaki of the Shirakawa clan, gathered the commanders from the 4 counties of Aizu, including Ogawa in the Pahara district, Iwase, Ishikawa, and Azumi, under the pretext of reinstating the Shirakawa left military assistant, that he mobilized an impressive force of over 13,000 troops to march southward and invade Shirakawa. Simultaneously, he conscripted over 3,500 peasants from Aizu's 4 counties, Iwase and Azumi, promising a year's exemption from labor in exchange for their assistance in transporting supplies for the 8 divisions of the army. On this occasion, the Hachijo clan, with the exception of Usami Sadamitsu, Sanada Yukitaka, Ishibashi Hiroshige, and others stationed in Andagumi, seem to have emptied their ranks entirely. Moreover, Mazatiger, stationed in Ekigo, sent the Tokii warriors led by Uno Samakado, numbering over 2,000, to reinforce the southern Mutsu territories, hoping to expedite Jingding's pacification efforts. As the tensions escalated between the Hachijo and the Satake and Iwaki clans, Takamitsu Tamura, who held sway over the Tamura district, surprisingly maintained a neutral stance, despite repeated correspondence from Satake Yoshihiro and Iwaki Shigetaka. Takamitsu remained unresponsive, having learned from a previous failed incursion into Ishikawa that engaging the expansive Hachijo clan was unwise. Instead, he considered it more prudent to wait until the Iwaki clan, allied with the Satake, faltered in their assault on Shirakawa, thereby providing Tamura with the opportunity to seize coastal access, should the Hachijo clans suffer significant losses in their conflict with the Satake and Iwaki clans. Tamura could then ally with them to conquer the central and northern regions of Sendai, even extending their reach into Aizu to establish dominance over southern Mutsu. Thus, outwardly, Tamura appeared to side with neither faction. Yet within his territory, he amassed a considerable stockpile of provisions and summoned troops, preparing for any eventuality. On the 20th of September, After merging forces with Uno Samikado's Tokii warriors, Jingding established his base at the castle of Yabuki. Belonging to the Shirakawa retainer Sukno-ji, formerly a vassal of the Nikaido clan. Many retainers of the Shirakawa clan, having witnessed the martial prowess of the Hachijo forces on the battlefield, advised Kobayashi Yoshiaki, Satake Yoshihiro, and Iwaki Shigetaka to avoid confrontation with the Hachijo army. However, the impetuous Yoshihiro dismissed their counsel, believing that, given the similar ages of himself and Jingding, he could achieve the same successes in acquiring vast territories in a short span, especially since the 7 counties of Sendai lacked formidable local lords and samurai. The coalition of Satake and Iwaki, led by Kobayashi Yoshiaki, Kikita Takamichi, the uncle of Iwaki Shigetaka, and Tamanaka Takatoshi, also an uncle, advanced with over 2,500 troops to counter the imminent threat posed by the Hachijo forces. They fortified their positions across the Izugawa River. That night, aware of their numerical disadvantage, Yoshiaki and Takamichi stealthily crossed the river under the cover of darkness, launching a surprise assault on the Hachijo camp, engaging in fierce combat until dawn. Yet, the Hachijo forces remained unfazed by the sudden onslaught. Upon awakening to the sounds of battle, Jingding ordered, "The enemy crosses the river by night. Their horses, armor, and weapons must be damp. Let them be our targets. We may cut or shoot as we please." Thus, the Hachijo army, leveraging their numerical superiority, encircled the 2,500 enemy troops, shouting in unison, "Let none escape." The advance guard of the Satake and Iwaki coalition, akin to a cornered beast, was overwhelmed by the Hachijo forces, suffering catastrophic losses. Among them, Yoshiaki narrowly escaped, galloping southward toward Shirakawa without looking back. Conversely, Kikita Takamichi, Tamanaka Takatoshi, and the other warriors of the Iwaki clan were not as fortunate. They succumbed to the Hachijo forces amidst the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, the Hachijo troops crossed the shallow Izugawa in pursuit of the retreating Satake and Iwaki forces, who, despite their attempts to fight and withdraw, could not withstand the overwhelming odds. Upon learning of the capture of Takamichi and Takatoshi, the morale of the coalition plummeted, leading to a disordered retreat. In Shirakawa Castle, Satake Yoshihiro and Iwaki Shigetaka were horrified upon hearing of the near-total annihilation of the advance guard led by Yoshiaki, Takamichi, and Takatoshi. Nevertheless, they quickly regained their composure, dispatching warriors such as Shirakawa Gore, Yamai Masayasu, and Tagawa Akihiro, who were loyal to the Shirakawa and aligned with the Satake faction, to assemble their forces in the vicinity of Mount Hiraizumi and Iga Castle. Not long after, as the coalition of Shirakawa and Satake supporters gathered, Jingding seized the moment to launch a full-scale assault alongside the Shirakawa retainers who had previously fortified themselves at Kunigami and Kawai castles. On witnessing the arrival of the Hachijo forces, the Satake and Iwaki coalition was struck with terror, resulting in a devastating defeat, with nearly 1,000 captured and bodies strewn for miles. Shirakawa Gore, Yamai Masayasu, and Tagawa Akihiro were successively captured by the Hachijo army, while Satake Yoshihiro, much like Yoshiaki, managed to flee back to Shirakawa Castle. The lord of Iga Castle, Kamada Tadamitsu, realizing the dire straits of his forces after repeated defeats, deemed the situation hopeless and surrendered the castle to the Hachijo army. Jingding, understanding Tadamitsu's predicament in yielding to Yoshiaki and the coalition, allowed him to maintain his position and ordered his troops to accompany the Hachijo forces. On the 25th of September, capitalizing on his recent victory, Jingding advanced his army to the northern bank of the Abikuma River, dispatching over 1,000 troops under the command of Hachijo Nobushige to continuously harass the retreating Satake and Iwaki forces located in Keiya District and the small cargo trains. Yoshihiro and Shigetaka, upon learning of the Hachijo's incessant assaults on their supply lines and cargo, ordered Yashisato to lead over 500 troops to bolster the defense of the cargo trains and secure the retreat for the Satake and Iwaki coalition. However, fortune did not favor them. Upon realizing the scant numbers of Yashisato's forces, Hachijo Nobushige launched a surprise attack, inflicting another crushing defeat on Yashisato and successfully severing the supply lines and escape routes of the Satake and Iwaki coalition. Ashamed after yet another defeat, Yashisato took his own life outside of Higashidate Castle. Simultaneously, the coalition, plagued by repeated defeats against the Hachijo army and dwindling supplies, began contemplating the abandonment of Shirakawa and a retreat to Keiya. Following multiple victories over the Satake and Iwaki coalition, Jingding commanded Uchiyama Michihisa and Hachio Norishige to join forces with Hachiho Nobushige and advance into Keiya, as well as the northern regions of Keiji and Naka, setting fire to the Satake holdings and ambushing isolated warriors and a Shigeru, causing considerable disarray among the Satake and Iwaki forces. Shortly thereafter, emboldened by their triumphs, Jingding led his forces to capture the previously held Shinji Mountain Castle and Keiya Castle. Rapidly advancing into the heart of Shirakawa in October, Jingding, alongside the prominent Shirakawa retainers Shirakawa Yashina, Nakabatake Unisuke, and others, crossed the Abukuma River, engaging the Satake and Iwaki coalition in fierce battles along the southern bank, achieving successive victories and forcing the coalition into retreat once more. Jingding relentlessly pursued the retreating Satake and Iwaki forces into Shirakawa Castle, where despite their desperate resistance, the Hachijo army, bolstered by their elite troops, breached the second citadel after intense fighting, with the conflict raging from morning until nightfall. Ultimately, Satake Yoshihiro and Iwaki Shigetaka, recognizing the untenable situation within Shirakawa Castle, disregarded Yoshiaki's counsel and set fire to all structures in the main keep before leading their remaining 200 men in a breakout, fleeing south through Shirakawa into the Keiya region, where they sought refuge and regrouped their shattered forces. The unfortunate Yashitomo Komine, who failed to escape alongside Yashisuke's Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki, was ultimately captured by Yashineo Shirakawa, the brother of Yashisuke Shirakawa. Thus, the Hachijo army officially reclaimed most of Shirakawa and Takayama counties. Kinti had no intention of allowing Yashisuke's Satake, Shigetaka Iwaki, and their allies any respite, relentlessly pursuing them to the vicinity of Yamatsuri Mountain and Higashidate Castle. Upon hearing that Kinti was leading the charge, Yashisuke's Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki were struck with panic, recognizing that the remnants of their coalition were inadequate to withstand the next wave of the Hachijo army. They hastily abandoned Higashidate Castle and the Yamatsuri Mountain area, retreating towards Kairzan at the border of southern Mutsu and northern Itachi. Kinti continued to doggedly pursue the fleeing coalition, launching a surprise attack as they were halfway across the river at the northern bank of the Odagawa, decisively defeating the forces of Satake and Iwaki. Although some loyal retainers of the Satake and Iwaki clans valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Hachijo army, they were ultimately outnumbered, leading to a devastating defeat for the coalition. More than 100 loyal subjects from Takayama County, affiliated with the Satake clan, were captured by the Hachijo army. Yoshisa Satake, the head of the Satake Northern House, had previously stationed 500 troops in the vicinity of Hanayama to bolster defenses along the northern Itachi border. Upon learning of the defeat and retreat of Yashisuke's Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki to Kairzan, he swiftly mobilized his forces to provide assistance. When Kinti discovered that reinforcements were en route to support Yashisuke's Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki, he ceased his pursuit, ordering Isami Sadakatsu to retain a force of approximately 1,500 men at Higashidate Castle and to construct a new fortification on Yamatsuri Mountain to prevent any further incursions from the Satake clan. Thereafter, Kinti returned to his stronghold. Concurrently, Usami Sadakatsu, along with Den HK, Tera Takamitsu, and others, successfully negotiated with key figures such as Teiken Hiratsugu, the lord of Kamanashi Castle, a branch of the Ishikawa clan, and Ueno Hidetaka, the lord of Ueno Castle, along with various generals from the Kikuta-gun, Iwafian, and Iwaki regions. Due to Iwaki Shigetaka's almost complete mobilization of his forces, the repeated defeats at the hands of the Hachijo army incited complaints from the local lords and samurai in the southern regions of Kaido, leading to a significant loss of life among their ranks and widespread discontent. Consequently, various territories that had once been under the Iwaki family's control, such as Kikuta-gun, Iwafian, and Iwaki, began to switch allegiances and declare their loyalty to the Hachijo house. Additionally, prominent retainers of the Iwaki clan, including Teiken Hiratsugu, Ueno Hidetaka, and Funei Takaneo jointly petitioned to bring a foster son from the Hachijo clan to inherit the Iwaki family name. Faced with the impossibility of returning to his original stronghold of Kin Castle, Iwaki Shigetaka was left with no choice but to temporarily reside in YNK Castle, located in the Tagagon of northern Itachi, adopting it as his new seat of power at this point. Only the lords of Rikozan Castle, Masanari Tsuka, and Kara Castle, Yoshihide Kara, along with a few loyal retainers of the Iwaki clan, had yet to be captured by the Hachijo house, while the territories north of Muroi Pass were no longer under the control of Iwaki Shigetaka. After enduring consecutive defeats against the Hachijo clan, the duo of Yashisuke Satake and Shigetaka, Iwaki, finally recognized the formidable strength of their adversaries, in a desperate bid to preserve their family honor. They reluctantly sought the intervention of Idate Haramyun, the son-in-law of Iwaki Shigetaka, to mediate peace in the 14th year of Tenbun. In November, Idate Haramyun, unwilling to witness his father-in-law Shigetaka, Iwaki, being vanquished by the Hachijo clan, responded to the pleas of Yashisuke Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki by dispatching a prominent retainer, Sakaki Kajinaga, to Wakamatsu Castle to negotiate with the Hachijo clan, hoping to broker peace and halt hostilities. The retainer, Sakaki, serving the Hachijo clan, presented himself before the governor of Iwaki, Hachijo Nakatsukasa. Upon encountering Kinti, clad in a light blue hunting garment, originally worn for hunting, it had since evolved into a noble's everyday attire. Sakaki respectfully inquired about the purpose of his visit to Wakamatsu Castle. Kinti, with a smile, remarked on the timing of Sakaki's arrival, noting that his own house had only recently quelled the tumult in the southern regions of Ashu. The illustrious name of Hachijo Nakatsukasa had long resonated throughout the Yu and Yamagata provinces, and now, with nearly 20,000 troops sweeping across the southern territories, the local lords had capitulated in droves. Even the prestigious Satake family of northern SH had suffered repeated losses in their engagements with the Hachijo army. Thus, my lord, Idate Mutsu no Kami, has sent me to convey his congratulations to Hachijo Nakatsukasa. Sakaki initially lavished praise upon Kinti, refraining from directly broaching the subject of peace. Kinti, feeling somewhat bashful, acknowledged the collective effort of his loyal soldiers in this successful campaign, as he had outnumbered the Satake and Iwaki coalition nearly 3-1 in their recent conquests of Shirakawa, Takayama, and Kikudagun. Kinti then inquired whether Hachijo Nakatsukasa intended to maintain offensive operations against the Iwaki territory. My lord, Idate Mutsu no Kami, hopes that the Hachijo clan might show leniency and cease their incursions into the Iwaki domain and the subjugation of its loyal retainers. Only then did Sakaki gradually reveal the true purpose of his visit. The Hachijo clan had no desire for conflict with Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu, yet the Shirakawa clan, as a vassal of the Usuji family of Ekigo, was simply seeking to reclaim its former territories in Takayama that had been seized by the Satake clan and had not sought to invade the Satake lands in northern CHSH. However, the Satake clan had allied with the Iwaki clan to launch an assault on Shirakawa territory, even expelling Shirakawa Saburo and his son from Shirakawa Castle and supporting the ascension of Komine Yunosuke, a branch of the Shirakawa family, to the family name. This left the Hachijo clan with no choice but to take action. As he spoke, Kinti gently tapped the tatama mat with a folding fan he held in his right hand. Hachijo Nakatsukasa implored Sakyo no Daibu to remain calm, assuring him that both Yashisuke Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki were fully aware of their missteps in their incursions into southern Ashu. Upon returning to their respective territories, they had ceased the recruitment of troops and the stockpiling of provisions. Kinti was asked to consider leniency and show mercy for their transgressions. Sakaki then presented 2 letters for Kinti's perusal, which had been submitted by Yashisuke Satake and Shigetaka Iwaki. Given that Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu was the father-in-law of Idate Mutsu no Kami and also the maternal grandfather of Annenheim, it was indeed reasonable for the Hachijo clan to exercise restraint in their dealings with him. After reviewing the letter penned by Iwaki Shigetaka, who had humbled himself, Kinti pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. In light of the current situation in southern Ashu, it would be unwise to press too hard on the Iwaki clan. If the Iwaki clan were to be annihilated, The Hachijo clan would have to prepare for a two-front war against the Soma and Satei clans. Kinti then considered whether Hachijo Nakatsukusa would permit Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu to return to Kincastle. Observing Kin'i's reluctance to continue hostilities with the Iwaki clan, Sakaki pressed for the request to allow Shigetaka Iwaki to reclaim his ancestral seat. Generals from Iwaki, Iwafian, and Kikuta had submitted oaths to the Hachijo clan, even jointly petitioning to bring forth a foster son to inherit the Iwaki family name. This request posed a dilemma for the Hachijo clan. Kinti feigned difficulty, inquiring about the intentions of Hachijo Nakatsukusa. Perhaps it would be best for the Iwaki clan to retain control over the Tagagun in Seichusage, while a member of the Hachijo clan, such as Hachijo Mazet, could be adopted as a foster son by Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu, allowing him to govern the Iwaki territories of Iwaki, Iwafian, and Kikuta, and for Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu to relocate to a residence outside Wakamatsu Castle. Kinti contemplated this scenario, ultimately deciding that Hachijo Mazet, who had inherited the Hachijo family name, would serve as the foster son to Iwaki Shigetaka. This proposal would be acceptable to my lord Ide Mutsu no Kami, though it remained uncertain whether Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu would acquiesce. Sakaki candidly acknowledged that Ide Haramian would indeed find the arrangement agreeable, as the identity of the head of the Iwaki clan was of little consequence to him, provided they remained aligned with his interests. Henceforth, it would fall upon Ide Mutsu no Kami to persuade Iwaki Sakyo no Daibu. Kinti was determined not to relinquish the opportunity that lay before him. Once the retainer returned to Yonezawa Castle, he would brief Ide Mutsu no Kami on the developments. Sakaki ceased to press for Kin'i's approval for Shigetaka Iwaki to return to Kincastle. The Hachijo clan would await favorable news from Sakaki. Kinti began to deliberate on the distribution of the Iwaki territories. Hachijo Nakatsukusa had not forgotten the peace request from Yashisuke Satake and regarding Yashisuke. The Hachijo clan felt it was sufficient for the Satake clan to remain cognizant of the boundaries of their territory, should the esteemed Lord Satake Yuki forget the precise location of his domain's borders on a future occasion. Our clan shall not merely issue a gentle reminder as we did this time. Rather, we shall undoubtedly lead the armies of Yuk, Await, and the various commanders of Sind, numbering in the tens of thousands, to launch a concerted assault upon CHSHAT that juncture. It remains uncertain whether the Satake clan will be able to maintain its hold over the several districts of northern CHSH. As Jingding toyed with the folding fan in his hand, he remarked, "Rest assured, esteemed Lord Hachij Chmu, I shall faithfully convey your message to Lord Satake Yuki, urging him to strictly guard his national borders and refrain from encroaching upon the territories of South SH and Iwait." "That would be most agreeable," replied Jingding, "for our clan initially harbored no desire to engage in armed conflict with the Satake clan. However, Lord Satake Yuki's excessive arrogance has compelled us to deploy forces to assist Lord Shirakawa Zabiai in reclaiming his former domain." Jingding furrowed his brow before continuing. "As for the territory of Keiya, might it be possible for esteemed Lord Hachij Chmu to return it to the Satake clan? This land has been under the stewardship of the late Satake Daisen, the former head of the Satake clan, since his time. Let us not forget, Lord Sakazo Harumasa, how the late Satake Daisen acquired the domain of Keiya. It was not a hereditary possession of the Satake clan. They seized Keiya during the internal strife of the Shirakawa clan, without the consent of the Kanto shogunate or the Ashikaga family. Jingding interjected decisively before Sakazo could finish. The geographical significance of Keiya is paramount. Although it is a contested territory, it is flanked to the north by the 7 districts of Sind, to the east by the coastal districts, to the west by the province of Shimizuke, and to the south by the province of Hitachi. Regardless of the circumstances, I am resolute in securing this vital land for our own, since esteemed Lord Hachij Chmu insists on returning it to its rightful owner. I shall no longer press the matter," Sakazo Harumasa conceded, recognizing Jingding's steadfastness. After all, the Satake and Iwaki clans had suffered tremendous losses at the hands of the Hachij clan in Shirakawa and Keiya, leaving them in a state of disarray. Consequently, there is little room for negotiation from the victorious Hachij clan. Furthermore, the territorial gains or losses of the Satake and Iwaki clans bear little relevance to Date Haramian, who is chiefly concerned with the well-being of his father-in-law, Iwaki Shigetaka, and the preservation of the Iwaki family name. Our clan is also acting upon the orders of the Ashikaga shogunate and the Lord of Ekigo, aiming to pacify the provinces of South Sh. I trust that Date Mutsu no Kami can comprehend our position. Jingding had previously received a decree from Ashikaga Yashahu, granting him a just cause to subdue those who disrespect the court and the shogunate. It is understood that my lord, Date Mutsu no Kami, wishes for esteemed Lord Hachige Ch. to launch an offensive against the Kanto lords of the Qs, Sakurada, and others in the coming spring. Once the snow has melted, Sakazo Harumisa's primary concern lies with the evolving situation in northern Send, where the lords aligned with the Date family still command significant influence. It appears that Date Mutsu no Kami may need to bide his time, as the Kanto Lord Yamauchi has joined forces with the Koga shogunate and other Kanto retainers, mustering an army of over 100,000 to besiege the fortifications of Kawagoe and other territories held by the Ayase domain, later the Hojo clan. Thus, we must await the outcome of this conflict to discern the victor. Jingding's greatest apprehension lies with the Yamauchi Usuji clan, the Jigyatsu Usuji clan, and the Koga Ashikaga clan, and whether they can thwart the ever-expanding influence of the later Hojo clan, which has been consolidating power in Sagami, Aizu, and southern Musashi. This has significant implications for whether Jingding will need to adjust his strategic objectives from north to south. That I understand, Sakazo Harumisa replied, and I shall take my leave. Observing Jingding's reluctance to advance northward against the Kanto lords aligned with Date Tadamian, Sakazo could only withdraw, refraining from further urging, lest he provoke Jingding's ire. After all, the Hachige clan's dominance in South Sh is of paramount importance to Date Haramian. Should the Hachige clan choose to align with Date Tadamian, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip in their favor. Subsequently, the two parties exchanged formal requests. Through the mediation of Date Haramian, Iwaki Shigetaka adopted Hachige Kajit, a cousin of Hachige Kajitaka, as his son, allowing him to inherit the Iwaki family name and the territories of Keita, Iwaki, and Iwafian. Iwaki Shigetaka then retreated with his family to the castle of Yonokawa in the province of Hitachi, where he governed the district of Toga. Thus, one of the prominent warrior families of southern Mutsu, the Iwaki clan, was effectively divided. The recent conflict between the Satake and Iwaki clans in southern Mutsu resulted in substantial losses of key members and seasoned retainers from both families. Furthermore, numerous local lords and samurai previously loyal to the Satake and Iwaki clans in Shirakawa, Keia, Keita, Iwaki, and Iwafian have since defected to the Hachige clan, severely diminishing the influence of both clans in southern Mutsu. Turning our attention to the T-Cade, at this time, Imagawa Yoshimoto had recently reinstated Matsudora Kisu's son, Matsudora Hiratada, the father of Tokugawa Ieyasu, in the 9th year of the Tenbun era, thereby extending the influence of the Imagawa clan into the region of Nishimikawa. Upon receiving news of the passing of H.J. Ujitsuna, Imagawa Yoshimoto gradually eased his offensive against Mikawa. He initially sought to leverage his ties with Takeda Harunobu to peacefully compel H.J. Ieyasu to return the territories of Suruga's eastern lands to the Imagawa clan, but was met with outright refusal. Consequently, Imagawa Yoshimoto forged alliances with the Yamauchi Usuji and Jigyatsu Usuji clans, agreeing to jointly attack H.J. Ieyasu. He also extended his support to the Takeda clan during the Battle of Takato, continuously seeking favor with Harunobu. Once preparations were complete, in the 9th month of the Tenbun era, Imagawa Yoshimoto crossed the Fuji River, capturing the H.J.'s frontline stronghold of Yoshihara Castle and subsequently besieging Nagakubo Castle. Upon learning of the Imagawa's incursion into the eastern territories of Suruga, H.J. Ieyasu mobilized forces from Sagami and Aizu to counter the threat. Simultaneously, reinforcements led by Takeda Harunobu arrived in the same region. Aware of the movements of the Takeda army, H.J. Ieyasu reluctantly withdrew from the defenses along the Fuji River. That on October 2, Imagawa Yoshimoto issued a decree prohibiting disturbances at Meiji Temple. On October 6, the Takeda forces issued a similar decree at Pumioji Temple. The Imagawa and Takeda clans joined forces to confront H.J. Ieyasu. The Kanto's Yamauchi Usuji and Jigyatsu Usuji clans also commenced their operations. On September 26, the head of the Yamauchi Usuji clan, Usuji Norimasa, and the head of the Jigyatsu Usuji clan, Usuji Ch. Sad, launched a campaign to besiege Kawagawa Castle, which was under H.J. control. In October, with the agreement to defeat H.J. Ieyasu and restore the Kamakura shogunate, the two Usuji clans convinced the Koga shogunates Ashikaga Haruji to join their coalition, with Ashikaga Haruji's involvement. The total force besieging Kawaga Castle swelled to nearly 80,000. Realizing the precariousness of his position, H.J. Ieyasu was compelled to accept the peace terms proposed by Takeda Harunobu. In truth, Harunobu had previously clashed with the Yamauchi Usuji clan while invading the Shinano region, and he had no desire to maintain hostilities with H.J. Ieyasu. His incursion into Suruga's eastern territories was largely aimed at securing his rear by currying favor with both the Imagawa and H.J. clans, enabling the Takeda clan to concentrate on conquering the entirety of Shinano. To this end, Takeda Harunobu dispatched his loyal retainers, Itagaki Nobukata, Komai Takahiro, and Yamaguchi Torikazu, to mediate the discussions. In response, H.J. Ieyasu sent his retainer Kawahara Morimasa, while Imagawa Yoshimoto dispatched Taihara Yukisai, leading to a conference between the three factions to negotiate a peace settlement. Ultimately, the three parties reached an agreement contingent upon the H.J. clan relinquishing their hold on the eastern territories of Suruga. On November 1, the H.J. clan surrendered Nagakabo Castle in accordance with the treaty. By November 6, the H.J. forces withdrew from the eastern regions of Suruga upon returning to Odawara Castle. H.J. Ieyasu did not immediately mobilize to rescue Kawagawa Castle, which had long been besieged by the coalition forces. Thus, the H.J. clan's influence in Suruga was entirely eradicated, and the region became wholly under the dominion of the Imagawa clan. Although the H.J. clan lost the eastern territories of Suruga, Ieyasu was thereby liberated from the threat of a two-front war, allowing him to focus on countering the coalition of the two Usuji clans and the Koga shogunate. It is worth noting that both Kawagawa Castle and Edo Castle were constructed by the renowned General Tadi-kan, rendering them formidable fortifications. Kawagawa Castle, situated atop the hills north of the Musashino Plateau, commands a view of the low-lying terrain to the east, serving as a natural stronghold. The Chickamauga, Uruma River, and Koibikawa to the north, along with the wide Jigawa and wetlands to the south, form the natural moat surrounding Kawagawa Castle. Within the castle, the garrison is led by Hojo Ieyasu's uncle, Hojo Nagakiyo, Hojo Jinin, and the valiant Hojo Eugeneo, renowned for his martial prowess. Hojo Eugeneo was originally the son of the esteemed Imagawa retainer Fukushima Masanari, who fled to Sagami following the Hanakura Rebellion and became a son-in-law of the Hojo family, earning renown under the name of Jai Hachiman. Consequently, Hojo Ieyasu resolved to patiently await the exhaustion of the veteran forces of the Kanto coalition, led by the two Usuji clans and the Koga shogunate, before launching a decisive northern campaign that he prayed at the Ikonomiya Henkawa shrine in Sagami for victory in the forthcoming battles. Months had passed since Kawagawa Castle was besieged, and the defenders had reached their limits. Hojo Ieyasu was prepared for a showdown with the Usuji clans. Fortuitously, this month, a key retainer of the Usuji clan from the Ajigata, the Oda clan of Awatsuki Castle, located to the east of Kawaga, declared allegiance to the Hojo family, alleviating the dire situation at Kawagawa Castle. The Kanto leaders and the Koga shogunate advanced with fierce intent, not only aiming to eradicate the Hojo influence in the heart of Musashi, but also to sweep through Sagami, intent on expelling foreign wild men. The conflict stretched from autumn to winter, and from winter to spring, with both sides exerting their utmost efforts, refusing to relent in the slightest. By May of the 15th year of Tenbun, the garrison commander, Hojo Eugeneo's brother, Fukushima Ieyasu, infiltrated the castle, devising a surprise attack strategy that would encircle the enemy. At the same time, Hojo Ieyasu sent envoys to the three enemy commanders, Usuji Noritora, Usuji Asadachi, and Ashikaga Harawaki, feigning humility and requesting their surrender. The besieging coalition resolutely rejected the Hojo's plea for capitulation. However, their eagerness for negotiations indicated that victory was indeed within reach. The Kanto coalition, worn down by prolonged warfare and demoralized, found themselves on the brink of capturing Kawagawa Castle, yet their fighting spirit had waned. Merchants, performers, and dancing girls frequented the military camps, leading to a breakdown of discipline and morale among the coalition troops. Outside Koga Castle, the encampment had become a festive venue for revelry. On April 20th of the 15th year of Tenbun, in preparation for a night raid on the coalition, Hojo Ujiyasu dispatched numerous ninjas to infiltrate the enemy camp. Uncovering that the coalition, having perceived his earlier show of weakness, regarded him as a coward, unaware that the Hojo forces would soon strike back, that night, under the cover of darkness, with the moon obscured and the wind howling. The Hojo forces brandished torches. Some affixed paper to their armor and clothing, while others donned white garments and armor, adhering to a prearranged signal. They shed their heavy horse armor and flag insignia. Receiving orders to avoid engaging in a head-on fight and instead to maneuver and strike from the flanks, at the stroke of midnight, they launched an assault on the main camp of Yasuji Noritora stationed at Saba. The Yasuji forces, caught completely off guard by the Hojo's sudden night attack, were unprepared and hastily scrambled to respond. Seizing the moment of confusion, the Hojo forces executed a series of swift strikes. Hojo Ujiyasu himself led the charge, directly assaulting the flag's location of Yasuji Noritora, ultimately decimating over 3,000 of the Yasuji's formidable warriors, including Kuragano Microwave, Ono and Banasuk, Hanjo T. Saba, Akabori Unisuk, and Hamami no Kami. Upon learning of Hojo Ujiyasu's surprise attack on the main Yasuji encampment, Hojo Ujineo swiftly rallied his forces alongside Daidoji Moritomo and Hojo Genin to launch a counter-assault against the Yasuji troops. Yasuji Noritora, having lounged at Hirai Castle for so long, had never experienced such an onslaught. Unable to mount an effective defense, he was forced to flee, abandoning his armor in a desperate dash towards Hirai Castle, shielded only by a handful of mounted retainers. The Hojo retainer Motome Sua sounded the conch, summoning the various battalions, and proclaimed to his forces, "In tonight's battle, we have achieved an unimaginable victory. Against the enemy's 80,000 cavalry, we have triumphed with a mere 8,000, winning a historic victory with only 1/10 of their might." The main force of the Ajigata Yasuji clan, led by Yasuji Asadachi and the chief retainer Nambeta Nobushige, stationed at Meiji Temple, was also thrown into disarray by the defeated Yasuji forces. Unlike Yasuji Noritora, Yasuji Asadachi and Nambeta Nobushige quickly organized a counterattack against the Hojo troops, specifically targeting those clad in white garments and armor or tied with white cloth. For a moment, they managed to halt the Hojo's fierce advance. However, what Yasuji Asadachi and Nambeta Nobushige did not anticipate was that Oda Tsukyasu, the lord of Awatsuki Castle and a senior member of the clan, had been swayed by Hojo Ujiyasu. Realizing the impending assault by the Hojo forces, Oda Tsukyasu immediately withdrew his troops back to Awatsuki Castle, leaving Nambeta Nobushige's forces isolated and beleaguered. Nambeta Nobushige, having advanced too rapidly and unaware of Oda Tsukyasu's defection to the Hojo, found himself cut off from the main army and surrounded by Hojo troops. Ultimately outnumbered, in a desperate bid to avoid capture or execution by the Hojo, he leapt into a dry well. Meeting his demise, with Nambeta Nobushige's death, the already beleaguered Ajigata Yasuji forces lost their backbone and morale plummeted. The various divisions of the Ajigata Yasuji clan were subsequently routed by the Hojo forces, and Yasuji Asadachi himself fell in the chaos alongside his chief retainer, Ueda Rinshun. Meanwhile, Nambeta Nobushige's son, Nambeta Hayato no Suk, along with Oda Tsukamasa, Nambeta Nobushige's son-in-law, and Oda Tsukyasa's brother, found themselves besieged by the Hojo forces for several hours before ultimately retreating with only 9 cavalry to Matsuyama Castle. Shortly thereafter, Matsuyama Castle, the last stronghold of the Ajigata Yasuji clan, fell to the Hojo's counteroffensive. Nambeta Hayato no Suk, Oda Tsukamasa, and other retainers of the Ajigata Yasuji clan, left with no other recourse, sought refuge with the Yasuji clan of Yamauchi. Meanwhile, Ashikaraki of the Koga shogunate, sensing the dire situation, had no intention of coming to the aid of the 2 Yasuji clans. He swiftly retreated to Koga Castle, in the aftermath of the battle. Hojo Ujiyasu sent a letter to the Koga shogunate's retainer, Yaneda Takasuk, sternly reproaching Ashikaga Haruaki for his treacherous defection to the side of the 2 Yasuji clans, violating oaths of loyalty. the decline of both the Yamauchi and Ajigata Yasuji clans, compounded by the loss of Hojo Ujiyasu's support, left Ashikaga Haruaki isolated and gradually descending into obscurity. The Koga shogunate and the two Yasuji clans suffered losses exceeding 13,000 in the vicinity of Kawagawa Castle. This battle later became known as the Night Battle of Kawagawa, marking a pivotal turning point in the conflict between the Hojo clan and the Yasuji clan of Kanto, ultimately establishing dominance for the Hojo clan. Following the Night Battle of Kawagawa, Hojo Ujiyasu began systematically eliminating the remaining forces of the Yasuji clans in Musashi. The Lord of Ninja Castle in North Musashi, Narita Nagayasu, was the first to surrender to Hojo Ujiyasu. Shortly thereafter, the Lord of Katsunuma Castle, Mita Tsunshaiji, also submitted to Hojo Ujiyasu. Seeing the vassals of the two Yasuji clans capitulate, the Lord of Takayama Castle, Ishii Sadahiza, the deputy guardian of Musashi, felt the futility of resistance and soon yielded to Hojo Ujiyasu, accepting his son, Hojo Ujitaka, as a foster child. Simultaneously, the Lord of Tenshinzen Castle, Fujita Yasukuni, was compelled to accept Hojo Ujitaka's brother, Hojo Ujibun, as his foster son. After pacifying the remnants of the Ajigata Yasuji clan throughout Musashi, Hojo Ujiyasu turned his attention to attacking the territory held by the Yamauchi Yasuji clan, encompassing North Musashi and Ueno province. To counter the challenges posed by Hojo Ujiyasu, Yasuji Noritora could only dispatch his trusted retainer, Yasuji Norikata, to Ekigo in search of assistance from the Yasuji guardian, Yasuji Masatora. Meanwhile, Yasuji Norikata, a powerful local lord in North Musashi, was also swayed by Hojo Ujiyasu and defected to his side. With the defection of influential local lords like the Fujita, Narita, and Deep Valley Yasuji clans, only the Lord of Maite Castle, Yasuho Yasuhiro, remained loyal to the Yamauchi Yasuji clan, leaving the Yamauchi Yasuji clan on the brink of losing the entirety of North Musashi. Upon receiving the envoy Yasuji Norikata, dispatched by Yasuji Noritora, Yasuji Masatora did not respond immediately, but sent Honjo Shigenori, stationed in Iwanyama County, to transport 5,000 koku of rice and 200 bows to Yasuji Norikata at Hirai Castle. Simultaneously, he dispatched his retainer, Kuma Asahide, to Wakamatsu Castle to request Kajitaka's presence for discussions regarding this matter. On April 30th of the 15th year of Tenbon, Ayaheim successfully gave birth to a daughter, whom they named Katsuda. As Kajifomi remained enveloped in a state of bliss, the news of the devastating defeat of the Yasuji and Koga allied forces at Kawagawa Castle, delivered by Ukuma Asahide, compelled him to depart from Wakamatsu Castle. Accompanied by his loyal retainer, Womi Takashige, the commander of his personal guard, Uchiyama Michihiza, and 200 mounted samurai of a left-controlled Suru army, he journeyed alongside Ukuma to the province of Ekigo. Before his departure, Kajifomi entrusted the affairs of Iwate province and the southern regions of Mutsu to his trusted minister, Hachijo Yasunori, and his advisors, including Usami Sadamitsu, instructing them to maintain vigilant defenses along the borders of Sendai North, as well as the intersections of southern Mutsu, Shimizuke, and Hitachi, to thwart any incursions by the daimyos and local lords such as Satake Yoshitaka, Iwaki Shigetaka, Kuzumura Yashimian, Sakada Kagechika, and Horikoshi Munenori. Due to the urgency of the situation, Kajifomi's party scarcely paused during their journey, only taking brief rests at places like Karinzen and Tokyo before hastening onward to Ekigo. Aware of the arduous trek Kajifomi had undertaken from Iwate, Mazatidra refrained from summoning him to Kasagama Castle, opting instead to receive him at the provincial residence. Upon reaching the residence, Kajifomi first arranged for Womi Takashige and others to rest at Hachiho Manor, while he, disregarding his fatigue, entered the small hall of the provincial residence to deliberate with Mazatidra on the matter of dispatching troops to Ueno to assist Yasuji Norimasa. Why did my brother, having journeyed from Iwaki, not take a night's rest at Hachiho Manor? Mazatidra inquired, seated upright in his position, clad in a crest-embroidered garment. The urgency of the situation could not be overstated. The relationship between Joshu and Ekigo was akin to that of lips and teeth, interdependent and inseparable. Should Joshu fall entirely under the control of the Ayase clan, later the Hojo, Ekigo would find itself in dire peril. In such critical times, Kajifumi found it impossible to rest at ease. He had come to discuss the potential rescue of Yasuji Norimasa without even taking the time to bathe or change, still clad in a light blue hunting coat, without having replaced his inner armor of interwoven blue and yellow silk. However, the recent flooding that afflicted the provinces of Hokuriku had been particularly severe. Were it not for the provisions and support from his brother, the coastal inhabitants would likely have perished through the spring. The agricultural and shipping activities across the 7 districts of Echigo had only recently resumed and were ill-suited for launching a military campaign to assist Norimasa. Even last month, the Lord of Heisu, Mikawa no Kami, had yet to respond to the pleas for assistance from the followers of the Ayase clan. Mazatiger found himself in a quandary, caught between his maternal relatives, the Hamu clan, and the Yasuji, the primary house he served. Although the Hamu clan had sought his aid before the Yamauchi Yasuji, their significance to the Yasuji of Echigo was equally paramount. I wonder if the provinces of Echu are stable. Kajifumi suddenly pondered. Regardless of whether the Yasuji of Echigo dispatched troops to Sato or Ueno, the stability of Echu was of utmost importance. Should the Shina clan, tasked with guarding the western gate of the Yasuji of Echigo, face annihilation, a tide of Ikki followers would likely flood into Echigo, jeopardizing the safety of the provincial residents. Kajifumi recalled the last campaign in Echu, where the main house had returned to Echigo in vain. Shortly after their return, Jinbo Weichi no Kami swiftly reclaimed all the castles and fortifications previously lost to the main house with the support of Ikki temples such as Zuizenji and Shkg. Recently, he had even compelled various vassals of the Jinbo family, including the lords of Yuzu, Ikeda, and Kamiyama, to pledge their loyalty in writing. Jinbo Weichi no Kami was poised to launch an offensive against the Shina clan. If the main house does not dispatch troops to assist the Shina, they may very well face destruction. Mazatiger lamented, It seems that if the lord of the provincial residence wishes to launch a successful campaign in Joshu, the 4 districts of Echu must first be pacified, and both Jinbo Weichi no Kami and the temples of Zuizenji and Shkg must be dealt with. Kajifumi remarked thoughtfully. How about my brother accompany me in this campaign to Echu? Mazatiger suggested suddenly. Why is that? The territories I currently oversee in Iwaki, which include the districts of Shinobu and Date, remain unsettled. Additionally, I must remain vigilant against the incursions of the Satake, Iwakura, Kuzumura, and Sakurada clans. Rendering me unable to extend my efforts further, Kajifumi replied. Eager to avoid being entangled in the quagmire of the 4 districts of Echi, he envisioned seizing the opportunity presented by the conflict between Date Haramian and Date Tatamian, taking advantage of their distraction to pluck the ripe fruit. Brother, do you intend to usurp the position of Date Sakyo no Daibu? Mazatiger queried, noting the wealth of the territories under Kajifumi's command, which surpassed even that of the Yasuji of Echigo. Should it not have been for Kajifumi's significant assistance in bolstering Mazatiger's claim to the Yasuji name and his repeated support in subduing the 7 districts of Echigo, Mazatiger would have long since curtailed Kajifumi's encroachments in southern Mutsu. The lord of the provincial residence speaks true. I have indeed been overly ambitious in recent years, Kajifumi confessed, suddenly stricken with a chill at the thought that Mazatiger might seek to reclaim some of his territory. Yet, Mazatiger had indeed managed the affairs of the southern Mutsu daimyos, such as the Ishibashi, Ishikawa, and Iwakura clans, quite adeptly, ensuring their houses remained intact, albeit he had been somewhat remiss in his dealings with the Nibanmatsu and Nikaido families, the former being kin to the Ashikaga shogunate. Mazatiger then pivoted to commend Kajifumi for allowing a branch of his family to inherit the names of the Ishibashi, Ishikawa, and Iwakura clans, as for the Nibanmatsu and Nikaido families. We shall find an opportune moment for them to depart from southern Sato and return to southern Mutsu at a later date. I, too, am concerned about the potential unrest among the local lords of the 7 districts of Sendai due to their presence. Kajifumi said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, I harbor no intentions of reproaching my brother. I merely hope that he will allow the retainers stationed in places like Ogawa, Tarakawa, and Shirakawa to accompany me in the campaign across the 4 districts of Echu. Mazatiger finally articulated his true intent to your command, that I shall instruct my retainer, Uchiyama Sawabe, to prepare the forces and stabilize our military presence at Biwa Island Castle and other locations, accompanying the lord of the provincial residents in the campaign across the 4 districts of Echu. Kajifumi acknowledged, realizing Mazatiger sought to leverage his strength to pacify the region. Rest assured, my brother shall not suffer loss. Should we successfully restore peace to the 4 districts of Echu, the territory of 500 koku surrounding Kaiholder Castle shall belong to you. How does that sound? Mazatiger inquired with a smile. In that case, I shall express my gratitude in advance for the lord of the provincial residence's generous reward. Kajifumi thought to himself, inwardly cursing Mazatiger for being so miserly, offering him merely 8,500 koku in territory while demanding that he muster his own forces and supply provisions for the campaign. It felt akin to casting a beggar a few coins. Kajifumi would rather forego this new territory of 8,500 koku. If he were to successfully seize the northern regions of Sendai, the combined koku of Shinobu and Date would exceed 100,000. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, Kajifumi resolved to accompany Mazatiger in the campaign across the 4 districts of Echu. After all, during his previous confrontations with the Satake and Iwakura allied forces, it was Mazatiger who had sent the support of the Unosawa troops. Led by Unosawa Samakado, which enabled the Hachijo clan to achieve overwhelming victories, reclaiming not only the districts of Shirakawa and Takano, but also seizing the territories of Kikuta, Awaki, and Iwanai, thus granting the Hachijo clan access to the ports of Kamahama and Ritsuji. Subsequently, Mazatiger and Kajifumi visited the Yahiko shrine in Ekigo to offer a prayer, beseeching divine assistance, hoping for the retreat of all malevolent forces from Sado, Echu, Southern Mutsu, Iwadate, referring to the Date district, and Shinobu, which Kajifumi had yet to conquer, and Shinano, seeking safety and enduring peace across the lands governed by the Usuji of Ekigo, namely Ekigo, Iwadate, Echu, Oku Shinano, and Southern Mutsu. However, Mazatiger's prayers did not yield the anticipated results. The situation in the 4 districts of Echu became increasingly unmanageable, and the influence of the Usuji of Ekigo in Echu waned further on the 10th day of the 5th month in the 15th year of Tenbon. Shinbo Nagatoshi, in alliance with the temples of the Honganji sect in Ek, such as Suisenji and SHKG, launched a grand offensive towards the Matsukura Castle, the stronghold of the Shina clan. The combined forces amassed over 30,000 troops. Upon learning of this formidable coalition approaching, Shina Yasuaki was gripped by fear and promptly dispatched his retainer, Komiya Tsunamitsu, to seek assistance from Usuji Masatora in Ekigo. At that moment, Masatora and Kajitaka had already summoned 9,000 soldiers from regions including Jeietsu, Karawa, and Mishima, while commanding naval leaders such as Hirata Zenjer and Sudkenmon to transport provisions via sea routes. They harried the coastal territories of the Shinbo clan, including a Wasteport, Nagai Castle, and Keifu Castle, to delay the advance of a Shinbo coalition and ensure they could not swiftly descend upon Matsukura Castle. Moreover, to further impede Shinbo Nagatoshi's assault on the Shina territory, Masatora and Kajitaka jointly wrote to the then Nodo Shugo, Hatama Yashitsugu, imploring the Hatama clan to dispatch troops from Nishizuada and TBA, thereby maximizing the diversion of the Shinbo coalition's forces. Naturally, the Hatama clan would not readily commit their troops to assist the Usuji without some benefit. Consequently, after discussions, Masatora tacitly acknowledged Sawada as Hatama territory, while welcoming the second son of Yashitsu, Hatama Yoshiyuki, as the heir to the Nambu Matsumatsu Hatama name, and the third son, Hatake Yashiro, was adopted by J-Bar Kageyoshi to inherit the leadership of the J-Bar Usuji clan. On May 20th, before reinforcements from the Usuji clan could arrive, Shinbo Nagatoshi led the Shinbo coalition back into the Shina domain, capturing key figures such as Miyazaki Taro, the lord of Miyazaki Castle, and Zeta Teruzaman of Wakuri Castle, among others. The authority of Shina Yasuaki in eastern Nikawa suffered a catastrophic blow as the Shina influence in the region drastically diminished, leaving only Matsukura Castle and its surrounding fortresses like Mizuwa and Kamakata under his control. The Shina clan was on the brink of annihilation, while Shinbo Nagatoshi was close to achieving unification over the 4 counties of Ek. Upon receiving news that the Usuji clan of Echigo was mobilizing forces and supplies within their territory, Shinbo Nagatoshi ordered his loyal subjects, Shinbo no Sh and Shinbo Hachizamen, to lead 5,000 troops in a fierce assault on the supporting castle of Kamikata, with the aim of swiftly obliterating the Shina clan. Meanwhile, Nagatoshi himself, along with the abbots of Suisenji, SHKG, and other former Shina retainers, gathered an army of over 27,000 at Sakikawa, intending to intercept the Usuji forces and prevent them from rescuing the Shina clan. On June 1 SD, the Usuji clan advanced by water to the eastern bank of Sakikawa, seeking to aid Yasuaki. Across the river, the Shinbo coalition appeared as an endless sea of troops, their white flags emblazoned with Buddhist chants resembling a vast expanse of reeds. Teeming with enemies, the coalition was primarily composed of three groups: disciples driven from the 7 counties of Echigo, soldiers recruited by the Shinbo clan, and prominent figures from the Shina clan who had surrendered. Masatora, perceiving the formidable enemy ahead, remained silent, only riding along the eastern bank with a few retainers. Contemplating a strategy, he resolved to defend the crucial crossings of Tamaki, Ikeburi, and Dera at all costs, determined not to allow the Shinbo coalition to cross Sakikawa. If they did, their sheer numbers would overwhelm the Usuji forces. The Usuji main encampment was established at the ruins of Ikeburi Castle, where Masatora personally commanded the retainers and local warriors, deploying 3,000 troops under the leadership of Uno Samakage and other commanders. The western crossing at Tamaki was guarded by 1,500 troops led by Kakizaki Keiji. The Ikeburi crossing was held by 800 cavalry and 1,800 soldiers under Hachige Kajitaka, while the southern crossing at Dera was defended by 2,500 troops led by Yamamoto Seinaga and others. As night fell, gazing at the flickering bonfires across the river, Masatora remained silent atop Ikeburi Castle, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to the Shinbo coalition. The next morning, the stalemate was broken as the impatient Shinbo forces launched an uncoordinated assault on the Tamaki crossing, thousands of troops chaotically wading towards Kakizaki Keiji's position. Leading the charge was the Shinbo general Ueda Ishikane, adorned in a gilded armor, who boldly declared his name, challenging the Usuji warriors, eager to prove himself. Kakizaki Keiji charged forth, clashing swords with Ueda in the river, and after a brief exchange, Ueda's weapon fell from his grasp, leaving him defenseless. In a swift maneuver, Kakizaki pursued Ueda, catching up and decisively dispatching him, his head severed and cast into Sakikawa. Witnessing the fall of the enemy general invigorated the morale of the Usuji troops, who surged forth against the encroaching Shinbo coalition. The Usuji forces fought fiercely, while the Shinbo coalition, shaken by the loss of their commander, descended into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Kakizaki led his troops in a decisive counterattack, resulting in a significant defeat for the coalition. However, just as victory seemed within reach for the Usuji, reinforcements from Shinbo Nagatoshi's main force arrived, stabilizing the morale of the coalition. Nagatoshi himself joined the fray, and the previously advantageous position for the Usuji swiftly turned. Kakizaki's forces, having breached the western bank of Sakikawa, found themselves encircled by the reinvigorated Shinbo coalition. In that critical moment, Hachige Kajitaka, donned in resplendent armor, led 200 cavalry and 1,000 soldiers from Ikeburi to break through the encirclement, charging valiantly into the fray and fighting alongside Kakizaki, ultimately routing the Shinbo forces. Previously, the abbots of Suisenji and SHKG had underestimated the Usuji army, believing they could easily conquer them and advance into Echigo to reclaim their territories. Unbeknownst to them, Hachige Kajitaka and Kakizaki Keiji had decisively defeated Nagatoshi's main force, capturing renowned generals from the Shinbo coalition. With their combined might, they flanked the coalition, creating chaos among their ranks. Noticing this shift, the likes of Sate Tashiki and others hastily withdrew from the battlefield, returning to their domains. From the heights of Ikeburi Castle, Masatora recognized that the time had come to deliver a crushing blow to the enemy forces. As the forces of the Hatamoto and the Terra surged forth from Shizenkai, numbering 3,000, a simultaneous order was issued to steadfastly defend Yamamoto Temple at the Great Peace Ferry. The 2,500 troops, led by Chikago Sotaka, Nagao Kageyoshi, Okumurchash, Momoi Yoshitaka, Anzawa Kajimoto, and Fukawaji Takashige, launched a coordinated assault against the enemy forces. Under the command of Kijima Takanori, the lord of Arawa Castle, several mounted samurai boldly penetrated the ranks of the allied forces, setting fire to their encampment. With the flames raging, the spirit of the Usugi army from Ekigo was ignited, while simultaneously, the last vestiges of morale within the allied forces were consumed by the inferno. Witnessing the widespread conflagration among their own ranks, the followers of the JD Shinch sect under Jinbo Takanori succumbed to despair, becoming disoriented and chaotic. Seizing this opportunity, the Usugi forces launched relentless attacks against the allied troops, ultimately leading to a complete rout of the enemy, with thousands captured, many of whom perished in the torrents of the Sacagawea River. At the summit of Mount Yabako, the monks of Sui Senji and SHKG could scarcely believe their eyes. Their own grand army, on the brink of breaching the defenses at Shizenkai, had been utterly defeated in a matter of moments by the double envelopment executed by the Usugi forces. Soon after, realizing the impossibility of reversing their fortunes, Sui Senji and SHKG fled back to the safety of Tiwa, abandoning any further support for Jinbo Takanori. Infuriated by the retreat of Sui Senji and SHKG, Jinbo Takanori, in a state of utter desperation, led his remnants back to Yuzu Castle, where he regrouped with his fellow commanders, including Banya Masahiro, to consolidate their forces. With the main contingent of the JD Shinch sect's allied forces utterly defeated at Sacagawea and scattered in flight, their vitality was severely diminished, rendering them incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Usugi army. Thus began the decline of the Jinbo clan, marked by the catastrophic defeat at Sacagawea. The Usugi forces, under the astute leadership of Masahiro, showcased their prowess against the numerically superior Jinbo forces, earning widespread admiration. Following this battle, Hachige Kajitada was bestowed with nicknames such as Oni Hachige and Oni Nakatsukasa by the commanders of Ekigo. In the aftermath of their disastrous defeat at Sacagawea, Jinbo Takanori and his retainers lost the trust of the commanders of Ekigo. Previously loyal lords and local samurai, disillusioned by Jinbo Takanori's leadership, began to shift their allegiance towards the Usugi clan. In a series of desperate measures, Jinbo Takanori executed several key figures within Yuzu Castle who were suspected of colluding with the Usugi, including Banya Masahiro, Sasamura Teraziman, and other influential warriors. After the Usugi forces thoroughly cleared the battlefield at Sacagawea, they pressed westward, assaulting various castles and fortifications in the Shinagawa region loyal to the Jinbo clan. Capturing key locations such as Sakigawa Castle, Miyazaki Castle, Funamin Castle, Nampo Castle, Eisenkaku, Wakaguri Castle, Kaneyama Castle, and Tenjiyama Castle, while also apprehending those who had sided with the Jinbo, including Funaha Keihei, Eisenank, and Nampo Takashi. However, for the Jinbo clan, Tenjiyama Castle held paramount significance. Strategically located between the Fushagawa and Katakai rivers, it formed a critical bastion alongside Yuzu Castle, controlling access to the heart of Ekigo. Moreover, the hostages submitted by the commanders of the eastern Shinagawa region were kept within Tenjiyama Castle. At that time, the appointed defenders were the brothers Ida Toshikazu and Ida Toshinori. Yet they harbored no intention of holding the castle steadfastly. Rather, they sought vengeance for their fallen brother, Ida Toshitada. At Sacagawea, they boldly led their forces out of the castle to engage the Usugi army in battle. Despite the valiant efforts of Ida Toshikazu and Ida Toshinori, leading over 300 troops, they were no match for the Usugi forces, who attacked from three sides. Their forces quickly crumbled. Ida Toshikazu was captured by Anzawa Kajimoto, while Ida Toshinori fell to Keijima Takanori's men. The hostages from the eastern Shinagawa commanders ultimately fell into the hands of the Usugi. Following this, Masahiro established his main camp at Tenjiyama Castle, coordinating with Shina Yasutaka, who remained entrenched in Matsukura Castle, resisting the assaults of the Jinbo forces. Confronted with the fierce advance of the Usugi army, Jinbo Takanori realized that although 4,000 of his forces were still stationed at Yuzu Castle, many were either covertly or overtly in league with the Usugi, showing no desire to continue serving him. Even those who had previously besieged Shina Yasutaka, such as Jinbo Yoshizumi and Jinbo Hachizaman, found their ranks dwindling after learning of the catastrophic defeat at Sacagawea, leading to a mass exodus of their followers. In a bid to preserve their strength, Jinbo Yoshizumi and Jinbo Hachijo retreated to the southeastern fort of Muroda, aligning their forces with Jinbo Takanari's at Yuzu Castle. At this juncture, Jinbo Takanari had lost the capacity to resist the Usugi army effectively, faced with the overwhelming strength of the Usugi forces. It became evident that the Jinbo clan could not withstand the onslaught alone. Consequently, the clan's senior retainers began urging Jinbo Takanari to abandon Yuzu Castle, Meiji Castle, Muroda, and Keita Castle, suggesting instead a strategic retreat to the Jinbo stronghold of Toyama Castle or the regions of Fu and Naniwa. My lord, it has come to my attention that Hosokawa Yashichika of Buseiji Castle may be contemplating defection to the Usugi, one of Jinbo Takanari's senior retainers reported, sending shockwaves through the assembly. Is this truly the case, Terasaki Minbu Zaman? Jinbo Takanari inquired, his hands trembling at the implications. He understood the critical nature of Buseiji Castle. Should its lord side with the Usugi, it would effectively sever the north-south and east-west routes along the Ganji River, marking yet another grievous blow following the loss of Tenjiyama Castle. If Hosokawa Yashichika were to launch an assault on the vulnerable heartland of the Jinbo clan, the main forces under Jinbo Takanari would swiftly lose their supply lines and avenues of retreat, risking annihilation between the Usugi forces from the east and the Hosokawa from the west. Jinbo Takanari's father, Jinbo Yashimian, had previously fallen victim to a similar fate, crushed between the dual forces of the Noto Takayama clan and the Nagao clan of Ekigo, leading to the loss of his stronghold and vast territories. Jinbo Takanari was determined not to follow in his father's footsteps. Should Hosokawa Yashichika indeed turn against the Jinbo, the surrounding lords, such as the Toyohara and Hori clans in Shinagawa, would likely follow suit, plunging the Jinbo clan into dire straits. Amid this turmoil, Jinbo Takanari's uncle, Jinbo Yashikiyo, expressed grave concern, reflecting on why he had been so foolish as to side with Jinbo Takanari in the eastern Shinagawa campaign. Originally, he held allegiance to both the Noto Takayama clan and the Jinbo clan. Should the Jinbo face another catastrophic defeat, he would undoubtedly face retribution from as he pondered. Regret consumed him. He wished he had never aligned himself with Jinbo Takanari. Indeed, it is as you say. Hosokawa Yashichika is one of the 5 great generals of Ekigo, replied another retainer, and his strength must not be underestimated. We should abandon Yuzu Castle, Meiji Castle, Muroda, and Keita Castle, and instead withdraw to Shinji Castle, Tahanji Castle, and Oinoyama Castle, fortifying our positions to withstand the Usugi's advance. Nanomiya Nagaharu, the lord of Wekamano Castle, concurred with this assessment, recognizing that the influence of the Hosokawa clan in the eastern Shinagawa region far surpassed that of the Jinbo. My lord, urgent news, exclaimed Kotani Rokeman, rushing into the great hall of Yuzu Castle. The Usugi naval forces, led by Hirata Zenjuro, Suda Kinmon, and Suda Yukio, are relentlessly harassing Bsh Tsu Castle, Buseiji Castle, Keikufa Castle, and Sh Yama Castle. That if we allow this to continue unchecked, we risk losing these coastal fortifications entirely. What? It appears we cannot remain at Yuzu any longer. We must retreat to our stronghold. Immediately, Jinbo Takanari declared. Having perused the alarming reports, he understood the vital importance of Bsh Tsu Castle, Keikufa Castle, and Sh Yama Castle to the Jinbo clan. Should they fall to the Usugi navy, he would find himself besieged from all sides. Particularly concerning was the ambiguous stance of the Takayama clan of Noto. If they chose to ally with the Usugi against the western Ekigo, the Jinbo clan would once again face the imminent threat of extinction, that we must act swiftly. The retainers of the Jinbo clan unanimously agreed, their hearts clear on the matter. They understood that if they continued to engage in battle with the Usugi clan of Ekigo in the Agasha-Shinkawa district, they would inevitably face annihilation at the hands of the Usugi forces. They were, in truth, awaiting the decision of their lord, Jinbo Nagatoshi, to retreat from the East Shinkawa region. Thus, the entire house of Jinbo, fully aware of their inability to withstand the fierce onslaught of the Usugi clan, resigned themselves to abandoning their currently held territories, such as Yuzu Castle, Manmyo Castle, Murata Fort, and Koide Castle, and began a strategic withdrawal towards their stronghold, Toyama Castle, on June 10th of the 15th year of Tenbon. The once mighty Jinbo clan, which had dominated the 4 districts of Echu, was gradually retreating under the relentless assault of the Usuji clan, losing its former grandeur. Despite Jinbo Nagatoshi's decisive order to withdraw his forces from Yuzu Castle to return to Toyama Castle in a bid to stem the losses and preserve their strength against the Usuji's invasion, it was too late. After capturing Tenshinzen Castle, Usuji Mazatiger stationed Yamamoto Teranaga at Tenshinzen, Momoi Yoshitaka at Sakai Castle, and Okumura Aside at Wakaguri Castle to secure the Usuji army's retreat routes and supply lines. Thereafter, Mazatiger led over 7,000 troops from Tenshinzen Castle into the central region of Shinkawa, joining forces with Shina Yasutaka's contingent to pursue the retreating Jinbo army. And could see that moment. Jinbo Nagatoshi was leading his men across the Naka River. Midway through the crossing, the Isujishina alliance launched a sudden and ferocious attack on the Jinbo forces, catching them off guard. The Jinbo troops suffered a devastating defeat, becoming disorganized and chaotic, with thousands drowning in the river alone. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Usushina coalition, Nagatoshi had no choice but to order his men to abandon all horses and supplies, engaging in a desperate foot battle against the Usushina forces. He tasked his retainers, Terasaki Yukikazu and Kotani Rokeman, with covering the retreat, which allowed the remaining troops to cross the Naka River. However, unbeknownst to Nagatoshi, this parting from Terasaki and Kotani would turn out to be their final farewell. Terasaki Yukikazu and Kotani Rokeman, with their 500 men, launched a desperate counterattack against the Usushina forces. Although they initially overwhelmed the troops of Yasuda Kageyoshi, Fukuji Takeshige, and Shina Yasutaka, those previously defeated regrouped and flanked the Jinbo rearguard, launching a surprise assault. Consequently, the Jinbo rearguard was all but annihilated under the dual assault of the Usuji and Shina forces. In the aftermath, Terasaki was slain by Yasuda, while Kotani fell to Fukuji, with the Jinbo rearguard suffering over 400 casualties. Following the battles at the Sakai River and Naka River, the able-bodied men and strong generals within the Jinbo domain were nearly decimated, rendering them incapable of contending with the Usuji and Shina clans. The retainers of the Jinbo clan, along with the local lords and vassals, recognized that the Jinbo house was akin to a sinking ship, and none wished to perish alongside Nagatoshi aboard this doomed vessel. Thus, they collectively chose to surrender to the Usushina coalition, with the first to do so being the local lords and vassals of Higashi Shinkawa, who had only recently come under the Jinbo banner in the aftermath of the Naka River battle. The lords of Yumesho Castle, Tohi Masayoshi, Hori Castle, Tohi Masatada, and Hosoka Yashinaka of Buseiji Castle promptly surrendered to the Usushina coalition. Upholding the principle of punishing only the principal offenders, Usuji Mazatiger displayed considerable leniency towards the voluntarily surrendering Masayoshi, Masatada, and Yashinaka. Not only did he accept their surrender, but he also permitted them to maintain their positions and responsibilities, requiring only that they accompany the Usushina forces in their operations. With the examples set by Masayoshi, Masatada, and Yashinaka, many local lords and vassals in the Shinkawa district, previously loyal to the Jinbo house, hastily surrendered to the Usushina coalition, resulting in a swift change of allegiance across much of the region. Subsequently, the demoralized Jinbo forces found themselves without supplies for several days, leading to widespread starvation and desertion, until only 500 remnants retreated to Jinbo territory. However, the lord of Koide Castle, Tijinhai Buki, Takebe Buki, refused Nagatoshi's entry into the castle, out of respect for his former lord. He did not wish to make things difficult for Nagatoshi, merely watching from the battlements as he and his beleaguered troops crossed the Shirakawa River towards Oin Castle. Shortly thereafter, Tijinhai Buki surrendered to the Usushina coalition, offering his son, Tijin Shikihiro, as a hostage to their ranks. Unbeknownst to Nagatoshi, the territories that had long served as the rear of the Jinbo clan, such as Fahoku and Venkazu, were also beginning to destabilize, with the clan's high-ranking officials starting to seek their own paths to survival. Following the successive surrenders of Masayoshi, Masatada, Yashinaka, and Tijinhai Buki to the Usushina coalition, the Jinbo clan elder, Kojima Tashimoto, who remained at Toyama Castle, found himself in a state of acute anxiety. He too began contemplating surrendering to the Usushina coalition, but was struggling to find an appropriate opportunity. By chance. Usuji Mazatiger, seeking to swiftly stabilize the 4 districts of Echu and free up forces to quell the uprising in Sado, dispatched his retainers, including Saki Yasunori and Tahara Chikanori, along with Shina clan retainers Okazaki Yoshimura and Obata Izumi no Kami, the elder of the Shina clan and lord of Omisaka Castle, to negotiate the surrender of Jinbo retainers and local lords. When Obata Izumi no Kami arrived at Toyama Castle to present the merits of surrender and persuade Kojima Tashimoto to promptly submit to the Usushina coalition, the opportunity was ripe. Realizing he had no grounds to refuse, Tashimoto swiftly petitioned the Usushina coalition for surrender, and this time, Jinbo Nagatoshi, having entered Oin Castle, remained unaware that Kojima Tashimoto had covertly surrendered to the Usushina coalition and that Toyama Castle was devoid of troops to muster for resurgence. On June 16th of the 15th year of Tenbon, after enduring relentless hardship and retreating, Nagatoshi finally received supplies and rest at Oin Castle. He intended to summon the forces stationed at Toyama Castle, including Kojima Tashimoto, the lord of Mura Castle, Beidou Masamune, one of the 5 great generals of Echu, Terashima-san Iman, Saito Tashiki of SHJ Castle, and Ninominaru of Kamakama Castle, to prepare an attack against the now-defecting Hosokawa clan of Echu, hoping to persuade the local lords and vassals of Higashi Shinkawa to return to the Jinbo fold. Regrettably, fate was unkind. Aside from Beidou Masamune and Terashima-san Iman, who brought over 500 troops to join Nagatoshi, both Kojima Tashimoto and Saito Tashiki, along with Ninominaru, chose to feign ignorance and ignored Nagatoshi's orders to mobilize from Oin Castle. They had witnessed the ferocity of the Usuji forces during the Sakai River battle and had no desire to continue standing against the Usushina coalition, prioritizing the survival of their clans above all. Particularly for Kojima Tashimoto, who had already secretly surrendered to the Usushina coalition, it was imperative not to act contrary to his newfound allegiance at such a crucial juncture. After several days of fruitless waiting, Nagatoshi realized he could no longer command the generals of the 4 districts of Echu. Disheartened, he abandoned the isolated Oin Castle, leading the remaining forces, now barely over 1,000, across the Ganji River to take refuge within the eastern stronghold of Shinj Castle. The combined forces of the Usushina coalition, bolstered by the local lords and vassals of the Hosokawa, Tohei, and Teijin clans, swelled to over 12,000 troops, advancing with fierce determination towards Shinj Castle, seemingly heralding the imminent demise of the Jinbo clan. Not only were Kojima Tashimoto and Teijin Haibuki among the Jinbo clan's retainers seeking to surrender, but even within Nagatoshi's inner circle, the seeds of treachery were sown, particularly in the heart of his uncle, Jinbo Yashitomo. Observing the defection of the outer lords, such as Masayoshi, Masatada, and Teijin Haibuki, Yashitomo felt his resolve wavering. Even the elder, Kojima Tashimoto, had begun to disregard Nagatoshi's commands. Unable to remain idle any longer, Yashitomo sought an audience with Nagatoshi. Fully aware of Yashitomo's status as a prominent member of the clan and a loyal supporter in his ascent to the position of Ekigo Guardian, Nagatoshi readily granted him a private meeting without hesitation. What could his uncle, the Lord of Izumo, desire so urgently at such a critical juncture, when all the generals were preparing for battle within the castle? The purpose behind Shinbo Yashikata's arrival remains unclear to Shinbo Nagatoshi. My lord, at present, the combined forces of Usuji and Shina are overwhelmingly strong, that if we continue to be besieged in Shinj Castle, our entire army is destined for annihilation. That I believe it would be wise for you, my lord, to lead a portion of our forces to break through westward, heading towards Emizu, Fubo, and TBA, to gather additional troops to advance eastward in a bid to rescue Shinj Castle. Meanwhile, I shall command the remaining forces to steadfastly defend Shinj Castle, awaiting your arrival. With our internal and external forces coordinating their efforts, we shall undoubtedly deliver a resounding blow to the Usuji and Shina coalition. Avenging our previous disgrace, spoke Shinbo Yashikata with tears welling in his eyes. Uncle Izumo, very well. I entrust Shinge Castle to you. Our clan shall never forsake the people of Shinge Castle." Shinbo Nagatoshi was deeply moved by Yashikata's display of loyalty, nearly brought to tears himself after hearing his words. Thus, to minimize detection by the Usugi and Shina forces, Shinbo Nagatoshi, along with esteemed advisors such as Shinbo Hachizaemon, Mizukoshi Morishige, Shioi Tokikyo, and Terashima Gamon, led over 200 troops across the Shint River, retreating towards the western fortifications of Toyama Castle, specifically the areas around Shiratori Castle and Yama Castle. Before departing, Shinbo Nagatoshi took care to repeatedly instruct Shinbo Yashikata to hold firm until he could arrive with reinforcements from the western territories. Yashikata readily agreed, urging Nagatoshi and his men to vacate Shinge Castle swiftly to avoid detection by the Usugi and Shina coalition. Consequently, shortly after Shinbo Nagatoshi and his men crossed the Shint River, Shinbo Yashikata deceitfully summoned those assisting in the defense of Shinge Castle, including Baida Masanari, under the pretense of convening a military council. Once in the Grand Hall of Shinge Castle, a multitude of warriors lay in ambush, mercilessly slaying Baida Masanari and his companions who had come to attend the council. Subsequently, Shinbo Yashikata emerged from the castle with the severed heads of Baida Masanari and others, surrendering to the Usugi and Shina forces. Afterward, Mazatiger did not immediately pursue the fleeing Shinbo Nagatoshi and his men, but instead appointed Yasuda Kageyoshi as the lord of Shinge Castle, leaving him to defend it against any potential resurgence from Shinbo Nagatoshi. Mazatiger then concentrated his military might to the north, attacking the Baida-held Mura Castle and Hinokawa Mansion. Although Egawa J. Zaemon, a vassal of the Baida clan and the master of Hinokawa Mansion, allied with Baida Hiratada and Baida Hirotaka,